to game 2 to make sure that things are working and transitioning. So over here, we now we have a different issue. We have no score popping up around. So
let's just make it up.
Yeah, their secondaries are unknown right now. But we will make it up if they do not get it fixed. I'm going to get a note to that table boss. We're just going to go through technical difficulties right now, one after another. And then stream 3 is down for the night, I believe.
Looks like it.
So we are going to go back to stream 1, and I am going to let you comment on how cool this table and terrain is from Warbird Gaming, and I am going to go take care of a couple technical difficulties.
Yeah, awesome. Obviously, I was happy to see the lava table here and the beautiful, I would assume, 3D printed terrain here with the rocks. I got to see a beautiful game yesterday with Celestine jumping on that for Jesse Sal's Sisters of Battle. But today looks like we have some silly clowns versus some big bugs. You love to see it. Vanilla looking like taking deadly performances, take your places, and Weave Veil as a secondary. Really taking advantage of the fact that you can take more than one faction secondary now. So, yep, they're taking away all of your command points, but you can absolutely take as many of the secondaries as you want, and you'll want to because a lot of these are super good. Matt coming in, big bugs with little bugs. I think looking at the screen here, he's chosen not to take any secondaries, which I don't believe is true, but it might be.
I don't know how to talk. Did I do it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I wonder if they can hear me. That's the real question.
Can anyone? if no one else can hear,
I'm trying to take over for Mitch, but no one's taught me how to do the things. So, so there's that. So the question for chat is John talking to himself? That's the question for chat.
Always.
Because I don't know if it's actually. It looks like it has me. So
Beautiful.
I thought I would stop in and say hi. How you doing,
dude? So it could be better. Could be down there with you guys. So a little bummed out about that, but that's okay. Happy to help out in any way I can here. Excited to see some great games going on so far.
Now, my question is, when you're commentating with Chris Irvine next, is your accent gonna come out?
Maybe. It depends what area of Scotland is Chris from. If it's like the south, probably not. Do a little posture down there. If it's the north, who knows?
Okay, so I was being an ignorant American and not acknowledging that there's multiple Scottish accents.
Which I
think is reasonable because we've established that our country doesn't teach us anything. So I think that's fair.
That's fair. Yeah. A whole ton of dialects going on there, but quite possibly it'll happen.
Which part of the country is going to sound the most like William Wallace? That's really the question.
That depends.
Hank says, "Do you really just mean Mel Gibson?" Which I think is a fantastic question.
That sounds
okay. So why don't they have secondaries? Do you think?
Well, I think it's just a real big balls play from Matt. To be honest with you, not needing to take secondaries to win this game.
Yeah, I would put us on table 2, but in fact, the overlay is broken on table 2. So we're going to stay where we're at with table 1. It looks like his secondaries are up now. It looks like Synaptic Insight, Cranial Feasting, and Spore Nodes. That's 3 from the book, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, both players right now doing a great job in just filling in as many of their secondaries with the faction specifics. The fact you can take more than one makes a lot more of them viable, and especially now a lot of them have been supercharged. That makes a lot of them viable.
Yeah, for sure. So I think table 3 is not up. So I guess we're only going to watch this game for the moment.
Beautiful. Hopefully it's exciting, and Anthony can maybe curtail his aggressive stance, much like Dash running the race. At the end of the Incredibles movie.
The chat is teasing Matt a bit about the secondaries he has taken. I believe that there might be shenanigans at play here. Let me tell you, I believe that these two gentlemen are up to hijinks and no good. I think that they have decided that they will both just take 3 from their book. I think that is what's happened here. I do not believe I do not believe either of them are doing this because it is the optimum strategy.
Or, maybe Matt really likes bookkeeping. Synaptic Insight requires a separate tally of things, which is always fun. Cranial Feasting, though, is actually a super great secondary against characters. It's like a better assassinate. So if Anthony's running character heavy with his clowns, it's actually a pretty good one to take in there.
Who doesn't want additional bookkeeping, John? That's the real question.
That's the only way to keep Chaos players happy, and apparently bugs as well.
I have an incredibly close friend named Michelle who loves filling out forms. So anytime we go anywhere, if there's a form to be filled out, she will snatch it from my hands. Some people just like different things. She's like, oh my God, look at all these standardized boxes. I'm like, you rock it, you go for it.
Just make sure you X within the box.
Yes. Yeah, I just actually refinanced my house not that long ago, and I'm always amused at how many things you have to sign. How many legal documents can they make me sign?
Who would have thought purchasing a house requires 75 pages?
Yeah, right. And so many of them are legally built that we like. It's not like we have any say in. All right, so I thoroughly enjoyed the deployment here, where we've got the boats all huddled together for warmth in the north of the lava map. And the Flyrant, who can absolutely get that far, chilling at the south.
You gotta love the quick airbrush for the Harlequins, the classic color scheme of that army this year.
Yeah, I think these are actually Harlequins that were painted by like a 12-year-old girl. In all reality, Noah Badom's daughter painted them, and then he went through and put some gold on them to kind of make them look a little bit extra nice. But they're actually pretty fun in person.
Well, now I feel like a jerk for making fun of Harlequin things. Good job.
That was kind of the purpose. Yeah, I was thinking that your joke was funny, but wouldn't it be great if I just demeaned you in front of everyone? Was my
That's fair.
Yeah, I would
gotta make me feel like I'm at home.
Well, I want you to feel like I could be on mob rolls, right? Like
It's impossible. We're actively recording at this moment. So.
That's great. I really enjoy that. All right. I'm just seeing if we have any update about their game so far. Looks like we do not.
No, for sure, yeah.
All right.
Like nothing surprising really in deployment here. Everyone's kind of hiding behind their rocks.
Hey, look, John Lennon's here. Are you done wrecking people now?
Yeah, I haven't.
Yeah, you're gonna play Alex McDougall at midnight.
I am.
Yeah, what are you gonna play? Okay. John's got to figure that out. Ooh, we have a table to check on. We have another table to go to. So with that, we're going to transition. Did you like the sound effects, John? Did you enjoy that?
It was special. I feel great.
My co-host is also called John, just so John Lennon, who's in the room, knows what's happening. So we've got the Chaos Knights versus the Orks here. And it sure looks like the Chaos Knights are deployed. Do you enjoy, John, the one data sheet army that Michael has brought?
Excuse you, sir. I believe there's two in there at the very minimum. But there's some beautiful, you can tell 13 War Dogs. Seems to be where it's sitting at right now. Some crazy people taking 14. But 13 is just oppressive. Because, it's a great stat check army. You can either deal with it or you can't.
Yeah, I think that's true. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I think that's pretty true. Michael also plays it really, really well. There's a lot of it's actually very similar to the Arcing lot that he played so much, in my opinion. Remember, he played that that Necron vehicle heavy thing that had lots of rerolls and efficiency. Lists like that, you have to play them with a really good understanding of the movement your opponent can do. Like, you need to be able to manage how much can I commit, where can people be, so that your whole stuff doesn't get tagged. And then you need to make sure that everything has multiple shooting targets in case you kill something too quickly or something he doesn't get killed quickly enough. Those are skills that Michael is phenomenal at. So I'm always interested to see him play a list like this, where you're saying, like you said, he's giving someone a really hard stat check. It looks like secondaries wise, Chuck is presuming that he'll kill him, right, with Bring It Down and Grind. And Michael looks
I think.
Go ahead.
was going to say with Chaos Knights, you kind of have to bring it down there.
Yeah.
Because you're getting points for doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing anyway. And for grind, it's fair. Like each one is their own unit, so it's not out of possibility to score really big on those ones.
Right, for sure. It looks like I could tell that Chuck went first, and because of where the kill rigs are at, and we could see the first two knights that moved up both have damage on them, and in fact, there's another knight over to the right of Michael's right hand that also has a damage tile on it. So it looks like Chuck spread out some damage. I can't tell if he killed one. No, it looks like Michael still has 13, right? Or a
the benefit of the army.
13.
It's really easy to tell if anything's gone. Yeah, 13 are there.
Yeah, I counted to 13 successfully. Sesame Street would be really proud of me.
Let's see, we have moving up here, and let me pull up Michael's list here so we can see sort of what we're dealing with.
Well, you see, it's 13 of the same data sheet, and 3 of them have a claw instead of double gun, I believe is the list. But feel free to look it up. I'm not a Chaos Knight expert by any means.
No,
you probably
for sure.
know more about him than I do.
On the plus side now, Chaos Knights have 5 different War Dog data sheets. So I'm assuming there's at least 2, possibly 3.
Oh, well, fair enough. It looks like over on table 2, where Steve is playing Leviathan into Deathwatch, it looks like I can't tell if they're either deploying or Fred's redeploying. I don't know if Deathwatch have a redeploy. So once they get rolling in a minute, we can go check it on them. But it looks like over here, Chuck or Michael has rushed forward just 2 war dogs up to those objectives. I would imagine he thinks he's going to shoot that kill rig off, and then that one front war dog will be on that objective. That would be my guess is what his plan is here. But
yeah,
there's a lot of shooting happening, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
So much Daka. The stream hosts aren't really giving us anything to go on, are they? Normally they talk and tell us things.
No, it's that wonderful 9 p.m. time slot.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the true
time slot. I'm interested that none of the knights died. It looks like Chuck had to split his fire, and I don't know why that would have been, unless I don't know why that would be. Maybe those dials are buffs.
What do you think the benefit is like?
What's that?
What do you think the benefit is to splitting fire between them?
I don't think there is.
Some of them down, maybe, or
yeah, I don't know. It's a strange thing. It's not normal that for Chuck to be like that, unless he just couldn't get angles for multiple things on one. I'm just not sure. I don't know. Also, can you tell where Chuck's other kill rig is? There's the one in the middle of the table, but I know he has 2.
Let's see here. So we have the one in the middle of the table here. Is that other one in between the 2 runes at the top? My screen's a little... No, it's just a bunch of morons down there.
Let me make my screen a little bit bigger here. Let me get a little...
Yeah.
Let me get a little more enthusiastic on the giant monitor here. Let me get all up on this. Yeah, I think it's right to the left of where Chuck's hand just was. I think he has a red kill rig and a yellow kill rig. And so I think he has them tiered, and that's cool because those knights that came up to get that front kill rig will get charged by that back kill rig. That's neat. Hopefully Chuck will be able to pop the guys that are in that kill rig out behind that wall that it's next to, right to the right of that kill rig, and they'll then get to charge in and kill a knight. The problem, Chuck has to basically, everything in Chuck's army kind of needs to kill a knight, right? Because he's got 13 knights, and Chuck has like 13 things. And orcs are so fragile that they're not going to get to kill multiple things with the same tool. So he kind of has to trade like crazy while hopefully getting more points than Michael, which is a little rough.
Sorry, just trying to find the lists here so we can kind of go through this, because the arming of the war dogs are going to really tell what Michael's doing.
Okay. That's an excellent point. We also could come back after the shooting phase and find out what happened, and we could jump over to one of the other games if you'd like.
We can do that. I also found the list. So yeah, absolutely, we can do all that too.
There's a pretty. I can tell that I can tell that the Tyranids have gone first here, because we now have a bunch of pyrovores in the middle of the table. What's interesting about that to me is, do you think those pyrovores can see anything?
Let me pull this back up here. You know, I possibly the one on the far right there has an angle in the top middle based on where the wings might be, or how they're ruling the basing of that terrain. But yeah, that's real interesting placement. Whereas they're holding that objective with the pod, but you're right. I don't think they have much of an angle on anything.
Yeah, those ruins. Those are ruins. Like I know that table. I've played on it. Not surprisingly, I suppose, since it's at my house. But yes, that terrain if you pick it up, it says ruins underneath it, and I can't imagine why Anthony would be touching the terrain with any of it. I don't know why that would be. It's very interesting. Maybe the stream hosts will tell us once they get up online, or I go over there and tell them to put things in. Are you ready to take back over? All right, guys. Well, it's been fun filling in for Mitch. I'm going to hand it back to the one and only, the original godfather of Best in Faction, Mitch.
There you go. That was quite the build-up.
You guys had to iron all the tech and all the different streams, reset OBS, things that John in no way has any experience with.
No, not at all.
In fact, Mitch, I think he has a passion for OBS and loves it very much, and thinks that's no notes, perfect problem.
Brother, I hate OBS so much, so much to the point where I just won't do it anymore.
He's twitching right now. You can't see it, but he's twitching.
Yeah, no, just looking through here. Actually, maybe here, Mitch. I'm looking through the GT list. I don't seem to see Michael's Chaos Knight list, the 13 War Pups. Do you know which kind of dogs he's running?
So he's running 3 with claws, and then a mix of the and then the rest are all shooty variants. I don't know the specifics, but I can go get a exact count for sure.
Yeah,
not a problem.
Yeah, you can take a peek at that just so I can kind of see here. And then also we're kind of looking here, Anthony choosing extreme violence of just deploying all of his pyrovores out of line of sight of most things. Apart from, it looks like possibly those Harlequin boats.
Gotcha. Yeah, no. I will head over there and get the count on those on the Pound Patrol, and we will be right. I'll be right back.
Paw Patrol, perfect. And then go through Twitch chat, Swamp Mist. I believe those fake objective markers are part of one of the faction-specific secondaries here, which I'm trying to pull up here to take a look at for you.
We have 3 brigands, 1 executioner, and 9 of another type that my brain decided to just let go of, but I'm sure you can guess.
Was it stalkers?
Yes.
No. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, 9 stalkers? Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. So lots of shooting for Michael there. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, lots of shooting from Michael there. Pretty nasty. Pretty nasty list. So that's why he's probably hanging back a little bit, because he doesn't have to go close, because he's just going to shoot. Lots of questions in chat here about the 3 additional objective markers here. The only thing I can really imagine is Anthony took Take Your Places, which adds additional objective markers, which are the 3 that we're seeing on the table. Anthony scores 2 points if you control 2 of your Take Your Place objective markers, and he scores 4 points if he controls all of them. So that's what the black objective markers in the center are for.
Yeah. And what we're seeing here is he's really making it clear what part of the board he wants to commit to, and where he's going to have to be, or he's possibly trying to get Matt to hopefully commit to that area because he thinks that's the best area to come in and hit Matt at.
Yeah, for sure. Because if you look at that center of the table, there's not a lot of cover in the center. So by putting those 3 different markers there,
yeah,
that's a lot of open terrain that he can line up shots for.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to move right on over to Fred Fortman versus Steve Trimble. Okay, so this is what you love to see, Xenos hunters hunting Xenos. As an Imperial citizen, it warms the valves that have replaced the cockles in my heart to see just...
You love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be great. And this is one of the few armies that exist that can look at the wall of meat that is the warrior spam that Steve is bringing and just be like, so what if everything wounded on hits and your transhuman did not matter at all and I was AP1? What if that happened? And then you just took 70 wounds.
That is pretty disgusting.
So I think that this is one of the few matches where Steve is going to want to be a little bit more cautious than he normally is with his warriors. He normally likes to just throw them out in the middle and be pretty reckless, but here he doesn't want to give too easy of a layup or a chance for Fred to use combat to sink his teeth in combat, because he can do the same thing with a unit in combat as well.
Yeah, this is crazy, the tools that Deathwatch have to take that on there. Is that enough, though, to take on an army like Tyranids, even playing them post-nerfs like we're doing here?
We're going to find out, and I'm really excited to see it because, as we've been saying, Fred is one of the best Deathwatch players in the world. There's definitely, we interviewed him earlier, and it sounds like there's definitely some guys in the UK who are competing for that title. But he knows all the tricks. He has a real depth of in his playbook. Like we saw him last round, Beacon and Jealous up against Zach's Thousand Sons and Knights, and just ace 2 Knights right off the bat because he identified that was what he needed to do. And then he also was able to pick up an extra 3 Terminators for free. So there's a lot of just, the dice skewed 1 order, off of average my way. Cool. That means that an extra, 10% of your army dies.
Yeah, for sure. And like playing that one faction, getting really, really good at it is paying off sort of real dividends there for him.
So we also see Fred here pre-measuring and looking at what that Flyrant can do, as it is the main beat stick that Steve likes to use, as it can come out, hit, do its thing, and then just leave. So he is lining up exactly where he'll be able to be, what he can do, and figuring out, I bet you this looks like a Beacon and Jealous. That's what this is. We are seeing a Beacon and Jealous is probably is what he's looking at what he can do.
Mitch, what do you take of their secondaries there? Steve taking no prisoners, banners engaged, none of the Tyranid specific ones at all. Fred going in with shock tactics, banners, and no prisoners. Is this a good fit for this? So
Steve's makes perfect sense. No prisoners is something that Fred gives up, although it's really kind of a win more, but it's going to be proportional to what's going on. So in a close game, it could be enough. Banners make sense because a lot of his army just is going to move up and it doesn't really care after that. It's just like, I am here to exist, and then to hopefully get you in combat unsuspectingly. And then engage, he's going to want to push his meat wall up. This one I think could be a little bit of a trap for him because I think he's going to want to play more conservatively in this particular matchup. But I could be wrong, and he might just feel like no matter what, he's going to have to end up over there anyway, and that the army, it's just going to play into what his game plan is. Moving on over to Fred, we've got shock tactics, which I have the book here. We've looked at this one before as it is one he has used, but we're going to pull it up real quick. So nice to have books provided by Dark Tower Gaming, just making our life way, way easier. Shock tactics, I think, is just a traditional, yeah, there it is, Space Marines. So that is at the end of your turn, score 3 victory points. If you control 1 or more objective markers that were controlled by your opponent at the start of that turn, and an Adeptus Astartes unit from your army is within range of that objective marker. So Stranglehold. You know, you just want to take stuff away. So that makes perfect sense. Banners, I guess makes sense. I think he feels like the Nids aren't going to get into his back line, but I'd feel like Steve can, or maybe he just feels like the OBSEC is enough. I'm not sure. Banners feels a little weird. I feel like he has maybe he knows he's going to have a second wave to go in, and he feels like he can throw their first turn away at getting banners up and then defend that actively. I'm not sure. And then no prisoners is an obvious pick when you know you have to chew through this much of the warriors. If you're not doing that, you're not winning anyway.
Yeah.
So
no, absolutely. And shock tactics a great pick again against Tyranids here, especially with banners, because they're going to want to stay on those objectives, and you're getting free points for doing what you have to do anyway.
Absolutely. So we're going to roll on back over here to table 2. Oh, no, we're on table 2. Table 3. Here we are. For Michael and Chuck, we've got Pound Patrol, because they're Chaos Knights. That's my pitch. Because it's yes, it's yes and John, yes and. So the first part is agreeing I'm right, and then the second part is improving on it.
But Paw Patrol, because Imperial Knights get pounded, so they're Pound Patrol. But yeah, it looks like here we have 2. The great thing I love here, by the way,
it's all just depends on who's on the top of the screen.
It's really easy to see.
Sorry.
It's easy to see game state because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 Chaos Knights remaining. So he looks like he might have lost 1.
That is possible, or knowing Michael, he does like to outflank 1 as well.
There was 13 on the table before, but there is that cool stratagem where you can just pull a knight off the table for 1 CP. It's one of my favorite Chaos Knight strats. So what does Chuck have to do here to really beat this beat stick of an army, just this little stat check? Because it's an army that's inviting him into combat. I don't know if Chuck kind of wants to go in there for it. Seems to be have lost to Mitch, which is fine.
I was muted. Nope, just muted.
Michael's Chaos. Oh, wonderful.
I had so many thoughts. Yeah. No, we can see Michael applying pressure in different spots. And when you're running this sort of mono sheet list, you're looking for what flank cracks, and then you're going to just apply pressure there.
Mm-hmm. For sure, Chaos Knights, the War Dog build, super popular right now. Looks like we have 3 of the double gun guys at the back with a really dangerous line of fire, because those are some melta-guns there, and the chain cannons, which are super, super effective as well. And then just threats everywhere. Those War Dogs have an insane amount of movement to really kind of encircle around Chuck. He did take Fitting Challenge as a secondary, which is, I thought, sort of unique here. That one there is you score a number of victory points for each identified unit that was destroyed. Oh, that's right. So before the battle, you pick the 3 units that have the highest points total. It's like a reverse to the last that you get less victory points for as the game progresses. So what 3 units of Chuck's would be those targets? It would be my question here.
Ooh, let's see here. It's gonna be kill rigs. Not sure. Oh, I am. Man, this keeps switching to the not multi-stream chat, so I'm only seeing Twitch. It's annoying me. So I have to say, John, I really enjoyed the latest mob rules.
Hello.
That was very enjoyable. Thank you. People should maybe check out that mob rules.
A nice surprise.
Yeah, it was. It was a real nice surprise.
Yeah.
Where can they find that, and what is it covering?
I got together to talk over. Just wherever bad podcasts are found, which, in 2022 is literally everywhere nowadays. But yeah, Danny McDevitt and I took some time to talk over the main 5 winners of the recent points updates when combined with Nephilim a little bit, as well as what we're taking to an RTT, because it's been forever since we've been to an RTT, so we have a couple fun little lists we're taking. But mainly want to talk the big winners from the points update. Games Workshop kind enough to provide us an advanced copy of the points, give us some time to go over. I will say the 5th biggest winner is everyone who doesn't play Tyranids, because, man, those point changes were brutally needed.
Yeah, it's nice to see NIDS are now, like, it's also really cool because you see like Alex McDougall and Tyler Bortel, and they're running around with bushy tails and like hope in their eyes because they get to create new lists and find out new jank that are gonna frustrate all of us. And it's wonderful when NIDS are good. Life like when NIDS are good and they're not, and it's not because of broken undercosted data sheets. Life is good. We get to see really cool technical play. That's just a blast.
Let's talk to Innes Wilson as well, who's I believe number 4 in the world now with Tyranids, kind of going over the fact that his list that he just won the Newcastle GT with went up about 220 points. And when the player that you tell that to responds with good, it should. That tells you a lot about this army pre-point adjustment.
Yeah. No, when people are like, when everyone was like, "Oh, good, I'm happy with that." Malanthrop or the Maliceptor deserved it.
I think the most interesting thing I took away from as I told you, his army list went up 1 Maliceptor. But I think the most interesting things to take away from the balance update and the points update is we got a lot of buffs for some units. Space Marines didn't quite get those. So Chaos, we're seeing from the leagues getting a toughness 9 Land Raider. Marines don't have that yet, which leads me to believe fall time we'll hopefully probably see a new Marine book based on the lack of support they received. Fingers crossed.
Or they'll just come out with PDFs for the Land Raiders once the new ones are out.
Brother, you can't sell a PDF.
But you know what you can sell? A lot of Land Raiders. And you know what I guarantee you Games Workshop has from the last 20 years? A lot of Land Raiders.
A lot of Land Raiders. Gotta make room for those Proteuses.
Absolutely. We gotta sell the old hotness so that make room for the new hotness.
WB Jeep guy over on the FLG stream is letting us know. He's asking, just woke up, were there any Death Card games today? I don't think there's any Death Card at Charity Hammer this year. Is that right?
Nothing for the tournament that I know of. I have not seen any Death Guard, no. Unfortunately.
It's crazy.
We had people
they're one of the
big
winners coming up.
Yeah, we would have had people who would have played it, but they are not here, or they did not bring that army.
Because who would have thought Death Guard would suddenly get real good?
Or Necrons.
Necrons? Quite ridiculous. Waiting for the clarifying FAQ to come out very soon to let us know all of the silly jank cannot happen. Because if I see a single Silent King on the table between now and that, then I will just instantly concede the game. As with current wording, a Technomancer can revive the Menhirs. Which gives so much durability to that big stupid model.
Absolutely. So we're going to roll on to table 1 for Matt versus Anthony here. We're going to get an update there. As we are now starting to see some clowns get stuck in, some violence be enacted, I'm assuming. Like that sort of goes with the territory.
Yeah, and definitely looks like I was questioning before why Matt would put all of his pyrovores in the center like that. But if you look at the deadly perform or the take your places marker in the center of the table, he put those pyrovores there defensively to really stop Anthony from coming in without exacting a heavy toll and grabbing those special markers.
Sure. So let's see here. I'm trying to just decipher everything. So we've got some bikes on the middle right objective there, along with the pyrovores from the pyropod, and then a big old squad of warriors on the other side of those bikes. Man, that doesn't look good. And yeah, no, this is a lot of things going on. We're gonna see if Anthony can dig himself out, as it does look like it is his round one.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, those pyrovores cutting off a ton of the table, Flaret hanging back and being a threat. We even have that Harpy top left. A lot of threats on the table. But Harlequins, famous clowns, able to deal with a lot of high toughness targets from short range.
This is true. They just have to make sure that the flyer in is there when they want to shoot him, and he doesn't leave. So, John, what do you think of the secondaries that we've got for these players here?
Well, I talked about this with Colin a little bit while you were sitting swearing at OBS. It looks like both players just took all of the faction secondaries they could, maybe to try it out. I think it's a really unique thing to have. But a couple of things. Cranial feasting. Love that secondary for Tyranids, especially in our CP drought world that we live in. The ability to it's essentially assassinate with extra CP that you can generate too. So I love that for that, especially because it's assassinate with extra steps. But those extra steps are sometimes
they're good,
CP, which again, which into an army like Harlequins or Genestealer or things like that's a really great secondary to take. Because you're going to see generally a lot of characters there. The other ones, like take your places. That's a cute one there. We'll see how it plays out. But it looks like to me there was some kind of gentleman's agreement to just take faction secondaries to see how it went.
Absolutely. So yeah, I think that's going to be interesting. What I find funny is since they both did that, it's the kind of thing where like the data that they get from the game is kind of like mixed. Because it's like, well, I was playing against someone who was basically doing the same thing as me. I don't know if I'm ever going to play against that again. But no, still a great game.
For sure.
I think the Warriors are going to be a real problem for Anthony, but we'll see if he's going to be able to chew through them. Because they are taking that mid-table quickly.
Yeah, for sure. And like Tyranid's filling up the mid-table super, super quick with enough threats hanging back that if a couple of those things go away, it's not like the Tyranid Matt's going to be at the end of the world here. Speed Bugs being the name of the list and the way it's played as well.
Okay, we're gonna roll right on through to the Fred versus Steve game and see how that is going. Okay, so it looks like Fred has moved just very little forward, if anything. And we're now seeing
hugging
Steve,
a whole ton of cover there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he is ready to spring out. We have seen before that Fred likes to line up all this stuff and then it just explodes out all over the board. Just all kinds of Xenos exterminatus goodness everywhere.
Super aggressive with that flyer in there, but like I said, he doesn't necessarily have to stay there after he's
this
done.
This is Trimble's favorite trick right now. He just loves to throw him up, be like, I don't care that you have it. Oh, slap, 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 I leave. That is the whole thing. And it really it's an antagonistic thing to do to your opponent. I don't mean that in a negative, like a derogatory way. It really forces your opponent to have to feel like they're doing something about that, and it can force errors and misplays, which is what you want.
Yeah, for sure. Because if you're trying to deal with a hype tyrant that can come in and slap you and run away, you're not paying attention to the other like 1780 of the list.
that one model can really hold you at arm's length in a way that like it's very hard to interact with. And he's a psyker, so he can come in, do mortals. Like, there's a lot of utility there. Yeah, it's a really, really, like, I get why he's so high on it, because it just offers a lot. So I'm seeing if maybe there was...
Yeah, even though he went up 20 points this week with the update, I was going to say, even though he went up 20 points this week with the update, still very worth the 220 that you put down on him.
Welcome, the Amish Stag. Glad to have you for Charity Hammer at night. It's the same, but all of the rulings
I get to say
are more...
the F word once.
Yeah, it's the same, but all the rulings are more scantily clad.
Luckily, there's no cameras pointing that way.
No, we would never show our rulings. I mean,
Well,
like, what is this, OnlyFans?
And then, well, here's a question. In the in-between stream, when you were talking to Colin, why is it so many Warhammer players don't wear socks?
Oh. Just
And
another step.
is that too hot for Twitch?
Just another step. They're min-maxing. They're min-maxing their footwear.
They're min-maxing clothing. The next Asian competitive 40K you don't want to be around for. So here it looks like we have some advances going on. A lot of Tyranids at this year's GT, right?
Yeah, but I think a lot less than there would have been if we hadn't seen the nerfs we had. You have to think about it. We have John Lennon, Alex McDougall, Colin's not playing, but Colin's here, and Tyler Bortel, and I'm sure I'm forgetting someone. We have like all of the Tyranid players here, right? So Matt Evans, thank you. And Josh Shoots, yeah, everyone's here. So if Nids were the best thing on their own, that's what we would see. But we're seeing forces. We're seeing some people just being legends and YOLOing GSC on their own, I think. But in general, like, I think that the secondaries that GSC open up and the blips that they offer are just so good that how can you not?
Yeah, we saw that last night. Tried to game between Matt and Alex McDougall, where Alex used those blips to screen out objectives, deployment zones. It was really fascinating to watch that level of defensive play, even in the deployment phase.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to the next table here. Back to Michael and Chuck. And
Paw Patrol
Pound Town. I'm just gonna keep changing it more and more.
It's gonna keep adding things here.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's gonna be a Custodes name.
Okay, let's keep counting War Dogs, children. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like 7 War Dogs left here. Again, not sure. Chaos Knights have a great 1 CP strategy where you can pull 2 Knights off War Dogs off the table. So not sure if that's happened there.
Okay, let's see. So I don't see any kill rigs left. Or is there one in that top left-hand corner? I can't tell.
It might be in the top left hiding, especially because that is going to be a fitting challenge target for Michael, so he's going to want to kill that as quickly as possible. Looks like he's already going to get the points for 1 fitting challenge because there was 2 kill rigs, including 1, right, where he's pointing, he's like, that's where your kill rig used to be, not anymore. So he's definitely, I believe, going to get his points for that. A really good secondary choice for Michael. And fitting challenge, actually, just a really great secondary in a world where we don't have to worry about to the last anymore, people taking smaller units. Having a secondary where you're encouraged to kill expensive things really hurts some armies.
So what I do know is that Orks can always enact a great amount of violence in close combat, so like to not underestimate them. But at the same time, we talked about this in Michael's last game. There's a pivotal point for how many, like if you get past turn 3 and there are 7 of these knights left, that's a problem. Like that's sort of the tipping point.
Harbingers of Darkness gets really nasty after there as well, so you're just in range of all of these negative debuffs. Also, good luck clearing over 100 T7 wounds.
Yeah, it's just so hard to do.
I think it's important to note that we see Michael in the dominant standing position, Chuck maintaining a submissive sitting position during this turn. Don't know if that's a talk of how the game state is going. Missed in Twitch chat, very exciting, letting everyone know Battlescribe has been updated with points. So that way everyone can go in, enter their stuff, and it should be 95 to 96% correct.
Hey, that's amazing.
It's better than an Excel spreadsheet.
A shout out to all of those volunteers making Battlescribe still work, like with the duct tape and like I don't know, like super glue that you guys are like keeping that thing chugging along. Good job. We appreciate you.
The data team for Battlescribe are the most dedicated people in the hobby. Not the guy who created the app, but the data team. All right, so checking out the chat here. Let me see. Looks like Fred on the other table is army-wide space wolf tactical doctrine. Chuck, why don't you? Oh, sorry, Mitch, why don't you tell us what that is there?
Sure. That is going to give him a +1 to hit, I believe, and then he doesn't get the super doctrine, so I believe it's just mainly the +1 to hit, and maybe access. No, he doesn't get access to the stratagem for heroic intervention with his units. We're going to rotate through to the next table.
Love it. Back here. It's a very silly clown game.
Oh, man. This is looking better for clowns than it was. There's a lot less stuff.
There is a distinct lack of warriors.
There's a lot less stuff on the right-hand side of the table and on the left-hand side of the table.
Well, I'm noting that there's one harpy less and no warriors, which is unfortunate. That's a large drop, especially with the new harpy coming cost. Harpy's coming in, I think, 205 base before any kind of adaptations.
Yeah, this is violence is looking like he may have had his way, and we will see how things shake out throughout. But I think they're just wrapping up turn 1, so we'll let the scores get entered there, and we're going to bounce on to table 2 next. Oh, look.
Love it.
So many warriors, much chonk, all the meat, choo. On the Nid train, the durable obsec spam. That's never been good before in 40K, so it's nice to see it for a first time.
OBSEC all of a sudden real good.
There it is. If I hit the transition button so y'all can see what I'm seeing, it helps. But you know, I was scouting ahead to make sure the stream was safe. I didn't want to launch you guys into an unsafe gaming situation. So
fair. And looks like those gene stealers YOLOing up the table there, right?
Those are too big to be gene stealers, I think. Those bases look not warrior-esque. Raveners, maybe?
That is a sizable charge that's been made there, so real good job by Steve getting those in there. And that might be some trouble.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We're also told in turn 1, there was a little bit of a whiff. Fred, the Deathwatch squad killed 7 warriors, but hit the flyer in with 25 power fist attacks.
Oh,
doing 1 damage.
well, you know, sometimes math just says, "How about not?"
How about not? Dice games.
Math tells us there's an average outcome, but you have to remember the math also says every other possible outcome will also happen. So math is lying to you. Math is a liar.
But imagine just the brass on Steve to just
Just take it. Just tank it and be like, no, I'll be fine. That is impressive. How is our audio sounding for the streams? I'm getting a little bit of putting here and there, but that could just be background stuff. So if it's sounding good for the audience, we will soldier on. We're going to roll on to table 3 while we wait for them to let us know how we sound. I mean, I know you sound wonderful, John, but I want them to tell you. Because you need positive affirmation from other people. At least that's what the couples therapist said.
I always do. Gamma Ray Gaming let us know that Battlescribe is actually an advanced AI run off a battery made out of a potato. Which makes
Tyler?
it you could run you could run Doom off of Battlescribe is what that tells me with enough Battlescribe lists.
Oh man. Well, now we have to while
right,
we're
what are we seeing here?
Okay, fine. We're not going to talk about the game that looks like Quake/Doom for 40K.
Nope. Oh,
bolt gun
looks quite amazing.
Yeah. No, we'll save that for when we need to vamp later. So in this game right now, what we're seeing is a total of 7 war dogs still alive, and I don't think we're seeing the correct turn. So I'll ask someone to go over there and ask them to give us an actual update on that.
Yeah, maybe like a point turn update.
If we had someone stream hosting, that would help. I'm going to send someone over there right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, it looks like we're down to 7, and it's a really bad turn for Michael if he lost 4 to 6 war dogs in his own turn. That war dogs are doing work. That orc army is getting less and less every time we go back.
Yeah.
Problem being, every unit Michael loses hurts a little bit more than every unit Chuck loses.
Yeah, it is. The attrition exchange is not equal, but we do have someone heading over there to get us updated scores so we can know what's actually going on for this table. We're going to hang out here for a little bit, and now we can talk about bolt gun.
Now we can talk about Bolt Gun. Let me tell you, do a little show on Monday nights. I'll just be streaming Bolt Gun the week that comes out, and that'll be it. Maybe some royalty-free classical music to go in the back of it. But that is all that's going to happen.
I am excited too. It looks great.
Yeah. So good for Gamma Ray Gaming let us know. So good feeling thought. That feeling when you're painting your squad and they all are coming together and you don't have to ask what now, what next. That's pretty fantastic because somebody's just batch painted 14 war dogs. When I had the Frodo meme at the end of that army painting experience, but like it's over, it's done. But then I looked over at the pile of weapons I'd magnetized and not actually painted.
Oh, you did that to yourself.
I did. So slowly working through some melting guns now.
What we call an own goal, I believe.
It's just like, so proud of my big pile of Paw Patrol pups. And then I just saw all the melting guns that I'd have to do when I eventually get bored and decide to make them all shooty, as Michael is down here.
So we are down to 6 little knights in Pound Town, and they are certainly living up to the name of the list.
Mitch, I'm going to ask you never to say 6 knights in Pound Town sequentially again.
Oh, no, I think that's going to be clipped, and it's going to be said a lot.
Yeah, or just 14 Nights in Pound Town is the name of the list.
Actually, I think that's a Christmas Carol. So that'll be for Hammer Out Cancer. It's a different event.
Yes, yeah, it's 14 Nights in Pound Town, which again doesn't make it destination viewing. I gotta say, your average 40K player, not the best. We're not Steven Box here.
Oh, we're just having fun. Having a good old time.
When we talk quads, we're actually talking of the number of X's on my shirt.
I just thought you did. I just assumed you never skipped leg day, having met you.
That's just that's how he beat Tyler.
So like
the event was
something
he just,
that guys
just played
guys that you don't know about John is when you meet him for the first time, he's incredibly tall and just shockingly swole. Like it's really like I felt really uncomfortable, and he was standing next to Dayton Ober, an actual firefighter in Dayton, was literally just in a banana hammock and was like, you know what, I don't really feel like I can stand next to this guy anymore. I am starting to feel a little insecure, and that doesn't happen to me much. So John is the actual D weapon from 7th edition. That's what it was based on.
Yeah, a terrible idea, I think, is where you're going for with that.
Oh, I'm just setting you up for really good tournament interactions for the next year.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I am very tall, but I'm also as wide as I am tall. So we're just baggy hoodies is what Mitch has set me on for the rest of the year.
He was a skater boy, I think. Okay, so we have some updated scores here. Michael getting 0 on primary and loving every second of it, being like, I will see that. I go, you know what? Sometimes I just need primary for the second half of the game, and that's what we'll do for that part. You can make the game a binary experience, it turns out.
I have to ask.
Yes.
How's Michael at 35 points per secondary?
So let me explain to you how Abhor the Witch and Assassinate and fitting the challenge all stack with kill rigs.
Oh, that's a terrible combo. Chuck, what are you doing, sir?
So, yeah. So,
oh, God.
I like that. All I had to say is just say it out loud for John, and he's like, oh, I got it.
I forgot kill rigs for psychers, man. That is terrible combo.
So Michael literally said, "You know what? I don't have to play the primary game until turn 3. That is fine. Let me just kill everything I can."
If anyone could provide me with a photo of Chuck's face when Michael announced his secondaries, as that realization dawned.
He was Shaco from Disenchanted. Oh.
Oh man, Chuck though, really good turn for primary. Looks like we got some bring it down points coming in there. Not sure about warp ritual, especially seeing as most of his psychers died. How do you feel about him taking warp ritual? Where I'm assuming the 2 kill rigs and maybe a weird board. So
I think that I think his idea there was, hey, I have to go in the middle anyway and do this thing. So I'll just my psychic powers aren't going to be super great into these vehicles. I'll just get the psychic action and still be able to charge and do the things. But I don't think that worked out. I just think that what we're seeing here, and it happened to Tyler Bortel last round, is we're seeing games where the list, like, people are figuring out the limitations of the list, and they're like, oh, this ran out of gas, or oh, this stacked differently, or just operated differently than they expected. Everyone is having to readjust to this new meta churn, and that's what we want. That's what makes 40K exciting. It's a new problem to solve. It's all back on the table, boys. Everything's on the menu. Bust out all the models you love, try them out, throw most of them back in the drawer, and then enjoy the ones that you love or that are good, depending on how competitive.
Yeah, what you're seeing here, guys, is some of the best 40K players in the world getting 2 days' notice of new points, about a week's notice of new missions, and less notice of balance updates, throwing as much poo in the wall as they can and coming out with some great kind of weird lists we wouldn't say before. Michael with his 13 nights, Chuck with the kill rigs. The guys are trying to figure out what works best in this new environment.
Yep, and I think it's really important to see that even veterans of this game of 20 years like Chuck are trying new things, and they might be like, oh, you know what, that did not work, and noted, data collected, moving on. Losing is learning. Don't get discouraged. The point of experimenting is you will find things you succeed at, and you will find things that you knew you were going to succeed at, and then you will find things that you were surprised you were going to succeed at. And it's that last category that actually lets you be able to build your own tech and depth of strategy into the game and add your own flavor to the army, because you came up with it and it's your part. And even if someone else is doing something similar, this one is yours.
Yeah, absolutely. We can't speak highly enough about, again, throwing poo on the wall and seeing what sticks rather than grabbing someone else's
I
list.
Disagree. Someone is going to have to mop this. It's been sunny. It's starting to cake. People are passing out. It is not okay. There have been multiple
People aren't wearing
health code violations. Who put the food table next to this?
People are not wearing shoes there, and there's all of that poo on the
And
ground.
there's not even a Mark
Crazy.
Perry.
No, I think Colin not wearing shoes is a Mark Perry tribute.
Yeah, probably.
Gamma Gaming on it with the jokes here today. Swole like the gorilla from the regular show, letting us know. Mitch letting the very true fact that I'm a 6'5" Randy Orton type. But no. And then Amish Stig over in the BitPod Twitch letting us know.
I have watched him crack walnuts with his biceps. It's insane.
Oh, you went strangely loud for that one, and I appreciate it.
Guys, you just have to ask him at the next event just to show you. Just bring walnuts. Just bring it and just ask him.
I will absolutely steal your nuts, and then I'll crack the walnuts. But Amish Stig let us know the 14 Days of Pound Town is a Valentine's Carol. Starts in the 1st, ends on the 14th.
I figured it would have ended on the 69th, but what do I know? Oh.
Yeah, Facebook user asking, why can't I share this? Because it's secret. And much like in Lord of the Rings, keep it secret, keep it safe.
Yeah.
Or not, share it everywhere. We have twitch.tv/BitPod has the channel going there. Foul Pilgrim saying a fitting challenge is an interesting choice. I think you just got here to the stream here. Mitch, you want to let him know, and I won't laugh in astonishment when I figure it out, why a fitting challenge was a great choice against Chuck's Orc army.
So we want to look at Abhor the Witch, Assassinate, and Fitting Challenge, and then understand that there were 2 kill rigs in this army. And I'll let the class do the math on their own, but they can check their work.
Yeah. By killing 2 kill rigs in the first turn, that essentially gives them 12 points for Fitting Challenge. That gives, where we assassinate, another 6 points for Assassinate. And then it gives more points for Abhor the Witch, all proccing off of those 2 kill rigs.
For a total of 35 secondary points in turn 1. It was impressive. We love you, Michael.
It was an impressive total to the point where I thought it was incorrectly entered. That was how high his secondary total was turn 1.
It was great. I had to explain. I had to say it out loud.
Going into turn 3 for Michael, looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the morons left on the War Dog list here. Started with 13. This is when it's going to get really difficult for the attrition kicking in for Chuck.
I'm sorry. I had audio cutouts there. What was that?
Yeah, I was going to say, going into turn 3 for Michael, still having 5 of the idiots left from the 14 Days of Pound Town Paw Patrol night list. It's going to get pretty difficult here for Chuck because the encroaching the dread range, we have now a bunch of buffs going. We have at least 3 different buffs going for Chuck's, or debuffs going for Michael into Chuck's army.
Well, I think that that Chuck is really on the back foot here with 6 of the knights from the 28 Days Later Pound Town Patrol Excelsior list that Michael has brought. I think I got that right. We're definitely nailed it that time. Got it in 1.
Perfect.
Yeah, 1 take, guys. Go home. We've got this. The professionals are here. No. I think that Michael has Michael has everything in his tempo. Chuck needed to run away with primary score while dying, and that did not happen. And that is just gonna, and he cannot claw his way now with no psychers for warp ritual. Grind is certainly not happening, and bring it down is not happening. Which is, or I mean, actually no, bring it down will actually be maxed out. So that score will not be accurate. So there'll be a bit more there. So I'm guessing he's going to end up at probably 20 on secondary, and probably around 20 on primary. We'll see Michael end up with a solid probably 70s score. So a 40 something to 70 is what I would predict.
The impressive thing seeing here, Michael hasn't left his table half at all. He's holding the 3 objectives on his side and just using the sheer shootiness of the war dogs to just wreck face.
Yeah, and
do we? I was honestly, say, do we know, Mitch? What house is he running for those war dogs?
I do not know, but what I'm going to say is I think that we have spent enough time on the 28 days later Bullet for My Valentine, Pound the Pause Patrol at downtown Excelsior list and versus Orks game, and we're going to move on to table 1 for some Nids versus Clowns action.
Love it. Oh, back to the Anthony Vanella special. Him running Harlequins into Tyranids.
And I feel like the scores have not been updated, but they might be accurate.
Well, we look here. Anthony's holding, it looks like 2 of his deadly performance, or take your places thing, so he should get secondary points through that at the very least. Yeah, I don't believe these are accurate points. Or maybe Anthony had a really hot turn too, and just got a lot of stuff off the table.
We are definitely seeing a lot fewer Nids around. Can you see Swarmy around, or is Swarmy in this list? The Flyrant is still around. I don't
believe Swarmy's in this.
Oh no, it's just the Flyrant. Yeah, that Flyrant is just such a pain in the butt. Oh, he's going to be the bane of our existence going forward.
Yeah. You can raise his points all you want. He is still a cool utility tool that's just a giant pain to take care of.
Yep.
And we see Anthony pulling out to try and grab the take your places objective and even getting that pod there.
Absolutely. Okay. So let's take a look at, I think we're going to give them a chance to catch up on scoring for this table, and we're going to roll on through to table 2. Which is Steve and Fred. Okay, things have happened. There are a lot fewer warriors around. The Flyrant is still around. There is still a goodly number of Deathwatch. And I am not seeing a primary score for Steve, which is definitely not accurate. He's definitely got one, unless he just hasn't had a chance to score it yet. So,
but if you look here, because we have he's holding his 3 home objectives.
Yeah.
So we should at least have hold 2. Yep. Well, what mission is this we're playing here, Mitch?
1 second, I'll find out. Tide of Convictions, John.
Tide of Convictions.
So you know what? We're going to take a minute here while there is some movement going on. Looks like some charges are getting set up for the Deathwatch, or maybe they're just going to shotgun those warriors. And yes, I do mean drink them. But we are here for a charity. It's a really great charity. What charity is that, John? I'm testing you.
Man, we're here for Child's Play. We're here for Child's Play. Let me tell you, Child's Play is an amazing charity that helps sick kids in the hospital make their time there as good as it possibly can be, providing them entertainment, mainly through things like video games, and not just the games themselves, but people who can go in there and help set up and really make what is usually a terrible time in their lives as enjoyable as possible for them. Guys, we've all been out. We've all taken care of things we don't want to have, or if you look at my YouTube analytics alone, I know most of you are between 35 and 44. We've either been hospitalized or been ill. Video games or other kinds of entertainment have really helped us through, and Child's Play does an amazing job of making sure kids in need get those things. And every penny you donate to Charity Hammer goes right to Child's Play to make sure that we are giving the most bang for the buck. Fred, you're seeing here. Steve, you're seeing here. they're not being paid. They came in their own dime to support this cause and make sure that we get the message out that these kids need this entertainment, and it's something that Child's Play does really, really well. If you're in the U.S., all of your donations are tax deductible, and for every $30 that you donate, U.S., not this fake Australian money, but every $30 U.S. you donate, you get one entry into the raffle, which has an amazing amount of prizes, including a $1,200 shopping spree thanks to Hammerhead Games and a commission painted army by Mr. Sean Naden, which are some amazing prizes. And there's even more after that, right, Mitch?
Oh man, there is so much stuff. We have crazy models. We still got the Catachan Sergeant, the limited edition one that's like $200 to $400 depending on what time of year it is. We've got another limited edition guard character, a bunch of other crazy stuff, just so much. We actually still have people showing up and adding donations to the pile as they show up for their games. It's a great way for people to kind of look at stuff and be like, you know what, I've owned that model for 3 years. I'm not going to build it. Let's make sure someone else gets some use out of it, and we get some money for children and raise it for a good cause, and we get some amazing games of 40K going. So we're going to go back to the games, but donate. We'll be doing another give out at midnight. I don't know what it'll be yet, but it's going to be something good. We've already today given out a Baneblade, Kilty Moctarius box, Morning Ball, a bunch of sisters, tanks, Bellacore, the new Mephiston, just all kinds of cool stuff. Get those $30 donations in. Get them in before midnight so that we can give you something cool. The sooner you do it, the better your odds of winning. And the better your odds of winning an army painted by the captain of Team USA. That is unique. The other thing that you can get, if you want to really throw down, if you can afford it, the number one donator will get a set of Charity Hammer 4 objective markers, the ones that are being played on table 1, signed by everyone here at Charity Hammer. It is going to be amazing.
Yeah, for sure. Couple of things we're going to jump into in chat. Send your Tepic. Dollar reduce absolutely can. Just not to the U.S. government's IRS department. And then Foul Pilgrim letting us know that Fitting Challenge maxes at 6 victory points per turn. I believe the table did know that, but we're having some delays in updating round numbers.
Yes.
But it might also just be an honest mistake on the player's part. All these guys playing with missions that don't actually come out till tomorrow. But if I was a betting man, Michael Tempe is a phenomenal player. And he creates his own games. If you haven't checked out Outward Realms, please do. Outward Realms is a really fun game that is made by Michael Tempe. I would assume he scored that over a couple, and a sponsor of Charity Hammer. I would assume he did it over a few turns, and they just didn't update the overlay.
Yeah, I would imagine that's the case. That we can go back and check with them in a little bit. However, let's look at all the Deathwatch just going kind of everywhere right now. There's a squad of, let's work from right to left on screen here. We've got a squad of 5 warriors with a bunch of Deathwatch staring them down. I feel like they're going to be able to take care of that just with the number of shots they can put out. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. But they're still standing on the objective. Go ahead.
I was going to say a lot of bolters there.
Yeah.
Possibly even the cool Inferno. What's the Deathwatch?
The frag cannon?
Flavor bolter thing called?
Frag
cannon, yes. Possibly even a frag cannon there. But it looks like, Fred's just saying frag it and charging into those warriors. What else do we have going on the table here?
So, moving over, down low on the bottom objective, we've got the Flyrant still in combat with what I'm guessing are the aggressors and Vanguard vets with hammers. It's very impressive that he's lasted that long, but it sounds like there was a pretty abysmal turn for the Deathwatch for one set there. Fred has the tools to kill that Flyrant. He has a captain that can ignore invos, a lot of different things. But it doesn't matter if you don't wound or like all saves are just made. So we see the bikes going up top and over into the middle there for the objectives. They have combat squatted out, and they are still infantry though. And OBSEC, so he is making a serious play for that objective, I think, trying to strip that off. We also have a whole squad trying to, that is going to go and take that objective from those warriors up there. He is trying to shut down Steve. He is really going hard and betting that he can do some serious damage. I'm guessing that those are aggressors Possibly. I'm not, because the bases look too big to be the Vanguard vets. So maybe he feels like his aggressors can pick up enough of those warriors and then survive the clapback to make it happen.
And you have to believe in some part that charge was inspired by shock tactics the secondary Fred took there to just
Absolutely.
retake an objective and kill off. We only have a couple warriors on there, so Steve's going to have to make some choices about whether he wants to pull off the objective to give Fred points or stay on there.
Well, let's look at, so right now we have the combat that's happening on the right. If those warriors go away, if the Flyrant goes away, and if a good chunk of the warriors on the left go away, and then the warriors in the middle take any losses, Steve is in real trouble. I don't know what his CP situation is. It looks like it might be 2 or 1. I'm not sure, but this is not necessarily a good situation. Oh, yep, here we go. A couple warriors go there. Another one.
Oh. Yep. Squad's down.
Yeah.
Just wounded on that one, down to 2 wounds.
And really important to remember, he also has the 4 damage heavy thunder hammers in this list, which he might be rolling for right here, which just pick up warriors, even when you have feel no pain.
That's a lot of ones in that roll.
But that just picks up Oh, that's a lot of ones. That was definitely the hammers, but just down to 2 warriors, and we're going to see what else is going to go through. Oh, he did not pick up 1 dice there, but that's okay.
That's Fred, buddy. Get rid of those dice. 3 more ones on that roll.
Yeah. Well, they aren't his dice, but they are doing him dirty.
Throw them. 2 more ones.
Oh man, and
throw them in the trash.
Rolling like a boss there for Steve. He is holding strong. 1 warrior is okay. 2 warriors is a problem. Models are getting picked up. Those warriors hit very hard.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to pick up. He needs 2 more wounds to be sitting in an okay situation. I think he was really hoping to wipe this squad, and I hope he doesn't put himself in a situation where he spends CP. He needs somewhere else along the way, because then that's really going to jam him up, and he will collapse quick. Deathwatch have to be played super technically well. If you mess it up, it really bites you. You do not have the wounds to spare.
Mathematically, those warriors should be dead. But Fred, we never blame dice. That is the first sign of a good player. But Fred rolled more ones than I think I've ever seen in a round of combat.
It was real bad.
2 more ones in that pile. Fred, buddy, switch dice with Steve. I beg you.
Another one. Nothing.
Nothing on that. Fred.
I'm guessing. He's switching dice out. We can see him doing it. Hey, RN Jesus, help him. Have mercy. Okay, we're going to let them resolve this, and we can come back and see kind of how all the clapback goes. And we're going to swing on over to table 3. Oh, no, table 3 is done. That was Michael and Chuck. So 76-46 was our final score. I said it would be mid-70s, mid-40s, so I feel real good about that. That's a little revisionist history. I said around 70 and around 40, but, we're going to pretend. Wink, wink. No one can stop me. It's not like anyone's recording this. So
this specific stream will not be a video on demand. I'm just going to say a bunch of rude words, and then Twitch won't let us stay. Run to Anthony here. I don't believe Anthony's score is correct. It might be.
John, could you go over there and ask table 1 to update Anthony's score, because it doesn't seem correct. It's 18-0? Okay. I'm getting feedback from the other Mitchell that that score is probably correct, because it's just a very tight, like none of the secondaries are going the way they want.
Yeah. I want to remind everyone, Anthony did ask Crowdsource what he should bring to Charity Hammer. The popular vote was Blood Angels, but he took the meta vote.
They got nerfed into the ground. Oh, wait. They got better.
So I think we're seeing kind of just karma play right here.
Yeah, I think that we are seeing the Ghost of Sanguinius hook up with Segarak and be like, yeah, so I've got a really funny play for these guys.
Bro, it's just a prank.
It's going to be a tragedy.
Imagine this prank. Yeah. We're just going to not score.
Yeah. So just imagine no force, just none. He needs force, just threes. Oh, just threes all day long.
The classic reroll ones and rolling nothing but twos.
Yeah, absolutely. How is chat doing? Let's check in with chat.
Let's check in, boys. What's going on here?
Yeah. Shoot out some
Causing,
questions.
let us know. Yeah. Causing, let us know. Forge World Knights would be fixes as people not wanting me to take my Crassus Knights at all. Buddy, I'm so sad the Forge World Knights aren't as cool as they could be. I would love some more X action. But not enough to lose the cool stuff I get from the War Pups. Could you imagine how gross Forge World Knights would be with some of those upgrades?
Don't they get the keyword now? I thought the FAQ changed that.
I don't believe you can take the. You get the dread table. You get that kind of cool stuff here. What you don't get is the upgrades, the pointed upgrades, which is escaping my brain right now.
Yeah, that's real important.
The favors of the dark gods they do not get, but at the same time,
favors of shark frogs. What?
The favors of the dark gods, but I feel that would be disgusting if they had it.
All right, so let's see. Check in on the other game.
Yeah, let's move across. Keep it going.
See what we got here.
So those warriors sort of piled in more in that objective. Real bad news for Fred. That's going to hurt his shock tactics.
Well, I think the question is, does he? If he's taking that center objective, it might not matter, and he has also smartly moved off of one objective, so he can move back onto it as well for taking an objective.
Oh, yeah.
Fred is really good about that.
Looks like that Flaren is no more, though.
Oh, good catch. Unless he went up into reserves, I think you are correct.
Finally, some good fortune for Fred.
Yeah, it has been rough roads for the Deathwatch. It's like oh, go ahead.
I was going to say 25 Power Fist attacks should not do 1 damage to a Flaren.
No, that's wrong. It's like one of those puncher massagers, and the Flyrant just has his abs out, and they're just like massaging along.
Guys, I'm getting notes here from the stream. The Hive Tyrant died to 2 chainswords, which is, if that's not a great Warhammer story, what is?
Absolutely.
We're being told that on the Anthony Matt game, the extra objective markers are for both Spore nodes and Take Your Places. So it seems that both placed are extra objectives in the same one, which is a little bit of a lull. But
I would call it spiteful. It's spiteful.
But trying to come to a game and deciding which one is Spore nodes, which one is Take Your Places, awful. So thank you for doing that, even if it cost you the game.
Yeah, no, it is appreciated.
Fred looks like he's rolling some saves here. Classic Fortman ones, one after the other. I'm looking down here. I see, 5 1s in that roll off. And that's the squad. That is very disappointing. Fred had that unit wiped out there. Statistically, probably shouldn't have, but when, again, you dice games, man, sometimes you just fail saves.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way it goes. And I think that we are seeing that is sort of what the difference between Steve's list and Fred's list here is, that Fred's list counts on averages of damage output, whereas Steve's list counts on reverting to the mean for durability. And one of those two things is much more consistent than the other.
Yeah, for sure. And again, not taking anything away from Fred. He's a phenomenal Deathwatch player.
Amazing.
Steve, multiple GT winner.
Mm-hmm.
Gamma Ray Gaming, let us know. Sometimes you're the butt, sometimes you're the stud.
Yeah,
and
Fred has
a better descriptor.
Won multiple GTs as well. I know he won a major in Hawaii back before everything got locked down, I believe, as well. With I think with Deathwatch. And he also won the qualifier GT for Charity Hammer last year. So yeah, no, they both really good players, and the mathematical lesson here is Deathwatch have theoretical and average amounts of damage that they put out, but there is a certain consistency to the quantity and the quality of the warrior.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think all three of our stream games we've been seeing follow Gamma Ray Gaming. So sometimes you're the butt, sometimes you're the stud. Of 6 great lists, but just some really rough matchups for 3 of them.
Yeah, and sometimes sometimes you're going to construct a list and you're not going to realize what the secondaries your opponents are going to take against you. You're like, oh, well, never mind. And you'll have gotten it ready, and you're gonna play test. This is why you proxy people for testing an army before you buy and build, because you put it together and then your friend comes over and goes, okay, well, I'm gonna take this secondary, and you go, oh, well, shit, never mind, we're gonna do something else now. Fine, I guess if you're gonna be logical and choose the right objective.
I never proxy, and I always go hard into just buying it, and that's why I have so much junk in my home.
So
obviously, yeah,
there is a line I've been using because we have 4 boxes of bloodletters to give away. Every time I sit down to give them away, I'm like, no one has enough bloodletters except for John. But
I do. I on a whim bought 120, so I have the way to. My favorite list that I run, and it's really fun to play, it's just exhausting, is 120 bloodletters and 60 harpies.
So the mistake is you're not taking your super swole body and really working the lower back as much as you should be. You are skipping back day, and you're really...
You never skip back day.
Well, no, you clearly do. We know you never skip leg day, and you can crack walnut with your bicep. And that sometimes you do stunt work for The Rock, but other than that,
I do. I'm like we filmed Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and I was the before stunt guy. Like how they photoshopped Chris Evans' face on the skinny guy for Captain America. It was like that. I got extensive tattoo work done. Looks like Steve's moving up a whole bunch.
They said they could have just done it with like ink, and you're like, no, make it happen.
Make it happen.
It was
permanent
method.
Scars.
You kept yelling method the whole time. They got through like 3 inches of it, and then you're like, okay, this is good enough. I feel like I'm in the headspace now.
I kept yelling meth the whole time. That's the weird thing. But yeah, looks like Steve's looking at this here. There's really not much left in that left-hand side flank to stop him. So kind of going all ham in there. Both armies super battered down. This is truly turn 2. What a bloody game.
Yeah. Yeah, he got the tattoo to get into the headspace to break down the dichotomy of the Dickensian Jekyll and Hyde, like he said. Like he really wanted to get into the repression and then the unleashing of it, much like the Wolfman. Another movie he did stunt work on. Your IMDb, I don't know why we don't link it more. But it is getting more impressive, but I understand you like to
do you know
DL.
This is a true story here. Steve Joel.
How would anyone know what is a true story?
This is legitimately a true story.
I believe you.
One of the greatest human beings alive. Morning radio DJ in New Zealand. He has his own podcast where he interviews just amazing people. He's an amazing interviewer, a great product. Actually spent time with me to kind of help me improve, which I super appreciated. Has an IMDb page.
Yes.
Has acted in 3 movies. I have watched 2 of them, much to his chagrin.
So,
where he plays a news anchor.
I don't have any story nearly as cool as that, but what I do have is a partner who has one entry in her IMDb, where she as alien abductee number 2.
Mrs. Mitch is an actress.
So here's the fun thing: there actually is we do like to do a weekly movie night. So the next time you are in town, we will secure this indie film that she helped a friend out with, and we will all watch it together, and we will have a great time, because I know that your passion for bad movies matches my own.
It knows no bound, and now I have a flight credit I get to use. So yeah, absolutely. The next GT event, I'm gonna hop on down and watch bad movies. Let me see here. I'm gonna while over this. I'm gonna go to IMDb here real quick. This is the benefit of streaming. But anyway, yeah, please update.
We're gonna slide, maybe even slalom over to the Matt and Anthony game. I don't know. That was more of a skid. Sorry, guys. I'll clean up my form. Let's see what we've got going on here. Still lots of Harleys left. I see a pile of gaunts done in that signature Matt Evans way, where you can tell they were picked up with one hand and let go of just as easily and carelessly as my father let go of my family. No, I'm kidding. But not a lot of nids.
It was my
left.
family.
Yeah, that's true. We are half brothers. I was really glad he picked us.
Yeah, for sure. Me too. No, looking at it here, it looks like Anthony got rid of a lot of the nits, maybe looking at just picking up and cleaning up for the rest of the time. I mean, typical. I mean, when your nickname is violence, the idea of you'll kill the enemy and then you'll score points really kind of fits the narrative.
Yep. Still going back and forth here.
So let's just jump in on here real quick.
Yeah.
Steve Joel was in a TV movie from 2008 called Aftershock, where he plays Alex Smith, who is a news anchor reporting on terrible earthquakes in New Zealand.
Amazing.
He was in the What Now? 2001, he was in the What Now 20th birthday special. What Now for Kiwis, when I was probably a popular New Zealand show. He played himself and also a character called Manly Jack. He was also in a TV series called The Strip, where he was a TV journalist from 2003. That is Steve Joel's acting credits.
Amazing.
And he will now never talk to me, as I've publicized his many works.
But that's okay, because as he pushes you away,
I wish I could.
As he pushes you away, it'll only verify everything that you know deep down inside yourself to be true. And in that, there will be sort of a hardening of or calcification of what is left of your spirit, and that's okay. That's just you'll be that much more of an adult.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, was that?
Well, you know,
I went too dark.
No, that was true. I'm referencing my heart issues that I'm bound to have. But Mitch,
well, you're Scottish. I just took a shot in the dark. It was just going with statistics.
That's real statistically appropriate there, yeah.
The American
Mitch,
telling the Scottish person, "Oh, I'm going to make cholesterol jokes." Oh, I'm sorry. I need a minute.
Eat healthier.
Yeah. Oh man, deep fryer meat, deep fat pressure fryer.
The best one was a deep fried banana. I think it's the greatest thing I've ever had.
I refuse to have anything healthy for me. Honestly, if you did that with some deep fried ice cream, that sounds probably pretty great. Like just doing a whole deep fried sundae, I think that's going to be great.
Cover it in batter, throw it in a fryer, you're all good to go. Gamma Ray Gaming, Mystery Science Theater, 3,000 fans. I'm not a huge fan of that show, but I do tend to look at the movies they watch as I want to add my own bad commentary, as you guys can tell from watching this.
Oh, yeah. No, it's excellent commentary. It's just that our jokes are terrible. Let's be clear. The commentary I feel like we're doing is some grade A nutshelling for the audience here. And you good people, again, charityhammer.com, donate to help those sick children. Otherwise, you're probably a bad person. I mean, I think that's how that would work. If you don't help children and you can, right? Like that's got.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a moral imperative. I will guilt you.
It's gotta be. And hey, actually, just be selfish. Don't even do it for that. Just donate to get into the raffle to win some amazing prizes.
do it.
They joke about having blood ladders, but man, you can even get good units. There's a ton of great units, a bunch of local supporters and sponsors, a bunch of international supporters and sponsors too. All of the prizes are for you for donating just $30 for one entry. And you too could bankrupt Hammerhead Games by buying $1,200 of War Dogs, which is approximately 37.
We also have the chance for you to win a whole 2,000 point army custom painted by Captain WTC America himself, Sean Naden, and a whole litany of other prizes, some supplied by Art of War, all kinds of different things. Like it's just crazy. There's so much stuff. Donate. You don't want to be a bad person. We've already been over this.
What are some cool things? What we have? What are some cool things you guys have given away so far?
We've given away a Kill Team Octarius box, a Bellacore, Mornin Vol, Celestine, Fistin, a bunch of Admech stuff, a bunch of Demon stuff. We've already given away a Baneblade, 2 Knight Moirax from Forge World with Lightning Lock, still doing box. And we've got more and more. We've got a pile of shame. I'm not allowed to tell you what we're going to be doing next anymore because apparently there's a spreadsheet I'm fucking up, and that's on me. So I can just tell you there will be more things, and it's entirely possible that our friend Luna might come out now that we can dial down the lights and they aren't so bright for her. Be adjusting that shortly, so she might come out and make sure that and be our Vanna White for the giveaways. So. Can't beat that.
Yeah. I think the important thing to remember is screw Excel and mess up spreadsheets as much as possible.
You know, I only try to do that in my work life. I live by that philosophy. I just choose violence. I choose encrypt and then generate password, and then I walk away.
And speaking of violence here, Anthony coming back a little bit. Again, Tyranids looking less and less like they have pieces to trade off here. Anthony being very smart with his boats. I'm assuming those aren't rocks at the top, but actually stealth clown boats.
They are. They're green.
So a lot of fast-moving pieces on the table for Anthony to either grab objectives. For some reason, we have 8 objectives on this table. I think some of those are maybe some spore nodes. Or maybe Anthony's just stacking the decks, or all of the objectives are in his deployment zone.
He likes them to know where home is.
That's fair.
And you know where home is for dice? Where the pips are.
Where the pips are. Preferably the one is at the bottom.
You don't tell them where to wear their one. They will wear it wherever they want. They are random number generators, sir. You will not dictate.
Man, can you imagine how terrible?
Come in here assuming numerical privilege. Man.
If you just press the button instead of rolling dice. You're like, oh, it's a number generator. I'm just going to press this button. Oh, it looks like I hit 5 times. I would legitimately just quit life.
It's not the same thing. Our brains need the illusion in between that one degree of separation. We have to have it.
It's one of the reasons I hate the dice apps so much, guys. I know it's not a popular opinion, but man, I hate it. Right now, the Deathwatch are an army-wide tactical doctrine.
Okay, we're gonna swing on over there.
Yep, and the Flyron from that game the Flyron looks like from the vanilla game failed onslaught and dies. So that is a real unfortunate fail.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Matt is running out of gas.
For sure. Sadly, Anthony, all gas, no brakes. And in this economy, can't do that forever. But yeah, so it looks like Fred's all in tactical doctrine now. What's that going to do for him with the current setup?
All in tactical doctrine means that he's gonna have +1 AP. I think he has that unlocks the potential for some extra reroll shenanigans depending on how much CP he has. Yeah, I don't know. I think that right now he's trying to gear up to kill these warriors that are right in front of his bottom objective, and he is now. And then he's gonna have to try and shoot the ones off the bottom right quadrant, and then try and charge into the top right. And if he can make all of those things happen, that's actually really great. He's probably not sitting in a bad place, but if he doesn't make all those things happen, he probably just loses. But I could be wrong.
Oh man, let me chase that. Gamma Ray Gaming, keep on showing up on Monday nights as well, man. You just put me off script every time. But he's saying, oh god, playing Warhammer with the big bobble roller from Sorry, where you just kind of pop it down. That would be the most depressing game.
I'm okay with it
But
as
maybe
long as I
interesting
get to put
stream,
people's
especially
minis
you-
in there.
So, well, you have to mic up the popper, so every time you roll a dice, chat just gets just flinches
Blasted.
every time. I'm all for that. Is this an updated score for this table here with the 2018? Because this is an exceptionally close game.
It looks really tight. Like I said, if this turn goes, this is the pivotal turn. Fred needs these things to go his way. Let's see if the saves do or don't. A lot of what Fred is able to do is just chunking through, but it's if he has enough. If he doesn't, he's gonna have to charge in, and the hammer has to pick them up. Has to. And I can see there's a hammer in there, but if it doesn't and things go poorly, then that's a swing that probably guarantees Steve the game.
Yeah, absolutely here. And it looks like Steve is putting his eggs in that basket there. Fred needs a lot of stuff to go his way. When for the last hour and a half, dice have just legitimately bent Fred over a table.
I mean, and the Tyranids doing the same thing with the other end of him wasn't nice. Like, I didn't know you could bend someone 2 ways like that.
The dice are Eiffel Towering Fred, I believe is the expression that I want to put out there in the world.
Ah, yes, the good old Eiffel Tower. But were the lights on in the Eiffel Tower? That's the real question.
The Dicel Tower, that is when you roll poorly and your opponent rolls great. We're just going to invent terms for the next hour here.
Oh man, that I could have gone somewhere entirely different with it. I'm really glad you saved it. We probably are still on Twitch.
So far, fingers crossed.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we have one more hour until the. What was that?
I was Gamma Ray Gaming coming in with Hand of Manos being a great movie, and Torgo is good as well. They're okay. Those are solid okays.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you were saying it. You were hyping up.
I was hyping up giveaways in an hour. Donate, people. Get on that spreadsheet. I can't give you stuff if you aren't on there. You can't be person who helps the children until you're on there. Like, there are other benefits than just raffle tickets. A smug sense of superiority over your coworkers, because you can be like, oh, I was helping participate in a charity event, even though you just sat on your butt and laughed at our terrible jokes. Like, that's another benefit. You can also,
I guarantee you this time. I was going to say, if you go to the Las Vegas Open, completely sold out now, by the way. It's going to be one of the hugest Warhammer events ever. If you donate to Charity Hammer, I will give you one crisp high five with what Mitch has described as my overly muscular hand that I now have to work out 8 hours
you guys really, let's be clear. If you are going to go for that high five, like, make sure you keep your fingers together. He will break one right off. I have seen him do it. I thought that guy's finger had to have been frozen the way it snapped off. There wasn't even blood. I don't know how it happened. It was impressive. Like he was.
That's how I go 2 and 3 here. I'm not 0 and 5.
Yeah. He was talking about dice rollers earlier, and I've seen him just take someone's phone and then just crush it between his bicep.
Dude, dice rollers make me so angry. You have no idea. You have no idea. I've argued with someone at the table, be like, you're not playing the game. And he's like, well, I'll clock out if I don't use this. And I'm like, then choose a different army or be better with dice. Good Lord, it's skills, people.
Tell us how you really feel. Oh, we just saw the handshake on the other game. Anthony getting 69. Nice. To Matt's 30.
Nice.
And there now we're just
again,
seeing the nice
Violence Vanilla. I was going to say, Violence Vanilla living up to his name of just destroying the entire army and then choosing to score points because he wants to.
Yeah, he
not
doesn't
because
need
the
to.
game makes him.
Yeah. He doesn't do it because the rules say he has to. He does it because he likes to. We're going to swap back on over to our final game here.
Nice. I mean, win by 69 points. Like, Anthony, thank you. You can't write better jokes than this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we can't, certainly. Like, definitely.
No, for sure.
Yeah. No, we don't have the
Definitely
budget.
no.
Or the talent. Or sense of humor. Or material, life experience, insight, ability to relate to human beings. Sorry, what were we talking about?
Perfect. Oh, what you heard there was taking a screenshot of the 69. Oh, I missed it. Well, I took a screenshot of the 2018 Fred score. That's okay. We'll go back because luckily all of this awesome content is being created for free for you guys to encourage you to donate to Charity Hammer.
It's there
It's
now.
going to be available on demand. Links are going to be up at charityhammer.com. It's there now. So much content. 4 days worth of games with some of the top players in America. And some of Canada, good old Canadian bronze, Alex McDougall there as well. Just really donating the time to play some amazing games at 40K. Guys, this is all Nephilim stuff now. This is all new. We're in uncharted territory.
All new points.
Oh,
Everyone.
brother,
Oh, you think I wasn't here?
No, it's like, brother, thank you for putting the Anthony screen back up so I can take that screenshot. That's real friendship right there.
Real friends help other friends lame jokes. That's the way it goes. Like baby birds, we help push them out of the nest and watch them fall to their death. But we can bomb together, bud. We can bomb together. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab a water because I'm starting to cough. My throat is drying out from all this talk.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So, we're just going to hang out here on the Deathwatch game. Deathwatch, again, going up against Steve's Tyranids. It's a super close game so far. What it's coming down to, Fred is having a heck of a time with dice. He tried shock tactics on the top left objective, but Steve said, no, you're going to roll a bunch of ones, and I'm going to wipe most of your unit. Fred, though, super smart Deathwatch player, moved off of a couple of objectives so he could retake them for those points, which is why we're seeing a pretty good secondary score so far here. We're also seeing him move up on the top objective, trying to take down some of those banners that were put up so it stops Steve's passive scoring. Again, just two really great players from the Pacific Northwest being on a great game right now. Looks like Fred has transferred his ones over to Steve, losing that last model on that objective. So that in the next command phase is going to flip that banner away. And not much assets left on either side, but definitely enough to score here for Fred's round 3. Doing some major work in close combat to get rid of some of these Tyranids here. You gotta love some animated shaking and pointing, though, so I appreciate Fred for doing that, really getting into this game. And guys, why am I here rambling to myself about a Deathwatch army for now versus Steve's Tyranids army list? Because of Child's Play. That's why everyone's here. That's why Colin's opened up his home to all of these players from across America that's come and create these games 24 hours a day for 4 days, nonstop. There's streams going all weekend. Check it out. For every $30 you donate to Child's Play, you're going to get one entry into a raffle. We're going to be doing a drawing at midnight, which is it midnight? You're all over the world. In about an hour's time, it's going to be another drawing. Get your names in through donating $30 to Child's Play. If you go to charityhammer.com, all of the links are there. There's some amazing prizes. Did you want $1,200 for a random army? You can win that. It's the top price here for Charity Hammer, provided by our sponsors at Hammerhead Games. Also, you want Sean Naden, an amazing painter, as well as captain of Team America, to custom paint a 2,000-point army for you. He'll do it if you win that prize. Also, are you insane and want Bloodladders or Bellicor? They'll probably be good in a few months again. Those prizes and more, provided by some amazing sponsors. All you have to do, go to charityhammer.com and donate $30. You get one entry. Donate 60, you get two. Guys, there's no limit on this. If you want to cheat, donate $30,000. And then you get a whole ton of entries. I'm not good at math, so I'll let you do the rest here. But what we're seeing here is Fred kind of not panic, which I think is a super good lesson to learn. Steve took a ton of his assets away. A lot of bad dice for Fred over here, but he's not panicking. He's moving up. He's sticking to his game plan. And he's staying in this game. It's going to be really interesting to see where the score lands at the end of this turn. And guys in chat, go ahead, answer any question or ask any questions you want. We're going to be open books here. If you want to ask about Steve Jules' movie career, I'm here to talk about it. I'm for it. Want to talk about bad movies? I'm here. I'm for it. Want to talk about Fred's cool, calm composure as he slowly removes banners, which I'm assuming are covered in goo from objectives? I'm for it. Aesthetic Deluxe coming in with a question here. What night haven't been eliminated?
I have
I'm
returned.
going to assume, speaking about the hardest GT here, Aesthetics Deluxe is that's what night haven't been eliminated. Michael Tempe advanced after a very effective game against Orks with his man. Where were we at with the name of that there, Mitch? I forgot where we're at with the name of that list.
Oh, that would be the 28 days later. Bullet for My Valentine. Pound the Paws Downtown. Excelsior 69 night list.
It's 13 War Dogs. It was brutal, and he chose some great secondaries.
That was perfect. No notes.
Chose some great secondaries. No notes, yeah. And so he advanced against Chuck's Orks. Unfortunately, it turns out taking a bunch of Psychers against Knights, not a great idea, especially if they're characters. They scored very well very early in that game. It was a pretty early finish there. We also saw Anthony Vanilla advance as his Harlequins defeated a really rough-looking Tyranid army. But, sometimes Hive Tyrants be failing things. And the Hive Tyrant failed things, and the army kind of collapsed after that. Here, we're seeing a much closer game between Fred Foreman and Steve Trimble. Steve with the Leviathan Tyranids here.
And a Hive Tyrant that does not fail things.
That a Hive Tyrant does not fail things. Suffering as alternate players do with having their models not be able to stand up. But we were talking while you were away, Mitch, to use an old wrestling term, but intestinal fortitude of Fred. Fred has lost the majority of his army, but is still making some really great plays and scoring as many points as possible as he can. Talk me through, Mitch, kind of the importance of not being bothered, as it were, by large early losses.
So I think that there's a really important, I think what you're kind of referring to is what I like to call like scrappiness, right? It's not the size of the fight and the size of the dog of the fight, whatever the saying is. Don't fight dogs. It's a terrible saying, but still, the point is, sometimes you go into a matchup where you are fighting an uphill battle, but the fact of the matter is you still have to play that game, so you might as well get as many points out of it. And it's just a human psychological fact that if you are looking for opportunity, you are going to see more opportunity. That's just how human brains work. So by always focusing on, okay, how do I get what I can out of what I have? How do I make the most out of what I have? That keeps you looking for those opportunities, and it helps you find ways to win. That's how you see some of these exceptional players who've been playing for a really long time, like Fred, be able to have comebacks in ways that maybe a less veteran player is going to struggle with. He's played horde armies, elite armies, knights, everything in between. He understands that he can win with just a few models left if that's what it takes. He can win with no models left if he plays his cards right. And that's what he's doing. He's playing it as hard and as tight as he can. Steve doing the exact same thing here. Let's be clear. There is very little left for Steve, and he is trying to get everything he can out of this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Brian Aragon asked it over on our Frontline Gaming stream here. Of course, we want to thank Frontline Gaming and Art of War, as well as Best in Tabletop for streaming all of these games. Is there a way to see the standings in the pods? Where are we at with that, Mitch?
I don't know if there is a way to see the standings in the pods. That sounds like a great question that I would love to answer. I'm going to answer it like the salesman and Family Guy. What a great looking question. No, I will see what I can find out. I will wander around to see who is still awake. But there will be none of the pods are happening at night.
And I think the thing's important is are these are.
We lost you there, John. You cut out.
Oh, sorry.
What was that?
No, you're all good. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay.
You got this.
Okay, so no, the pods are not going to be going on tonight. So tonight is going to be a lot of different, just fun matches, grudge matches, all kinds of different stuff going on. But that is all going to be kicking back up tomorrow. I think starting at around 9. It might be 6. I think it's not. So you'll be able to come back in the morning and catch all those great games.
Yep. Or 9 a.m. What Mitch is saying refers to Pacific time, which would be about 1 p.m. Eastern, and then probably dinner time in the UK, probably
noon Eastern.
Monday morning in New Zealand
Eastern.
or Australia. Yeah, noon Eastern. Noon Eastern. Thank you. Time zones, man. How do they even work? I have my own.
I mean, you're in Alaska, so
Eastern,
it's different.
Dinner time Britain. That's true. But yeah, a lot of great games tomorrow. Some of these pods are producing amazing matchups. And tomorrow is going to be some of the most amazing games you're going to see as the winners of the pods are going to advance and just beat each other down.
Sorry, I was just catching up on when Danny will be commenting. So he's changing up his slots. You know, sometimes those Grim After Dark guys, and I know, John, you know this, but man, they just grind my gears.
Just assholes. Just changing slots at a moment's notice.
Just sandpaper in your butt crack, just those guys. I feel like they're so smug, and they just think they got their jokes, and they just don't. They just don't.
Bro, our smugness is 80% of our appeal. That's all I'm gonna say.
80% of your exports.
Yeah, it's just smugness.
No,
20% is. I say 20% is Danny winning things because I certainly don't.
Well, no. 10% is Danny winning things. 10% is Danny's chuckle.
Yes. Yeah, God. You got to remember that chuckle.
That chuckle is a cast member. I heard it got its own dressing room, and it's bigger than yours, which I feel like has had to have been some sort of dominance move on Danny's part. Law school's changed him.
You got pretty used to it, but my favorite part of Grim After Dark, our show on Monday night on the Front Line Network, is I do a crap load of work for that. The writing, the condensing everything all together. Whenever we go to events, it's always people go up to Danny and be like, "Hey man, I really enjoy that show you're on. Thank you." And then walk away, and I'm just over here.
Yep.
My 6'8", 400 pounds of muscle.
You're really intimidating, if I'm being honest, John. You're just over there cracking walnuts and dice apps alternatively, and eating the dice apps as you crack the walnuts.
If people would stop taking nuts, then I would stop cracking them. But you've now invited
what else are we you're not going to be able to do your special trick. I know how much you get out of that. I know how much you like just putting it in there. Yes, there was that one time that it shot out. You were sweaty. I get it. Sweat. Sure, that's what that was. But
brother, what are we even talking about now? What are we
still cracking walnuts?
Oh man, let's see. What do we see here? Looks like Fred has back to the game. By the way, those containers are the third player because they keep beating people. But Fred looks like he has a chaplain bike in the top. Is that a chaplain bike? I thought I saw those X's over there.
Very possibly.
Over the front of the. Very possibly, and that looks like it.
Yeah. No. The bottom objective, he has one guy left, surrounded by warriors. And then it looks like there might be a couple guys on the top, between the top two objectives in the center.
Yeah, but again, going for that testicular fortitude of Fred, of just maximizing as much points as he can here.
Oh man, yeah, he is scrapping out every bit. But this is where he's the thing is when you play out these games to the bitter end like this, you pick up tricks that you apply earlier in the game in other games. But that trick is something you wouldn't have uncovered unless you were playing every little scrap of what you had in front of you. Like it's the thing of like
Yeah,
until you go down in the crawl space to see what's there and you do the dirt, like you do the work, you have no idea if that's a raccoon or a hobo living under there. You just don't know.
yeah. I think the important thing to notice here is Steve, his score is pretty set as his friend, apart from no prisoners. He's going to make a huge swing for both of them, I feel. Because even though the Tyranids are up in models right now, Fred has removed a heck of a lot of those little bugs.
Yep. Yeah, it's I definitely want to see where I don't feel like no prisoners has been accounted for in Fred's secondary. So
Mm-hmm.
that could be just but also there's no prisoners on the other side, so that's probably gonna push, if we're being honest.
Mm-hmm. Because there's less Marines, but more wounds.
Yep. But we shall see.
Mm-hmm. But a great game by both again. And again, just what Mitch was saying, like about learning and defeat. Keep playing the game to the end. I know always the opinion is to just if you know you're going to lose, just kind of accept it. You guys, the game means that you get a zero, and you don't want to do that. And also, you learn so much by learning how to scrap for whatever points you can. It makes you a full game threat rather than a half game zero.
Absolutely. I think that the losing is learning is one of the most important things that you can really take to heart. And what I encourage people to do is play high model counter armies to begin with, because you're going to lose a lot of models no matter what, but you're not going to feel like you've lost the tools to play. And as you get more experienced and have more finesse and depth of kind of skill, you will be able to operate those elite armies in a way where they are able to survive long enough to do the things they want to do. But you have to work your way there. That's my philosophy on it.
Yeah, for sure. Like playing for me for the longest time, I've played Death Guard with Poxwalker spam or like 180 demons, and kind of playing those games where you're losing 20, 30 models a turn. You really got desensitized to it, and it kind of helps you play your game better because each loss isn't affecting you. Going from like say like a Custodes army where you lose three guys, like oh that's a half my army. It can kind of break your brain. So kind of playing hordes is a great thing to do to really strengthen yourself against the bad brains.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like I think they're tallying up. I'm guessing they're to the last, right? Or they're not to the last. No prisoners right now. I'm gonna go grab
Yep.
our stream host, Chuck, so he'll be available to keep covering things after this game wraps up until we get to midnight for the next set of streams. So I'll be right back. John will
Yeah.
tell you about the amazing charity and his abs.
Well, first let's talk about Child's Play. What does Child's Play do? It helps sick kids in hospital keep themselves entertained at some of the hardest points of their lives. Guys, I've seen my YouTube analytics. I know most of you are between 35 and 44. When you are sick, it is miserable to be by yourself, especially in these times where hospital guests are limited. Um, what Child's Play does is it provides entertainment for those kids. It gives them video games, consoles, people to help set them up so we're not expecting some, poor nurse with 37 patients in a half hour to do it and kind of really make that time as enjoyable as possible. With your donation, 100% of it goes to Child's Play. This is something that Colin Sherman from the Best in Tabletop Network is putting on at his place, on his dollar. Everyone you're seeing here, player-wise, has paid their own way to get here to support this cause. And you can support it too by going to charityhammer.com and donating $30. And with every $30 donation, You got one raffle ticket. And what does a raffle ticket get you? So much stuff. Guys, I talked about horde armies. Why don't you just win a bunch of bloodletters? That's in the prize pool. There's a Bellator. There's probably a demon book coming this year. He'll probably be good again soon. You can get ahead of the curve. Pre-bandwagon Disciples of Bellator again. The big prizes coming at the end of the weekend here. You could be entered for a chance to win $1,200 store credit at Hammerhead Games. And guys, you all play Warhammer. $1,200 is an entire new army. It's a great thing, and we want to thank our friends at Hammerhead Games for making that available. Who better to paint an army than the captain of Team USA, Sean Naden, American Jesus himself. He will commission paint a 2,000 point army for you. And if you have seen commission prices, a lot of them are reasonable, but for 2,000 point army, that's a heck of a lot of money you're saving to have a beautiful army commission painted by Sean Nathan, which in itself is a boastful point. So go to charityhammer.com. You can find the full schedule there. You can learn how to donate. We want to thank everyone who has donated and everyone who continues to donate and support this every year to make this just the most fun event we possibly can for 40K. As we see now, back on stream, we're finishing up this game, it looks like, but we have a tied 30-30 score. Steve ahead on primary, but behind on secondary so far. Fred ahead on secondary, behind on primary. No prisoners is going to be such a swing in this game, but it looks like both of them are playing their hardest to make sure they maximize those points, so we're not relying on one secondary here. Steve, to the point of just destroying the terrain. He just wants to punch it out of the way. That's how much they care about these games. And Tepek, welcome along, bud. Nice to see you. Have some great comments here. Never go into the crawl space. I'm assuming that is something Mitch said that I just blanked out. But it's also for someone who just finished the horror fiction class. Just good advice in general. And then Amish Stig on the Deathwatch Twitch channel letting us know. Yeah, absolutely. As long as it's not genuinely over, fight the uphill battle and hope our Jesus has a sense of humor. Absolutely. Again, you never lost. You just have more to learn. And man, do I learn a lot. We're flipping through some pages here. We're looking at the mission. We're playing Tide of Conviction as the mission. This gets unique because this is one of the ones where you hold 2, hold 3, or hold more. So it really limits the primary, and I think we're seeing that here, where Fred has done a really good job of countering Steve's ability to hold objectives. You only receive a Battle Force CP at the start of the command phase if you control the objective marker in your deployment zone, so that's where we saw a lot of holding there. And then for the progressive endgame objective, at the end of each player's first, second, third, and fourth turn, the player whose turn it is scores 2 victory points if they control at least one objective marker in their opponent's territory. So again, I think that speaks a lot to sort of the aggressive player Fred and really shock tactics and banners, forcing him out there. It's going to be a really close game. It's going to be exciting to see where it goes. Appreciate all this aggressive pointing from Steve, pointing out what he has. Guys, if you want to make a narrative, I don't have player mics, so maybe Steve's yelling. Maybe he's writing a note about how much he hates Fred based on his measurement and movement. This is a very aggressive model movement for Steve. Like, honestly, I want to know what's going on here. We're just rolling dice and throwing stuff around. Guys, you have like 38 minutes left. This isn't down to the wire. Something we're noticing from this Nephilim book is these games are ending quickly. And I think some of that comes from the fact that these guys are trying out new lists. These games are played with Nephilim rules, new points, and the new balance data slate. So these are some of the best players in the world. GT winners at the very minimum, creating new lists to try to maximize these secondaries that we have here. And I think, as I said, we're getting pretty close to the end here. Steve moving up, so he holds a lot of the objectives. Fred kind of falling back onto the objective here, but it's very, very close at this point. The no prisoners going to come down to it, looking at the kills and thinking Steve has a few more points for no prisoners. It's really going to be guaranteeing those primary points, which is what Steve did this turn. It was hold as many objectives as he possibly could. I think this book looking up for the mission is seeing what the progressive objective is for this mission. Hopefully get an update here about where we're sitting score-wise. Our chat's coming in. Looks like for his last turn, or the last turn here, we went Space Wolves again, Army-wide Assault Doctrine.
I have returned.
You have returned. What information do you bring?
Do we have a tie?
So far 30-30. We're still, I believe, waiting for those no prisoner points.
Oh, they got to count
which is going to yeah. And then also Steve aggressively just moving miles away. But I think looking at it, Steve is holding a lot more of the objectives. So I think that primary swing might get him next turn, depending on what we're doing here. Fred looks like he's sadly putting models away. I can't look at his face, so I don't know.
Yep.
But just looks like this is game, just kind of waiting for that final score to come in.
Yep, it looks like they're working on it right now.
And then, Fred, buddy, watch your screen on stream. That's how memes start.
Oh, man. I haven't thought about that in a long time. Oh, I haven't heard that name in a long time. I won't say the name because that's not what we're about here.
Yeah. Hello there.
Oh, we got a final score here. 72-38.
Jesus.
So
please update your score more.
Yeah. We thought this was a tight game, guys. It was not.
No, it was not.
Fred had a couple whiffs and was never able to climb back out of it, I think. And we just see again, it's the averages and spikes versus going back or like reverting to the mean. It's like it's just the meat wall continues.
Yeah, absolutely. So Steve advances, looks like here.
Absolutely.
From what was not a close game at all. Really utilizing his flyer and really well, utilizing his warrior movement. Fred, real unlucky with a couple of assault phases, but again, in dice games, you have to minimize the need for dice, which is a weird thing. Steve did a great job of that. Fred saw what happened when you rely on heavy thunder hammers.
Yeah, they can just bite you. Okay, well, our MC went to bed a little early because he's tired, I'm guessing. So, John, do you want to just chat with me for the next half hour?
Heck yeah, bud. Let's do it. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I think that we're effectively just going to be doing our own little podcast for the next half hour. So why don't we let the chat pick the topic for that podcast?
Yeah, guys, what do you want to know?
Donate
within the realm of
within 40K.
Within the realm of stuff we can actually talk about. Because bear in mind,
okay, so not 40K.
Oh, so yeah, we got never going to CrossFit. Good morning, good game. It was a great game. Like I said, just really well played by Steve. Just kind of utilizes all his pieces really well. Guys, can't say this enough. Try and make armies that don't need dice, which is a weird thing to say.
But it's not wrong.
It's not wrong. Let's pull up here.
I think a great example of that is the John Lennon game, or not John Lennon. We're getting tired. The Sean Naden game where the Orks were completely able to stuff Noah up in that corner. There were very little dice required for that.
Brother, let me talk to you about a recent balance data play that happened here.
Oh man!
As someone who loves Imperial Guard,
I do.
Armor of Contempt.
Yeah.
Guard keep getting buffs and keep getting buffs.
The buffs will continue until morale improves. Yeah.
Yeah, or the win rate goes above 30.
Uh,
But what's your take on this? Armor of Contempt on, were you expecting to wake up on a Wednesday or Thursday morning to be like, well, I guess a Baneblade has a 2-up save now?
I mean, I that would have been great if it was the problem, but it's not the problem. Problem is that that guard can't exist long enough to hold objectives, which just doesn't really fix. I mean, it makes some really like there are a bunch of meme lists I want to do with 4 tank commanders now, where I'm just like, hey, guess what? There's 30 wolfing in front. You're never touching me. Ha ha. There's a bunch of stuff like that, but the problem I feel like is the tanks are now a bit better. Cool, our tank commanders were already the best thing we had. The super heavies can't hide, and they're still in a world where they can just be shot off the table pretty much on a whim for a lot of armies. So I actually could see the with the buffs that other armies received, I think the guard win rate goes down further. I think it goes down further.
So from like this week, this has been like a huge week for competitive 40K.
Sure.
Nephilim launches tomorrow. Points are completely updated, pretty much across the board. Who are the big winners coming out of this week that you kind of didn't see coming before?
I think everyone is like blown away by what Necrons are right now. And we're all I think we all think we're going to be okay with what they're going to be, and we're like, oh, they haven't been good in a while, and then we're about to experience what Core King which is what it's going to be called. It's going to be the Core King list.
Yeah.
Instead of the Arking lot, it'll be the Core King lot. But it's where we're gonna see what it is, and I think it might be a little too much. But that's the great thing is like if it's too much for a quarter of a year, and then they ease off the gas on them a little bit, that's fine. Like I like the hope cycle being 3 months. I actually think it should be every 4 months we get a balance change. I think we're going a little too fast up with some of our slower hobbying people and that want to play competitively, and then people who maybe take a little longer to learn and absorb rules. I feel like every 3 months is a bit fast. It feels like Armor of Contempt just happened and now new factions are getting it.
And that was what was crazy to me was when they announced, like, here are the points. Tomorrow there's a balance to this slate. And I was like, wasn't there just a balance to this slate?
Yeah.
That kind of just came out. And I remember when it first came out, that every 3 months there'll be an update. There was like joy. We're like, hey, you're taking care of it. That's great. But yeah, I think I'm on the Team Mitch here. Every 3 months is too soon. I think it should be wrapped up in the season model. So the Nephilim season should have a balance update. And then the whatever season should have a balance update, and it should all be tied into the same 6 month cycle of like, this is what you're getting for 6 months. What? And yeah, we're gonna get some stuff like, sorry, on you go there.
Oh no, you're good.
I was gonna say we're gonna get some stuff like the parking law, the corking law, which if you guys don't know, they just were like, it seems to be they threw a dartboard at how to improve Necrons, and it landed on give all vehicles core. If you guys don't know, the Silent King is a vehicle. So now with the Technomancer can resurrect the Menhirs, which means you have to destroy 2 Menhirs and do at least a little bit of damage to the Silent King to stop him just constantly resurrecting ablative wounds. Mitch, so you were saying.
Oh, I was gonna pitch more names for the Silent King. That's really
love it. Yeah.
Nat King Core,
Good.
Old King Core. Let's see. Oops All Core, I still think is great because it's just like,
Oops All Core is legitimately like, yeah, that is the Necron.
That's the codex now.
Guys, and the Silent King, he got cheaper. He's now a flat 400 points. So you have this almost unkillable unit unless you devote your entire army towards getting him down. And when you do that, there's still 1,600 points of other Necron crap out there that's going to run down there. I think those guys are going to be very powerful.
I absolutely agree. Let's see. Winners and losers. Let's see. Who do you think lost that shouldn't have? Who got unnecessarily punished? Because we like Tyranids and Eldar like deserve it. They know what they did.
Sure. It's the old whipping boy, guys. It's the meme. Chaos players always complain. Chaos demons kind of got very left behind in a way that makes me think their book is going to come really soon.
Or they're just
Because
perfectly balanced. No notes.
no notes. It's absolutely perfect. We can pull Paul Winters on to ask what he thinks about perfectly balanced chaos demons.
He might explode.
You might expect somewhere his ears have perked up and being like, wait, someone's defending this shit? But no, outside of the Forge World characters, 0 points drops, no adjustments whatsoever. With the new Nephilim changes to CP, Exalted Demons are in a worse place. I would have at least expected a change or balance update to change the Exalting to a points cost rather than a CP. Because, man, that's a CP hungry army in a war zone that does not want you to have CP.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, I think demons is like, all joking aside, I think that's a super fair criticism. Why? Like, even if it's coming out soon, cool. Just it's a PDF. Make them good for 2 weeks. I don't care how long it is. Just like the intern is working. Like, have him just bash out some demon numbers that are made, like, literally just make it a random number generator, and be like, hey, the warp got weird for the first 2 weeks before the demon codex. Like, bloodthirsters are a point, but you can only take 3 of them.
Brother, the demon, I believe the rules writer for demons, actually, his roommate plays demons, and he cannot beat him. And that's the punishment that's being suffered because of that.
It's just like, yeah, he's just like, no, not until you apologize for what you did to me. Like, no, I'm not releasing the book. It's not coming out. No, you say sorry. That was not okay. What happened in 3.5 was not okay.
But there is starting to be rumblings through the grapevine about a demon book coming, and a lot of cool things. So hopefully this is a temporary phase. Also, I don't think these changes did Space Marines any favors. We're seeing kind of again a lot of other buffs and things. There's huge buffs for their points. All of their flyers, flying ladies got cheaper. Their secondaries got a huge boost now that you can take more than one. But Space Marines kind of stay around about the same, and that kind of makes me think again that there's a new book coming from them from how little they were touched for the flagship army.
I think Space Marines are have been stealth buffed just because there are so many faction secondary combos available to you. That I think that we don't even know yet what's going to be really good there. That's just my initial read. I don't think that they got directly buffed in any way other than Sangard, which is just amazing. Why not? I guess let's just send more of them out into the world. Why not?
Don't clip their wings.
You want to know who got indirectly debuffed into the ground is AdMech, because man, you do not want to have to take a bunch of their facts.
AdMech still paying for the crimes of being good for 2 months a few years ago.
Yeah.
Mitch, take us through where we are in the meta right now. I know it's near and dear to your heart.
AdMech. So the good news is actually they did have some units lose points. Like the both types of the Electro Priests got cheaper, and I think Ruststalkers went down a point for some reason. So technically, like, if you want to run the Oops All Mortals or the some of the other like stuff that you can combo into other armies, there's still play, and obviously Richard Siegler can win with them, but that's, we are not Richard Siegler, so we what we're talking about is they do not have good games into a lot of what's prevalent right now. They can bolster that by adding knights, but in general, they're just too inefficient at what they do now to really be in the mix as much.
Yeah, for sure. Let's kind of move aside a little bit here. Your thoughts on ITC rankings? ITC, obviously, international tournament community. It has never been more so than right now, where the majority of the top 5 players in the world are all based out of the UK. Why do you think that is?
Oh man, that's always the case early in the ITC season, first of all, because they have far more events earlier on. So they tend to accumulate scores earlier. I would say so that tends to be a phenomenon you'll see is that the Americans will catch up in the latter half of the of the season. So we'll start to see that happen over the summer here. But I would also say that there has been a lot of shifts in what's good and how things line up, and we can attribute a lot of things to all of that. But I really think that there's one fundamental reason. UK is a lot smaller, and it's a lot cheaper to get around there right now because gas is expensive and travel is expensive. And if you want to be a competitive 40K player in America right now, that is not a cheap proposition if you want to travel for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say as well, the formation of Warhammer tournaments from the UK as well has really kind of, I think, helped giving them the events they need.
Yes.
We've gone to a time where, like, it was America was surprised when all of a sudden some UK people showed up with the London UTs and everything. But now we have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 different events at GT level this year, attended by some of the best players.
Yeah.
So that has definitely helped their expanded scene. Talking about some of those UK players, Manny Chima, amazing player, known for spam 40K, what you could call it, finding a couple of really good units and kind of pushing them to the max. Do you think that's generally good for the health of the game, of just kind of finding these 1 or 2 combos that you can just infinitely abuse?
I think that there is an important role in the game. So here's the thing: if the play testers don't catch it, you have to stress test it, right? Like there's always a question, and here's the thing: that's nothing to even necessarily do with the play testers. They may or may not be involved in points changes or all these different changes that are happening now. So. So when things change, you have to be like, okay, well, what happens now when I run X number of things? Like now with Armor of Contempt, well, you know, how good are my guard vehicles? Oh no, it still doesn't matter. But for Scions, it could.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
Right. So it's this sort of thing of like, how does that kind of stack up? And that tends to be how. My brain just completely decided just to lose the other half of my point, so never mind. We're getting late into the night, guys.
Super late in there.
Yeah.
That's it. Day 2. I'm surrounded. I don't know if you guys can see this here, but by little Discord symbols of different streams. We saw some really great plays between either Fred and Steve, or we had Anthony playing against Tyranids. A lot of Tyranids again here. What were some of the highlights you think of the past couple of hours?
I think watching Naden just completely shut down a Knight's army with Orks was about as informative as a game can be, for sure. That was a great, like, just overall game. I thought watching the war dogs just eviscerate Orks at the same, like, basically like at the same time. So like we saw Knights get beat by Orks and Knights stuff Orks, and it really shows like what you're building and how you're doing things can really change how, you know, the outcomes. It's not just like, oh well, you're playing this army and I'm playing this army, so you're clearly going to win. There is a lot of more variety into what's going on here than that. I also thought that it was a real watching the Fred versus Steve game where we watched the volume of dice just failed to be able to iron out the wall of average meat. That was also another great example of just building a list for that consistent durability, something that Death Guard players should probably take a note from.
Yeah, absolutely. And again,
maybe they should get a feel no pain. You think that they'd like that? That'd be good.
Man, so a lot of people were saying Death Guard, the points update, something I missed over in my first glance of them. Plague Marines, real viable right now. On what I can only assume is a misprint. Right now, Plague Marines still 21 points, which seems very expensive for what they do. But all weapon options are free, which for a 5-man squad of Plague Marines is ridiculous. Mitch, do you think that was intentional to be able to load out the squads that way?
Yes, it definitely was. They've been doing a lot of this lately. just all over the place. We're seeing this. We obviously with the Chaos books, saw this with Guard Squads. Just a reduction in the complexity of upgrades. I like this as a TO, as it makes it much easier to tally up people's lists, and it makes it much easier for my players to be able to absorb each other's lists. That's all great. It creates sort of this situation of where people will like throw the kitchen sink in though, and they're like, well, I've got all of these things, and it's like, but you have no strategy for how to use any of them. And it can kind of, I think, create a trap for people to get, you're trying to please too many profiles, right? You're like, oh, I've got all these flamers that need to do this thing, but these things need to be here, but the flails would be great over here. And it's like, okay, well, you're going to have to pick a lane, and and so maybe it's important to be like, okay, I have all of these tools. What is the role that what are the 2 things I'm going to exploit this turn?
Mm-hmm. And I will say, like, the want to just kind of open the candy shop and take all of the upgrades kind of really steals away from the fact that on Plague Marines, bolters are really good. So even though, yes, you can uber spec your unit to be like raiding the tactical lounge, what you want to do is probably still have some of those. There's some great bolter strats in there that turn them into plague weapons, which combine really well with some of the new secondaries. So yeah, be that kid in the candy shop, but have a little restraint.
Yeah, have a plan, like have an exit strategy for the candy shop, I guess.
Yeah, it's something Daddy would always ask me where I'd share lists or meme lists that I would get excited about. He'd be like, "Oh, that's cool. How does it win?" And if you can't answer that, then you kind of have to go back to the start there.
I like to imagine you like running up to Danny, like really excited, looking up at him for some reason, even though you're taller than him, and just being like, Danny, I wrote this new list, and him like leaning down and picking it up and be like, oh, what do you have here, John? And looking at it and being like, oh, but how does it win? And then you just being crestfallen and like taking it and walking with it, dragging in the mud back, just all the way back to your little list crafting shack that you have. There's a whole narrative going on here.
The absolute worst part was during COVID. Danny was like my bubble opponent, so like he was really the only person I played, and I got really excited for some jank I thought I figured out for Gallerpox. I was on the Gallerpox jank for a while.
I do remember that.
And so I had that. I deployed all my stuff. Danny's army was 12 lightning lock Morax.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time I could deep strike my stuff in, everything else was dead. So, and I had painted everything. Everything looked great. And he was like, "Wait, you still put it down." I'm like, "Well, it's just going to die. I'm not going to score any points." So, no, I'm not going to. Luis in Spain is asking, did we use the new balance updates in these games? Yes. Every game you will see on all of the streams for Charity Hammer from to now onwards is all going to use new points, new balance, new missions. It's a new Warhammer season. And I can't even do a pun with Nephilim. We're Nephiloving it, I guess. But yeah, it was all new points, all new secondaries, which was on display for one of the games where they chose nothing but faction secondaries for the memes.
Absolutely. Don't let your memes be dreams, people. Let your memes be consequences you regret later.
Yeah, like multiple war dogs.
I mean, that's only a problem after they're nerfed, John, afterwards. And at that point, do you really think there's going to be a bunch of people with 13 war dogs that they're going to be selling off at the same time because they just got nerfed? I doubt it. Very unlikely. There's no way that would, like, what would even cause all those people to sell them at the same time? Like, how would they coordinate that?
I don't think that list gets nerfed, though, because there are some real hard counters that really, like, give it a bad day.
Probably not for a while, yeah.
What is it you guys say? It's a good 4-1 list.
It is a great
in the
gatekeeper.
right hands. And yeah, it's like if you can't deal with hundreds of toughness 7 wounds, you're going to have a bad day. But, you know, most people will be able to soon. They just got to catch them out before they figure it out. So, Mitch, what is Charity Hammer? Always a fun time. What's your highlight of the past few days?
That's got to be when I was interviewing Josh Shoots, and he was just super sweet dude, sharing. He's come out here. They have their own charity event that they do every year in memory of his brother who passed unfortunately from cerebral palsy, and so they raise money for his favorite school, his brother's favorite school, and it was just such a heartwarming thing, and to hear that Charity Hammer had led to kind of like such like the next generation doing the same kind of thing. I was like, man, you can't do this on stream. I'm gonna cry. Like, not okay. Like, I'm supposed to be like a judge or something. This is not. Don't do that. No, it was amazing and just so nice and wonderful. That was definitely the highlight for me.
Yeah, and guys, as we were talking about here, everyone's here for a reason. Charity Hammer is hundreds of hours of content over multiple streams, whole bunch of games going on between some of the best players in the world, and all the proceeds are going to Child's Play. Child's Play is a game industry charity dedicated to improving the lives of children and teens in children's hospitals around the world. Currently has a network of over 180 children's hospitals worldwide, as well as nearly 200 domestic violence shelters across the United States. So they help a whole lot of people. Started by those guys who do Penny Arcade, the great 3-panel comics we read. And you know, everyone who's here is doing it for free. They're on their own dime, taking time off of work, just making sure that they can play the most entertaining games they can. We thank them for the time. You can thank them too by donating. If you go to charityhammer.com, for every $30 donated, you will get a raffle ticket, and you'll be drawing great prizes for the entire event, which, Mitch, I think you're going to be drawing here pretty soon. You're also going to be able to win raffle tickets by answering trivia questions at the event. There's a whole bunch of ways to do it. And all of the content will be recorded and made available for free on YouTube. And Mitch, why don't you take over while I switch out my headphones?
Absolutely. So, guys, we've got a game, I believe, with John Lennon coming up here with Alex McDougall, I think. Yep, there goes a very tired John Lennon. I'm going to hop over here and take over the MC's chair. So I'll be talking from there so while John is swapping stuff out so he doesn't have to talk.
Heck yeah, I did it on purpose.
Yep, so we'll be hopping over there for a minute. Good evening, everyone. I am Mitch, if you don't know, and it is back to Charity Hammer. Keeping it nice and chill. We have John Lennon versus Alex McDougall coming up. I do not know the other match off the top of my head, but we are going to be doing some giveaways. Sorry, guys. I'm a one-man operation at night. So, let's pull up. Oh, okay. I've got a Thunderfire cannon we're going to give away, but I have to have someone else to generate the numbers because otherwise it doesn't work. So I'm going to find someone to do that. Actually, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to hop back onto the stream, and since I don't have these items here, I'm not going to do this here. We'll just do it via audio with John yelling the numbers. So we're going to have some fun with that. Okay, hear me. Are you guys able to hear me right now? Peter, is there a problem? Are you all able to hear me on the stream right now? Excellent. Sorry, I don't have John here, so I've got to guess without your guys' feedback. Okay. So let me pull up the. Oh, actually, I've got Jesse here. Jesse can give me some different RNGs. So we've got a Thunder Fire Cannon to go with first. Let me get the spreadsheet up. Make sure it is up to date. Okay, I need a number between 1 and 200 or 340. Oh, 16. Yeah, I need anything below 100 is taken. $205. See what we've got here. 205. Bill Gross, you've won a Thunderfire Cannon. Oh, let me make sure I type that in the right one. Okay, next up, we've got... we can do this over there. Hold on one second, guys. Okay. Be professional about it, I guess, if you want to.
I was
We have
just
these
looking
lights
for
and
someone
cameras.
somewhere to
Okay,
double feet up.
so next up is going to be a Blade Guard box. I'm going to need another number.
What was my max pound again?
Like it was like 340.
Okay. In that case, 176.
Oh, I went too fast. 176 has already been done. So we'll go to the closest, which is Devon. Just straight up Devon. So you've got Blade Guard.
Good box.
Absolutely. So many bits. The Locust is next.
Ooh. 333.
Okie. Oh, that is Lee Steger. Tiger. Heck yeah, he is here helping out with stuff. So, and he plays Space Marines. Or no, wait, that was the last one, Locust.
Yeah.
He does all kinds of crazy conversions. He'll have fun with that. Okay, we've got next up a Nexos.
Oh wow, someone's trying to do this. Let's do. What? 201.
201. Well, yeah, that's an anonymous donor. So we're going to go.
I'm killing it with ineligible guesses.
It's actually a pretty like we've given away a lot of stuff, and you aren't eligible again, so you're doing good.
Is it pick a number?
Yeah. Hold on. So this one is going to Tim the Sorcerer. So Tim the Sorcerer, you just got a Nexos.
Patreon number.
Yes, I recognize the name. And last but not least, a Dark Apostle. You want to go for a number, Harrison?
I'll pull a number.
Okay, between 100 and 340. Because everything under 100 is like taken. 260. Also nice. Greg Gonzalez.
Congrats, Greg.
Dark Apostle. He should already be over there.
I think I'm playing Fred on stream 1. I think it's happening.
Yeah,
next.
something to that effect. Are you playing this round?
Yeah.
Excellent. What are you playing?
I'm playing Sisters.
Again?
I only brought them on. I was debating bringing my Space Marines as well. I play a Space Wolf successor that is just fun.
That sounds like the correct answer.
It really just is.
Yeah.
Their toolkit is one of the most fun. Yeah, granted, Blood Angels is really, really cool and fast, which is a fun way to play this
really
game.
good, yeah.
Yeah, really good, really good. Yeah, Sisters. I guess since it's not the GT game, I could make a a quick edit to my
You
list.
can
See if I
call an
like it a little
audible.
bit
Yeah.
better.
That's what these games are for. Is you get good opponents, great experimentation, eaten by mosquitoes, a lot of upside.
Are there mosquitoes here?
Yeah, not a lot, but they exist. They are around. You will get bit.
Gotcha.
But-
I'm glad I'm covered up then.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe I will make the changes I was thinking about.
go for it.
I'm gonna do that. I
Awesome.
now need to. I need to. Do
Well,
this
so we're
live.
gonna let him go so he can do that. But
Thanks. Have fun.
yeah, thank you so much, Jesse. So guys, we're gonna let everyone get settled in there, and I'm gonna just pick a topic about 40K that we're gonna just vamp. I guess we'll just vibe. I'm gonna ask Tyler to give a topic, maybe. The faction I'd like to play after the data slate I was not expecting. That's a really fun question. Let me give that a moment of thought. So it's gonna still probably be Imperium. That I wasn't expecting, I think, is probably Deathwatch. Deathwatch have so many tools, and the fact that you can just like windmill slam down Terminators or different like profiles so effectively that and really get the most out of Armor of Contempt and Combat Squad when you need to, but use them as meat shields when you don't. And there's just so many pieces to it. I don't have the time right now to commit to learning that technical of an army, but that is the one I think, looking at the world that has emerged, that I'm like, oh, that seems really really fun and like a great hobby project as well, because the models are just super cool because they're some of the newest Marines. What's next? Let's see. Which Baneblade variant? Right now, I lean towards the Bane Hammer because you can modify advances and charges by half, reduce them by half, just by hitting, and you can still have 10 dudes firing out of it. So you can do mortars if you want to be cheeky. You can do like vets with plasma, all kinds of different things you can really go with there. And the main gun is still reasonably good, whereas the Stormlord is just sad. So the Bane Hammer over the Stormlord for that reason. It's also a bit cheaper, I think, at like 30 points cheaper, something around there. It's still too expensive and it still can't hide. But yeah, it would probably be the Bane Hammer.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it was a solid. I'd give that a 4 out of 5. Absolutely. So we're just having someone check to see if the tables are ready for us to swap over. Again, we're doing all of this for Child's Play. They are a charity that buys toys, video games, board games, and also employs staff to set those things up and make sure that sick children can interact and enjoy them while they're having going through obviously really, really hard times. So they are an international charity. They also do the same thing in domestic abuse shelters, and they are just a phenomenal charity. Every single penny of what you donate goes directly to the charity. Everyone here is here on their own dime, doing what they can to get it done, and we are all just trying to give you guys the best show possible. So you will donate money to get those raffle prizes. Remember, that's $30 increments, gets you an entry in the raffle. The more you do, the more of a chance you'll have to get something. We have top prizes like $1,200 from Hammerhead Games, and $1,200 in store credit. To be clear, they're not going to just hand you cash. And then I custom painted an army by Sean Naden, the captain of the WTC team, the USA WTC team himself, and just tons and tons of crazy cool models. You saw me just give away 5 here. I'll have more to do later. It's going to be great. Donate. The more you do, the sooner you do it, the better your odds are. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. CharityHammer.com, obviously. Yeah. And we are just taking the vibe down to, we're after midnight now. Oh, this is night 2 and it's going to be a long one, and I mean that in a great way. We've got tons of content coming up. Stream 3 will be dark until 6 a.m., but we've got John Lennon playing, I think it's Alex McDougall, but I could be wrong on that. It might be a different pairing, but I will get that info once I have everything set up, and we will get that covered. So if you guys will give us just a couple more minutes, on our way.
Right, Chris, you're up.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the midnight shift at Charity Hammer. Well, it's not midnight for me. I'm over here in the UK, so it's just turned 8 o'clock in the morning, and we're ready to have some awesome games being played. And we'll let you know when things get started properly. Looks like we currently have Matt on Speed Bugs versus Anthony on City Cones on stream. Though I think that's an old score sheet looking at the table setup, so we'll figure out who exactly is going to be on this lava table here. I do know that we're going to have, I think it's Fred versus Jesse and Alex versus John. So we'll see what they're running and what's. Pardon?
One. Good morning, Chris. Welcome.
Good morning.
As it is breakfast time for you. But it looks like we're going to have John Lennon versus question mark, which is very exciting.
An unknown. I will update my post-it notes. I'm just going to make a whole new post-it note. That's how important this is.
Years of academy training wasted.
Exactly.
But yeah, some great games going on so far today. I'm excited for a couple of really good ones. I mean, I'm sure this one is going to be amazing. It was originally meant to be like John Lennon versus Alex McDougall, right?
I think that's what the schedule was saying. That's why I was saying it was Alex McDougall versus John Lennon, but versus a question mark. That is a mystery I'm keen to solve.
Just don't update it. If Table Boss can not update it, and then when Alex leans over the table, we'll know for sure.
So how has your evening been going so far, John? Has it been going good?
It's been pretty good. So yeah, looks like actually going to be John versus Jesse Sal. Jesse just won BAO with his sisters, so it should be a good battle, especially John, very familiar with sisters. And then the thing is, just before he jumped on the stream there, Chris, Jesse is going to make a couple changes to his GT list. This, of course, is not part of the GT, but just, I guess, an honor duel, because John didn't make it out to BAO, so he obviously wants to continue to win everything.
This is going to be an amazing game. I'm looking forward to watching the sisters, because they just got a whole bunch of buffs, right, in an Nephilim. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, a bunch of stealth buffs too. Like being able to take more than one faction secondary really works for them well. The points drops in some of their like tankiest or beat stick units work really well. It's a super good match.
Yeah, and are they playing? That would say what Tides of Conviction? Are they keeping that set up, or are they going to be changing to a different mission?
Let's look here. Let's try and spy on them.
They're looking at the Scouring.
Look at the Scouring.
I love the Scouring.
Matt, you do? What about
I mostly play melee armies, so I just like being in the middle and mucking things up.
Fair. Big fair there.
Hey.
Now,
see, when they said menage, I mean, never mind. But like, this is exactly what I was hoping for. 2 Scotsmen.
Oh hell yeah! Are you hearable, Mitch, or do I just sound insane right now?
Oh, am I not hearable right now?
I don't know. You should stick around though.
I can hear you.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, am I not hosting anymore? So I'm just behind the scenes now.
No, you no, do all three. We'll just menage a trois. It's after. It's where it goes. Worst case scenario.
What would the Scottish term for a menage a trois be?
The lucky bastard.
I like it. Okay.
Things that are not polite enough, or sorry, are too impolite to say.
Yeah.
That's such a lovely
fair.
event.
Sure.
Things that will get us demonetized or kicked off of Twitch. Got you. Yes.
Yeah,
Very quickly.
things that will have Colin messaging me going, "You did what?"
That word doesn't
We'll
mean
say
the
I-
same thing.
I did my annual piece of Scottish commerce today, buying a new football top. Then after that, it's no more money to that country, sadly.
We will be contacting the winners of the giveaways. When they donate, they have to do it with an email available, so that is how we will be reaching out.
Yeah, no one's going to be missing out on these amazing prizes. So don't
Just
feel
the
you have to
people who
watch everything,
don't
just don't watch
donate.
too much.
Obviously.
Yeah, just donate and watch as much as you want to watch. Leave the stream on. We don't mind.
I mind a little. It's fine though.
I'm
What
just
is
talking to an empty void that is my office. It's fine.
what is Mr. Lennon playing? Do you know, Mitch? Or is that who's playing this game?
John and question mark. It looks like Fred.
Okay, I thought that was Jesse in the bottom right.
I'm gonna go. You guys just talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna go figure out what's going on there and make sure we're good.
I'm going to make more post-it notes apparently because I just wrote on Don versus Jesse.
I think the important thing to remember is we're all doing this for charity.
Exactly.
Chris here, giving up his breakfast to come in and help talk through some amazing games with some of the best players in the United States here. Seeing as the majority of the top 5 at ITCs in the UK, I can't say that. But this event is for Child's Play. Child's Play is a game industry charity dedicated to improving the lives of children and teens in children's hospitals around the world. They have a network of over 180 children's hospitals worldwide. And not only that, there's 200 domestic violence shelters across the United States, helping out wherever it is needed. All of the proceeds for today go directly to them. No one is taking a cut. Colin is hosting this, Colin Sherman hosting this at his own place. All the players showing up here on their own volition and free will, mostly, to kind of stream as many great games of 40K as they can within this period. Hundreds of hours of content. Go to charityhammer.com to donate. For every $30 you donate, you get one raffle entry to win a whole bunch of amazing prizes, including a 2,000-point commission painting job from Team America captain Sean Naden. Sorry, missed it up at the end there. That's fine. But you can update your post-it note, Chris. We have the right opponents.
Hey, wonderful! I'm gonna dig this one out of the pile because I think I already wrote this. Oh no, wait! I screwed up in double. Never mind. Mistakes are made.
Want that pile?
Yes, and there is also a top donor prize that wasn't mentioned there. So if you fancy spending some big bucks and trying to give the most amount of money to the charity in a single donation, you can win a set of these lovely objective markers made by 3D6 Wargaming, and all the players are going to sign them, so they're going to be unique. And what I think is the ultimate flex: rock up to a tournament, slap down these markers, got all the signatures on there. Maybe someone you're playing against has already signed it.
Yeah, it's a pretty baller move. So to give you guys a little detail on what we're seeing here, so we've got Fred Fortman versus Jesse Sell, and this is going to be a real interesting one because with Armor of Contempt, Fortman is really doesn't have a lot of AP unless he gets into combat. However, we're going to slide over to our other game real quick because it is also very interesting. The table is not set up yet, but you're going to see some hints maybe of what's going on. What do we have here?
Fred versus Steve. Fred's on 2 tables.
Yeah. There it is.
Oh, there.
Just
oh
updated.
My days.
Yeah.
That looks like a lot of
This is late night Warhammer, guys. We've got
Yeah.
John Lennon playing Imperial Guard against Alex's GSC. Like, just amazing. Just an
Guys.
art of war off for the ages.
Guys, you gotta let John Lennon sleep, otherwise he's gonna do crazy stuff like play a guard.
He actually just woke up.
Well, maybe give him some coffee then, because he's playing guard.
No, that's how we got him to agree to this.
So did he just miss playing guard so much from the worst RTT that happened it feels like ages ago now. Way back when
Way
Charlie
back
Hammer
in
started.
the early Thursday morning.
Yeah.
A whole 25
years ago.
Whatever it is now, yeah. No,
Yeah.
it's I think that this was a request, and I think it's also an experiment of like how much did the new guard rules really make a difference?
So how many Rattlings are going to be in this list though? That's what I want.
None. Because I'm not involved.
Sad. I was so hoping the Rattlings would just go up and punch Tiggy at one point.
They'll stop the uprising with just a swift crotch punch because that's as high as
it was great when you're like, oh, you know what? I can't include Crusaders. They're low key good at 17 points each for a 1 wound model.
Well, we definitely see a lot of tanks in that Imperial Guard army. We'll try and get some sort of lists there, but a bunch of tanks, a bunch of infantry.
I also know that
sure the guard.
Jesse is in the other game is playing a changed up version of his tournament list to see if he likes it better. And so he is experimenting with the new mission pack and updates as well.
I do like that Alex keeps grabbing ruins away from John in order to place them in a way that's beneficial for him.
It looks pretty even table. I don't think. I mean, it's just a plans generations in the making. It's hey, move this building over here. My grandfather built this building.
Like, that's my building
for this one purpose. Hiding from a Lehman Russ battle tank.
Looks like they're playing Recover the Relics based
Yes.
on the layout here.
Just testing, is my audio coming through?
Your audio is coming through okay, not brilliant, but okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hey man, even better.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have.
Do we
Go
know
ahead,
what kind of
Chris,
GSC we'll be seeing John running into? Is it fighty GSC? Is it more of a shooty GSC?
I think it's the kind that comes in from Deep Strikes.
Oh, what?
That's
That's
literally
the
the
best
level
thing.
of detail I've been given so far.
Fair
So-
enough.
We're gonna see.
I
a
mean, we're
bunch of
still in
tanks
Steve's
versus a
turn
bunch of
1, so.
tokens.
Steve coming in with a steel chair.
This GSC is mixed from deep strike and shooting.
Told it's a mixed GSC from Deep Strike and shooting. We saw this actually last night in the last game I commentated there, where Alex does an amazing job of screening out objectives with those stupid markers. So hopefully we'll see this here too.
Yeah. And there's certainly loads of lovely guard infantry to screen out all the GSC shenanigans with the deep strike. So the GSC have got a fair few units to shoot through before they can maybe get some nice crossfire going onto those Lehman Russ battle tanks. Because otherwise, I don't see how they're going to go down. Now that they're toughness 8 with armor content and a 2 of armor save. It's a nasty profile.
Yeah, even though they're wearing t-shirts, how do you guys feel about the 6's wound on the little flashlights on all those guys there?
So I had the pleasure of playing against a guard horde when that first dropped, and unfortunately I was running Salamander Terminators, so it was kind of okay for me. But the number of dice I had to roll was actually low-key scary at points, where I was like, I might just lose 3 guys now, randomly, because he got all the orders off and everything, and it was like Katie and Conscript horde.
Yeah, you're just like, hey, so you're going to take 60 wounds. 60 wounds. No, there's not there's not AP to this. What do I look like? Like a real faction? No. I just get to roll a lot of dice and watch you make a lot of 2s.
I was more impressed that the guy played within the round time, and we were doing 2.5 hour rounds in that event.
Yeah.
So we had an hour
It
15
can be
on the
done.
clock, and he was able to do it. He didn't skip out on any shooting of any units at any point. He was like, I'm going to do everything I can. And I was helping him by picking up models for him.
A man after John's heart, not using a dice roller.
Yeah.
Say,
Oh,
is
yeah,
if you play Horde armies, learn how to play a Horde army. It's not hard when you practice.
I think I'm seeing him tomorrow at an RTT, which that's gonna be fun if we get paired into each other. We've had some good games.
While they're deploying here, Chris, well, what are you taking to that RTT? I'm intrigued now.
So I'm currently thinking about White Scars actually. So I've been on the Blood Angels kick for a while, but I'm gonna try out White Scars. WGC is getting close, and I want to make sure I'm experimenting with everything that I can. So it's surprise, 30 Vanguard veterans, and then friends, White Scars.
Nice. Jumping in real quick, chat. Yes. Whoa, this is actually live. However, if you're watching it later, it is actually a replay. Just to make that as clear as possible. And there is not a legit allowed dice app because they're terrible things that shouldn't exist.
Yep. Just roll your dice.
Yeah, just roll it. It's just part of the game. Damn it. Anyway, Chris, you interrupted. I interrupted you. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so taking White Scars, so it's Kasar Khan, Phobos troops, aggressors, Blade-Guard. I'm running the Primaris Apothecary, who will be carrying Selfless Healer and the Range Runner as my only two relics, and Warlord trait. And 30 Vanguard veterans with Lightning Claw, Chainsword to be cheap and cheerful, some hammers and on the sergeants. Squad of the Assault Marines, now that they're cheaper, get free Wargear on the sergeants. So that's nice. So he's carrying a Lightning Claw Thunderhammer for reasons. And then the good old Devastator Rhino coming in with all the Melta and all the Grav. Standard White Stars stuff. No Inceptors, Martine is asking. So to answer Martine's question in the YouTube chat, no Inceptors. I'm just seeing how big tanky I'm going to slap you in the face. White Scars will do. And if I don't like it, I'm just going to go back to Sanctuary Guard. Which is a pretty good fallback.
Yeah, it's going to fall back to the thing they got hugely buffed.
Exactly. I mean, my list only
it doesn't work. Points. I'll just fall back on my better list. It's fine.
Yeah, like I only gained 42 points in my list I took to the Newcastle GT, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, 47 because the speeder went down by 5 points for some reason. Which I did not understand how that store speeder went down in points.
Because no one's buying the kits, Chris. The points will increase when they buy the kits.
The points will increase when sales improve. What part of this do you not understand?
Martine, no Assault Centurions in this version of the list. I was going to run them, but then I could get my hands on enough Vanguard veterans to run the list. I think was actually going to be better. So Assault Centurions are great into a Terminator based matchup because they give you lots of damage forward. So even through Death Guard, they punch through after their damage reduction. But thinking for like WDC, we could probably just avoid Terminator matchups for my mostly damage to army if needed. So no Assault Centurions.
I very much hate damage 4 as a Death Guard player. It's the bane of my existence.
Yeah, well, I played into Deathwing and so Deathwing Terminators and Thousand Sun Terminator spam and Newcastle, and the Centurions had a very fun time in both those games. Taking I think a total of over 2 games of about 10 damage. But it was a Death Company who came in with the Thunderhammers, just wiping out 7 Scarbegout Terminators for no reason. Yeah. Yes, we're talking. They aren't advanced. So with advanced charge, they aren't that slow. The Assault Centurions and White Scars, but I think there's just so many points you can fit a squad of Vanguard veterans and a squad of Assault Marines and have points to spare. For the price of 5 Assault Centurions. So it's all about that cost benefit analysis. But that's why we test lists. That's why we go to RTTs and test lists and do all the fun stuff before we go to World Championships for the first time and hopefully bring some points home.
Well, at least no take a 0.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. It's just Innes is going to get 0. It's fine.
Just going to set him up as a ringer. Like fourth in the world, but the worst on teams.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, we'll 7 of us we'll get 20s. Nah, it's gonna be so much fun. I'm looking forward to our pod. So, are we setting up this game now?
Yeah, so
Enough
we're
of
setting
my
up
ranting.
Fred's Deathwatch against Jesse's sisters again. Like Mitch let us know, Jesse doing a small variation of his GT list. So we'll see what gets up on the table here.
Yeah, I see lots of bikers. So this is definitely Deathwatch. That looks to be a Primaris Chapman on bike there, sitting in the middle of the table, looking a bit lost.
There's definitely there. There's also a couple heavy thunder hammers in there. This is the same as the last thing he ran against Steve Trimble.
Nice. Okay, those heavy thunder hammers is coming in with that maximum bonk energy.
To be fair, though, those thunder hammers, he managed to whiff every single swing by rolling ones in the last game.
They should try not doing that.
Yeah, just roll good.
Yeah, just
Don't
roll
roll
better.
bad.
Yeah.
But I think what's super interesting to see in these two games that we have set up here, Jesse's experimenting with some new sister stuff here against Fred, who, like in the last game, he's a GT winner from Hawaii. He does a really good job in the Pacific Northwest there. And then over another table, we have two great players in John Landon and Alex McDougall. And John Landon trying out maybe some new guard jank with those Armor of Contempt changes.
Yep. What is the usual AP for like GSE shooting? Do we know? Like, is it like -1, -2, roughly?
It's good.
I'm trying to think. I know there's seismic cannons. I think they're preferred anti-tank ranged gun, and that's AP2. So those Demon Russes are going to be on a 3-up save against those, which is just not enough. So some jank is going to happen there.
Or some heavy bonk.
Jank and bonk is how you win 40k games. You heard it here first.
Even then, the shortwave seismic cannon is only strength 6. So we get the situation where Lehman Russ is a really good toughness value into that as well. It's only damage 2. And there's a lot of armor on John's side of the table.
And I think there's a like an upgrade, one of those tank commander upgrades, which is -1 damage for Lehman Russes. Which just entirely makes that shooting non-existent, basically.
Hey, Vic, #1 player in the world, checking in. We're going to try and get player mics because I kind of really want to hear some of these players' talks on this. Mitch, can you let us know we can do player mics on these? No. Table boss, can you let us know if you can set up player mics? At least for
the players have mics on. John and Alex have mics on, and they are showing up as inputting for me.
Yeah, we'd be really keen, and I think that the chat as well be really good to hear kind of the thoughts of John and Alex and those.
Okay, I will see if I can figure out, because they have mics on.
Mm-hmm. We're being told by our production they have mics on. I think we just need to figure out the OBS way to turn the mics on. Again, as much as we want to watch Fred versus Jesse, see and get a chance to see John Landon experiment with Armor of Contempt at Lehman Russ is a huge thing to be able to see.
Oh yeah, it's such a massive showcase and an exhibition of the new rules, which could change everything. Maybe this brings Guard's win rate up by a lot, and they start to get some nice wins in there.
So, and then Chad, just letting you know, we're watching Fred Jesse right now, but we are looking at getting John Alex. Hopefully. But while we wait for that. Sorry, you were saying, Chris.
If Fred's running the Army of Renown for Deathwatch?
He was in the last game, so I assume it is in this as well. That's where most of his games have been recently. So this does look to be the Army of Renown for Deathwatch.
Such a great little set of rules that where you can just jump between the different chapters.
Mhm.
And also
Yeah,
you
for
have
sure.
that lovely 3 CP stratagem, if you can afford it nowadays, to just say delete a thing with Butterfire.
Yeah, CP, much like gas prices,
Yeah.
very loud, very hard to come by. How do you think that's going to affect an army like Fred's? I mean, Warhammer community and all of kind of the main places we're talking the past couple of weeks, where the CP mostly stays the same. It's the distribution during the game that changes. How does that affect an army like Deathwatch?
I think you need to have a really good plan going into the game of, I know at one point, usually around turns 2 or 3, when I may be sitting in the tactical doctrine to trigger that 3 CP. So maybe you need to make sure you're starting off with 1 CP in your list, then you'll gain 2, or so you gain 3 CP before your second turn happens.
Mhm.
And then that way you also have a chance to CP reroll something that's unlucky, or you just say screw it, I'm just gonna have no CP and not spend any CP in the first few turns and just do it that way. But I think most lists, particularly Marine style lists, need to have 1 CP starting the game, so that if they do get alphaed by something, they can have that chance to interrupt or use a powerful defensive stratagem like transhuman physiology on a
Mhm.
larger primary scale unit.
Yeah.
I'm not too keen on what the other Deathwatch stratagems are. I know they have a lot of really nifty, tricksy ones. But I imagine again they all cost CP at the end of the day. So you need to have that game plan going in.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna ask Tim Boss here. We were able to switch the stream over to check the Alex McDougall John Lennon game. That way we can kind of see where the deployment is.
I guess,
at that
John,
point.
just for you.
I appreciate that, Table Boss there. Again, John trying out the new guard with the Armor of Contempt. You can see heavy tanks. Alex with a combination of deep strike and shooting shenanigans, we were told.
And we've also got all of the new guard secondaries being shown here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go and get my Nephilim book so we can look at what these actually are, because I have no idea what any of these words mean. So I'm going to be back in 1 second.
Yeah, absolutely. And while you're doing that, I'll look at my Nephilim book right here. We can go through what some of these are. So the big change coming out of the Nephilim pack, you're no longer limited to a single faction secondary. And that's where a huge boost to the guard. So he took Special Orders, which is a shadow operations. It's an action. You take 1 infantry unit from your army, and you start performing this action at the end of your movement phase. If it is within 12 inches of a friendly officer and is within range of an objective marker you control that is not within your deployment zone, has not already been expunged by your army. This action is completed at the end of your turn. If completed, that objective marker is said to be expunged. Roll a 1d6 each time you do. On a 6, you get a command point. And we're seeing these secondaries throughout the book as ways of gaining command points on 6. Great objective for really adding to your command point pool, especially with the small pool you start with here. We also have Boots on the Ground, which is 1 victory point for each table quarter that has 1 or more regiment infantry unit from your army wholly within it, excluding characters, and units that are within 6 inches of the battlefield. So 1 victory point as well if 1 or more units from your army equipped with regimental standard are either wholly within 6 inches of the center of the battlefield or wholly within your deployment to deployment zone. And then he also took Inflexible Command, which is 2 victory points if every Astra Militarum infantry unit from your army is within 6 inches of an officer. 1 victory point if every Astra Militarum vehicle unit from your army is within 12 inches of a friendly vehicle officer. And 1 victory point if any enemy units were destroyed by an Astra Militarum unit from your army this turn. Well, that Astra Militarum unit was being affected by orders. These are all great secondaries and a huge buff to the guard to be able to take more than 1.
Oh yeah, like definitely. I was just reading through that last one there as you're going through, and it basically just, in my eyes, read play guard, score 10 plus points.
Yeah.
Because that last one, you want to be hugging your officers, and also importantly, transports. When an officer's inside the transport, they count as an officer itself, the entire vehicle.
Beautiful.
So it allows you to have that mechanized infantry fantasy going.
Absolutely. So we're seeing from Alex, and I know you have the book there as well, Chris, that he took R&D for we're still retrieving our servo skills. He took Bring It Down, which Alex, John, obviously against Imperial Guard, you're going to want to take out those tanks. What is Brood Swarm now as part of the Nashman pack?
So I'm just turning to the right page now. Here we go. There's so many secondaries in this book. It is chunky. So Broodswarm is a battlefield supremacy secondary. At the end of your turn, score 1 victory point for each of the following conditions you satisfy, up to a maximum of 5 victory points. So the first one is you have more models in the battlefield than your opponent does. I think they might struggle against the guard scoring that one. You have more models within your opponent's deployment zone than your opponent does. You have more models within your deployment zone than your opponent does. You have more models in the battlefield that are within no man's land than your opponent does, and you get an extra one if all 4 of the previous points apply. So it's basically just become a brood swarm. Swarm everything.
Covered the
love
table.
it. I love it so much.
It's pretty good. It might struggle a little bit in the deployment zone. Depends on how aggressively John plays those tanks for no man's land.
Yeah, like just that bullet point there, which is more models in your opponent's DZ. I know they can come in within like 6 inches or something like that, with like a couple units if they only shoot. But there's still a lot of guardsmen bodies. I see at least 4 squads of guardsmen, 5 squads of guardsmen down instead of John's DZ right now. You're gonna put a lot of your own units out there if you want to score that 1 bullet point, which is only worth 1 victory point.
Mm-hmm.
That is rough.
So probably
But hey,
kind of looking
you don't have to score 5 points every single battle round with that.
like
Just
even
get
if
a
you're
couple
scoring
early
3
points.
points a turn, that's enough to kind of max that out there.
Oh yeah.
Something I noticed, Chris, that I really appreciate about Alex McDougall is the aggressive finger pointing when he's doing things, and hopefully they'll continue this game.
Yeah, it really helps us out rather than having to guess what's happening.
Well, I believe that Alex lives in the middle of nowhere, Canada, so I'm pretty sure you have to say that correctly, and it's what I appreciates about Sim is.
Sounding like the bad guy with the bomb pen and golden eye right there.
Absolutely.
There are people looking for a Big Drip Mac. Love the name. Looking forward to the Sisters game. We're going to switch back and forth between this one and the Sisters. Again, for us, the chance to see one of the best players playing new Imperial Guard with all of the buffs and all of the secondaries is a huge opportunity. But also Fred, quality Deathwatch player. I'm assuming playing his Army of Renown against Jesse's Sisters. Jesse, of course, fresh off his BAO win. And trying out some new stuff on his list to really maximize what he can out of this Nephilim pack.
Yeah. Looks like we're starting to have some units being put down here. We got unit of Sisters up front in the cover there, ready to jump onto that objective. And I don't see anything down for the Deathwatch yet.
Looks like we have maybe a squad in that backfield there. Is that just hanging out
I don't think they're actually put down because they're kind of just left out to dry. I think looking at the phone screen there, they're going through the ITC battle app, just still setting up the secondaries.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised if that app hasn't got the new secondaries yet, so they're having to like proxy in a couple of them just to get the what they want. So we'll have secondary information as soon as we can for you all for this game.
Pen and paper like nerds.
And this is going to be forcing us to use pen and paper scoring at Worlds, and I hate it already.
Well, on the plus side, Battlescribe was updated tonight. His chat was wonderful to let us know.
Hey,
so at least, at least we'll be able to make lists for the RTTs we have tomorrow.
Yeah, good old open source software. Just just having them all putting in all the new points. Absolute champions. There's some pretty nasty shooting lanes going through the middle here on this board.
And from what I've been told is all of these rock structures are treated as ruins.
Yes.
As But even then, still, yeah, that open.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, and I think the smaller rock clusters towards the middle of the board are forests. I think people have been running them as.
Mm-hmm.
So you will get some negatives, but I mean, there's still some very tasty line of sights going here. So whoever's got the bigger, better guns is going to love this.
If you're going to want to, and I don't have any kind of telestrator here, but any of those 3 middle objectives, if you want to hold those, you will be in line of sight of a gun.
Yep. And not that far away either. And the great thing, and the great thing about Deathwatch is that they have all those special issue ammunition, so they can forego doctrines to get that, I believe, on a unit by unit basis. And one of them is +6 range, if I'm not entirely mistaken. So that might come in handy. And they can stay outside of the similar multiplier coming back at them from the sisters.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we're doing our best here without sort of information about the lists. Turns out Chris has an amazing eye for what is being put down, so that's going to be hugely effective on what we're seeing here. But again, we're looking at Jesse, who's doing a experimental sisters list based off of his GT list, but using more of the Nephilim packet, and Fred's Deathwatch Army of Renown.
Maybe he just has a really big screen.
I do have a large monitor.
That's not what I meant, but also that, sure.
Yeah. And what we want to remind Fred here is the dangers of phones on screens. Make sure your notifications are turned off. Make sure that you don't have anything open that you don't want. Maybe he's watching Umbrella Academy on Netflix in his spare time, but laying phones down, stream tables, is not a pro gamer move.
That is certainly a risky tactic.
Actually, I would say that it's exclusively done by pro gamers.
Because other ones aren't on stream. Looks like we're setting up here. Let's move back here. We have Alex versus John. Alex looks like angrily knocking the thing, but checking out some threat ranges. What are you seeing here in this deployment, Chris?
So it's John's round 1 right now. Some secondary points have been scored already. So with the deployment, it looks like the guard are kind of trying to screen out the tanks as best they can. Although we do have one tank, which looks like a commander, because there's a guy on top, the orange one there, kind of out in the open, maybe trying to bait the GSC in a little bit. Oh no, we're into the GSC turn. So sorry for that. So we're seeing some GSC bodies running up the field, some Gene Seeders maybe trying to take out some guard and steal some objectives, try and keep John's primary score down, going further into this game. It also looks like John is primed and ready to screen out his corners as well. Just by shuffling around a couple of tanks, the entire backfield will be screened out, even of the shorter 6-inch range. So maybe only the if there's a unit I think there's one unit that can get the 3-inch range deep strike via points upgrade. So maybe they'll be able just to sneak in somewhere, but we'll have to wait and see.
You have to sneak in front of a bunch of tanks. That will probably make very short work of it.
Yeah, time to charge tanks and hope that they can't shoot with their heavy bolters to get out of combat. So before those blast cannons start firing.
We are seeing, I think, some move blocking going on here, some early wise. If you look at that orange tank in the bottom and the way that's positioned, it's very hard to get through there. Same with the Grey Leam and rust that Alex is measuring right now. Very hard to get through that. You'd have to assume the guard unit behind that ruin wall. I'm not sure they're playing WTC rules. It might be unchargeable too.
Yeah. It's typically quite difficult to actually stand behind a wall and make it unchargeable, unless you're talking about big 50mm Centurions charging through walls when the base might actually not fit. But typically the 32s and the 25s can find a space somewhere to get a couple guys in.
But less ideally than you'd want in there.
Yeah, but again, that's where playing by intent comes in and saying, yeah, this is technically possible. I'm not going to spend an hour of clock time setting it up.
I did ask the players; they are not using WTC rules.
Okay, yeah. So absolutely trying to screen out some of those bigger, maybe, hopefully abominants. Maybe I don't know what G Sealers are going to have there to throw in. Obviously the G Sealers themselves.
Yeah, I think we're seeing 2 5-man units of Gene Sealers currently right up in the guard face, and one model kind of hanging back. Don't know if that's a character or something.
You would hope so.
Oh, that might be the Calamorph or Sanctus sniper guy who can't be shot if he's 12 if you're outside of 12 inches. Yeah, there's some shooting and some scooting here. So I think that's a Calamorph.
Brother,
Who
you
is
just
now
say shooting and scooting because
shooting
that's
and
my new
scooting?
favorite phrase.
Yeah, shoot and scoot. Maybe. Yes, that Calamorph just took some pot shots and now is scuttled back to within 3 inches of a friendly unit, so that he has now got the character protection.
Let's see here.
Clinton Hobbies over on Twitch says, Charity Hammer hype. The midnight shift rolls on. Absolutely, we are very hyped for these exhibition games done by some fantastic players, and hoping to raise some money for sick kids.
Like I said, and like, where else can you see these lists being tested? Because again, John, I think pretty excited about Imperial Guard coming in and being able to run it against someone like Alex, who's an extremely good cult and iterative player, is a really good stress test for this. And especially on Jesse on the other table, getting to test his sisters out. Some really good quality games here.
Oh yeah, and it looks like we have a charge going on. They were lifting the building up there to measure the charge, get an accurate number. Going, which I absolutely love. I see time and time again players measuring over the building and then adding an inch or cutting an inch, and just lift the building. You know, just make it easy. Don't guess. So that charge was made, and the second charge here, yeah, that's been made as well. And maybe we're going to get a tag on that tank commander with these Gene Stores once they've done munching some guard.
Hopefully, that definitely seems like the intent there on that.
Yeah. I would hazard a guess to say that those Gene Stealers who will be placed on top of the ruin are probably actually on the bottom floor, which is another common thing you see just to make things easier.
So yeah, you say you're doing that just in case people watching that don't know what that means. Well, what does that mean exactly?
So technically speaking, those Gene Stealers could fight down because it's 5 inches vertical, 1 inch out for the engagement range. But players who are comfortable, and if they're comfortable in the matchup, will just say these guys are going to be on the bottom floor and then place them on top, just so that everyone knows where exactly they are, and you're not mistakenly thinking there's only 3 models there because 2 are hidden behind or under or something.
Right.
So players who have been around it will typically do behavior like that, and they will measure from the bottom floor directly down underneath the model for all purposes of movement and whatnot. But yeah, so I reckon we're going to see a tank commander or some guard being tied up by these Gene Sealers, because Gene Sealers should make short work of guard.
Yeah, so especially like you're right. I think those Gene Stealers are going to wipe out that guard squad. Hopefully, unless there's a lot of whiffs, with the idea that you can hopefully move forward enough to tag that tank commander to stop his shooting effectiveness.
Yeah, because the tank commander will be able to shoot. It looks like some heavy ball responses, but we're not sure what level of WYSIWYG we're going to be having here, because the players brought models with them, not knowing what they were playing, because they hadn't written this yet. So if that tank commander's got, let's say, 3 heavy bolters or even some heavy flamers, would probably be better. Those guns can still shoot, and if John's able to clear out those 5 Gene Sealers, that battle cannon can then come down to bear on a different target.
The Gene Stealers rolled 9 ones.
To wound?
Yes.
9 ones to wound.
Yeah, we just got told that Gene Stealers rolled 9 ones to wound. Not ideal. It's
all right, boys, fix bayonets. Let's go.
Most likely not being able to wholly tag as much as you wanted to there. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, there are ways where you can put the models in there and move them in such a manner where that you can have one guy who's kind of like double stacked and 0.1 inch away from being in engagement range of that tank commander. So if things like that happen, he can still swing round in the pile-in and or consolidation. So you can build in contingencies to tag things. Oh, it's the GSCs up at the top that absolutely fluffed it.
Yeah.
There we go. But yes, you can build in contingencies into your shenanigans, so that if you do roll 9 ones, which can happen, as we just saw.
Very sad times. I mean, that's I think the second game on this table that we've seen tonight, where the dice just absolutely red, and
So it's just this table then. This table is cursed.
yeah, it's pumped by ones. This is all that's going on in this table.
See, well, the issue is that the mat isn't filled with lava, so the dice can't get hot. So the dice are currently cold.
That's right. It's because you can recognize the models in this one.
Yeah.
We're gonna probably finish up this combat phase here with Alex's attempt to remove some of these screens, make some space for his deep strikers, and hopefully check out Jesse and Fred's game or deployment phase, maybe.
Looks like we have John doing some counter punching back or some saves maybe.
Which, it's never a good sign when the guard are getting saves. Their armor is not contemptuous at all.
Not in the infantry. Oh man, could you imagine if infantry did get the armor of contempt rule? I'm sure it'll make some difference.
We were talking about this before the game started, about how Games Workshop just seems to want to buff and buff and buff and buff guard, but only in ways that aren't actually super helpful to guard. But that's certainly one of them. Over here, yeah, it looks like we're deploying some stuff. What do your eagle eyes see here, Chris?
Models. I see models.
Beautiful.
So it looks like you got a whole bunch of Death Company kill teams, and I think I see the chaplain on bike in the middle of that central castle there. And up at the top, we see more of Death Company just kind of saying, I don't want to deal with any of this. And making sure that they're far away from the Sisters of Battle. Sisters of Battle are probably rocking in some heavy bolters or multi-melters somewhere in the list. Maybe there's some of the retributors, the girls with the heavy weapons running around, and that could do some damage if it's multi-melters. Meanwhile, for the sisters, we have lots of hugging cover, but also they're not really hiding, although Jesse is using the mid-board line of sight blocking terrain to their advantage to kind of mitigate some of the line of sight issues that
awesome.
might be had.
Just checking with the table boss here. Some requests in chat here. We have a bunch of really cool lists going on here. Would it be possible to figure out what Jesse's updated sisters list is?
I will have him send it to me. I'm on it right now.
Perfect. All right. So, Vic, we're going to have that list sent into a chat so we can put that in there and kind of let everyone know what he's got. That'll also help us out in figuring out what's there. Question for you here while we're waiting for that, Chris. Question of the day. What is the best dice roll you've ever seen in person? I.e., need to make 14 4+ saves to survive in making all of them.
Oof. So the best one I've ever the best one I've ever done personally is actually a TTS game. So this is in the depths of lockdown, and I had a friend throw into my Archon a unit of Blood Angel Assault Intercessors in the Assault Doctrine, so getting all the attacks in the world, and I had like 32 saves to make, and I made 31 2-ups. It was hilarious.
I've done a similar thing with an Archon, but the important thing is you roll them one at a time, obviously, because you can't.
Oh yeah.
But you don't look at the dice, and you maintain eye contact, and that's how you figure out if your dice worked.
Also, I think it's just a scientific fact that you roll better when you roll one at a time. I mean, at least I always seem to do. Although I did also once had, so again on Drakari, I had a succubus who failed a charge because of the Tanglefoot grenade stratagem from Custodes. So she was out left hanging to dry. It was a unit of Hurricane Water Bikes came out and shot her with all their water shells. And she died to the wound exactly after taking out 29 saves. So that was a lot of 4-ups there. But I couldn't quite. I couldn't quite get it. I even CP rerolled one. Couldn't quite get it.
And then I'll teach in. A lot of people asking for lists here for these 4 games because we have 4 really cool looking lists. We are working on getting that out here so we can know, so you can know what some of the top players are playing in the new Warzone Nephilim Grand Tournament packet coming out here. Because lots of big changes coming here. Lots of secondaries that you can now take. Lots of updates. A lot of changing. We had John Lennon playing a bunch of Lehman Russ tanks. That's how much the meta has shifted. Hopefully, with these updates.
Speaking of tanks, we have a Rhino down in the middle, so there may be some Dominion in there, right? Pre-game move that Rhino up.
I was going to say,
first turn roll off.
We might not have lists, but we know that Rhino's going to be moving forward and then unloading a bunch of people.
Oh yeah, like we understand how the game works.
I can tell you the Rhino has a nice plasma center.
We're told, that the Rhino has a chewy plasma center.
That's my favorite kind of center, particularly when it overcharges.
Just don't roll once. That's how it works.
Yeah, just don't roll 9 ones.
Well, yeah, poor Alex did.
Yeah, so it was like the Deathwatch have won the roll off and are going first in this game. What's your thoughts on that? Do you think Deathwatch wanted to go first here, or would they rather have gone second?
I honestly think, the Deathwatch, the way it's set up, wants to go second. Especially kind of the way the table is set up here. He wants to have those sisters get up and get into position. As we mentioned before, those objectives, and we're playing the Scouring here, guys. Those objectives real exposed, so they want to get those firing lanes that their doctrines and their special ammo can really take advantage of. What was your thoughts on that, Chris?
Well, I think the Deathwatch were definitely vying for that for going second. Obviously, they have very little control over when they actually go first or second. The thing is though that with the Army of Renown, again working on the assumption that this is the Army of Renown, they can just go into White Scars and suddenly be in sisters' faces so freaking fast.
Mm-hmm.
So what I reckon we're going to see is we're going to see some cautious movements up the board, kind of getting within ranges where they can start to cover the central point of some of these objectives with a comfortable White Scars turn to a charge going on, and just being ready to hit that switch. So definitely going to see some moving up of the Deathwatch here, but cautiously so, respecting the threat ranges of any multi-meltas or non-damage suit shooting or anything of that kind of ilk.
Yeah, and then Chris, I don't know if you're going to check the general chat area here. John Lennon has posted his Imperial Guard list, trying to get hold of other people's. So if you, take a peruse.
Let's swap over to the other game, as the Guard versus JC game, if we can, Tech Priest, and just want to talk through this list. So John Lennon's list, we're going to have Creed, Company Commander, Primar Psyker with Night Shroud and Barrier, 3 units of infantry squads. Then we're going to have 3 command squads with 4 plasma guns each. Knight Commander Pass with a heavy bolter, plasma, and demolisher. A tank commander with a demolisher, plasma, and heavy bolter. 2 units of infantry, an Ashpath with barrier, a wyvern, and 2 chimeras, and then 3 Lehman Russ demolishers and manticores with full payload. So that's a lot of tank, a lot of chaff to get through. You got 50 guards and models before you get into anything juicy, and those command squads, they probably going to come in from reserve and light up a target of choice with their plasma guns and try and do some damage that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably
Then
followed
we also
by a company commander to give them some orders.
Yeah, and we also got Alex's Gene Stealer cult list that he's playing here. He is running a Myriad cult with Industrial Affinity, Toxin Agents, and War Convoy. He's running a Patriarch with Mass Hypnosis, Might from Beyond, and carrying the Unwilling Orb. That's his Warlord. He also has a Primus. We have some hybrids. We have 5 with auto pistols, 5 blasting charges, all this fun stuff here. Lots of heavy rock cutters. That might help with the tanks here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 heavy rock cutters. Heavy rock cutters in that squad there. We have a hybrid squad, which looks to be bare bones. 2 of those guys. We have another hybrid squad, which is so we have 2 5-man hybrid squads. We have a 10-man with 2 seismic cannons. We have another 10-man with 2 seismic cannons and another 10-man with 2 seismic cannons. It's almost like you knew he was coming up against tanks. Then we have a Keller Morph who has the Worm Tooth Rounds relic. We have the Pure Strain Gene Stealers squad 5-man, 2 5-man Pure Strains, and then 3 Rock Grinders, 3 Goliath Trucks. And then we have a Patrol. This man hates command points, can't stand them. Wants another Patriarch who has Psionic Blast and Psychic Stimulus. We have another bunch of Rock Cutters. We have more hybrids and another Keller Morph. So really spec'd up to anti-tank here.
That is a lot of anti-tank. But this is probably a stress test game, right? Let's see how much the armor contempt helps. And even Russ, I'm going to just quickly look up the profile of those rock drills because I know they're nasty, but I don't know how nasty.
Yeah, Bubble Hurts, the feed where people are talking to. This is a combined feed, so we're jumping between games right now. We're just talking about the lists we have access to, which right now is just sent by John Lennon and little Alexander McDougall. So we just went through the list for the other table to keep it as confusing as possible. When we get Fred's list, Jesse's list, we will switch to the Lennon game so we can make sure to continue on as we started here.
Yeah. Those rock drills, for people who do not know, they are ×2 strength, so they'll be strength 8, -4, and damage 1. But they have a special rule. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, if a hit is scored, that attack automatically wounds a target, and on an unmodified 6 roll, a hit roll of a 6, the target suffers 2 mortal wounds in addition to any normal damage. So that's a lot of AP4 and a lot of mortal wound potential as well.
A lot of I don't care so much about your Armor of Contempt. Just again forcing lots of dice.
Speaking of lots of dice, we have John rolling some shots here with the Imperial Guard. Looks like those GSC, those Gene Stealers have been killed from his deployment zone, and he's regained control of the board, and maybe some damage going on to that character. Now he's the closest target to that Laban Russ.
So Jesse's list has been uploaded into the messenger chat for hosts, and
beautiful.
Fred's list is unchanged from the tournament. So if we can find that.
Yeah, so we just found out Fred is running his GT list, getting as many games as possible with a very good list. We also just got the sisters list that Jesse is running. Which I'm putting into the Discord for you here, Chris, so you can go over that. Unless you can find it in the other one.
I'm not in that messenger chat, so
that's what I figured. So yeah, we're gonna throw it in the other one here. We had 2 seconds. Discord, you're wonderful, but you're very unorganized. Wonderful. Just threw that list in. We finally kind of figure out, and as promised, talking about the list for the wrong table, just to continue the confusion.
Absolutely. So we're running Bloody Rose Sisters. We have I'm going to mispronounce a lot of these names. Hospital, the Healy person, Canoness, who's got the a Blessed Blade Inferno Pistol, Chaplet of Sacrifice, and Blazing Ire. With Word of the Emperor. Those sure are terms I do not understand. Celestine and Gemini Superior and Morven Vow, so I had to have Anti-Vow in there, who's a Warlord. Then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Battle Sister squads with chainswords on the sergeants. A Dogmata with the chorus of spiritual fortitude. 3 Paragon warsuits with Stormbolters, Multi-Melta, and Warblades. Then we've got a unit of 5 Repentia, a unit of 9 Repentia, a unit of 5 Sephirim, so that's the girls with the pistols, and they got the flamers, so they can drop in and shoot and clear for people to drop in like, further past them. Then they got some Zephyrim with the pendants, with his Zephyrim penance, which I think rerolls charges or something like that. Then you got a unit of modifiers in there, just 2 of them, and a unit of Retributor's with Multi-Melta and a Cherub, and they're probably sitting quite happily in the Rhino. So lots of fighting in this list for Bloody Rose. That's gonna bring some damage. Yeah, if that unit of 9 Repentia make contact with something, it's gonna hurt the Deathwatch. Like,
it will no longer be a thing.
You will feel it in the morning, and then you'll feel it in the next morning after
that. Looking at the table right now, John's moved Lehman Russ up to hold that top objective. Looks like Gene Stealer is after whiffing. We have John holding that bottom objective as well there, as well as his home one. What's Alex got to do here to kind of take some of those away, apart from obviously just destroying tanks?
Well, obviously he needs to destroy some tanks. I think the GSEs we need to play cagey here. It doesn't look like there's a lot of OBSEC on the 2 forward objectives for John's side of things. So again, just keep leveraging the fact that you have cheap OBSEC units and just keep on trucking. It's that kind of game where you're going to throw units into the meat grinder that is the Imperial Guard army. And they'll probably last about as long as an average guardsman.
Gonna send wave after wave of his own men against him.
Yes, we have casualties in the millions. What a successful victory! I think there's a Black Library book which is just the life of an average guardsman in like 20 minutes, and I need to. Or like 20 hours, and I need to read that book. That's on my list. It sounds absolutely incredible.
Very good. I believe it's called 8 hours or 16 hours or something like that. Bubblehearts, it is streaming on 4 channels right now. It is all the same stream going across them. So no separate games. We're having small tech issues. So rather than variety, you get us. But yeah, got to hit that kill limit for the Gene Stealer call. They don't ascend until they've killed enough. 14 hours, Tornby Mag. Thank you, chat.
There we go.
Letting us know that's the best book.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get that and listen to it whilst I paint models or something like that.
Crazy. An insane man. No one has done that before. Before we kind of move on here, guys, the reason we're here is we're raising money for a charity called Child's Play. Child's Play is a game industry charity dedicated to improving the lives of children and teens in children's hospitals around the world. They have 180 different children's hospitals worldwide, as well as nearly 200 domestic violence shelters across the United States. What Child's Play does is they use the money raised to purchase games, video game consoles, and other entertainment to really help make some people's worst times even like a little bit better. Every penny you donate to Child's Play at charityhammer.com goes directly to the cause. No money is taken by any of the players you're watching, commentators you're listening to, or even hosts Colin of the Best in Tabletop Network, who's hosting this. Everything goes right to charity, goes right to Child's Play even, to make sure that the kids are getting as much entertainment as possible in difficult times. For every $30 donated, you get a raffle ticket, which will be drawn throughout the event. There's a ton of great prizes. You don't like painting? Just win a commission painted army from Sean Naden, Captain of Team America. You don't want to buy an army? Well, you can win $1,200 of store credit with Hammerhead Games. As of tomorrow, you will be able to make your pick'em predictions for the top 8 bracket of the hardest GAT. Winner of that gets a Chaos Knight box. And let me tell you, I don't want to see another War Dog in my life after painting 14 of them, but it's a beautiful kit. And you could win that simply by predicting the correct bracket. All right, shilling gone. Now go ahead.
Yes, donate if you can. We're swapped back to the Sisters versus Deathwatch
Other
game.
stream is
Yeah, the Deathwatch.
chugging a bit right now, so we're gonna give it a chance to maybe catch up with whatever's going on there. So
No worries, thank you very much, Tech Priests. That's Tech Priest Mitch, if I guess correctly. So yes, the Deathwatch have moved on up just to probably tease in those threat ranges a little bit. Say to Jesse, if you want to get onto the table in any meaningful manner, you have to go through my army.
Looks like the top squad's towed into the ruin. If you guys don't know, the lava rocks all over the place, those count as ruins. So definitely making beneficial use of that terrain there.
Yeah, lots of cover saves going around. Do you think the Sisters are going to have a hard time chewing through this Deathwatch army if they do go White Scars next turn and just present them with all these Marine bodies?
You know, I think honestly, like, I don't think Fred's army has a lot of AP, and when Sisters have an Armor of Contempt as well, I think this almost comes down to a dice off, where yeah, Fred can move into White Scars and cause issues that way, as you yourself well know. But do Sisters have the weight of dice to just kind of take care of it?
I think I'm not sure exactly where the upgrades are, if it's all just heavy thunder hammers or if there's some like lightning claw sergeants, because lightning claw sergeants would do work in Sisters. They're only one wound each. You're wounding on threes, re-rolling everything. So maybe that's how they're planning on chugging through the Sisters, with some bolter fire going on the way in if you have any assault bolters somewhere. But I think the Sisters, looking through their list, they've got a lot of good AP melee. You've got the Repenser, you've got the Zephyrim, you've got the Paragon Warsuit, Celestine Antival, and the Mortifiers. They will do some damage into those bodies. So it's all about who has better impact threat and who can dictate the terms of engagement. Which is going to definitely be
Fred's
interesting.
being pretty cagey with it so far here. He hasn't overextended himself, still pretty much into his zone, not trying to grab too many. Again, with the scouring, I believe it's still hold 2, hold 3, hold more.
Yes, it is still hold 2, hold 3, hold more, and you
The
get
worst.
and it's just there you got the action which you can scan each objective once and you get points for the tertiary. Looking at I think the Miracle Dice pile for Sisters, I think I can see through the stream here we have a 3 and I'm going to say a 6 or a 5 on Miracle Dice for Sisters. That could help with charges, particularly with some Zephyr moving 12 inches. The gap between the two armies was only 24 inches to begin with. Those bikers are probably around the I want to say 18-inch mark away. So if you use that 5 or 6 on a charge, you're pretty much guaranteed to get in with some Zephyr if that's what you want to do. And yep, we have some Zephyr moving up now in a pretty aggressive manner.
Yeah, good call on that one there. Yeah, because that's definitely a gap that they can make with those Miracle Dice. Those folks, those objectives and the scouring. Another reason the scouring is such a divisive mission. All of these objectives are really close together. So even grabbing one in your own zone will result in you being in threat range of a lot of stuff.
For sure. And if you're the melee army in this mission, you're definitely going to be having a good time because everything is within decent charge range of you.
Mm-hmm.
And the Sisters have that advantage of the Miracle Dice where they can just say, I choose to make this charge now. Thank you very much. I think we have a character moving up there as well. Nope, this is some more Zephyrim, or no, that's Celestine actually. So you got Celestine moving up as well to meet the Deathwatch bikers here.
Which you kind of have to, because if you look at the way Fred's spread out here, a lot of his threat is in that bottom left-hand corner. And the sisters that are moving out are huge threats to that area.
Yeah. And you're going to have Anti-Val and her Paragon warsuits moving on up as well to probably pressure more towards the center. And those Paragon warsuits are tough to kill.
Yeah. Jesse just pointing out things that he wants dead, I would assume.
Yeah.
I know that one.
Yeah, that one guy there. That one guy there. Yeah, the guy with the heavy thunder hammer.
We didn't have face cams for this, but during Fred was on the last slot here, he whiffed 80% of the wound rolls for his heavy thunder hammer into Tyranid warriors. And I would assume his face went as white as Jesse's shirt there. Which is a bold choice.
It was Leviathan Tyranid warriors, wasn't it, to be fair? So still winning
to be
on
fair.
fours. Yeah.
But yeah.
Winning on fours is a rough one for Thunderhammered. So we're seeing some more shuffling here from the sisters. It looks like Jesse's trying to screen out his backfield. Maybe there's a squad in the Teleportarium for the Deathwatch.
Possibly. Again, it's let's see. Let me see if I can pull up Jesse or Fred's Deathwatch list cover. Retribution 83. We're trying to make player mics work. Might not be a thing. You might just have to put up with our dulcet tones trying to figure out what's going on here.
Yeah. Bubble Horse is asking, is there any way to see how much has been donated so far? I'm going to pass that question over to Tech Priest Mitch and see if he can give an updated count.
I'll raise you one Mitch and go to me. Currently, you're sitting at $11,322.77, which is an incredible number.
Hey, that's
again 100% of that going directly to Child's Play. So thank you everyone who has donated so far.
So the Mortifiers and some sisters have moved up to take control of that objective in the top right corner. The Rhino still hasn't moved up on yet. So I don't think we're going to see an overly aggressive play from the Rhino. If the Rhino moves up too far, the Rhino could find itself getting wrapped and trapped and making it a pain to disembark from it.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these guys playing pretty cagey, not wanting to get involved in the meat grinder in the center there.
Yeah.
Speaking of meat grinders, table boss, how's Mr. Lennon versus Mr. McDougal going? It looks like some frenzied McDougal dice rolling. What do you see here, table state wise, Chris?
So we see some acolytes of some description popped out of a transport, run on up, and I see the ultra friendly silhouette of some heavy rock drills getting ready to charge into that tank commander, and hopefully that tank commander has some crossfire tokens put in it. Otherwise, that tank commander might just overwatch with the 5+ overwatch stratagem. So the GSC do need to be careful and shut down that overwatch before it begins. Coming further down the board, we see, I think, the Patriarch, or I think that's the right term, the big daddy of the GSC, coming in to charge the Chimera, who is sitting in the middle of the table, threatening as a Chimera can be, and I don't see any shenanigans happening down in the bottom two objectives, outside of some trucks moving on up to load their firepower somewhere.
The rock grinder kind of trying to move up in the bottom, little Goliath in there. I will say we do know as well, John incorrectly had his secondary listed before as special orders. It's actually by Lasgun and Bayonet. which is 1 victory point each time an enemy unit that started the turn within range of an objective marker is destroyed by one of your units. Which again, it's just points for doing what you should be doing anyway.
Yeah.
Which I think is a common theme for these new guard secondaries.
The guard need the help. Like they really do need the help until the book comes out. And I mean, this is why they took Stranglehold out. They were saying Stranglehold is just playing the game and scoring points for playing the game. And but now actions like guard need the help, so they'll give it to them. Retribution 83 on YouTube. Ooh, daddy. Yes, the GNC daddy's coming after. Yeah, this is where you get to have like post coffee Chris. Now, like the caffeine's in my system.
Yeah.
It's only going to get madder and madder throughout the day, so stay tuned.
Yeah. Of course, you're getting Chris. What looks to be like 8:30 in the morning his time, 9:30 in the morning his time. You get me 12:30 at night my time. The only reason I know that, of course, my beautiful parents over in Scotland let me know I never call them enough, so I'm very aware of the time over there mostly.
Yep. And Daddy has made
that's the only effective way to not call them is to be aware of the time.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Also, to be lazy. But yeah, Claw Daddy.
Claw Daddy. Welcome to the madness of the night shift of Charity Hammer, where the points are made up and the scores don't matter.
Well, I had run with Alex's original nickname that he given himself, which was Canadian Bronze after his 4th place LVO showing this year. But I think Claw Daddy is even better, and some White Claw inspired shirt is in his future.
Yep, absolutely. Sindri Tepek over on YouTube says it is 4:19 here in Atlanta. Oh, that is early.
That is early. I think that's
late. One of the two.
That is the worst of our worlds. Like, staying up late is one thing. Getting up on time is another. But being like 4 a.m., nothing good happens after 4 a.m.
Yeah. So it looks like those acolytes with those heavy rock drills have made contact with that Leaving Russ and should do some good work in getting through that armor with those mortal wound output as well.
To be fair, though, Alex did roll 9 ones to wound with Gene Stealer.
That is very true. Hopefully not 9 ones, because all the rock drills need to do is hit.
There are
Oh no, I see some wind rolling going on here, so that is that is the rock drills.
Lots of damage there in that Leaving Russ. Looks like the Russ is down to 10 wounds as is.
Oh, now down to 4.
Yep. Down to 4. Armor of Contempt, useless against rock drills. It looks like we're going again. As DJ Khaled famously says, another one. Or is this is just a slub test. He's just slapping the tank now.
So here's a theory for you. With these guard secondaries, and with the new armor contempt to Leaving Russes, do you reckon that the guard full tank army is now a thing? Do you reckon we're going to see, like, here's a Bane Blade and a bunch of Leaving Russes, and maybe some Scout Sendos, where all the Leaving Russes become OPSEC?
I mean, it's the same thing we're seeing with the Ward Dog list, right? Where we're taking like 12 to 14 Ward Dogs, where it's a great meme. It's going to catch people out the first month or so. But ultimately, it would be like a gatekeeper kind of stat checklist of, can you take care of a bunch of heavy armor? No, you're probably going to lose. Yes, you're probably going to win. Armor of Contempt is great on these tanks, and it does a lot for it, especially with the 2-up saves that they have. But it doesn't kind of take away a lot of the existing problems Guard have. I think what we're going to see is we're going to be shifting to a vehicle or high toughness meta, especially with Chaos Knights, Imperial Knights, the Guard changes. So we're going to see everyone else adapt around that and expect to see those things. So maybe for the next couple of weeks after that, it's going to stabilize to being just good old Guard.
Oh yeah. I had a friend at a GT run that pure list, that the big tank and the little tanks and everything. I'm blanking on the names, and They had a horrible day one, but then on where they only got one win. But on day 2, they ran into 3 Chaos players in a row. That Vengeance for Arcadia stratagem did work. Those on day 2, so they were loving it and finished 4-2 with full tank guard. But this before all the buffs came out. So it looks like that Demon Ross is going to be alive on 2 wounds, but there are troops in that objective for the GSE again, cutting into John's primary here. But I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference because John's still going to hold 2 objectives, and this is hold 1, hold 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they're doing the first mission from the new pack here, which is hold 1, hold 2, hold more. I think it will allow Alex to hold more, so maybe denying 4 points for John. But if he's just steadily scoring 8 points a turn, I think he's laughing.
I don't imagine the GSE who are currently on that objective in combat with the Leaving Russ are long for this world. So I don't think it's actually going to be that much of a swing. I think that play was more to try and take out that Leaving Russ. And as is on 2 health, it won't be that effective. But Guard do have a 1 CP stratagem to heal 1 wound back. Does that do anything? Does that get them over a wound bracket?
Not
No,
at
it
2,
doesn't.
I don't think. No,
No, it doesn't. You need to get into 4, so probably not worthwhile using that stratagem there. Maybe just
the
falling back
progressive,
and shooting.
the progressive objective on this mission, Breaking Body and Soul, is you get 1 victory point to a maximum of 3 for each enemy unit that was destroyed at the battle round. So not being able to finish off that Lehman Russ hurts Alex a
Or
lot.
that Chimera.
Yeah. Alex and Dice, mortal enemies today. Used to have was that Chimera? Is that just hanging out in a forest over there?
Looks like John is disembarking from that Chimera with some guardsmen ready to be a nuisance and try and mess with the GSC primary.
Try and move on to the objective there, you're thinking? Are we
I
looking
think it's probably going to be an advanced role, to be honest with you. I don't see an officer nearby. And I don't think we saw any Vox casters for the guard.
They haven't received that buff of Vox casters are just free now.
At least it wasn't on the list, so I'm not sure.
No. It's on there to do as they continually buff guard in ways for the if we keep buffing it and nothing's happening.
Oh, this could be some command squads coming down. Actually, lots of 4-man units with the plasma.
Oh yeah, some plasma bomb.
And also doing some nice move blocking as well.
Yeah.
So I think that's what was in that Chimera there, giving you some reliable targets of choice. Because I think the Chimera can transport 12 models for guard. I will check. Yep, 12 models, so 3 squads of plasma guys. That's a lot of plasma.
That's a gross load. And that's where I'm going to leave that. How is Jesse versus Fred moving on just as we're finishing up the movement phase here? Maybe check in on that one real quick as John's doing some measurement.
We'll have to wait till our Cerberus skull flies over that table. Having flashbacks of the Dawn of War Cerberus skull noise now. The little trilling.
Too much.
Too real, man. Too real.
Too real. John moving that Lehman Russ up to try and knock off some shots in that Goliath there.
Oh, maybe not. This one instead. This one looks nicer.
Yeah. Well, I think looking at it, it's just a little out of range of possibly some of the Sponson guns.
Yes.
From that middle one there.
And I'm sure the Wyverns, I think John's running. I'll just double check.
Mm-hmm.
The Wyverns. Yep, he has one wyvern. We'll make short work of the infantry that is standing right in front of the wyvern, very helpfully. So no needed to go through outline set shooting nonsense.
No. And that Lehman Rust is probably putting the reverse light on and beeping out of there so it can just shoot it.
And also helpfully providing a little bit of screening for the two Lehman Russes behind it.
Mm-hmm. John being very protective of his home objective and his own deployment zone. Of course, recover the relics. You only get your Battleforge CP if you hold your own objective or one or more objective in your opponent's territory. So being very cagey around making sure that he gets that source of CP. Which is why it looks like John's tanks in the top right, like someone's trying to leave a Metallica concert.
Yeah. In this mission, you really have to hold on to the objectives in no man's territory and beyond, because you're just not going to get your CP. And before it was okay because you would only lose one. So the armies without like forward deploy would only lose one CP. Now you lose two, which is huge. So if your codex has a way of pre-game moving out or forward deploying, take it. Just for this mission. If it's in the whatever rules pack you're going to be playing under.
And let me share some secrets. TOs are lazy. A lot of times you're going to do a mission 11, 12, 13, or 11, 22, and 33. But a high chance this mission will come up.
Yep. It's also just a very simple mission. Not that complicated. Just go kill things. So it's a TO's favorite to do kind of as kind of a round 3 mission, or the start of it, or the start of the event, or maybe even to finish. When people are
Relic of Lost Cadia has been used.
Woo! Time to re-roll.
Of course, just in case you can't hear there, Relic of Lost Cadia has been used. Rerolls coming your way. John wanted to make sure that the things die.
Yep, this is the guard go turn. The underpants of some lost commander on Cadia have been unveiled, and everyone's feeling very good about that.
Well, if you're looking at the new guard model range, it's just a shitty coat was saved from Cadia, and everyone's really happy about it, inspiring them to reroll everything. But it will be super helpful for John to pop some of these transports and get rid of some of this infantry.
I'm just imagining some guardian running out like, no, I've got a jar of dirt. And everyone going, that's awesome. Good work. Keep
just a command squad with this plasma gun that keeps overheating. It's like, but the dirt's near.
Yeah, but the dirt says hit better.
Just images of that scene in the Avengers when he was like, those trading cards weren't in his pocket, they were in his locker. And he was like, they don't need to know that. The dirt is in Cadia.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a very suspect hole behind the company commander who's holding it up.
He's holding a urn and a shovel.
Oh, but he did a month of Death Corps of Krieg, so it's fine. He carries a shovel with him everywhere.
Man.
If I ever play guard, I need to 3D print that like a guy holding a jar out now. Just have some way of doing it.
Just use the texture paint to dig a little hole in the base. Oh man!
Exactly. Yeah.
That's your company commander right there.
Yeah. So this guy's a Relic of Lost Cadia.
Someone get the Elegoo going on that.
Yeah, maybe like there's like a wee like lost and found box behind him.
I think we're moving on to Alex's roll a lot of sixes phase.
Yeah.
Good.
We're gonna swap on over to the other game.
Yeah, awesome. Well, John is rolling all of his dice and re-rolling all of his dice. We're gonna move over to Jesse versus Fred, see where we're at there. What are we seeing here, Chris?
I'm trying to see if there's any less Deathwatch run, and I think there's definitely a few less Deathwatch.
Not as
But
easy as
sisters
that.
have made it into combat though. So
there's about
Zephyr
to
and
be-
Celestine.
There's about to be a lot less Deathwatch down there, but into the
Yeah.
bikes.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Fred is running the relic of the Invan aura that they have, so that might help keep those bikers alive if the chaining back is possible to wherever
Okay.
that guy might be. But yeah, it's still going to hurt either way.
Yeah.
So I
let me see if
think
can
she does
find
mortals, doesn't she?
this. I believe so. Let me try and pull up. Here we go. Charity Hammer GT list, because Fred is just running his GT list in this friendly game.
Yeah, the Ardent Blade for Celestine. So she'll get 6 attacks, hitting on 2s at strength, 7 AP 4 damage 2. But if it's a 6 to hit, that dice does 2 mortal wounds and the sequence ends, which will be nasty for the Deathwatch.
For sure. And Deathwatch, starting with 3 CP, it's the Army of Renown. You have the Primaris Chaplain on bike, who's a wise orator. He has the Beacon and Angelus, Recitation of Focus, Litany of Hate, and Canticle of Hate. We have a Captain with a jump pack. He has the Xenophase Blade and a master-crafted bolt gun. We have 5 Heavy Intercessors, 5 Hellstorm, 5 Aggressors with Boltstorm, and then Aquila. We have 5 Infiltrators. We have 5 Vets with bolt guns and chainswords, 4 bikes, 4 power swords, 1 Vanguard Vet jump pack, a Dominus, and we have 5 Vets with bolt gun and chainsword, 5 Vanguard Vet jump packs, 3 Lightning Claws and Storm Shields, 2 Heavy Thunder Hammers and a Dominus. We have 5 Vets, Sarge with a Heavy Thunder Hammer, 3 Storm Shields and bolt guns, 1 Chainsword and bolt gun, Black Shield, Thunder Hammer, Chainsword, 1 Terminator, 2 Lightning Claw, 2 Vanguard Vets with jump packs and Heavy Thunder Hammers, and a Bike Champion. We have 5 Vets, Sergeant with a Heavy Thunder Hammer, 3 Storm Shields, 1 Chainsword, a Black Shield with a Thunder Hammer, and a Chainsword. I'm sorry, I'm trying to guess through Fred's shorthand here on 2 in the morning. 1 Terminator with 2 Lightning Claws, 2 Vanguard Vets with jump packs and Heavy Thunder Hammers, and a Bike Champion. This list seems to be Heavy Thunder Hammer the list. If he rolls 4s, it's going to go great. If he doesn't, it might not be fantastic.
Speaking of rolling 4s and things not going great, a bunch of bikers have just died because, as we heard in that list read through, there is no relic Storm Shield to give out the Invan, so Celestine happily cutting through some Space Marines here.
Yeah. We're seeing here Jesse taking all of the sisters secondaries, which is one of the things out in Nephilim, which makes sisters great. Fred, Shock Tactics, popular one for him. Cripple Stronghold, and Assassinate.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly look up Cripple Stronghold, but I have no idea what it does.
Well, it's Cripple Stronghold. I'm going to assume that's a typo.
The Stronghold.
The Stronghold.
Deathwatch. Cripple Stronghold. This is a long one. I'm going to read it and then summarize because I'm not reading out an entire page.
No, that's something I would do because I didn't want to summarize. But regardless, sisters doing what sisters do best and just removing models, clearing off that bottom objective. This is Stranglehold, hold 2, hold 3, hold more. Right now, it looks like Jesse's holding 3 and more. So Fred has to kind of make some movement here, play some aggression to kind of get some more objectives back.
Okay, so Cripple Stronghold. Basically, you need to tell your opponent to pick one of the objectives that is not in their deployment zone, and that becomes their stronghold for the game. And when your Deathwatch infantry units are on that stronghold, you can attempt an action which starts at the end of your movement phase if you're within range of the stronghold objective marker, and you hold it, and it will finish at the end of your turn. each time you finish that action, you score 4 victory points, and then you roll 1d6. On a 6, your opponent loses 1 command point. So you can mess with their command points here, which is quite nice to see.
That's
but
a real interesting
on
one
this
to take
mission-
on Stranglehold.
on
Oh,
this mission-
Stranglehold on yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Because if I'm Jesse, I mean, I'm gonna take. Do you want to take a guess at which one Jesse took as the one
I'm gonna say bottom
top right or bottom right?
I'm gonna say bottom right.
But yeah, definitely in the scouring, there aren't any objectives in your deployment zone, so that gives your opponent basically the ability to dictate where the army is.
Yeah,
Looking at how Fred deployed and how Jesse is kind of circled around that bottom right objective, Chris, I think you're right in saying that is the Stranglehold one. That might be a
Yeah.
mistake into this.
I do not like that secondary at all. I think the only missions it could really kind of work would be maybe a mission like Death and Zeal or 40 targets.
Mm-hmm.
Vital Intelligence, it would be horrible because typically you commit to a flank.
Right, for sure.
Not Data Scry Salvage, not Vital Intelligence. I'm talking old seasons here. Yeah, that is not a good secondary choice. I do not like that at all.
Especially
but maybe Fred's just trying it because these things just came out.
Again, these are all friendly games. These are not GT games, but this is Jesse trying kind of a slightly different list now that he can pick freely from the secondaries. Fred getting some more practice in with this GT list here. Checking out maybe some of those secondaries that you wouldn't take before. And again, these games are all being played for a specific reason. That reason would be charity. Everyone's coming together here to raise money. It's called Charity Hammer. Not a beat list hammer. Though sometimes those two things are not mutually exclusive. Guys, we're trying to raise money here for Child's Play. Child's Play partners with over 180 children's hospitals worldwide, as well as nearly 200 domestic violence shelters across the United States, in order to provide entertainment and games to help kids and others through some of the most difficult times in their lives. It started when Mike and Jerry from Penny Arcade saw how video games were portrayed negatively by the media and challenged their fans to help support Seattle Children's Hospital. They set up an Amazon wishlist, and within a month, they raised over $250,000 in cash and toys for that hospital, so they just kind of kept it going. Guys, 100% of what is donated to Child's Play over this weekend goes directly to Child's Play, and as a thank you, for every $30 that you donate, you get a raffle ticket for the ability to win one of a lot of amazing prizes. We have $1,200 of store credit with Hammerhead Games. We have a fully commission painting job for a 2,000-point army from Sean Naden, who's an amazing painter. Model sets. And if you are the biggest single donor to the event over this weekend, you win a set of objective markers signed by every single player who is attending this weekend. What better way to say beat a John Lennon at a tournament than beat him with his own objective markers that he signed, signing his own death warrant or failure warrant here.
Oh yeah, that is the ultimate flex play.
Ultimate
I heard that the sign set markers make you roll better, so you never roll 9 ones to wound.
Yeah, also you can guilt him and being like, look, I donated a lot to get these. The least you can do is just lay down for the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, that might work once. But the great thing is, you own those markers. You get to be that once.
You get to pick when that once is.
Absolutely.
Alex picking up command squads here from the looks of things. That plasma squad is no more, and now he has a squad jumping out that Goliath.
Speaking of things that are no more, I think a couple of GSE vehicles up at the top are no more, and also I think the patriarch, the Claw Daddy himself, is no more.
Claw Daddy gone.
Suffering from the rerolls. Yeah, suffering from the rerolls of the Jar of Dirt, known as the Relic of Loscadia.
Yeah, Relic of Loscadia found an awful lot of bodies by the fact that top left corner of Alex's almost bereft of models entirely. And I think that's leading Alex to have to be a little bit more aggressive here and focus on his game plan. We see him piling out that vehicle, really trying to shore up that home objective so he can keep generating CP, keep generating points.
Do you think the GSC have enough left in the tank to make another good assault onto the guard lines, or is it kind of just a bit too little too late?
It's a bit too little, too late. If it wasn't for that like triangular block, Y-shaped block of tanks up there, because here's the thing, John screened that top right corner really well with tanks. If you can get through 3 Lehman Russ, then you can finally get rid of the Hydra and things that are going to wipe out that infantry. G's are called real squishy, and those Hydras are going to do amazing work to get it, but you can't access them unless you get through 30 odd plus toughness 8 wounds with a 2+ save and armor of contempt. I think John screened that out fantastically to the point where Alex is really just scrambling for points in this part of the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even armies like I know, like, because they're my go-to Blood Angels are going to struggle to chew through that many wounds with any level of being efficient. Like Siren Guard running with 35 attacks, wounding 4s at AP4. It's just like you probably get through 1, maybe 2, if you're lucky, and it's just then you're facing down the rest of the Guard army.
And if I remember right, there's 3 squads of rock grinders in there, but with all of the transports being popped, getting close enough to use them while surviving those Hydras is going to be the hard part right there. So again, at this point, John can keep his little firing base in the top right-hand corner and let the other units in his army do all the work. Because with the threats we're looking at right now for Alex is we have a Goliath, we have 2 Goliath trucks, and a couple of Neophyte units sort of left over there.
It looks like we have a unit of something coming out of reserve, looking to be about 8 inches away, so that might be another Rockdor unit coming to charge into that Wyvern. And we have another unit of Acolyte hybrids who just got out of the damaged truck in the bottom left side of your screen. Not sure what they're going to do. It looks like they've only just moved out through the 3 inches. I don't think they've made their actual move yet. If so, they can definitely try and run up and clear the guys who are just being measured to, or clear out that home objective, or make just a charge onto the Chimera to have one less thing on the field.
Yeah, a really good play by Alex as well to go for those Hydras, just to try and kind of save his infantry, which is the heavy hitters he needs to take care of the Lehman Russ. A lot of people would be tempted to go for the big scary tanks, but they're not what's taking away all of his tools right now.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe these tanks for the GSC, they're just a bit like Gilliman was back at the start of 8-3, just kind of ignored him and went for all of his friends instead.
Right, absolutely. How the Silent King is now in Nephilim.
Yeah. Is it? Oh no, I'm down to 1 Mephrit somehow. Oh well, time to bring back the Silent King.
Oh no, you've destroyed your 37th miniature this game. God, I hope that gets fixed so quickly.
We have Necrons coming to the RTT tomorrow as well.
You will have Silent King coming to RTT tomorrow, right?
Yes, a friend of mine was literally rebasing Flayed Ones when the points came out. Sorry, when the set came out, and I said, "Are you stopping that?" And then getting your vehicles out.
We have, I think, our RTT tomorrow. We're going to be full of Chaos Knights. That seems to be the flavor of the month up here right now. So that'll be real interesting. Hopefully, I don't see a Silent King because I don't want to. Got some more talk coming in the bottom here.
Yep. Again, looking to be about the 8 inches away, so they can make a charge move. For those of you who didn't know, GSC can either come 8 inches away and charge, or 6 inches away and shoot. So it looks like we're getting some charge action going on in here, trying to put some pressure onto the objectives. And if they do manage to kill whatever they touch, they can then just go back into reserve for a command point.
For sure, and you have to
Because they're
imagine he's going to
tricksy.
do something like that for his rock grinders. Try and keep them safe, to keep them as a threat.
There's certainly more in the tank than I thought there was, given the amount of deep strikes.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Alex Indigo can take himself out of the trenches a little bit. The guard have dug for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, it's still, I think, a task to get through that wall of tanks on that top right-hand side.
For sure.
But do you think we're going to see some slowdown from John's secondary game?
So what's he got? He's got kill things with that are on the objective. He's got boots on the ground, which is B places, right? If I remember that correctly.
Right. It's got to get past 30 pages of Adeptus to start these ones first.
I've got it. Boots on the ground, 1 victory point for each table quarter that has 1 or more regiment infantry units wholly within it, excluding character model, and not within the center. Add 1 victory point if you have 1 victory point, or if 1 or more units from your army is with a regimental standard within the center of the battlefield, or within your opponent's farming zone. So that one, John should still get like a couple points each per turn. So +2 points, +2 points, +2 points. The turn where he popped out the command squads, which are now dying, he would have gotten a 4 for that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's nice. So I reckon we're going to see Blitzligon finish about 10 to 12 points. By that's going to be in that should be 10 plus points as well. And Festival Command, again, that's just play guard again, right? So that should be. I'm expecting 12 plus from that one for the guard.
Do you think we're in a situation with guard where they're like, hey, you're going to struggle in primary maybe, so just here's 40 points for your secondary?
Very possibly. The guard, but mind you, the guard in the hands of a good player like John, with the right build, which is enough OBSEC idiots running around, they can mess with primary real bad. They may not score primary that highly, but they can mess yours up. Just because guardsmen move advancing, that's what, like, average of 18 inches.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fast OBSEC unit right there.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
faster than that. That's faster than witches.
Yeah.
Unless you're getting a charge in as well.
While Alex is moving some stuff here, let's check in on Fred and Jesse to see how the Deathwatch are holding up against those sisters. I'm going to continue to ask for things with 0 notice as well.
You're not praising the Omniscient enough.
No, I'm obviously not. No.
Have you got the incense burning?
I have not.
Oh, well, that's your mistake.
Go light it first.
You need to go and get incense first.
No,
incense store
for miles.
Yeah, incense store open at 2 o'clock in the morning. Where?
Oh, I like the order incense. Oh, so yeah, not a lot of Deathwatch left here.
No, the Deathwatch. I think they're trying to. I don't know. Like it looks like they've got 1 OBSEC model on that objective where Celestine's currently hanging out. Maybe it is outside of 3 inches. I imagine it is, but there's definitely more space for it to kind of reverse to hang around on the edge. Meanwhile, they're coming up to claim the central objective. I'm not sure where they're going to get their shot tactics from, to be honest, because the sisters never. Oh, they did clear them off that objective entirely. So yes, that shock tactics scored nice and easily for the Deathwatch.
Mm-hmm. And Fred's real good about pulling models in a way that encourages shock tactics.
Yeah, I reckon you're going to see a lot of Space Marinists actively not running Rites of War to make shot tactics an easier secondary to have.
Mm-hmm.
Just encourage those OBSEC idiots to run up in range and go, aha, thank you for the 3 points. Norgo Matthew over on YouTube saying, we'll check that one out, referring to the incense stores. Peak sales hours.
Several states now have legalized incense in America.
Oh boy. Yeah, it looks like the Deathwatch are trying to play cagely here, but I think the sisters are in a very good position to come down very hard on the Deathwatch next turn, taking them off of all but one objective.
Mm-hmm. Which we're playing scouring, guys. One objective doesn't get you anything.
Yeah. Yeah, the sisters have a lot of high AP melee in here, which will just do work into the Deathwatch. And if that wasn't enough, they do have a squad of multi-multi Retributors floating about somewhere. Maybe in that Rhino.
Because I believe they still have a unit in that Rhino, or is that blob of things to the side of right-hand side of it, the unit that was in it?
They still have I think they still have 2 units in the Rhino. I think I see 2 models on top of the Rhino, signifying maybe the 5-man Red Preacher squad and the 5-man Repentia squad. Sorry, girl. Squad.
Yeah, 5-person squad.
5-person squad. Yes, there we go. The coffee's wearing off now, so forgive me.
No problem. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to see something. I think Fred's gonna have to make a couple big gambles. We still have some Deathwatch, that top left-hand corner, I believe, behind the rock in the back. But it's a bad time to be pinned into your own deployment zone by sisters in the scouring.
Yeah, it's exactly where you did not want to be. You want to be the one doing the pinning. Do you think maybe Fred was a bit too cautious here? Do you think if the Deathwatch just went, here's my entire army, deal with it, and then at least that way, the Deathwatch would be in range to smack back the following turn?
I mean, I think so. I think the thing is, Fred played a little cagey because there are a lot of combat threats and a lot of things that are just going to kind of tear through his armor like butter. And especially you have that Rhino threat up there. You have Anti-Val, you have everything there. It can be really hurtful. So you try to play a little bit cagey. Sadly, Jesse just dropped Trell and pumped Ray away. And moved all the way across that bottom table. He kind of really closed off that bottom right objective, we believe, is the cripple stronghold, which is what I'm going to call it from here on out, which I don't think anyone should take in a lot of the missions. Yeah, I think the way I want to say it, Fred's a phenomenal player. I want to say he's maybe trying cripple stronghold as a mission or as a secondary, and I think sticking to that and committing a lot of his army to that bottom half of the table has just cost him a lot.
Yeah, I would encourage everyone to try out their new secondaries at least once, even if you think they're not the best, because until you actually see it on the tabletop, you won't really know.
Because I mean,
so
we're saying here that cripple stronghold isn't a good one, but if it fits your playstyle and your army, then it can be the best one.
It looks like a unit of sisters dying here because the Miracle Dice was just being rolled. Looking at the Miracle Dice pool, we have, I think that might be 3 60s and a 1, which is a very nasty Miracle Dice pool to be facing into. The 1 being used to save a unit from morale, of course, and those 6s making even a 12-inch charge easy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which means you really have to respect those threat ranges, because after you might go, it's a 10-inch charge with a Repentia, they never make it, then suddenly Miracle Dice happen.
Yeah. Something I've come to realize is with Sisters, threat range is the maximum amount of movement, because the Miracle Dice will make it so. Some saves coming in, looks like, or possibly some attacks. Looks like Fred's doing some work.
Are we maybe having a charge from the 1 biker? Oh, I think the biker might have some friends. Yeah, the biker's charging in. He cannot decide where he's going to go though.
I believe is that Celestine there? Or
that might be Celestine. So maybe Celestine has died in the shooting phase, and this is the squad trying to finish her off.
Yeah, hopefully they do. And Fred's dice got a little bit better from earlier because so I think he's put a little too close to the chest. Stayed in his deployment zone. Guys, scouring is a meat grinder mission where you just kind of run to the middle of the table until one person doesn't have any units left to die. And really, Jesse went aggressive. Fred went defensive, and let him get just utter table board control. At any point, that Rhino can pop out, kind of take care of that top left. Jesse's really dictating the pace of this game here.
Yeah. Those Paragon Warsus next turn with Anti-Val are going to happily clear the middle and just stand there and basically just T-pose after that.
Yeah. The sheer arrogance of using 400 to 500 points of your army just to stand there and be threatening is just
right.
Godly. Please come to your stronghold. We will not allow you in. Let's check out, while this combat is going on, what's going on between Mr. John and Mr. Alex. Loving our tech priest learning my audio cues here. We're down a tank.
Oh dear. Mind you, that tank was on 2 wounds. So
Yeah, we're down.
If that tank had survived, something had gone wrong.
Yeah, we're down a 2-wound tank. The block still in. John using those 2 tanks. There's no way you can get a base through there. Their tips are touching barrel wise. And again, we still have the anti-infantry up at the top there too. What's the game looking like to you just now, Chris?
It's looking like the JC definitely still have the work cut out for them, but if they keep on removing these scoring opportunities that the Guard have, so taking off their chaff, taking off their weaker tanks soon, John might be in the game where he's got 3 or 4 models left.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, those models are doing Rust battle tanks, but it doesn't matter if they can't get line of sight to things hiding behind buildings, or if they can't hold objectives because they're not OPSEC.
Yeah, and they're going to be forced to move to try and get objectives at that point here.
Speaking of, it looks like it is John's turn. Maybe I see some movements happening.
Yep. Which I'm going to assume is John's turn 4.
Yes.
Looking at that.
I wonder if Alex's scores have been updated, but we'll have to see if they do.
They're pushing through right now.
Oh, cool. Scores are updating as we speak.
Cool. But yeah, it looks like also we have a couple of tanks that are tied up at the top there, and maybe that white tank is on 3 wounds, I think.
Mm-hmm.
If I can see the dice.
The middle Chimera looks to be on 7 wounds left.
Yes, that was Claw Daddy's work. Yeah, scratch the paperwork.
Poor old Claw Daddy. He tried so hard.
R.I.P. King.
Rest in power, Claw Daddy.
I would never call a patriarch anything but Claw Daddy ever. No.
I'm going to ask to see people's lists and be like, oh, you brought a Claw Daddy, huh? And they're going to be like, excuse me? Don't worry about it.
It's like the South Park crab people. Have you ever saw that show?
Yeah, Claw Daddy, Claw Daddy.
Oh, man. Midnight Shift at Charity Hammer. You get the top quality commentary right here. It's only going to get wilder and wilder as the night draws on.
The night draws on.
The morning draws on for me.
I was about to have a little heart attack here. Treat myself to a little football kit. Thought they'd taken my 2 stars away, but instead they'd moved them to the sleeve. So that's all good here. John aggressively measuring and counting here.
It looks like we might have some first rank fire, second rank fire. I'm going to roll 6s action.
I think that's again the best plan is if you just roll 6s and don't not roll 6s.
Yeah, I mean it's just Innes Wilson's plan to winning 40k.
It's on a shirt, you know. And there's some 6s, so 7 wounds so far.
We actually found there's a website who are unironically selling that shirt as a product. Like, no joke.
Oh,
You
there
can
is.
get, but it's off center, so it's like a rip off, which I think makes it even better.
I was gonna use my cricket and just make my own, but let me look this up here. Hey, keep commenting while I
Yeah.
very.
If
yeah,
you just
yeah.
Google Inniswilson, I think I think it comes up. We found it as Team Scotland the other day. It looks like the guard have picked up a squad of infantry here, and maybe a command squad have popped out.
So the first, I was
yeah.
gonna say, the first thing that pops up when you Google Innes Wilson. Did you know what that is?
Maybe his Twitter.
No, it's a Twitter, but it's the Innes Wilson, who is a singer.
Ah.
He's the frontman for Freightliner and Part-Time Cool from Ontario, Canada.
Innis, well, yeah. So if you could go Innis Wilson 4K shirt, it comes up. So we did this as a limited run shirt from a small business nearby in the town where Innis lives. And it's just now some company has taken it because we uploaded photos from an event once.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so for those of you who did not know the t-shirt, it reads the 6-step plan to winning 40k by Innes Wilson. So it's roll first, don't go second. Roll sixes, don't roll not sixes. Win the game, don't lose the game.
All right. Which again is all quality things. I'm going to be DMing for a shirt there, for sure. But yeah, what's actually going on in Warhammer this time of night?
So it looks like some saves are being rolled for some more acolyte hybrids who are standing out in the open, sadly against some plasma gun fire or something of the like, and are dying horribly as a result. No need to overcharge your plasma guns here. They've only got 1 wound, and their toughness 3 or something like that, toughness 4, so they will die horrible. Meanwhile, tanks have fallen back so that the other 2 tanks can support fire in and get rid of the pesky GSC who are currently occupying the top right objective. Yeah, the guard are kind of been pushed back a little bit here, haven't they?
They have. No, absolutely. So I was disturbed by a related product to that Innes Wilson shirt that I saw.
I'm gonna have to get one.
I will.
We're at WC.
I'm gonna be ordering one now, for sure. I'll be a guard being pushed back. The tank wall in the top left kind of broken up, top right kind of broken open a little bit. Alex forced to kind of keep one of the Goliaths back on his home objective to keep generating that sweet CP. And we are stuck now with merely 3 Lehman Russ.
Yeah. And unfortunately, though, it looks like a lot of the GSC infantry have been picked up. I think there's 1 squad just hanging out by Alex Mendigo's hands up at the top there. Not sure if anything else can see them to shoot, but maybe they will survive and get some more charges off in the following turns. But yeah, it looks like
you would hope.
Looks like both players kind of only holding 2 objectives right now.
Yeah, nothing on the top right one there. Nothing on the top
right
left.
for anyone.
No.
On the top side of the board. Yes, and you only get the CP for holding no man's objectives and beyond in this mission. So very important to hold on to one of those as much as you can. Sindri Tepek over on YouTube says those tanks may be in a bit of trouble. Absolutely. It depends if the GSC can can keep the pressure up.
You would certainly hope so.
Yeah. I think though there's only about 5 infantry left in that deep right squad, just at the top there, past the building. If they pass the morale check, they can probably tie up one or 2 of these tanks again.
This kind of comes down to a race between how fast John can clean up the infantry squads. and how quickly Alex can close the gap and get rid of some of that anti-infantry tanks.
For sure. I don't know how Alex's R&D is going as well, but it looks like he's going to struggle to get in to do R&D in entirely within John's half of the board really at this stage. Not sure if he's pushed the squad back into reserve after deploying them on the table so they can stay in for longer and they can pop up and do it.
You would kind of hope the bottom right-hand corner has a little gap for him to try and go in, but it's a suicide.
The bottom right-hand
mission.
corner should. It just depends if he has anything that can get there.
Right.
Yes, Alex needs to do some catching up, but we haven't had Alex's turn 4 primary yet, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like John's currently holding a 10-point lead, which may stay. Has a 10-point lead. It looks like we have some command squads charging into combat with the GSE, which may be a mistake, because even the base GSE troopers can do a lot of damage in combat versus the guard.
They sure can. Maybe it's just sort of a play to try and get some free extra movement off of that command squad to get it back in that home objective. It's a risky play, but at this point you have to feel John's feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah. Looks like we have Athion Veretta over on YouTube saying, "Holy cow, is Charity Hammer 24 hours?" It's a bit more than 24 hours, isn't it? It's like 80 hours or something like that.
It's Thursday afternoon to Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Luckily, you have a quasi-cultural, multinational team helping take care of it from afar. Chris benefits being in Scotland, where it's about 10 past 10 in the morning. Me, of course, being in Alaska, where it is 1 in the morning. But yeah, you have some great players like John Lennon, Alex McDougall, playing an amazing game, trying out some of the new rules. John's trying out Guard with Armor of Contempt to somewhat success here. We're also, in this time slot, we have Jesse Sells, recent BAO winner, taking on Fred Fortman, a really good quality player from the Pacific Northwest, and his Deathwatch, and another great game. And we're all coming together, of course. Chris, why are we here?
We are here to raise money for Child's Play, which is an amazing charity which operates all over the world to put entertainment systems, video games, board games, toys into children's hospitals and domestic abuse shelters. They also have ground staff, which they employ full time to do the tech support, the setting up, teaching kids how to play, so that the nursing staff aren't overwhelmed with more things to do, because goodness knows they already have too much to do as it is. It just helps kids pass the time whilst going through some of the toughest parts of their young lives. Every $30 you donate will get you a raffle ticket, which is our way of saying thank you for giving some money to the cause. And we have given away loads of prizes already. So we get lots of small spot prizes, which happen in between each round. And we also have some big prizes. So we have a $1,200 voucher to Hammerhead Games, which is basically a full army, as I understand it. We of any game system, or then some. Then you have Sean Naden, who is the captain of Team America and is an amazing painter. Will paint you an army. You can chat about that with him if you win and see what you two can come up with. And we also have a top donor prize, which is these lovely projector markers here on screen, made by 3D6 Wargaming. Will be given to you and will be signed by all the players and all the staff and everyone at Charity Hammer as just a way of saying thank you to our top donor. So you can go and donate via charityhammer.com. The link's in whatever streaming service you're watching this broadcast on down below, and just give what you can. And also shout about this. Go tell your friend to watch this. Share, like, comment, subscribe, anything you can to boost the signal. It's greatly
Chris, we're going to make you a YouTuber yet. Like, comment, subscribe, smash that bell. Let the people know. I actually have a channel. As you can tell. It's just 10 in the morning. Coffee's wearing off.
Yeah. It was just made as you said that sentence. No, so I have my own channel, but I'm not going to shout about it because I'm not here to shout about myself. I'm here to shout about the kids.
Yeah, awesome. part of Charity Hammer, as always, is one of the hardest GTs. This year it's a slightly different format. I'm just going to spoil some stuff. We're going to go. They played in pods to decide who would advance, and the top 8 were decided earlier today. The games for that are going to be tomorrow. Do you guys want to hear some pairings for that one real quick?
Oh, yeah.
Kind of pushed out
Oh,
here.
yeah.
So the pairings for the single elimination, Elite 8. It's going to be John Lennon, who's on stream right now, on one of the games here, with his sisters against Mitchell Hunter's Custodes. We have Anthony Vanella with his Harlequins against Michael Timpey's Chaos Knights. You have Sean Naden running Orks against Matt Evans' Forces of the Hive Mind. Then we have Alex McDougall running Forces of the Hive Mind against Jesse Cell's sisters. Those are the 4 big matchups tomorrow. What are your sort of thoughts about that, Chris?
That was a lot of information to absorb there. So
No, not at all. Yeah,
I am going to just basically say, I was going to point out one thing to the audience. A lot of the players that have just been name dropped now, they're currently playing, and it's good. They're going to be done at 3 o'clock in the morning their time. Then they're up at up for 9 to play games, and they'll be sleep deprived going into this already. So this is some tough 40k action coming your way. I know that Sean Aiden has been crumping it with the Orks. So that's been so I reckon he's gonna have a good game in. Anthony Vanilla, I'm a little bit disappointed he's not on the Blood Angels.
Said he would.
He said he would. There was a poll and everything, but I get it. He didn't really have a list he liked, and you want to bring your A game to this kind of event. So I get it. So I'm keen to see how the Quins get on. Because the Quins got changed a lot in the data state. And then I reckon John Lennon with the sisters is going to be a spectacular game to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Who is your pick? Who's your pick to take the whole thing? We have in our top 8, which I can run through again here really quick, seeing as I just kind of blasted through the whole thing. We have John Lennon playing sisters. Mitchell Hunter playing Custodes. We have Anthony Vanella with Harlequins. Michael Timpey with Chaos Knights. Sean Naden with Orks. Matt Evan playing Forces of the Hive Mind. Alex McDougall playing Forces of the Hive Mind. And Jesse Sell playing Sisters.
I'm going to have to give it to the Orks. Sean Naden on the Orks. They've been doing so well so far, and it's just crumping time. That's all I can say. If Anthony was Blood Angels, I would be backing him all the way. But he did betray me. So no.
He cowered it out. Guys, if you go to Challonge, CHALLONGE.com, you can put down what you think the bracket is going to be. Search for Charity Hammer Elite and the number 8, all of those separate words. You can put your predictions in. Whoever gets the entire bracket correct is put into a draw to win one of the new Chaos Knight boxes, which is a fantastic value, honestly. I love those Knight kits. I put together 14 of those stupid war dogs. Again, go to challonge.com, search for Charity Hammer Elite 8. Put your predictions in for prizes, and also just bragging rights to let you know that you know more than someone who's talking on a stream.
Yeah, and you're probably going to know more than me. It's not that hard. So yeah, go and make your predictions and just become part of it.
Yeah. We're going to see if we can get a signed Ennis Wilson Freightliner t-shirt as part of the prize pool. So
I am seeing him on Sunday. I will do my best.
I'll have to order that shirt first, but perfect. 6440 to John over Alex right now. They're coming into the end of turn 5. I think this game should be fairly wrapping up here soon by the fact that if we look at the table, Alex has a Goliath truck.
Got and some infantry. Yep. Out. Bye.
Just some infantry. Let's see what's going on with Jesse and Hank on table.
Jesse and Frank.
I guess Jesse and Frank. That's right.
On the lava table where the dice are hot. and the
So-
players are hotter.
Yep. Allegedly, we can't see faces, but they must be to be.
I know
on such
the tops of the head,
a-
man. Yeah. So eventually, when the servo skull pivots his way over to the lava table, over to Mustafar, we may see Vader's castle somewhere.
Or, hear me out. It is 2:30 in the morning there. Mitch might have succumbed to the full brown sleep. Oh no, it's just when you make fun of him.
Never
He
mind.
comes right back
Servo
up.
skull, Mitch, coming through for us once again.
Merely question his loyalty, and yeah, it's done.
Okay, noted. I'm gonna make a whole post-it of that question, Mitch's loyalty. So what do you see here,
So yeah,
John?
sisters spread out a little bit more, grabbing the necessary objectives. This guy's mission, they're playing Stranglehold. No, Stranglehold, sorry. Gosh, Scouring. Why am I getting that confused every time they're playing Scouring?
Because you're seeing Stronghold on the side.
By choice, they're playing Scouring, which a fair play to them. Fred's Deathwatch up against Jesse's sisters. Looks like Jesse has spread out to pretty much control the table. We have Fort Fred in the red lava bubble on the left-hand side. The problem is that's not really giving him secondary. If we could maybe get a score update or something on this game here. I want to say, just looking at the secondary choices in table state right now, Jesse should be quite up on this one here.
Yeah, it looks like Celestine has survived. But she is in combat, so maybe she can clear herself out. I'm not sure how the action works to bring Gemini back, if you can do that in combat. But if she can do that, that'd be lovely, just to get some more wounds in that into that unit. It looks like the Rhino has emptied itself. Maybe there's one unit left in there, but definitely one unit has jumped out. A lot of Deathwatch being picked up.
Yep,
from the forest in the middle of the board there, and also I think Fred just said, "Yeah, give me that model. It's fine." So you don't have to roll out Celestine's 6 attacks, hitting on 2s, winning on 3s, AP4 damage 2.
Onival and the Second Sense up there in the center objective. We have now holding 3 and holding more. I believe they're holding the top left one as well.
I think so. Maybe some repention there. But I just want to point out that the Miracle Dice pool for Jesse is not looking strong whatsoever right now. There's 3 1s there.
I guess we just gotta hope. He's just gonna hope that he has to take a whole bunch of morale tests,
which the Deathwatch may be happy to oblige in providing that service. Not sure if the Fred's going to switch into a different chapter here at the start of his 3rd turn. But he hasn't got a lot left in the tank, but it's still Space Marines at the end of the day. They still can do some nifty things. I don't know if there's any CP kicking about for Fred, but if there is, that might help.
Looks like we have a couple kill teams still left. We have our top left unit hiding behind that lava rock heroically. Assuming those aren't casualties. Then the middle, it looks like we have a squad there. So he still has some things to throw out. But we're really going to have to kind of dig deep to make it happen. He can, if I remember right, combat squad for a command point, right?
I think
or breakdown.
That's an old rule.
Is that old man addition fatigue and sleepiness?
I think that's 8th Ed Space Marines had that.
Trying to kind of figure out some ways here that Fred can and split and maybe hold some more objectives.
You've got the chaplain on bike who can maybe go finish off Celestine by himself. He's not a pushover in combat.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly with some reroll to hit support from the Litanies. And I think at this point the Deathwatch just need to kind of just do one big push and hope it's enough.
Let me go hard.
Yeah, switch into White Scars or Blood Angels and go into the Assault Doctrine and just try and get in there. I'm not sure how many command points Jesse is on, if there's an interrupt threat looming, but certainly, like, if it was me, if there was no interrupt threat looming and there was 3 1s in the Miracle Dice pool, I would be pushing everything I had.
Right, absolutely. Because usually where Miracle Dice come to save, and Jesse has had a lot of 6s up to this point. Your point about this pool, that is not a threatening pool.
However, there is one trick that you can do with Miracle Dice and Ones when you're getting charged at as sisters, but it's not
What's
going to
that?
help them that much. So, back at the start of the edition, there was a bunch of plasma pistols being floated around on the Sergeant Superiors, and they were always the last one alive because they had all the bonus war gear. So what players were doing, I saw this in Art of War a few times, was you would multi-charge the Sergeant Superior and something else, and then they would overwatch you with the plasma pistol, overcharge it, use the one to die, and then suddenly your charge is going to fail because you can't make that you cannot make it into all charge targets.
So devious. You gotta love it.
It is tricksy trapsy, but it is 40k. That's kind of the name of the game half the time.
There's
Looks like a
nothing
big
more
push
grim
from-
dark than self-suicide to stop the thing happening.
Whoopsies, it got hot. Oh well. It looks like the chap on a bike and the Deathwatch kill team has pushed up into Anti-Val and the Paragon warsuits. I wonder if anyone's going to run over to deal with Celestine, though.
There's had a lot of resources put into that center objective, but it looks like we're doing some measuring towards Celestine there. It's like you can't leave her out.
No, Celestine will happily just go clean everyone up. You don't have to hold every objective to win the Scouring. You just have to hold more than your opponent. So sometimes just walking off objectives is the thing to do if it means that your killing unit can now go and kill something else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how many wounds Celestine's left on. It looks like a 4.
Which I'm sure that kill team can take care of.
Yeah, should do. She is only toughness 3 at the end of the day. Let's just check chat here.
It looks like we finished up the John Lennon versus Alex McDougall game. Looks like it went to John 75 to 53, so 85-63 after paint. Really a good outing for the new guard.
Yeah. Two highly skilled players going into each other. Yeah, I would have thought the GSE would have had the edge there because of the power of the new codex compared to the old codex.
Yeah.
But, if you just run at tanks, yeah. Sunny Cal John on YouTube asked, "What does forces mean?" Forces means forces of the hive mind. So that means a combination of Tyranids and G0 Celt.
Which
I just want to highlight one audience member, and Norgo Matthew has been because I've seen them both on YouTube and on Twitch chatting in both chats frequently. Every single time I poked my head into the Jared Hammer streams, they've been here. They're in for the long slog. So keep it up, Norgo Matthew, absolute champion.
You know what's crazy is he's in the Biff Pod Twitch. He is in the Biff Pod Charity Hammer. He's in the Frontline Gaming Network one, which is the aggregated chat that you got there. It just pops up everywhere. He's like, the little pile of Nurglings is actually 30 models on 140mm base. YouTube and Twitch is just Matthew's 40mm base.
Nice. So yeah, it looks like the kill team that was hiding valiantly behind the rocks have popped up to deal with the couple of sisters that are on the objective to reclaim it for the Deathwatch.
Beautiful.
Which will also give them shot tactics. Which is a nice little bonus. It's not much of a bonus, but it's nice.
it's something.
When repent you're kicking your teeth in. Lots of dice being rolled here, so this is probably some bolter fire coming from one of the kill teams. And that was not a save, or whatever it was.
Let me check something here real quick.
Yeah, it looks like it was a Deathwatch kill team shooting at the Mortifiers who are sitting out in the open. There's now 1 down to 4 wounds remaining.
You would say it was after 10 a.m. Saturday, June 25th UK time, right?
It is definitely after that, yeah.
Beautiful. What's your take on the new Chaos Space Marine book?
I haven't read too much into it myself personally because I'm not a Chaos player. I was more focusing on the Marine stuff that was coming out the last few days. What I do know is Abaddon is a beast. He is a beast and a half. I reckon every Chaos army under the sun is going to have an Abaddon in it, as long as the team setup does allow. They are also. I know the mark system has changed and it's quite nice, and I know the Legion stuff is looking quite interesting. All the Legion traits. I have an Alpha Legion player who is begging for me to let him use the Codex in the RTT tomorrow. I said the book's not out yet.
we also have a player who's very excited wants to use it at our RTT tomorrow. But as I let the TO know, it sets a dangerous precedent when people who have access to the rules early get to do it before release. But Abaddon is a man. I've wanted to say this for a few weeks now, and now legally I'm allowed to. Abaddon will be in every single Chaos list for the next month for 300 points. He is insanely good value. He buffs all Chaos. To the point where I'm looking at a list which is just 11 War Dogs and Abaddon.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, you say I don't get to use the Chaos Knight Warlord traits or relics. So fine, it costs points anyway, or it costs CP anyway. So yeah, if you have a game coming up against Death Guard, there's probably going to be Abaddon there. 1,000 Suns, probably going to see Abaddon. You want to make a quick buck on eBay so you can donate more to Charity Hammer. Buy an Abaddon, hold on to it for like a week and a half, and then sell it on eBay for a profit, as he will be out of stock pretty much everywhere pretty soon.
Yeah, he is disgusting.
The person running the stream had not hit submit, so that was the issue.
Beautiful.
No worries. We do have some points to talk about, so let's run through that quickly. So yeah, Deathwatch are definitely suffering a little bit here. 11 points total, 8 on primary, 3 on secondary. And the Sisters, 29 total, 11 primary, 18 secondary. So it looks like the Sisters are having a very good game so far.
Yeah, Fred can definitely pull some back from Assassinate. Definitely pull some back for Shock Tactics. Cripple Stronghold, I think, is what loses Fred this game. Actually, Table Boss, can we get confirmation about which objective is Fred's Stronghold?
And also which one is the shrine that the Sisters have to defend. Because that's another stand.
I will get that real quick.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a charge from the bigger kill team going into Anti-Val, so let's see if they can take her down, which would be a huge win for the Deathwatch at this stage.
Yeah,
as well as a lot of reroll efficiency gone. But she is not easy to kill.
No.
I think she lowers damage taken, and she has a good invulnerable save. I think it's like a 2-up, 4-up type deal. Let's pull up her data sheet here. Yeah, she halves the damage characteristic of the attack. So those heavy thunder hammers only damage 2 into her, and she's got 8 wounds,
which is not ideal. Usually you want to just pepper her with little small hits. Can't necessarily do that in this situation here, but Fred going hard into her to try and really get that out there. I'm going to rephrase that entirely.
Yeah, those Deathwatch really need to make sure that they get the kill into Anti-Val there.
Because she's no slouch either. She has her Lance of Illumination can do a sweeping blow, which doubles her attack, so she has 10 attacks. Going in, strength 5, so they're going to be wounding him on 3s. -2, single damage, but man, it's enough of a pain. Her lunging strike would probably even be better here. It's strength 8, -3, 3 flat damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, a wound roll of 6 is 1 mortal wound in addition, which can cause a lot of hurt to those guys and take care of some of those nastier parts of the kill team.
And because she has to be the warlord, she gets her warlord trait, which basically turns her into Drazar. She can reroll all of her hits and all of her wounds in melee.
If he paid for the warlord trait.
So you guys saw
That is
the
true.
objective that we pointed to a little bit earlier?
Oh, no. We weren't paying attention.
I was not looking at that. I was getting more velocity.
This is the kind of hosting we expect at 2:30 in the morning.
Heck yeah.
And I mean that in the best way possible. I do believe it is all on the so it is the bottom right hand is both.
Bottom right, yeah.
Sorry, that's what we called.
Yeah.
So Jesse's going to continue to score that, and it's going to be pretty hard for Fred to get there. To get there, he's going to have to chew through some Paragon Warsuits and Morgenthau.
Going to have to strangle them.
Strangle them. Please do not ever change that. For now on, it is Stranglehold. I'm kind of sad that's gone away as a secondary because I wish I could Stranglehold the board.
It looks like Marvin Val has survived. There's a damage dice going down next to her.
Mm-hmm. Took a couple of wounds.
Yeah. I only call her Anti-Val because that's what my friend calls her whenever he plays sisters.
No, brother,
Which just makes it a lot nicer. Just the sisters taking out like a nice day out on the town with Anti-Val.
I think we all have an Anti-Val.
Yes, we all have that aunt who's in the mech suit and with a giant spear, yeah. Some more attack dice being rolled for the Deathwatch here. 5s to wound there, though, so that might do something to someone. This may still be on Anti-Val, and I think I see 2 wounds remaining. So this could be some... this may be the Terminator's Thunderclaws going.
Oh, there's not a great dice rolls.
No, but it should only be AP3, so... Yeah, those 3s would still fail if they're in the Zell Doctrine. Is that Val dead? That is Val gone.
Some good swings there from that kill team.
Yep. That kill team now has the big challenge of surviving against the Dundam.
If it does, it opens the option to go to the Stranglehold in that bottom corner and start denying the sacred grounds.
Oh yeah, which would be a huge swing in this game. Let's just look up the Paragon Warsuits. What are they? They got the Warblades, I believe.
Yep.
So each model will, so that unit, so 3 of them will have 4, 8, 13 attacks, hitting on 3s, wounding on 3s, AP3 and damage 2. It's kind of the perfect Marine killer there. Of course, becoming AP2 with Armor of Contempt, so saving on 5s for that Deathwatch kill team.
Mm-hmm.
And don't forget, they're also rocking some multi-melters, so that's 6 melter shots coming at them beforehand, as well as the... I think they have like a little grenade launcher as well, as a little sidearm.
Here's a fun question coming in from chat here as this combat's resolving. Are any of the commentators getting into Horus Heresy, or the Horus Heresy? If so, what Legion have you all picked? Chris, you a 30k person?
I am not a 30k person, currently. That's because I've recently got into Star Wars Legion, and I don't want to have another hobby. Two tabletop hobbies is
can't afford.
Yeah.
He cannot afford to have another hobby. I'm not making any comment on his income. I'm just saying, his life cannot afford that third hobby's impact on the social, everything. You just don't have the time. Not possible.
Yeah, just to clarify, I'm a student. I'm a PhD student.
Okay.
I did not.
Then he cannot afford.
I cannot afford
every
40K.
sense of the word.
Whereas I have around 4,000 points of Painted Imperial Fists.
Awesome.
But I am an undergraduate student at an old age with a job and a family, so I can't afford the time to play 30k. But I will always remember the wonderful memories of just dumping deep striking Imperial fists onto the table, blinding people with a brilliance, and then just boltering them to death. Great game system, apart from invisibility, which can, we can drop one of them. I just can get fucked. No invisibility.
I have no intention of playing it, but I plan on buying a really pretty World Eaters army when eventually people get bored and sell theirs off.
Oh yeah, in about 6 months there'll be some great deals.
Yeah, I will have a 30k army, but it'll just look at and be like, oh man, that is just the best classic like paint scheme.
I will if I was to get into it, I would go to my Blood Angels because I've already got that deep collection of them. My paint scheme is not orthodox Blood Angels though; it's a custom color scheme. So hopefully people won't mind that too much. When I use my Sanguine card that are painted black.
Oh man!
The 30k community, famously tolerant.
You will receive so many strongly worded letters.
That's fine. They don't know my address.
Oh no, they'll be hand delivered, and then they will be recited to you. But you will receive them.
But they look cool. Their wings are red, and they got black armor. They look like Death Company.
Well, sir, that didn't exist then.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Exactly. There's nothing to be confused with.
Yep.
But no, purely because it's the only way I'll ever get to play with Sanguinius is if I go into the Heresy.
Wait, if they're all Death Company, technically aren't they all Sanguinius? Where they're like, hey, that guy kind of looks like Horus. That's the meme, right? That Land Raider that looks like Horus is over there.
Oh, you just imagine like this horrible rap job done on the tank with Horus's grinning face.
Guys, there's some really talented artists out there, and I really want to see now a Land Raider that has a rap that's just Horus's face.
There you go, painting challenge for someone.
Paint
a Land Raider like Horus's head.
I will pay you $5 Canadian for that paint job.
I will pay you in potato scones.
Oh, damn, that's actually pretty tempting. Those are good.
I'm not saying how much potato scones you're going to get. You might get one. You might get 10.
Say one thing I miss the most is Greg's.
Greg's?
I wasn't there for the Nando's time, but the Greg's. God, I miss Greg's. It's fine. It's fine. I would be £800 if I did.
No comment. But yeah, no. We're definitely spoiled for lovely baked goods and peri chicken options in the UK.
Just a good Indian place, man.
Oh yeah,
the things you don't think about, but yeah, bereft of any kind of good Indian place over here.
So here in town, a student from years and years ago realized that there's no cheap Indian for the students to go to.
Mm-hmm.
So they set one up after they left university, and they have a student deal where you get a starter, a main, a naan bread, rice, and poppadom for £8, which is insane. That's the price of a main dish somewhere.
Yeah,
and you get so much food. It's I cannot finish the amount of food you get for about £10. And it's everyone goes to that one place to get their Indian takeout, and it's good stuff. It's good quality stuff too. So it looks like the combats have finished up for the Deathwatch here. Although maybe into the sisters' turn, as I do see on the bottom left objective some sisters appearing, standing there menacingly.
We are
in Jesse's turn 3 movement phase now. And the sisters are meeting the Deathwatch push with full force.
As they sort of have to react that way with the aggressive movement from Fred here. Jesse's built himself up a nice kind of a point cushion, or a point pillow even, but he has to react, otherwise those Thunderhammer Deathwatch have the ability to just overrun him.
Yeah. Whilst Jesse does his movement phase here, we do have an interesting question from chat, John, so let you answer this. Sunny Cal John on YouTube asks, if I'm interested in my first ever 40k tournament, what type of tournament would be a good place to start? Bay Area Open, Las Vegas Open, Adepticon, or are those going to crush my will entirely?
The big events. So, like, I rag on Adepticon a lot as kind of more of a casual event. But I will say there's a couple things. Bay Area Open is pretty good. SoCal, which is in Southern California, is a really great event. It's in this giant, what can be described as an aircraft hangar. But it's also right next to a fairground. So even if you get like the rope around one and you just you pound it in, go ride a Ferris wheel, go ride a roller coaster, calm down, go back for round two. It's a great way to go. I will say though, the pure spectacle of the Las Vegas Open is something that can only be seen to be believed. The hall is ginormous. We're at our new home of the Rio, which is one of the casinos off Strip in Vegas, but the hall is huge. There's giant screen showing the top tables games being streamed. Even if you take a weird Black Templar meme list like I did and end up on the bottom tables, I did not have a single bad game because you're all there to have fun. If you don't want to play in the 40K championships, there's other events too. There's a friendly. There's the Long War Doubles team tournament, which is always a whole bunch of fun. There's usually Games Workshop previews. Duncan's going to be there this year. But yeah, lots of cool stuff. You really can't go wrong with any of those. They all serve a whole bunch of purposes. And really, if you have a bad time, it's time we start calling people out for being dicks at tournaments. I mean, Chris, I know this is a hot take. I think we've shielded assholes too long. It's time for a more inclusive Warhammer environment all around.
I couldn't agree more with that sentiment. I've had my fair share of uncomfortable situations with players who are at the top of their game and at the bottom. It can happen to anyone, no matter how experienced that person may be. So what you need to do, something called John, honestly, is go with some friends, no matter which room you go to. Personally, I always recommend RTTs as your first couple of events because they're much more chill, much more relaxed type environments. But like I've been to LGT here in the UK, which is which this year is going to be over 1,000 people, hopefully. Again, you're going to have enough refs there who are like paid to be there by the TO, so that any rules questions, any issues you may have, call a ref over. So you'll be fine. It's not going to crush your will entirely. But personally, I would start small and work your way up. My first event was like a 40-man GT, but I went with like 6 friends, and we had a great weekend out. And I knew if I had any issues, they had my back.
Yeah.
There's also something to be said for the endurance factor that you have to build up to be able to play like 5 games of 40K in a weekend that are actually challenging. That's not something you can just automatically do.
Yeah.
No, yeah, absolutely. And I will say the most important thing to do that a lot of new players don't do, go with realistic expectations.
Yeah.
So even if you're going to your first 8-man tournament, which is like a little RTT, probably not going to win the whole thing, and that's okay. Go with the goal of just meeting a bunch of cool people and being able to get 3 games of 40K in one day. He's asking, is there a website to look for local GT or RTTs? I know for Frontline Gaming event, frontlinegaming.org. Got to push that. That has all of the GT Plus events in there. You can also look at Best Coast Pairings, which is a pairing app that a lot of the major tournaments do. You can search your local events, but really the best thing you can do, go to your friendly local hobby store, introduce yourself, ask when their events are being run. I almost guarantee a store in your area is going to be running what we call like a little RTT 8-16-man 3-round tournament. Chris going to one tomorrow in his hometown.
I am running one tomorrow.
You're running one tomorrow in his hometown?
Yeah, I am a TO nowadays as well. So I run a monthly RTT and I run 3 GTs and 1 team event every year, and they're dead easy to run.
Yep. I'm going to an RTT tomorrow just at the local store. And if there isn't one in your area, buddy, just run them. And if you want
the
them...
The app does everything. BCP does everything for you. Seriously.
BCP does everything for you, and now the GW is helping out with the international tournament circuit. it's really easy to get your event ranked to get people along and play for something. So yeah, check out your local store or run your own. We all start somewhere.
And have fun. Just have fun.
Yeah, that's the
Anyway,
important thing. Moving games, we're playing.
Yes, the sisters have moved on up, and I see the mortifiers and non-damage suits moving up to threaten the top left objective, whilst some Repentia, that looks like the 9 the 9-person Repentia have moved in to take out the unit in the center of the field.
Looks like we have some positioning by the Rhino there to try and protect the non-damage suits a little bit from the punchy kill team that took out Morgan Val.
I would be surprised if that kill team is still alive with after the Repentia charge in.
Because the Repentia on the edge of that objective there. Oh, I see now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see any miracle dice for the sisters actually right now.
They used all their ones.
They used all their ones. I don't know what they used them all on, but they were used somewhere. It's looking like it's cleanup time. I think the bike chaplain has just died to multi-mata shots from the Paragon warsuits. Because I no longer see that model on the table.
Nope. That'll do it. Those warsuits will do there. Can all be Black Templars only taking 1 damage per gun.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see only the kill team, the 5-person kill team in the bottom left corner alive at the end of this turn.
Yeah.
It depends if the Paragon can make the slightly longer charge into the unit that is at the top of that ruin in the left-hand side center.
But just really solid game by Jesse. Not drawn out to being too aggressive. I think Fred was a little cagey, almost in a way to draw Jesse out to fill in some of those objectives. Again, I think one of the reasons he wanted to go second was to kind of react. But Jesse kind of just played his calm little game. Really stronghold it up in the bottom corner to gain his to defend his shrine, but also to deny Fred. And I think Fred could have made a better game of this, but again, the cripple stronghold was just again, these are practice games where we're trying out things to see what works. I don't think cripple stronghold is something Fred's going to play again for a while.
No, and definitely not in this mission.
Yeah.
So we have 10 minutes left before new games are up, so I'm going to go them an update. You guys can keep on chatting.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I think as we're wrapping this game up here with Jesse's turn 3, a little longer than obviously the very practiced Len and McDougal pairing going through. What are your kind of roundup thoughts on these 2 games that we saw?
The Imperial Guard winning to the degree in which they did surprised me, to be honest. Imperial Guard for the longest time have been kind of like the meme army of 40k, and it's good to see them starting to come out of that factor. And kind of stepping over the bodies of Chaos Demon players on the way. So that was nice to see. I thought John did play it very well, where he made sure that not too many of his tanks were getting tagged up in combat all the time. But for a while there, we thought he was having to make a fighting retreat.
Yeah,
and might have been out of the game, but the points don't lie, and it was a decent sized win. So a 30-point victory, 40-point victory.
Yeah, and instead of just doing that, he was just shoring up his what he needed to do, right?
Exactly. It just shows you the power of those new guard secondaries. Whereas this game here, we're kind of watching the twilight phases of this game being performed. That the Paragon Warsuits did make it into that kill team unit there. This to me was an education in playing around threat ranges. I think Jesse did it very well, where he took the charges. He sent in Celatine confident of her ability to live through the punishment that the Deathwatch can do, and also take out some Deathwatch Marines by herself. and then just clogged up the middle of the field with some very durable units, and it worked.
Yeah, absolutely. What could Fred be doing differently next time? Like if this game was to restart click style, what can Fred do differently to have more of a game into this Sisters Army?
First of all, click. That's a reference I've not heard in a while.
It's a very old Adam Sandler movie.
Yeah, as we watch the Deathwatch unit being picked up here by Fred. Oh no, wait, there's 2 left. Oh, maybe not. So I think Fred should have. So last time I played this mission, I played it into Blood Angels into like Harlequins. I just said, what if I just stood in the middle of the table against you? What if I just like see where that like river of lava is? What if I put my entire army there? What can you do? And it's like Harlequins; they can shoot, they can punch pretty damn well. I lost some Zion Regard, and then I was able to attack them with all my units in the following turn. It was great.
Yeah.
Maybe Fred could do that, but there is the risk where Jesse goes, "Great, here's some Repentia, here's some Zephyr, here's Paragons, here's Mortifiers, here's Celestine, and here's Antival." That's 6 combat units going into your stuff. And with Miracle Dice, those charges may not look all that improbable.
Yeah, for sure. And
So
I think
it's
really
tough.
letting Jesse dictate where the battle was taking place through Cripple Stronghold really kind of hurt Fred because that played into Jesse taking Defend the Shrine. He's like, okay, well, I have to stop you from getting here, so I might as well get some points from it. And being able to choose objectives so far away in mission like the Scouring really hurt.
Maybe Fred. So Cripple Stronghold is a shadow actions secondary. Maybe they could have. Oh, there's a handshake there. We get the final points for you in a brief second. Maybe Fred could have gone for Raise of Banners High and just paid to hold on those 2, the 2 further back objectives,
Right.
instead, and just keep trading into the middle every turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely some things you can do. Again, this is why you play. The best thing you do is play as many practice games as possible with your list to get it mastered. Fred, an amazing Deathwatch player, still trying to get the hang of this brand new Nephilim packet, which isn't actually out in the United States until today, 8 hours from now, or whenever game stores open in the US. So yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I drove up to Dundee to my local game store, about half an hour away from me, to go and pick up my copy. Last night, I kindly asked the owner, "Hey, I'm accommodating. Can I get the copy early to look up stuff?"
Like,
and
hello,
he was
sir.
he obliged.
You're like, I run events and bring business to your store. Can I have a copy 11 hours early? Thank you.
He was more than fine with it. Yeah. One of the biggest tips I can get into any hobby is be friends with your friendly local game store.
Yeah.
It makes a huge difference.
Yeah, for sure. And again, any event is a great event to go to for your first event if you go with friends and the right attitude. And heck, even just go with the right attitude. I met my co-host Danny at a local event I went to with one other person. So just get out there, play the games. This is a great 2-player game. We're all here to have fun, and specifically, I'll do one final plug here. Guys, we're here at Charity Hammer to promote Child's Play, which is an amazing charity across the world. They have 180 different partner hospitals where they work to get sick kids some entertainment for some of the hardest times. It was started in 2003. And now they've expanded to include 200 domestic violence shelters across the United States. Again, just helping kids in some of the worst times of their lives have a little bit of light. Every single penny you donate to Charity Hammer goes straight to Child's Play. It really is an amazing cause. At this point, $11,000 so far you guys have donated, which we really, really appreciate. Every $30 you donate goes into a raffle to win one of a lot of prizes, dozens, hundreds probably, of great raffle prizes as a thank you for supporting Charity Hammer. Charity Hammer 4 here This event has raised over $100,000 now for Child's Play, thanks to all of your guys' support. We couldn't do it without you.
Yes, so if you haven't done so, please do donate and do so as much as you can. And if you can't, if you already have, just share the stream, shout about it, signal boost in whatever way you can. Get more eyes on this amazing charitable venture.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, excited for your RTT tomorrow. Who do you think's going to take it?
Well, there's a certain Scotsman who we were talking about earlier on who has a nice T-shirt named after him, who is coming with some Tyranids. So that's gonna probably take it.
Always good when the fourth best player in the world goes to your local RTT with one of the best armies in the game.
Honestly, it is, because you will learn so much.
Yeah.
Seriously, you only learn and get better by playing better people who are better than you. And what better than learn from the current number 4th in route.
Probably the number 3 or the number 2, possibly the number 1. But yeah, absolutely. When you raise the caliber of your opponent, you raise the caliber of your game. You're not going to learn anything just beating your friend in the garage or even a Warhammer.
Yeah. The first game I played in Scotland, so I was living in England previously, and that's when I got back into 40k, was against Ennis at our local club. And we were playing open war, because I didn't know anything else. And I got through my movement phase, my psychic phase, before he stopped me and said, "Can I teach you how to charge?" And that honestly changed everything for me, seeing how much jank you can do in the charge phase. And cut to, what is it now, 3 years later, I'm now part of Team Scotland.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just by hanging out with Innes. And
you guys, just while we're waiting for the stream to reset here, excited for WTC to be back?
Oh yeah, this is going to be my first year. I am the hype. I am the hype incarnate for WTC. We have a very tough pod going in as Team Scotland. We've got Norway, Germany, and Spain, who are 3 amazing teams. So we're going to have to play our Scottish hearts out. But by the power of kilts, we shall make it through in a good standing.
Amazing.
Kilts and Spartans, right, Chris?
Kilts and Spartans, yeah.
No, is that right? Spartan? The pouch thing.
It's a Spartan.
Spartan.
I thought you said Spartan, so I disagreed with you.
Oh, no, I did say Spartans. I meant Sporin. It's your dice, right?
No. If anything, it's going to be the ski and do, which is like the ceremonial dagger you wear in your sock.
You know, Ski and Do, the name of the number 1 bar near the Aberdeen airport a long time ago. Fun times. Well, Chris, come back with your sparring or on it, I guess, while we're making metaphors. It's been a pleasure. I'm going to hand off here.
Been a pleasure, John.
Alex is going to take over from here. Guys, thank you so much for letting me waffle through a couple of amazing games of 40k. Peace.
Yeah, John Quinnell, everyone. Thank you very much. And hello, Alex Tounce. How are you doing, buddy?
Hello, Chris. Oh, I am doing just fine. I've been making some use of my Saturday, and now I'm back ready to commentate until Sunday.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like pretty much our usual like hangout hour anyway.
Yeah,
it is.
I was gonna say this
is
pretty familiar.
Yeah. So are we live at the moment, Chris, or is this stream going on right now?
You are live.
Hello.
All of the career-ending things you've said have just gone out into the world.
Hello, all the wonderful viewers of this fine charity hammer. I don't know if you could hear Mitch talking about all the career-ending things. I definitely didn't say. They apparently can. So, yeah, I definitely know what's up.
He did not. No, I don't. This is. I mean, if anyone's gonna do that, that would be me. Definitely. And by that I mean say something dumb on stream accidentally. Like, I'm pretty sure I've cursed the most so far. It's so often.
Well, you're running with like no sleep, so it's allowed.
I have been here since Thursday.
Yeah, how is this third Thursday, Chris? Not Chris. Mitch, man, you'd think I'm the one without sleep.
Yeah, it is third Thursday for sure. We are. So let's see. I got here around noon on Thursday, I want to say. Yeah. So
How many hours sleep have you had since then?
4.
Oof.
Oh, baby. Yeah.
So you're feeling real trippy right about now, yeah?
Oh, I'm fine.
Oh,
That
not doing hard enough then.
Yeah, that seems maybe concerning, Mitch.
No.
Have you had practice at this? I don't think you meant to have practice at running with this low sleep.
I just rolled an 18 on my con score.
Hey.
Okay, fair
D&D
enough. Fair
reference.
enough.
Yeah, no, lots of experience in like search and rescue stuff, situations and stuff, going without sleep for very long periods of time. So this is easy. I get to sit, so this is great.
Well,
Oh, man.
that is a horrible situation to be in, having to do a search and rescue.
Oh, usually it's actually a happy ending, but yes,
yes,
it can be scary.
Fingers crossed for many more.
Yeah. Anyway, no, that's not what I do anymore. What I do nowadays is just raise money for children in children's hospitals. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, Chris, do you want to start the Child's Play spiel?
I will resume the Child's Play spiel. It never ended, baby.
Oh yeah.
So we are here raising money for a lovely charity called Child's Play. Here at Charity Hammer. Child's Play is a international charity which is in several countries, including the UK, US, Canada, and Australia, where they will put toys, video game consoles, video games to go with the consoles, and board games into children's hospitals, domestic abuse shelters, anything of the like, sort of stuff like that. And they also have some ground staff that run around making sure everything's working, that the kids know how to play the games, which is such an amazing extra service that they provide, purely because they got feedback from the nurses going, "This is great. We don't know what to do with it." So good on them for recognizing and solving the problem. And every $30 you donate, we get some lovely prizes. Hey, Alex, what are the prizes?
What are the prizes? Well, there's just like so many things you could add to your pile of potential. I picked up from my commentary time. Some may take shame in this potential, but anyway, just all sorts of different box sets. Some of the bigger prizes, I believe there's a Chaos Knights box getting given away. If not, I'm sure one of them will just like magically appear. That's sort of how things work here. And then the 2 top prizes, I do know. The nominal overall prize is a $1,200 US gift voucher to Hammerhead Games from Sacramento, California. So you can use that to get all sorts of Games Workshop Warhammer goodness if that's what you're after. But also Hammerhead Games stocks pretty much every tabletop wargame you could want, including Outward Realms, who Michael Timpe of Charity Hammer created. Yeah.
Yep.
And then the second place prize is Sean Naden will commission paint an army for you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And his models look amazing.
Oh yeah.
And there's also a top donor prize as well, which is these lovely objective markers made by 3D6 Wargaming. We will collect a set of them at the end, get everyone to sign the markers, and send it to whoever who donates the most, making arguably the most unique set of markers in 40K.
Yeah.
And who knows, maybe you get them, and then maybe you play off against John Lennon, and you throw these down on the table, and then he takes it easy on you for like the first 2 turns.
And you just jump up like from full seated position to squatting on the table, and just the intimidation factor is too much. The powerful display of legs, and then you could maybe win against them round 1, like some Charity Hammer attendee. I am blanking on his name. Has done. But yeah. So who have we got lined up? Is this the previous game score?
We're gonna go get
Chris?
those cleared. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
And after I get that rectified.
I think if the schedule is to be believed, which I think it should be, we have the matchup known as Zach Attack versus the Hunter. So we have Mitchell Hunter versus Zach Nelson. I think this should be on the lava table, as is on table 1 on the schedule.
That is correct.
But we should get that all confirmed. Hey, I'm correct.
So far, you're so good. Zach will be playing his Thousand Suns versus Mitchell's Custodes.
T Suns into Custodes. Is there Magnus? Do we know if there's Magnus?
No, there's no Magnus. There's just lots of tournaments.
I believe if Zach's not changed his list, but he might have done. I believe he'll have at least 1 unit of 10 Tabletop Terminators. There might be 2 of them there. And also he has 3 War Dog Executioners, I believe. They're the Chaos Knight equivalent of Helverins with their AP2 3 damage autocannons allied in there.
Lots of backup. And then on our second table for this stream slot, we have Paul Winters versus the one and only Tyler Bortel. So we'll have to see what comes of that matchup.
Yeah, that is 2 faction experts with a couple of factions that have had their highs and lows. In the case of Paul's beloved Slaanesh, they have been a bit on the low side for a long time.
Yes, but unfortunately, Alex, I'm going to have to abandon you for a few minutes whilst these games get set up, because Nara, my dog, is looking at me saying, if you don't take me out now, your carpet is forfeit. So I'm going to be back in 5 minutes.
I cannot argue with Nara. Nara is Chris's wonderful dog, and so hopefully I don't have a coughing fit while waiting for him to come back. So yeah, I should do the fun interactive thing and open up my YouTube and Twitch chats so we can see what you lovely viewers are saying. So why don't you say something in chat if you want to reply, and I will see them just in time for the delay to kick in. I see we've got Nurgle Matthew in YouTube chat, as always. I don't quite know how you do it, but boy, do I appreciate it, sir. So, yeah. Without knowing what's coming up, I am blanking on what to vamp here. But, yeah. Everyone that hasn't donated, yeah, just reminding you, you can go to charityhammer.com. I believe the links should be down below in the descriptions of both of YouTube and Twitch. And yeah, you can donate to Child's Play, as has been said many times. Every $30 you donate will get you a raffle ticket with a chance to win a whole bunch of awesome prizes. So yeah, we're just waiting for this here table to get set up. The wonderful lava table with its big obscuring pillars. Looks like we are setting up for mission 1-1, which I cannot remember the name anymore of, but we can check. This will be from the new Warzone Nephilim mission pack. So everyone will be starting with limited CP, gaining 1 every player turn instead of each of their own turns. Yeah, and so this is mission 1-1, recover the relics. And so these players will be hoping they have some sort of forward deploy so that they can start on one of the objectives outside of their deployment zone. Otherwise, they will not be getting any of their command points for the first until their first movement phase, I suppose, where they can move and hold one of the objectives, because that's one of the mission rules for this specific mission. And otherwise, this is a hold 1, hold 2 mission, if I'm analyzing the objective setup correctly. And in addition, players will get sort of bonus primary points, sometimes called a tertiary objective, for kill points, basically. For each enemy unit they kill, each battle round, they will get a point. So that is the rundown of what I assume this mission is, based on the objective placement, just while we're waiting for players or Chris to return. I don't know if we have a table boss that can hear me that might be able to flick the lists into some channel where I can read it, and we can go over them. So bear with while I go and check for that somewhere. In the meantime, I'll do another quick check of Twitch and YouTube chat. See what you guys are up to. So yeah, sorry everybody. I don't think I've got any chats here just yet. We've got information from, it looks like last game, going through Jesse's list with sisters, it looks like. But that's not useful anymore. He's just finished playing. So yeah, if anyone's still here, please say something in the chat. Let us know. Apparently, Nugel Matthew was saying there was a Google Doc with lists earlier, and unsure if it's the master. That yeah, there really might be. I'm trying to keep track with Discord to stream a live feed of the table where there are still not some players yet. I think people are a bit dozy. I believe it's about 3 a.m. in where Charity Hammer is based. So this is the true graveyard shift for the players from 3 a.m. until 6 a.m. And yeah. So that might be why they're taking a minute to get set up. Oh, look, Nurgle Matthew is just fixing everything. He's got a link in the Twitch chat with a bunch of lists. That would be so helpful if I were better at remembering who was playing. I will go through names and go see. There was some, there were meant to be some custodies played, I believe, by Mitchell Hunter. So yeah, we've got Mitchell Hunter's list here. Which I will read out and assume is correct. And we have a Chris back. Chris, you're back just in time. Nurgle Matt's come to save me a little bit. He sent a Google Drive, Google Documents list link, that one, with some lists. So we've got Mitchell Hunter playing his Custodes Battalion. Is that, have you seen Mitchell on stream yet? Does that sound right?
I have not had the pleasure of seeing Mitchell on stream yet.
From memory, I believe he might have a big old unit of bikes. No, okay, so Mitchell has 3 units of 3 bikes. A bike captain, 1 Trajan Valoris. I do wonder if these points are slightly off. Yeah, our stream boss Mitch hears that he's good. Oh, yeah. So this is with a mix of points. It is a 1960 point list because it includes Trajan at 160 points, but he's gone up to 200. So, yeah, he is leading the Custodes alongside... and he is his Emperor's Chosen. He's alongside a shield captain on Dornito Jet Bike, who has about 4 lines of text below his name. He has a ceremonial shiv, the Castellan's Mark to redeploy some troops, a salvo launcher to blow things up from afar. He has a 5-up Field of Pain, I would assume. Yep, and Auric Exemplar, so he is good at clearing hordes or elite units, the like. This is my go-to jet bike captain setup when I'm playing Custodes. He's got some sword and board guard. He's got some sisters, so 4 sword and board, 5 sisters, 3 units of 3 Sagittarium custodians running around with their ceremonial shivs, their bolt calivers, shooting like heavy bolters, a flag, 3 units of bikes, and some voids men at arms. Chris, have you got who is this up against? It's Zach Nelson's list. Have you got Zach?
I
His
do
list
not have
anywhere?
access to this. I've been giving nothing and just told to come and be a lovely personality.
So I'm gonna
That's
call
fair.
an audible here, and we're gonna swap over to the other game since I don't know how long this next game's gonna last, but I am excited for it.
Oh boy!
All right. So again, I don't know if you can hear the stream
Oh
boss
my
right now,
days!
but
That's a
we are swapping over. We've got Tyler Bortel. What does Tyler have here, Chris?
he has got a big old chunk of something. What is that model? I don't recognize that model,
it
but
is-
he's being
It's the
Kraken
Hierophant
Tyranid.
Biotitan, Chris.
That's a
He
Hierophant
has a
Biotitan.
Biotitan.
Let's
yeah.
look up what that does.
Oh, that is a big mama. So I could go get the rules for that. It is.
I have the rules for that up the screen
30
now.
something wounds. 20. Yeah,
It's-
I think it's in
so
the
first
30s
of
of
all-
wounds.
First of all, it's 850 points.
It is 850 points, but it is no more any command points with the new mission pack, I
Yes.
believe, because it shares the Hive Fleet keyword with, I assume, a Hive Tyrant that will be Tyler's Warlord. So yeah,
Yep.
this is Tyler's baby. He loves her, and so it seems like a great list to bring out in the 3 to 6 a.m. wee hours games.
And I think also, just for the sake of like making this more of an interesting game, having all this power centered in this one unit will make it a bit more of an even matchup. Because Tyranids is obviously very, very strong right now. Chaos Demon is not so much.
Well, we're
Yeah.
dealing with Paul Winters here, famous for running his 4 greater demons plus Bellacore, which I'm going to assume is what he's running here. We'll get to see very quickly.
Yep.
So I assume
So-
that would be 3 keepers of secrets. Is it Shalaxi Hellbane?
Yes.
The name
Yes,
one?
it is Shalaxi.
And then Billy the Core. I love this.
Belly the core indeed. So just to
Yeah.
give the viewers an idea of what this Hierophant Biotitan can do. So first of all, it's 34 wounds, toughness 8, and a 2-up save. And I believe it's also got a 5+ invulnerable save. So it's got some good defenses. Offensively though, it's got a range 12 assault d6 flamer, which is 7 -3 damage 1.
Chris, that is
And-
not the interesting part of that Biotitan. Get to the
I-
big guns, my guy.
I'm getting there. I'm just teasing them in. We have a dire biocannon, 48-inch range, and unfortunately, there's 2 of them. So he has 16 shots at range 48, at strength 10, -3, damage 3. Boom.
And if I'm not
baby.
mistaken, he also has the ability to gain to +1 to hit on those. +1 to wound on those cannons.
He certainly does.
Yeah. So that is
just
strength
take
10 +1 to wound, 4 damage apiece with 2 lots
3
of 8
damage.
shots.
3 damage.
3 damage apiece. I apologize profusely, but yeah, that'll
And-
put some hurting on.
All you got to do is take DT mark wounds out of your 34 wound count. Oh no.
I don't know. It's yeah. So
And then in melee, it has 6 attacks at strength 10 -3, 6 damage, rerolling hits of 1, or and 10 attacks at strength 5 -1 damage. This thing has got a lot. Plus, it can transport things. I don't know where in the model the things go.
It's a Biotitan inside. Get in my belly.
Yeah, it could transport up to 20 Hive Fleet infantry models with models with more than 1 wound, taking up space of 2 models.
Yeah, and so I am seeing. I assume that's the 3 keepers of secrets on the 100 mil bases, and then is it Shalaxi on the oddball oval size? Maybe it's an older keeper model
behind them as well.
Yeah.
Oh, daddy.
Yellow core behind. Oh boy, let's go.
Oh boy,
we are
there's-
gaming.
There's more.
Okay, hang on. So what is there? Let's see if we can work out what that oval based
There is some
model is.
tomfoolery afoot going on here by the Slanesh here.
So I think at the front there's the oval will be some other model. I don't know what. They're a
Well, could it be the mirror? The guitar Tabletop?
contorted epitome. What's the two? Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go open up Games Workshop.
Big ass walls there. But yes, there's a lot of large models lining up on the front of the line there for the Sinesh Demons side of things, piloted by Paul Sinesh Winters himself. Meanwhile, I think we should all be getting the bug spray out because there's a lot of gargoyles or something flappy going on the Tyranid side of things. And I also see, is that a wee Parasite and Mortrex hanging out behind the Biotitan?
Looks like it. Tyler is a big fan of the Parasite, especially with the sack, as he puts it, which is the gestation sack to poop out some ripper bases, and alien cunning is the warlord trait to move 16 plus D6 advance, or if he's playing Kraken, D3 plus 3, I would assume, and then do the action, giving up the no psychic phase, maybe the no shooting that the Parasite has. Before pooping out D3 plus 1 ripper bases.
It looks like
that
Tyler
just need to be within. Oh yeah, roll off. Who was going first? Did you see that?
Tyler's going first.
Oh baby, let's.
Which I think is actually what Sinesh wants.
You think so? Because he might move forward. I don't know if he's going to move forward. He might just those keepers are not hiding. The Biotitan might just try and pick up 2 of them with guns. But just quickly to address Nicholas James in YouTube chat, the stream is running all time, non-stop, all gas, no breaks. Yeah, the only time it is going down is if Colin's house's internet cannot manage it, which kind of makes sense sometimes with how many gamers there are and trying to have 3-4 streams going.
Yeah, I could just imagine Colin running around going, "Get off of Hearthstone, come on."
Yeah.
Stop playing Magic the Gathering on your phone.
But I think we should be good in this though, because we can't have Paul Winters is playing, so he can't be live streaming the hot tub stream.
Yeah.
As has been joked about previously. So yeah. I see a Neurothrope. I see gargoyles. I see the big boy Biotitan, the Parasite. Is there? Can you see any other Tyranids here?
I don't see any Tyranid warriors, but they could be hanging on. Oh, there we go. I think is that. I think they're Raveners coming out of the
I'm going to wait for the YouTube thing to update because that's got a slightly higher quality image than we are streaming. But yeah,
I'm making wild guesses. I think
that's probably warriors at this point. That looks like 9 on 50s. That's probably warriors. So yeah, big old brick of warriors
running out.
What did you say the transport was of the Biotitan?
20. So there could be 2 more. There could be two more models maximum in there.
Yeah, so that would be 20 warriors. 9 warriors that would have been inside the Biotitan.
Yeah,
I believe.
And the warriors are running up to take that objective.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how he's getting them out there. That feels like they've got it a bit far, but I'm sure Tyler's onto it. He's probably just placing them down to get all the models nearby, or some such. Oh yeah, there we go. He's got all the models, and he's bringing them around, and then he'll be doing his movement. Tyler, get him out of the forest. What are you doing, lad? Or maybe he's taken the ignore movement and charge penalties just baked into his list. I don't know.
He is Kraken, isn't that the fast one?
Kraken is the fast one. They get D3 plus 3 as their sort of default adaptive, a change on the fly faction trait that they can no longer change on the fly as of the balanced data slate.
We have Tech Priest Mitch preempting my immediate question, which was, can we get some secondary information? Looks like we have that now.
Why would we want them, Chris? That would involve us actually analyzing instead of just wildly speculating.
Because I have the new Niflheim book in front of me and I want to use it.
What? You've got the new book? That's cheap. I don't know if it even exists in my country right now.
I asked my local game store owner, "Hey, I'm accommodating. Can I have it a day early?" And he was like, "Sure, why not?"
What an absolute champion. All right, so Tyler is... Oh boy! Tyler is gaming. These warriors are going to turn 1 charge.
Oh yeah, baby.
Oh, baby.
Well, they need to cast Onslaught for that if there's an advanced roll.
Look,
and there are some
you're right. You're right, but this is Tyranids. And Tyranids do not cast a deny range if they don't want to. Do you wanna go through? Have you got any experience playing against bugs, Chris? I can't imagine why you might have got some experience doing that.
There's only some guy called Winnis Olsen who lives next to me.
So not any good Tyranid players, right?
No. He's okay, I guess. So
it's that is Winnis B. Elson. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe that's his name. I don't really know him all that well. So playing into Tyranids, I haven't had the pleasure of playing into like a warrior spam build yet because that's not what Innes was running previously. I don't know what his plans are after the changes, but we are essentially going to be looking at a brick of toughness 5 3-wound models with reactive transhuman and reactive -1 damage taken.
Can they pop the reactive transhuman? Or is that monsters only the transhuman?
I think they can. I'll tell you what.
I'll send you in a book. Do you want to try find a book and get us an answer? And
yes, I'm definitely looking this up in a book.
Yeah, and so I'll just go over quickly how the way that Tyranid's going to make sure they don't get denied is. And so also I realized Kraken has an auto 8 advanced stratagem, so they might have used that. But yeah, so the way Tyranids can just choose to not fail powers if they want is the Neurothrope will hand out a cast on 3d6 drop 1 ability in the command phase. Neurothrope being a Tyranid Psyker HQ sitting at the back. It is the back leftmost model Tyler has there. And then if it is within 12 inches of a synapse creature, or something roughly like this, it can begin to form a synaptic network. So you see almost directly above the Neurothrope after the Biotitan's moved is the Parasite of Mortrex, which is a synapse creature. And then above the Parasite are the Tyranid Warriors within 12. And so the Tyranid Hive Mind can pass psychic powers down the synaptic sort of telephone wire hive mind chain. So the Neurothrope casts outside of deny range and hands it off to the warriors.
And even if they didn't have that trick, the Neurothrope could just sit right behind the backmost warrior and be fine.
For sure. And it looks like that's. I assume that will be Onslaught. That's just been thrown down there.
Maybe Catalyst. Onslaught and Catalyst going on to something else.
Unless Catalyst is going on to the big old Biotitan there, perhaps.
Which effectively gives it 1/3 further wounds, bringing you up to nearly 50 wounds.
I do wonder, I think Catalyst might only be a 6-up on Titanic these days. A 6-up Feel No Pain.
I will check that again in my book. 1 second.
And so, yeah. But so those Tyranid Warriors, if they have had Onslaught cast on them, will be advancing and charging without, they will be able to advance and charge. Yeah.
Yep, Titanic is 6-up, so effectively giving it 1/6 more wood when pushing it into the 40s.
Yeah.
So, are you ready to hear about some of the demon secondaries that have been taken?
The demon secondaries? Oh, because they have secondaries now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So first of all, we have a spelling issue. So we have Reality Rebels versus Reality Raiders. So Reality Rebels is the correct spelling. It is part of the battlefield supremacy. At the end of your turn, score 1 victory point for each table quarter that has 1 or more Chaos Demons units from your army wholly within it, provided your opponent does not have more.
Have been autocorrect doing that. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Provided your opponent does not have more units wholly within the same table quarter, and it does not count for stuff in the middle. And score 1 victory point if 1 or more Chaos Demon units from your army are wholly within 6 of the middle. So be placed to score points.
Yeah, that just sounds like a slightly nicer version of Engage on All Fronts, right?
Yep.
Because you can start scoring. You can score for just 1 table quarter, or you can. Yeah, it's a bit more binary. The opponents can stop it.
You're pretty much guaranteed to have 5 from your own table quarter.
Yeah, for sure. And if there's that was part of being near the center as well. That just seems really good for this Slaanesh army that wants to. They can just tow 1 unit down to that bottom quarter, get something within the middle, and they'll be scoring 3 points a turn at that rate, which is pretty good, really.
Meanwhile, the spoilers of reality. is a shadow operation secondary, and any infantry unit can do this action. I'll just summarize it for you all. So as one or more demons unit can perform an action, end of movement phase to the start of your next command phase or end of battle, whichever comes first. You must be in range of a different marker, and you must control the marker to start the action. And every one you do, you get 4 points. I like that they've made it 4 points rather than 3 points, as they tend to be, because demons need the help, one, and also means it's very possible to get maximum points on a 5 mission on a 5 objective mission.
So was that it goes for a whole turn? Could you start that multiple of them in a turn, or only one per turn?
Yep, one or more Chaos Demons infantry units can do this.
That is quite strong.
So this list, which is all the big boys, will struggle because there are a lot of monsters.
So that's true, but also if you're just applying this pressure with, oh dear, that is a dead keeper. I think that might have been the Biotitan going bang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Tyler is taking none of the news mid secondaries.
So I think that was probably a split firing Biotitan. I see a stack of wound dice behind it, so I would assume that means it did take D3 mortal wounds for +1 to wound. And the wound counter next to the unidentified oval-based demon, which, shout out in Twitch or YouTube chat if you think you know what it is, has taken damage as well. And I'm picking he'll be trying to pick up the spear, so to speak, the warrior's shooting. Or not, or he is just going to charge in. I would assume that is Tyler making a charge with the warriors.
Yep.
Yeah, so get stuck in, lads.
So I'm going to just check the base sizes of things. So I think we have, I'm going to try and pronounce this, Selexi, the Vengeful Allegiance, which is on a 50 mil base, which is the keeper that looks a bit different.
Right,
so
yeah.
That's a named keeper, which gives a reroll once to hit for all slash demons, which is nice. Which I'm not sure if a regular keeper secrets does.
Yeah.
So
Tyler,
and
Tyler
then
charging in here and just making sure he's outside of heroic intervention range there. Sorry, continue, Chris.
Yeah, and then I think the oval one is indeed the dual one, whichever one that is.
The contorted epitome, the mirror, or
my book is misbehaving.
Oh dear.
I'm trying to figure out. It might just be a keeper based on an oval, because there is definitely a named keeper named Chalaxi, and also you can take 3 of the regular ones.
That doesn't get us to 5 though, because 1 keeper has died, and there's still 4 keeper secrets looking-ish models on the table.
Yes, but what it is that it's Chalaxi, it's Selesky, and then there's 3 keepers. So there's 2 named.
Okay. There are 2 named things, both with an S. That makes sense.
So.
Yeah.
Working from top-down angles makes it hard to identify things sometimes.
And also us not being as familiar as we might like with some armies. So yeah, bear with us, chat. Let's claim it's early in the morning, even though it's probably not.
Yeah, it's definitely 11:30, and it's early in the morning for me.
Yeah.
So it looks like Paul was basically said. Sorry, Tyler said to Paul, "I don't care about objectives here. I'm just going to kill you."
Yeah, maybe. He might be trying to pile onto that central objective with the with those warriors. I'm not sure what mission we're playing here. Maybe.
I think we're playing Death and Zeal, which is all about the middle. Because if it was priority targets, it'd be the same setup, and objectives would have moved.
Priority targets isn't the other table quarters one. I believe it is it. It's not. It's conversion. I believe is the other table quarters one like this.
Oh yes, I keep forgetting conversion is a thing.
Yeah. So those warriors have dispatched another keeper of secrets. So this is going pretty rough. What do we expect to happen in return here with the keepers?
Oh, it looks like we're having an overrun play here. So
Oh, that's just brutal. Is he overrunning these warriors and getting them back inside of the Hierophant?
Maybe? Is that a thing you could do?
That is just savage. Yeah, well, because it's making normal move, is it not? And if they can move far enough to get to the Biotitan, get wholly within 3 inches of it, which I assume he has managed.
That is just
those warriors have run away and hopped back in the Biotitan.
Well, I was about to say Paul's going to have some very easy charges, but now he's going to have some slightly more difficult charges.
Oh, those I think are still some very easy charges. I am picking that Biotitan will go down. I think it'll be charged by at least 3 of those monsters. I think Be'lakor will fly over the left, and then 2 of those demons will be advancing and charging. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see all
Be'lakor
3.
does like D3 plus 3 damage and ignores invulns.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see all 4 of those big monsters make combat with a Biotitan. Mind.
We're gonna stay here. I didn't realize that this is gonna be over real fast.
Yeah.
Let's just stay here.
Mitch, can the stream hear you right now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So we are staying here. Yeah, so look at that movement. So these keepers are advancing and charging because they are Slaanesh characters giving themselves an aura. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think there are any defensive stratagems that Tyler can put onto the Biotitan. But I think he's okay, because once that Biotitan goes down, yes, it is nearly 1,000 points of his army. But the 2 monsters, if not 3 monsters, should die in return.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I wonder if he's going to be able to wrap that Biotitan and prevent some of the warriors from getting out. So this is an advance for the keep. Well, there's a lot of big base there, right? Like, no, so only Be'lakor's at the top to get around the side. So no, it won't be wrapped. But I reckon all 3 of these. I reckon all 3 of these keeper or Slaanesh, pure Slaanesh monsters in the middle of the table will make their charge, and Be'lakor's just pretty much guaranteed his one there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is.
It's gonna be brutal, and it's like this is how you know your opponent's model has a lot of wound. When you see 6 dice denoting its wounds remaining.
Oh yeah.
Oh baby. Yeah, Be'lakor's ability to be AP4 and ignoring vulnerable, forcing the Biotitan onto a 6+ armor save will be big here.
Yeah, I do wonder. Do you happen to know if there's a Fights Last that Slaanesh can put onto the Biotitan? Or is the table boss able to let us know how many there's a word for it, how many command points Tyler has? If he finished his turn with 1 command point, he will be able to interrupt because he'll get 1 from Paul's turn. So that Biotitan interrupt will be no joke.
So let's see. Can Be'lakor bring a Fight Last?
The Disciples of Be'lakor spells, that feels like it might have a Fight Last in there. I'm not sure. It'll be pretty. Oh no, it's not a character. I was going to say if it was a character, the Forbidden Gem, but no.
Yeah, but
it's not a character though.
Do, if I'm reading these rules correctly, Be'lakor can bring Death Hex, which turns off the invulns.
Oh yeah,
which could help here.
Well, he ignores invulns anyway. If you said it only had a 5-up, and the keepers I don't think are above AB3, so that won't help.
Yes, that's true. 2 at 5-up won't help there. I don't think Slaanesh has a Fight Last because they rely on Fight First instead.
Yeah. Looks like we've got some smites coming here. That looks like a super smite. Unless the Shadow of the Warp is stopping it. I'm not sure. I think they're going away to check some distance. Oh no, that was a spell being cast. Paul will probably be kicking himself in the order that those was rolled. So yeah, we've got a psychic phase. We've got powers or smites or some such going on. Yeah. I think that was a deny there from Tyler, because if he's in deny range, I think he's in shadow range.
Only down to 5 dice now for the wounds for the Biotitan. We're getting there.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I reckon if Tyler has animated CP because I see a D20 sitting in the bottom rune there. Unfortunately, I cannot read it.
Yeah. So I think there was some shooting coming from the whips of one of the Keepers of Secrets potentially.
Yep.
Yep. So tick, tick, tickle, tickle. Down goes the wounds of the Biotitan. So yeah, just bear with us, chat. We are waiting for the charge phase.
We're waiting for the actual phase to begin. This is just Paul Sinesh Winters tickling you right now.
Yeah, it's just he's warming up, teasing you a little bit.
Yeah,
right?
tickling you with whips, but still tickling you.
Yeah. And if it's agonizing, then that's kind of what Slaanesh is about, right? So
yeah, that's more on you than on him.
Yeah. Just going back through to YouTube chat, Nicholas James, sounds like you lost nap roulette. I can relate to this, my friend. Falling asleep at 3? No, falling asleep in the afternoon, waking up at 3 a.m. Yeah, that's fair enough. I am going to be here commentating until 4 a.m. my time, the wee hours in the morning, to help make it through the night shift of Charity Hammer time.
And I will be with you all that time as well. It's you and I for a double slot.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
So it looks like Paul has chosen here to charge. It's an interesting order, I would say. So it looks like he's leaving one keeper not in combat, choosing to keep that on the objective.
I think that makes sense. Looking at the number of wounds dice that are remaining, as I can't read them, the Bellacore and 2 keepers should have this pretty comfortably.
Yeah, so he rolled a charge there. So I think what he was doing is he was just giving himself if the first demon, the whatever's on the oval base, if that had gone first, maybe it would have died to Overwatch. So that could have been a reason. Or maybe it would have, if that had failed to get far enough, and all the subsequent keepers had failed to roll far enough, he could have log jammed himself and caused 2 charges to not make it. So this way, I think it was just the safest, most guaranteed way to avoid, any adverse effects.
I'm a bit surprised to see that Bellacore hasn't kind of gone round the long way to then tag the Parasite to stop the Parasite from doing all the shenanigans next turn. But I suppose Bellacore's there to stop the Warriors getting out in a more threatening place.
Yeah, that's true. But also, if the Parasite does, even if it gets tagged, it has, I assume, Alien Cunning, so it can fall back in action. So it doesn't actually stop it from doing very much.
If Tyler paid for the Warlord trait.
Indeed, but he loves the gestation sack and Alien Cunning, so I expect he will have done. I would expect the Neurothrope to have made the Warlord, and then a CP or 2 CP paid to upgrade the Parasite.
Yep.
So yeah, we've got some attacks coming through. We're down to 3 dice, so that Biotitan has maximum 18 wounds, but I would expect it to be slightly less.
Good feel no pain roll there.
That is solid. Yeah, half of his 6 up feel no pains. We are still down to 2 dice, so maximum 12 wounds. I'm picking 11 actually, because he dropped 1 down.
Oh, whatever that roll was not good, but you can re-roll, thankfully.
Yes. All right,
so that's another 3 saves,
see.
1 and 1 made.
Yeah.
So that should be another 6 damage here.
Yep. So
Only
Keeper
passing
of Secrets swings. Yep.
So down to 1 dice, maybe 6 wounds remaining. I think
we're going to lose the Biotitan here. So this, I think, will be quite quick. We need to see how badly the Tyranid warriors inside can clap back and avenge their beloved Biotitan. I also wouldn't be surprised if Tyler had something hiding elsewhere in reserves. This feels slightly less than 1,000 points, but maybe I'm misjudging how many points warrior bricks cost with the new update.
I can give you a rough estimate if you give me 2 seconds.
I'm going with the Neurothrope and Parasite will be running you a bit over 200. The Warrior Brick will probably round that to 400 to 500. Those I believe there were 2 units of gargoyles we probably saw, would have been less than 100 each, right? And so that's still not bringing us close to 2,000. So I'm picking Tyler. We have something else somewhere that we can't quite see at the moment.
So I'm not sure about the new points. Actually, I can just look up the new points before I just tell you all point data. Let me just do that, because that makes a lot more sense than giving false data.
Yeah, sounds good.
As a good little scientist, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't see much more in the way of dice rolling at the moment though. So we've just picked up the dice. This is, I believe, rolling for the warriors to get out. One of the warriors, I believe, has perished inside of the belly of the Biotitan.
Yep. So just for the base warriors, I don't know what war gear exactly Tyler's running them with. It's 270 points just for the chassis, before war gear and extra stuff. So I reckon you're probably looking at about 300 points once you just put on some more gear. Because like the dual bonus horses, which is what you want to run them with, is somehow free.
Yep, that was a bit of a surprising change, really, on the on the all points update. But hey,
it's
so just
world that we live in.
Yep. All right. So the warrior's just getting out there.
Yep, getting out. Nice
there was a Death Leaper inside as well.
Hey, Death Leaper.
that is quite funny.
I do love me some Death Leaper.
Yeah.
He is so annoying to shift.
Oh man,
for
example,
and the reason why Death Leaper was getting out there is that when you're next to Death Leaper, you cannot use stratagems, which means you cannot do things like give your demons a better invuln save.
Yeah, I believe specifically this is in combat. You can't if you're in engagement range. So yeah, okay. Tyler just being carefully getting his warriors out now. So yeah, dotting his I's, crossing his T's, so to speak.
Yes, whilst you're in engagement range. So maybe try to just bait Paul in there. Say, here, look, there's another little bug for you to eat. But
oh yeah, and look at these two. Great sportsmanship there. So I believe Be'lakor would have swung last, and so they're just using their 2 combat gauges there to make sure Be'lakor is not within 4 inches of the warriors, so he cannot pile in and tag them and disrupt Tyler's plans. I suspect we'll see. Yep, Be'lakor going to tow that objective.
Yep.
I do wonder actually if that's. I will see what the primary score happens here, because if that was if we were playing Death and Zeal, we should see some primary points tick up for holding objectives that weren't controlled. And I can't quite remember what the conversion tertiary was. I'll go look that up.
Conversion is holding the ones in the middle, so you get 2 points, I think, per time you take an objective or hold an objective that no one held before in the middle of the field. They're basically the same, just one's all over and one's in the middle. But yeah, do you know something, Alex? We never named the Biotitan. We never named that beautiful model.
No, I don't know.
And we've missed our chance.
I
feel sad now.
I'm sure Tyler will have a name for it. All right, so it looks like we are swapping over to have a look. So this is the Thousand Suns versus the Custodes. Is it the Custodes? Yep.
Yes.
So we have a whole pile of bikes down the bottom. And we have so what is going on here?
It looks like maybe something. The models were being set up there, so maybe it's Xenos' turn 1, so I think the Custodes have gone first. They've run on up, done some damage, and now the Thousand Suns are advancing forward to maybe try and do some move blocks or get into flame range or something like that.
Yeah, this is some really interesting positioning from Mitchell with the Custodes, actually. I quite like it. So he's got a big old brick of Sagittarium Guard up the top right there. I assume Trajan will be in there with them. I can't quite tell with the golden circles all there. But I see 10 models. Trajan's probably sitting at the bottom of that pack. And so they'll be looking to, I would assume, plink some shots onto that War Dog at the top there. And then the biker gang is bottom left, pushing up. We've got a squad of 3 at the front baiting. So yeah, from seeing stream games of Mitchell's throughout the weekend, I think he likes running his bikes in these big brick packs together. I believe with one out the front to sort of be a bit of a bait. Go on, if you want to charge these guys, you will get hammered hard by the guys in behind.
Yep. And as you are a Custodies player yourself, what do you think of the secondaries that Mitchell has chosen?
What do I think? The Custodies Stranglehold. So that's that is an end of if he's going second, that's really solid. That's hold it's effectively Custodian. Yeah, so it's like Stranglehold, but you only need to hold more mid-board objectives than your opponent. So can hold those middle ones. It is scored at the end of the battle round, though, so a big advantage going second. And I believe it's 4 points per as well. I could be mistaken, but I'll go check my book. Grind them down and raise banners. So yeah, actually, I think these are a bit interesting. Like, so raise banners makes sense. On this mission specifically. So I imagine he might actually have. I would imagine he would have a flag raising one banner and some shield guard raising another on his two midfield objectives. The Voidsmen, I assume, are holding his backfield. But yeah, I honestly, I'm not sure if I would have gone for these secondaries against Thousand Suns. Maybe you'd think of poor, but Zach might actually not give up enough on that. I would need to take a closer look at the list.
Yes, with a lot of points sunk into the Hellrunds, maybe this is a weird Thousand Suns where you don't give up active bore, which is probably quite nice for the Thousand Suns.
For sure, especially if he has, say, some Terminator bricks. Another one is maybe Auric Mortalis could have been worth considering. Do you happen to know the price of a Scarab Occult brick?
Give me a second.
Yeah. Because if that happens to come into less points than the Helverins, I seriously would have considered.
I know it's a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I seriously would have considered Auric Mortalis, because if those bikes can shoot down, if they can coordinate to shoot down two of the Helverins and then crash in and finish the other one off with combat, that'd be a pretty solid 15 for something that I believe they'd want to do anyway. But maybe they want to be charging the
a Scarab
Terminators.
Brick, 10 of them, with the double cannon, double missile rack, which is the standard way of running it, before you put any of the Legion Command stuff on there, is 440 points.
That's close. But I think the Helverins would actually be more than that.
I will check that.
They, I believe, are 155 each, so that'll put them at... That is close. I am going to see if Zach's list has points next to it that I can check.
155 times 3 is 465, so maybe the Scarab Occult have one of those Legion Command upgrades on them, because I think one of them is pretty expensive at 25 points.
Yeah, I'm going to go check these lists, because that's interesting. But yeah, so I'm sure Mitchell will have a plan with this. He's definitely playing this Custodies list in a bit of a different way that I've played them. But it looks quite cool. I really like the look of the bricks of units that are the same running together.
Yeah.
It's honestly something I might consider trying myself.
And Mitchell's running Emperor's Chosen, right? So that means they have mortal wound defense against psychic.
Yeah, they have some mortal wound defense, which will come in key against the Thousand Suns. To be honest, if they were Shadow Keepers, that could also be pretty big. They would take more psychic damage, but the stratagem for -1 strength with potentially a bunch of 4 damage bolter shooting or strength 4 bolter shooting and strength 7 autocannon shots coming in when you are toughness 6 on the bikes, or potential strength 5 bolter fire into toughness 5 infantry bodies. That could be pretty big in terms of survivability. But on those bikes with salvo launchers, the single reroll per squad is it's so efficient.
Yeah. Shall we have a very quick check-in with the demons? I don't want to miss the demon, anything to do with the demons. On there. Looks like it's a very aggressive positioning by the demons coming on up. The parasites taking over the top left objective. We have a couple of comments. Sunny Carl John asked, did Big Bug just die? Yes, Big Bug did die. Unfortunately, it was kind of always going to happen. And Classic Backham says, Demons, I thought the worst army tournament was over. Hee hee. Well, my guy, my class Beckham, you are watching the one and only Paul Winters, Slanesh himself, and this is his one true love faction, and you'll be hard pressed to find a better Slanesh player. So if anyone can make them work, it is this individual here.
Yeah. So no, I'm not seeing Zach's list here. To be able to check points, but anyway. That is not the game we are looking at. We are seeing Tyler roll a bunch of dice. Come on, Tyler, get to the charge phase. I want to see where the Warriors go, and then I want to see how many of these big demons get picked up and go away. I also want to see
Warriors kill Pelacor.
I'm just going to go with yes. I think they probably do. They probably have. I would expect them honestly to have direct guidance from the Neurothrope. That feels like a trait that you would. Or would you take it if they're planning to live in the belly of the bug and it's command phase upgrade? I don't know, but yes, they might be only hitting on 4s and melee against Bellicor because I think he's -1 to hit, right?
He's not -1. Sorry, he is -1 to hit. You cannot reroll the attack roll. He's also -1 to wound. So he's
that's the shooting,
tough.
I believe, right? Or maybe that's Disciples of Bellicor. I don't know Demon's rules.
No, his ranged attack is -1 to wound, -1 to hit for all attacks, and yes,
right, yeah.
That's the defense he has. He has like 5 rules that are all a paragraph long.
Yeah, for sure. But no, those turn to Warriors.
If you hear some banging, my dog is sleeping and wagging her tail.
Oh, that is just I am well okay with that. Stream, if you hear banging, it is good news. Yeah.
She is chasing rabbits in her sleep. Yes, I think that if any troop unit in this game can kill Bellicor, it's probably a 9-brick Tyranid Warriors and Kraken.
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably some more that we're not thinking of, but yeah.
A Deathwatch kill team can probably do it.
Oh yeah, they I would definitely expect could do it. Hitting on pretty good, automatically applying wounds. Yep, that I expect could do it.
There's 3 CP to kill Bellicor.
Yeah, for sure.
Necron Warriors maybe.
Yeah.
They're pretty tasty.
That's not where I was going to go. I was just thinking a big old brick of Custodes because that's cheating a little bit. A 500-point troop unit could that might do it.
Yeah.
You know, hitting on 3s even through his look, if we're really stacking it, right, we could be hitting on 2s with emissaries, ignoring modifiers, wounding on. We can get to wounding on 2s with strength 8 spears in the right kata into a monster on the charge and with +1 to wound, Slayer of Nightmares. I think 2s and 2s with up to 40 attacks, doing 2 damage.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would do it. It's not necessarily realistic, but hey.
It looks like we have some gargoyles shooting into some demonettes at the back of this middle objective here.
Yeah.
Just
so the
taking out the shaft.
Yep, those that is a pretty efficient shooting target. The flesh borers usually don't do very much, but conversely, it doesn't take much to knock over a demonette just chilling in the open.
I think we've just made it into the charge phase. Yes, we have, and the Warriors have made a successful 6-inch charge into Bellicor.
Tick-tock charge o'clock.
And it looks like all of these claw boys and swordy boys are going to have a great old time making mincemeat of the Lord of Shadows.
Yep.
See, his name isn't edgy enough. That's the issue. He just needs to be more edge. Do you think we'll see any other charges happening here?
I think Death Leaper probably goes into something. I'm a little bit surprised Death Leaper didn't move, but yeah, I expect Death Leaper and the Gargoyles would do something. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Tyler charging with the Gargoyles into the same target, perhaps also into Bellicor, where the Warriors are going to go. And then when Bellicor, I assume, is killed by the Warriors, he might overrun those Gargoyles to go contest an objective. If he rolls high, yep. So we've got gargoyles moving in.
Alex, seeing the future here.
I am seeing the future, and maybe I've also talked to Tyler and heard some of his strategy plans. So maybe not doing that. Oh, I expect what he's going to do is he's just going to line up, and he will line up
here.
and yeah. I wonder why Death Leaper hasn't charged anything. Maybe he failed a charge somehow. But if he's within 3, he can't fail that charge.
Yeah.
I am confused.
Anyway, whilst the charge is finishing up.
I bet I know what it is.
Oh yeah?
I'm sure I know what it is. Death Leaper is a character. Paul Winters will have used the Forbidden Gem. He might have stopped his charge. Death Leaper's probably sitting there being like, yep, we're going to charge 1 or 2 of these, whatever. Take his picking, either in the movement phase or the charge phase. Paul would have used the Forbidden Gem and said, "No, sir, no, you shall not do anything. Either no moving or charging." But specifically turning off charges with where he was positioned within 3 of both of those characters, letting them heroic intervene. That would be my guess.
That's pretty big, and that's why Paul is indeed Sinesh incarnate.
Yeah, this is the sort of thing. This is the sort of thing you can pull out only when you have just been battling on pure Slaanesh demons for just
translation.
Forever?
You've just been beating your head against the wall over and like eventually you will see new colors. And you will have new sensations that no one else has
I see so much purple now. Anyway, Alex, whilst Tyler gets ready to absolutely massacre Bellicor with some warriors, can you tell us whilst we're here and what we're doing?
Why are we here? What are we doing? We are watching Warhammer, but we are watching Warhammer for a fantastic reason here. This is Charity Hammer, which, as its name would suggest, is about charity. Child's Play specifically is the charity we care about. Do you want me to keep going, or do you want to run down what Child's Play does?
Nah, you're on a roll, man.
Alrighty, so Child's Play. We're all about hospitals helping sick kids, but what Child's Play was not okay with was sick kids not having fun in hospitals. So they were like, we're going to put a stop to this. We're going to fix this. We can't make kids better magically. We'll leave that to the doctors, but we can make them happier. So they provide toys, games, video games, board games, all that sort of stuff to children in children's hospitals to make their time there as pleasant as possible. I fortunately didn't have any such experiences myself, so can't say firsthand. But a lot of the wonderful folk in the Best in Tabletop Discord have expressed how it can be really, really rough with children in hospitals at such a young age, and being bored just makes that even worse. So it's a great cause that Child's Play has done. And then, as if that wasn't enough, when they got feedback from nurses, they were told, hey, this is awesome, but we don't know how to make these games consoles run. So they hired people to go to hospitals and set them up, full-time staff to make it easier for the nurses to keep these kids happy. It's really just fantastic. Colin has been running Charity Hammer. No, I'm on a roll, Chris. I got this. Colin's been running Charity Hammer this is the 4th year now, donating Child's Play each time. Before this Charity Hammer, we were up to $100,000, right? $100,000 raised for Child's Play. And Colin wondered, is Child's Play just supporting North America? It is not. They are international. They have also branches in Australia, the United Kingdom, and other places around the world outside of North America. And even more. What's more? We don't like sick kids, but we also don't like domestic abuse. And so Child's Play is helping similarly with domestic abuse shelters. How'd I do, Chris?
I said we'll run through surprises in a second because Bellicor's making his saves. He has failed 7 of them so far. 1 more failed save and he dies, and that's 1 more failed save. I think there's a CP reroll coming in here, maybe. Yes, there is.
I believe. Do you believe? I believe.
I believe.
That is a box, guys.
Bellicor lives on 2 wounds because of the 2 damage bone swords. Maybe if that 1 turn warrior right at the back there could have gotten into fight.
I was watching the charge there. I do not think he had the distance to do that.
No,
But
on a
what I
bigger
believe
charge,
in now,
maybe.
do you know what I believe in, Chris?
In a thing called love?
Yeah, sure. And what I would love to see is I would love to see the Gargoyles finish off Be'lakor.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
The Gargoyles are going to be in a bit of struggle though because they have to kind of weirdly chain themselves out between these three big units as the big models. But I believe in them. And
I see at least two that can hit Be'lakor.
Yeah.
I suspect though what will happen is Paul will be attacking with probably not Be'lakor. He'll probably attack with either the Keeper or the or whatever the not Keeper is.
Rip.
And go, oh boy, they be picked up. Yep, no, they're gone.
Whilst this Charles Page finishes off, I'm going to take a moment to tell you about what you can get if you do donate to Charles Page, because it's not all about that warm, tingly feeling you get inside. We're also going to give you prizes, and when I say prizes, I mean prizes. So, in addition to a bunch of random Warhammer that has been given to us to give away to you lovely folks at home, you can also win one of our 3 top prizes. So we have a $1,200 voucher to Hammerhead Games, which you can get a whole bunch of hobby supplies and a whole bunch of hobby systems for, including Albert Realms, made by our very own, I'm blanking on the name now. Michael, Alex, help me.
Michael
meeting
Tempe.
food. Michael Tempe, yeah.
That's it. Thank you. Made by our very own Michael Tempe. So that's a $1,200 voucher to Hammerhead Games. You can win a Sean Nadin commission painted army, which is an incredible prize, captain of Team USA. Or if you are a top donor, these lovely objective markers on the table, we're going to sign them. Everyone's going to sign them. We're going to send them to you, and you will have the most unique objective markers in 40k. And then, meanwhile, whilst I was saying on that, Death Leaper took a beating. But he's somehow alive.
Yep.
Or Death Leaper gave a beating. One of the two. There was some claw action going over there. There were some moans from Sinesh probably.
Yeah, look, I'm just going to wait and I'm going to see and get excited by someone hitting something. I assume Be'lakor will hit back at some point. I would expect one of those keepers or some such to hit Death Leaper, maybe. This looks like Paul rolling some more attacks. Tyler's rolling some saves, probably Death Leaper. I think he has a 4-up invul, so I think it was only one failed save there. Death Leaper has a wound counter on him.
I think Tyler is currently in the Warrior Synaptic Imperative, which gives him extra hits on 6s.
Yep.
So
yeah.
4++ here. Is
All
that
right,
the end
Death
of
Leaper?
phase?
I don't know. To be honest, would have expected
So
I would have expected
if
something
you look
other than
at Death Leaper, you'll see that there is a wound dice on him, and then there is
Yeah.
a counter on the Forge World Keeper. I believe that we are now seeing Be'lakor swing back.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
I
that
think
was
we
what I
have one
expected.
more keeper to swing possibly into Death Leaper.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too surprising. I expected one of them to pick up the gaunts and or at least attempt to pick up the gaunts and maybe
on
put
to
something
morale
into Death
now.
Leaper, which that might have happened. Are we on to
We're
morale? I see more dice being rolled.
Yes, we're on to morale, and I think one of the units failed on a 6 and lost a second one to the combat attrition test, and I think the one in the unit is fine because they're an extra keeper.
So what?
Yeah. So to run through what I think happened in the combat phase,
Go
and
for it.
maybe Mitch can correct me. I believe so. We had I assume Death Leaper was forbidden gemmed in the charge phase. Maybe you can confirm that. The keepers then heroically intervened. The warriors will have failed to kill Be'lakor by 2 damage, I assume. One of the keepers will then have fought first because of the Quicksilver speed of Slanesh. They have cleared Be'lakor of any troublesome gaunts that might try to finish off his last 2 wounds. Maybe hit Death Leaper as well. At which point another keeper can have a go at Death Leaper. But Death Leaper shall not bow. He is sitting with 4 wounds remaining. He hit back, but not before Be'lakor went and took a few warriors for their trouble. How am I doing, Mitch?
Grade A nut shelling there for sure.
Yeah. You know what I would love to see before we switch over to the other stream? I would love to see, or even whilst we're over, I just want to see Be'lakor dying to cut them down.
That I would not be mad about that.
Nail 5 more in range to roll. That's 5 dice. Just get two sixes. Easy.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe we will. I think he would just stay in combat. Oh, because he can have Hysterical Frenzies cast on him. Be'lakor is going to get to fight twice more before the Warriors do, because he will fight first, and he can fight in the Psychic phase with Slaanesh. I think this might be Paul's game to win, actually, or maybe Paul's to lose if he's advantage. I don't know how to use that saying.
The second one.
Yeah,
some Demonettes
Paul's game to lose.
Maybe charge into the Parasite of Mortrex.
Yeah, or at minimum, just be Obsec and hopefully hold that objective. The Parasite will be counting as 5 models of Obsec, if I know Tyler. But that appears to be 10 Demonettes, which will say, yoink, gimme, this objective is mine.
At the bottom of round 2, it is very close with the 12 to the demons and the 15 to the big bugs.
Oh yeah, I am over to the next game, guys.
Yes,
yeah.
Let's go see what's happening.
I am backing Paul on that game though. I see a lot less bikes. Oh yeah, many less bikes. So I'm going
to say psychic shenanigans happened.
I actually think just all of Zach's output is probably quite efficient on those bikes. He'll be
armigers are very, very, very efficient. I was talking to Mitchell about this earlier. I don't know if it was today or yesterday, the day before that, but it's all the same day. So I was talking to him earlier today about how the armigers just shred bikes.
Yeah, that tracks with my experience. They are strength 7 AP2 is just that is awful for Custodes bikes at toughness 6, 2 up armor, 4 up invul. It's just the perfect strength to wound on 3s, put them to their invul. 3 damage means 2 go through, only lose 1 damage in terms of efficiency into their 5 wounds. It is a whole lot of not good for those bikes. It looks like Zach might even have still had all 3 of those armigers still around. There might be one sitting at the top left there, next to the Zach name 24 victory point token. In which case, yeah, all 3 of those armigers still being around is so bad news for the bikes.
I think we just had a charge coming in from the rubrics there, and he's measuring backwards to get the reroll ones, but I think he just said it's not worth it. He wants to get the volume in there. And David Gaylord popping into the stream. Hey, David, how's it going?
Hey,
I'll pass on your hello, Dennis.
Kiwi. David, congrats on your work. Are you top of the ITC at the moment, or is Vic yoink that back?
I think Vic might just done it after Newcastle.
Perhaps, but hey, I'm excited. What chat did you see that in? Because I might just be blind and not seeing it.
If you scroll up to, I'm just gonna repost it.
Alrighty.
I'll pop a link into Discord. There you go. It kind of collects all the comments together. Yeah. Vic had a game in Manning the semi-final and just yoinked it back. But you'll get it back, David. I believe in you. So a whole bunch of dice being rolled. I think this is the attacks with the Scarbercout and melee being rolled into the Custodes here. Those Scarbercout and melee, they can do work. They're strength 5 minus 3 damage too. There's not a nasty, it's not a terrible profile, and yet those Custodes are now gone. And some piling in. Oof. We may have a race on our hands here. Can the Sagittarium squad up at the top secure the victory before these rubrics do next turn?
I'm just going to put it out there and say I don't think so. The Sagittarium Guard, they are strength 5, which is nice in the tough 4 Terminators. They hit on 2s, they wound on 3s even with prescience. They'll be hitting on not prescience, the -1 to hit power that can be cast on those Terminators. Hits on 3s, wounds on 3s, reeling 1 from Trajan. That seems good, but only AP1 into 2-up save, Arm of Contempt, and also -1 damage for those Terminators. I do not fancy the chances of the Sagittarium doing anything super meaningful at range to the Terminator brick. I would love for Mitchell to prove me wrong here, but I do not rate their chances to do much of anything here. This feels really, really solid for the Thousand Suns. All of those bikes just getting picked up, and those Terminators getting an aggressive mid-board positioning is just brutal. Like that Void's Men-at-Arms squad is not long for the world, just sitting there strung across the back two objectives for Mitchell. The Terminators will, if they can get line of sight, we'll pick them up.
And the Thousand Suns already have a pretty commanding lead of 15 points at this stage of the game. I just also want to say to David, you missed the Battle Titan. You missed it. We had one in the other game. Didn't last long, but you missed it.
There was a Bio Titan that was holding a Brick of 9 Warriors and a Death Leaper. It was excellent. The Warriors ran forward, hopped out, overrun back into the Bio Titan, and it was then promptly beaten down by 3 Greater Demons. Be'lakor, Be'lakor. Or I think it might have been Be'lakor, Celeste, and a Keeper.
Be'lakor and Celeste. We don't know.
Yeah. Be'lakor, Keepers of Secrets, or Hiders of Knowledge, something. The Keeper of Secret adjacent.
It's definitely time to dust off your Battle Titan and bring it to the top tables. So it looks like the Stones have advanced up here to get some more commanding lines of sight and threat ranges here with the Sagittarium, trying to call things back. They're shooting into the Armiger, which I think is down to 6 moons. Sorry, the War Dog.
Yeah, that's fair. But the one thing again here I'm a bit questioning of, but hey, not to take it from Mitchell. I am just scared. Like I said, AP2 3 damage on those Helverins or War Dog Executioners, I believe. Really bad news for a 2-up, 4-up save and 3 wound Sagittarium Guard. So maybe they're just really hoping they can put the Knights down before they get shot back at. Otherwise, I might have liked to see some of them just touching some terrain so they can try to take 3-up armor saves.
I'm not sure what else the Xenos have left to shoot here, because I've seen a lot of shots go into that War Dog Executioner, and I've seen probably Trajan picking up the 1 rubric or whatever was on that objective, standing so bravely there. So we may be into Zach's turn.
We might be, but really, Mitchell will have lost a massive, massive chunk of his army. So I assume that was the bike captain, the 9 bikes, and the unit of 4 shield guard. The Voidsman will be down soon. I was rooting for the Golden Boys. I am not feeling great for them right now. This is painful.
Shall we check in to see how the Nids and Snatcher do?
I would love to see that. I'm not as invested. Yeah, I'm not as invested as much in either army, so I just want to see the carnage over there. Hopefully we have a table boss that can swap us.
Yeah, we'll just do a brief check and then come back to this game, because we do need to give all the games equal showing.
Oh yeah.
Although it looks like both games are going to be over quite quickly.
Yep. So we'll need to see what the people on the ground at Charity Hammer do in the meantime. I don't know if these people will play again, or if we're going to be stuck trying to fill time. I'm sure we'll find out. Yeah.
So we may have the first podcast of the Kiwi and the Scot.
Oh man, I can only imagine. Sorry, the sort of comments that Ennis will have to make directed at the two of us.
I'm sure there'll be some prime, nice, friendly, encouraging words.
Yeah. Okay. It looks like this game is getting called here. I think. Yeah. So those Voidsmen are just getting scooped up.
Oh, I don't see many warriors.
No. Well, so as we said, right, the Be'lakor will get to fight in the psychic phase. I would assume. I assume they have the Slaanesh fight in psychic phase power. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Paul had that on every one of his keepers. And then Be'lakor will also be Slaanesh, so strike first, I believe. So yeah, after the warriors fail to kill him, Be'lakor gets to swing back 3 times before they get to do anything else about it. Which it's bad for warriors' health.
Seeing based on the number of dice, the Demonette swinging into maybe the last warrior up at the top there, just trying to take and bring them down to their knees. And we've got a keeper into the gargoyles at the bottom of the screen, leaving the Tyranids with only some brain bugs left. So
that is
everyone who was in the chat doubting and saying that this is the worst RTT 2.0. Oh baby.
Yeah.
So Nash comes out swinging.
This makes me so happy to see. Tyler, I love you. I've had some great games against you on Tabletop Simulator. Some brutal games either way. But man, I just seeing Paul put on a clinic in the wee hours of the morning for these guys with the demons. I'm sure Tyler will be kicking himself for the Death Leaper play. This feels like this sort of thing. Maybe he'll mention it on the next generation podcast he has.
Maybe. I'm going to call it now. Every single team at WGC needs to bring this Slanesh list.
All right. You heard it here first. Team Scotland, or maybe just Team Scotland. Team Scotland is bringing Triple Keeper, Billy Core, and what we assume is Celeste.
Yes, the Forge. We have the Forge World Keeper in there is one of them, and then Shalaxi, I believe.
Is it Forge World? Because I know there's a named Keeper of Secrets. There's Celeste, and there's also Celeste, the Vengeful Allegiance. It's not that one. It's the Forge World one.
It's the Forge. It's. I know it's Forge World.
It is the named one, is it? I have a Forge World book here. I'm going to go look through.
Go for it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I also definitely have a book.
Yeah, look, I've walked away from my screen to do this because I am good at things. So you tell us what's going on here, Chris. Well, I forget your name. Yeah.
So it looks like we're going to be going into maybe the Nid's turn. It's kind of all gone a bit blurry for me. No, we're still in the Demon's turn. We're having some morale checks taken for the gargoyles on the bottom. And looks like we're going to have one lone gargoyle left on the bottom. And David, yes, we had Team Scotland making its debut at an 8-person team event here in the UK, where we had about half of Team Scotland playing for it and some friends to make up the numbers. And Team Scotland will return triumphant. Maybe with squads. So I think that's it for this next turn. We've done a morale phase. We're just going to be tallying up some points. And what can the Tyranids do here? Maybe some Rippers being spawned by the Parasite Mortrex would help out regain control of the top objective. And maybe you need to be bringing out some brain bugs to try and clear out the middle. There's only a handful of Demonettes there, so a smite and some questionable melee might get you there.
So the Parasite and honestly the Rippers could do some work into the Demonettes. I think they against toughness 3, only 5 up save models. That's the Rippers are probably still scary to that. But I don't see this going well for the bugs
Ripper
overall.
Storms 4 attacks in melee at strength 3, and they've also got no, they don't have the pistol upgrade because it would just be base. So 4 attacks at strength 3.
Yeah, Tyler pulling some tricks here though. So just he's regened. I believe it's D3+3 gargoyles. So that'll bring him. I think. I'm pretty confident that'll bring him to controlling that objective. So that'll help him score 8 for primary. I would imagine.
Mm-hmm. Certainly will do.
So a really cool command phase regen models trick to then score primary at the end of the command phase.
Yeah, you really want to kill the entire cargo unit these days.
Yeah, no, I've seen in previous games Tyler's used this. He's had a gargoyle unit down to 1 model, which he hid behind a crate against. This is in the battle for the winner of the Best in Tabletop Open against Steve Trimble's Bugs, I believe. And he had 1 lone Pyrovore, 1 lone gargoyle hiding behind a crate in Steve's deployment zone, scoring behind enemy lines before regenning them up to a big big old unit and going on a tear with them. So it's exactly the sort of cute, tricksy, janky nonsense that Tyler would love.
Yeah, and you can do weird things with it. So in WTC, we kind of cap you from regenerating models and stringing out with them too far out, so you can go like 1 inch coherency beyond where your original model is, so you can get like one person further forward. But in non-WTC events, you can just string out to your heart's content. So you can get a lot of extra distance on like a cargo unit. And I think it's also command feasibility, so you can do it for your primary scoring too.
Yeah, for sure. So just some wonderful gesturing by Tyler here. I don't know what he's doing. I believe
He's
there's
saying
somewhere
that this
stream.
thing's going to go there, and that thing's going to go where?
Yeah, unless he's saying I'm going to move block these here, and then they're not going to go there. But yeah, I'm sure these guys' actions will soon speak for their words that we cannot hear.
Yeah, we did see that the Parasite Mortrex did wiggle its way towards Be'lakor, maybe looking to finish Be'lakor off, but I think it's a bit too little, too late.
Yeah, no, this... Maybe Tyler's going just for some pride points here to try bring down Be'lakor. I believe he didn't actually bring it down. Oh, he took Assassinate, which makes sense. So Be'lakor, I imagine this list is constructed with Be'lakor as a Supreme Commander, 2 patrols, so 10 Demonettes in each. Maybe there's a battalion in there and a patrol to get a few more Demonettes. And then, yeah, the rest being the HQs.
Yep.
Or maybe it would be a patrol battalion. Regardless, it's yeah. Yeah, so we've got at least 4 units of Demonettes, so it could be patrol battalion, could be 2 patrols. But boy, do I love it. Oh, we have a Trigon or a Morlock. I can't tell the difference from above, but that is some of the extra points that Tyler has. Is he going to have more warriors in here? Please tell me there's warriors coming out of here as well.
And now for my next trick.
Oh boy, Tyler, I love this list. It is. I don't think it's that good, but it's definitely funny.
Alex and I really don't get these lists in advance, so we're just as surprised as you are.
Yeah, it was a previous game where I was commenting with, I believe, John Cornell, where we saw Alex McDougall against. It was someone running Behemoth Bugs. I am forgetting there are several Bugs players at this event. And so Alex was wonderfully screening out his deployment zone, and so John and I were discussing theories on Schrodinger's Pyropod, we called it. So the Tyranid drop pod equivalent filled with pyrovores. Something I'm sure you're familiar with, Chris, with Innes running it against you.
Yep.
Yeah, and whether or not it would appear, we were told partway through there is something in Deep Strike. We're going to be surprised by it. It was a Trigon or Trigon Prime perhaps, and a brick of 9 warriors.
Lovely.
Yeah. So yeah, Deep Strike, of course. The old term for basically in reserve can appear 9 inches away.
Yeah, I had a tournament player run a Morlock into me at one point, and it was like, okay, cool, I'll put this token down. The next turn it comes in and does mortal wounds if you're next to the token. So
it's
I
a
walked away from
turn
the token.
delay. Oh no!
So I just walked away. I accidentally walked away from the token. But the big trick was that all the monsters were OBSEC. In that one, it was the custom high fleet, so it can appear with just outside of the 1 inch from your stuff if it's within 12 inches of the token. So the big trick is it runs up and steals and your battlefield objective when you have the servitors there. So I just moved the servitors in to block the guy from getting onto the objective. I'm like, cool, you can come and kill me. But I was like, okay, cool. This now triggers. How many more wounds do I take? And he measured. Was like, you take none. You're 6.1 inches away from me. I was like, accidentally good.
Accidental success is the best kind of success.
Absolutely.
I do feel like Tyler might. I do wonder if he's taken the ignore penalties with how he will just so gladly sit on forests.
Well, these guys
through them.
Fly.
Oh, yeah. I remember just as you reminded me.
If you warn stream, I will just warn the stream now that Nara, who's still in her deep sleep, is currently yelping and barking in her sleep. So if you hear that, that's why you hear barking.
Alrighty.
The rabbits are still being chased.
I'm almost sad that I don't hear Nara. That dog is so cute. I especially
a wee audio clip for you.
yeah, I especially appreciated when you posted a photo of yourself watching Charity Hammer with, was it Nara on the couch with you on your lap?
Yep. Nara's up on the couch. She likes to cuddle up to me.
Yep. All right, so just waiting to see Tyler finishing off his turn here, and I'm looking forward to the keepers trying to clean up. Do we think Be'lakor is going to survive? I think that's the interesting bit here.
The parasite, they're not too killy, are they?
I wonder,
like
is there? Can they inject it with some? It is a parasite of Mortrex. Maybe it can inject Be'lakor with something because he's a monster, not a vehicle. I wonder if that does it to deal some mortal wounds and just finish him off cheekily that way.
So you have to have a successful wound first of all.
Right. Okay.
And then then that unit suffers one mortal wound in addition to any normal damage and becomes affected with the parasites. At the start of your opponent's command phase, for each enemy unit affected with parasite, your opponent must roll 1d6. On a 1, 2, 3 being rolled, they suffer an additional d3 and is no longer affected. And on a 4, 5, 6, they suffer d3 wounds and is remained to be infected.
Right. Okay.
And if you suffer lots of mortal wounds, you get more rippers.
Yeah. I'm just trying to look up the what might be the Forge World Keeper of Secrets, because that might answer the question, but I believe it has just died.
Yes, I think we have seen whatever came in from reserve, or maybe some brain bug smiting.
I'm thinking it's going to be the brain bug smiting.
Yeah, those brain bugs do a lot of damage with smites.
Yeah.
So is it 4 Zoes and 1 Neurotrope down there, or is it 3 Zoes, a Neurotrope, and then something else?
I'm picking it'll be something else. Maybe that's a Biovore? That feels like some Tyler tech that he would put in there. A single Biovore chilling in the backfield.
Yeah, just the one guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they have an action to spore mines, don't they?
That they do. Oh yeah. So yeah, no, I believe that will have been the Forge World Keeper of Secrets. I don't know if this has specific rules or not, but yeah.
So we have the parasite charging in here, and Tyler's trying to get outside of intervention range of the additional Keeper of Secrets.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's just good play there. Just why get hit by more things when you don't have to?
Yeah, it's just not about that life.
And we have the gargoyles charging backwards into the demonettes.
Wait, go back. They say, I wonder if they moved up there to shoot the demonettes on Paul's home objective and then make their way back to.
Yeah, they could have absolutely left
things.
They could have left it.
Yep. Yeah. So, do we think the Trigon makes a charge somewhere? Is it going to try roll a 9? That might be what we're looking at rolling now. Tyler's clearing the bike.
I think we're going
the dice
to be charging the middle objective here with that. But it looks like maybe the charge roll was made and failed.
Oh, no, I think this is the roll happening now, right?
No, that's more than the charge roll. This is Death Leaper. So, normally hits on 2s. Sorry, not Death Leaper, passing more dice. Normally hits on 2s. There is a successful wound there which fails. Is that enough to kill him?
Is it only 1 damage? Does it do some mortals?
AP1. Does Be'lakor have armor contempt? No, Be'lakor's got
I don't believe Be'lakor doesn't have armor, my guy.
Yeah. So that should kill it? Question mark? Don't JPEG.
I don't know. We're waiting to see. This might be a command point reroll for the save here. Is it a 4? Is it a 4? It's a 3. I think that's Be'lakor down. Oh, maybe it's discussing the damage done. It might be D3 damage or something.
No, the parasite is
and then there was
1 damage.
Well, look, I'm guessing here. Okay, you are cheating with your rules in front of you.
I'm cheating by being quote unquote prepared.
Yeah,
JPEG?
that one.
Yeah.
Do we have a stream boss here as well, by the way? Just to quickly check in, give us a report back of what happened in the Custodes Thousand Suns match. It looked like just as we cut away, that match was getting called, but I'd love to hear us a little bit more detail on that front.
If a tech priest and a server skill could help us out, that'd be wonderful. Oh dear.
Lovely.
Oh,
Both armies have been tabled. We'll call it a draw. But yeah, no, final score.
83-63.
Solid. Yes, a solid primary for the Custodes. Not so great secondaries, but just all around a solid 83-point score for Zach when you factor in paint, and 63 for Custodes.
Yeah, Custodes looking to struggle a little bit on the secondary account there. I don't know what would have done that. Maybe they stranglehold because they were going first.
I think just all of them they would have had a rough time on banners. They might not have scored that great. They would have been pulled down. The grind them down, they might not have scored that many points on. I could imagine it just being an all-round rough time.
Yeah, they pretty much just got picked up at will from the Armiger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Armiger's pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, like effectively doubling the AP with the new book on those the autocannons going from AP1 to AP2 is in some things just it's brutal.
It looks
like Custodes. Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was just going to say Custodes without Armor of Contempt. AP2 is just the perfect value. It puts them on their invul from their 2-up armor without any wasted APA, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it looks like the gargoyles down in the bottom left have had a rough time of it after getting back up to like a 6-7 bug unit, have been cut back down to 2.
Yeah, well, so those demonettes would have hit back with the parasite going first. The demonettes would have hit back, striking first as Slanesh before the gargoyles got to swing. So, yeah. I guess Tyler just trying to min max what he can do with that unit there. I guess maybe landing a bit closer to the min side of things than he would like.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused because I thought Bellicor was on 2 wounds remaining after the warrior combat. Maybe Bellicor was able to be healed.
Maybe I thought he just only failed 1 save against the parasite, leaving on 1.
But the parasitic infection, after you do a successful wound to an enemy unit, that unit suffers 1 mortal wound in addition to all the extra damage.
Well, look, I don't know. Yeah, he probably healed then.
And I feel like Tyler, given he adores the parasite Mortrix, should know these things. Question mark?
Maybe. Unless he had Delightful Agonies. He maybe had a Fiona Pain and just rolled a 6 on one of the 2.
It is like 4 o'clock in the morning there. So we can
forgive. Fair. Look, I believe Bellicor is alive and kicking on 1 HP in a dream.
Yep.
Yeah,
he's living his best life.
He is. So are these Keepers of Secrets. They Do you think Paul just leaves those demonettes to finish off the gargoyles? I think he probably does, right? Has the keeper go and just 2 keepers have their way with a Trigon? Maybe one of them goes and hits the Trigon, the other one wanders over to see what the brain bugs are up to?
I think we have Bellicor sit pretty, stay where he is, probably move to the back of the objective. The demonettes rush forward into the middle to help out that. The keeper go and take care of the Trigon, and then the other keeper go and start messing with brain bugs.
You know what, actually? I think Bellicor goes to mess with brain bugs. He'll advance and charge over there. He ignores invols and does D3 plus 3 against 4 wound zoanthropes with an invol and bad armor.
What's Bellicor's move right now? Assuming he's a bottom bracket?
No, he's got this. He roll a 6 for his advance.
Yeah.
You're the one with the books, my guy.
Yes, I definitely have quote unquote books. He moves 6.
He moves 6, so he's going to go 12 with a 6-inch advance. He lives 3-inch pile-in from the rest of this combat, and he's got this.
And thankfully he flies, so forests care not.
Yeah, no, I believe in him. He's got this. Yeah.
I believe in the Neurothrope with its amazing combat, killing Bellicor.
Yeah, Paul also believes in this keeper's ability to then go and if Be'lakor doesn't make the charge, do the job. So yeah, he's leaving those demonettes to do the job. The champion 3 demonettes on the central objective. Man, that is just brutal. Yeah. And I'm kind of excited just to see these keepers doing this much
Alex,
work.
Speaking of champions,
but Chris, yeah,
Child's Play. What an amazing charity that we're raising money for.
Yeah, they really are champions.
They they make kids happy, and you know you gotta love that. What they do is they put toys and games and board games and they put fun incarnate into hospitals, and they have staff to support the tech side of things, and it's just awesome.
Yeah, and sick kids heal better. So yeah, they're just doing what they can to help kids entertained and get better as easily or enjoyably or quickly as possible. All of the above, maybe.
Yep. And you can win some awesome prizes.
Yeah. So for every $30 you donate at charityhammer.com, all of which goes to Child's Play for toys and children's hospitals or people to run them or domestic abuse shelters. Every dollar you donate will go to this great cause around the world. But what else does every $30 you donate do for you, Chris?
Every $30 gets you some sort of raffle ticket, I hear.
Yeah. So there's a raffle that's going on overtime at Charity Hammer. Your donation, the earlier you do it, the longer it'll go through this raffle. And so random times throughout the day and night and all of the streams, you will get a prize draw. And yeah, there are all sorts of things you can win. Boxes of Warhammer models, possibly fantasy models, or all different sorts. It could be the start of your new army. Yep. Especially if you win the overall prize. Yeah.
And you also can win a massive prize as well. You can get a $1,200 voucher to Hammerhead Games, where you can get a whole new army.
Yeah. You could even get a whole new game system.
Yep. You can get Sean Naden to paint you an army within reason.
Yep.
As in, aka, don't give him 700 grots.
No, I hear 699 is the limit. We could be wrong.
I hear he will grind grots up and then paint grots with grots if you do that.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I might have heard it from you only, but minor details.
And if you are our legendary top donor, you will get a set of signed objective markers that you can see on the table right now, which are made by 3D6 Wargaming. So we're going to get everyone at Charity Hammer to sign them, and you'll have the most unique set of markers in 40k.
Yep. The charityest of markers to play Warhammer with.
Oh yeah. And who knows, you may be running into someone like John Lennon and slap them down on the table, and it's his own signature on there facing back at him.
Yeah.
Which I think is just the ultimate flex.
Alright,
so
we're seeing the first keeper.
Ultimate flexes, we have some charges.
Alright, Be'lakor's making his charge right. Boxcar charge! Be'lakor is making his charge.
Big Daddy Be'lakor charging in, let's go.
I am about this. Look, and that keeper is multi-charged, so Be'lakor is picking up the 3 Neurothropes. Zonethropes. And the keeper is secret. I believe he's going to get the Zonethrope. So,
I never doubted Shadow Daddy for 1 second.
Yeah,
he came in there. No, I'm going to leave that sentence there.
Yeah, Billy Core has got this. And then we're going to have the other keeper charging the Trigon. We've got some attacks going. The brain bugs have they've been made unalive.
I cannot believe the hammering that the Tyranids have taken this game.
I can, and to be honest, I'm about it. It's just something about the poor Slaanesh demons so frequently mocked, just demolishing these Tyranids. I don't know. I'm about it.
Yeah, like they finally taken out, like they finally snapped and turned the corner a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's in your going down. So we have 2 gargoyles and an unknown entity in the bottom there.
Yeah. Look, so excessive violence pleases both Khorne and Slaanesh. Khorne because of the violence and Slaanesh because of excess, right? So just really, it's the best way to go about it.
Oh yeah.
And it leads to death, and then afterwards decay, right? So Nurgle's on board, and you know.
And when things die, it changes things. That's the interesting there.
Yeah.
There goes Trigon. But yes, there is one other entity that violence does please. Do you know who that might be?
One Anthony Vanilla Violence.
Yes, and I think he's running Quinn's at Charity Hammer.
Yeah.
I don't think we had the pleasure of commentating one of his games, but I think he's in the top cut going forward into the GT.
Yeah. Does he happen to be up early for a game? Because it must be getting to the 6 a.m. point in time at Charity Hammer, I believe, where people might start to be surfacing for early games.
You're like 5 o'clock in the morning, right?
Almost 5 o'clock. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to help fill time for an hour.
All right, Chris, we're gonna fill some time. What are we gonna do here? Maybe we can discuss.
Go get a book. I'm just gonna read a book of that on stream.
That'll get us copyright struck.
All right.
Like there's 3 white guys talking over the internet. This is technically already a podcast, so I think you're fine.
Yeah. Are you with us for this hour, Mitch? Are we just?
I'm here.
Is this a mini podcast or something?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So these games are getting wrapped up. Did you?
Yeah.
So we got the final scores for the Custodes match.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get the final scores here shortly from Paul.
Yeah, there's literally 0 bugs left on the table.
That's not true. There is one orange bug hiding behind the fire from John Lennon's Minister of Flamer.
No, that's not fire. That's hot sauce. Referring to the hot sauce challenge of previous Charity Hammer, which I know nothing about because I did not watch that Charity Hammer because I am very new to these circles.
Mitch, do you have an equivalent this year for the hot sauce challenge?
I advocated for it, but was shut down. Apparently, they wanted participants to be able to function later. Bullshit, but it's fine.
What?
Mitch,
so
I think
instead,
you run out to a gas station and get the gas station hot sauce. It'd be cheaper than the petrol.
Let's be clear. We have all the hot sauces from last year. We have the second hottest hot sauce in the world still here. Like, no one's consuming these because why would you do it except for a dare?
Okay, right. I have a challenge. I think the finalists of the GT before the game started need to take a teaspoon of that.
Oh, a teaspoon's way too much. Oh, that could ruin someone's stomach. That's not safe.
Okay, a singular drop each.
That might be doable, but I'll have to spring it on Colin
for the kids. For the kids.
Need a lot of money. That's all I can think. Yeah. That's all I can think to say is we're going to need a lot of money.
Maybe we could set like a separate like donor goal. Like if you reach X amount, then the finalists will do that.
Instead of a stretch goal, a burn goal.
A burn goal, yeah.
That's not bad. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just saying, if I was there and in the finals, I would agree to this.
Yeah.
For the kids.
Mitch, do we have an update on the actual donation total? Do you have access to that, or is that a Colin?
Access to that this late in the night. I don't know what the exact number is, but I think we're probably at hovering right around 12,000 right now. Would be my guess.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Sindri Tepek over on YouTube says, "F them, do the challenge." So there you go. We have one voice.
Yeah.
Like if you all just donate enough, it will happen. I think the movement of money.
Through money,
to
all
this
self-inflicted bodily harm is possible.
Yeah. Do you know which stream Adam is commenting on? Says Cougar AU on Twitch. I don't. We don't have an Adam commenting right now.
If you're talking about Adam Camilleri, then I believe he. Oh man, I'm blanking. He will be commentating later. I could work it out. I know. In
Adam is
about a day, I'm commentating with Adam. Oh, we have a handshake and a final score, so that might be going up soon.
Excellent.
I can try work out when Adam's going to commentate next.
I am looking at the schedule, and I can tell you.
All right, well, why don't you do that?
Adam Camilleri is commentating the 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. Sunday, 26th of June, Pacific Standard Time slot. And you, Alex Town, House is joining him for the 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. slot. And currently, Adam's all alone, so maybe I'll get up early on Sunday. You know, if my RTT timings allow.
For sure.
And invade the Discord chat. Because commentating is much better when you have a person to bounce off of.
Absolutely.
It also helps cover when you try and munch on a snack. So bear with.
Or take your dog out to pee so that she doesn't pee on the carpet.
Yeah, these all seem like reasons.
Speaking of, she's currently curled up in a bed in a little bowl.
So yeah.
So is it now getting light over there, or is it still pretty dark?
Oh no, almost. Like I mean, it's like early morning. You headlights or anything?
No, wonderful.
Oh man. Wow. So look at that score from Paul. So he's dropped 3 points on. I wonder if that's just he's dropped 3 points on grind them down. He's missed one grind them down, and that's it.
Yeah, maybe he could have left the gargoyles alive and just got grind them down in the last turn.
So that gives you an idea of how light it is outside. Yeah, they look nice, but I think if I sit in one, I'm going to fall asleep, and I can't do that on camera. That's good. I don't need to be verbally humiliated right now, but later. Oh yeah, sure. Why don't we just play dodgeball with all of the people here? I mean, so a mythical place. Mentioning this mythical place. No, I'm kidding. No, he's great. I'm just having he would like to project a certain amount of heartlessness for sure at times, but that's just to be the captain of Team Scotland, I'm sure. You see through to the squat within. It does give you something to do. Yep, we'll try and ambush him. Oh, I'm too far away from the microphone, I'm guessing. Yep, I'll be right back.
Not 3 a.m., 5 a.m. Yeah, it's wonderful.
Yeah. So, what do you think of the new Nephilim rules, as we are literally going to be riffing for an hour?
What do I think? Oh, look. So I unfortunately haven't yet had a chance to have a look through some of the secondary changes. One of the few that I know is one of the Custodes Auric Mortalis one has been updated and improved, which That's pretty cool because I took that sort of power gaming secondary, where you basically go, I'm going to take your most expensive toy and kill it, and it's not going to kill me, and it's not going to get close to me. And yeah, they've just made it better. That's pretty cool. Just changing them around a bit, toning down some that need to be toned down. Do you happen to know, did Heard the Prey for Drukari get changed, for example?
Yes, it did. I'm going to read it out now. It's a pretty big change actually. So Drukari Heard the Prey. At the end of your turn, score 1 victory point for each table quarter that does not have any enemy units, excluding aircraft units, wholly within it. So you can now score it every single turn, but it's 1 per. So it's kind of like it's definitely a nerf, but it's kind of like a slightly downward diagonal nerf. It's not like straight down.
Yeah, no,
that's you can score it first turn.
That seems pretty reasonable because it seems like it'd be difficult to change that much. Like it could have been score. Maybe they could have had a table or something for like if there's only 1 quarter clear, you get 1 point, and then 3 or something, and 5. I don't know, but yeah, that feels reasonable.
How are you feeling about your Chaos Knights? Because I know you have them and your Custodes as your primary 2 armies, yeah.
Kind of. I have Knights, which I have a wonderful ambiguous purple scheme. I've got some Chaos Knights now to flesh out and share around to make them look evil for the Oops or Dogs build. Yeah, so they used to just always, they've had a better Stranglehold that you would never take in Nakmund, because you would always want to take one of their other secondaries. So now that you can take multiple from their book, they've basically, while everyone else has lost Stranglehold, they just now have a better Stranglehold. So that's actually got better for them. They've got a pretty reasonable action secondary, and I haven't paid a whole lot of attention to their other category ones. Right. Yeah. So their No Mercy, No Respite category 1 is you score 1 point for each of the following, at least in the book that you achieve. 1 or more units was destroyed by a Chaos Knight wholly within your own deployment zone. The same for a Chaos Knight unit wholly within your opponent's deployment zone. And then more than 3 inches from either player's deployment zone. So effectively,
it's unchanged.
Yeah. So you want to kill things all around the table. So to me, that doesn't seem. I'm not sure how great that is. I suppose because to max that, you're going to need to get 15 unit kills, including something in your opponent's deployment zone turn 1, wholly within.
Score 3 per turn. So that's the rough part. Is some turns you will kill 4 or 5 units as nice.
Yeah, so I feel like it'll be more common that you won't be taking that. You might take, say, thin their ranks or grind them down if they have a lot of units to score that against, or things. But yeah, the fitting challenge kill secondary is sort of say your biggest toys, well, you're not going to play with it. It's like a reverse To the Last, which that's probably got up in stock with To the Last being gone. So I don't know. They're definitely sold at the primary game. They've got at least a couple of pretty good secondaries to go for, and then I expect them to go for whatever is best. And how about you with you've been playing Space Marines, right?
Yes, I've had lots to look at because I've got a whole host of secondaries. So I do prefer my melee armies. So I've been
the fight phase.
I was
just going to say the fight phase really is fun.
You can do so much jank in the fight phase, like seriously.
I mean, like Paul showed us in this game, right?
Yeah.
Like with his Forbidden Gem Heroic Intervention trick. I assume that's what happened to Deathleaper. It's just so good.
Yeah, and like you just get a lot of free movement as well as part of the phase if you do it properly, and not a lot of players understand how to do it properly because it is pretty complicated. And like you can do things like when I was on Drukari, which is my army before Marines, back when they came out.
I'm glad you've moved on to a better place.
Thank you. At LGT, I was using the court to go and tie up multiple units. And one of them was like one of the dog sniper units for AdMech. So I charged other units nearby, and I just swung one guy out to go and tag them after piling in and consolidating. So I was able to tag extra units to stop on. I think I stopped 4 units worth of shooting, which is huge in that matchup. So you can do a lot of things to protect yourself in the fight phase if you know what you're doing. So for me, the Marines I've been looking at is White Scars, Space Wolves, not so much Black Templars, and as well Blood Angels is kind of my primary focus.
Yeah, so Blood Angels there. Well, Blood Angels is pretty obvious, right? Because Sangard and Death Company, did they both get a bit cheaper?
The Sangard did. I don't think the Death Company did. No, they did. They went down by 2 points.
Yeah. So those are. Yes, those are obvious improvements, and Sangard with 2 up armor saves and armor of contempt are obviously good. What about what do you like about the other Space Marine armies potentially?
So the other Space Marine armies, I know that Salamanders and Iron Hands have some hilarious secondaries. So the Salamander one, I'm just going to read it out because it is just brilliant. Yeah. So it's no mercy, no respite. It's called the Promethean Creed. In your first command phase, select one objective marker that's not within your deployment zone, aka select the one that's nearest to you, and is very defensible. At the end of each of your command phases, if you control that objective marker, and the Salamander core infantry unit is within range of it, score 2 points. Each time an enemy unit is selected to shoot or fight, and if a Salamander infantry unit is on that objective and then survives, score 1 point per time they activate to kill you. And at the end of each player's turn, if one or more enemy units were destroyed by a Salamander unit, score 1 point, or 2 if that was killed using a flame or multi weapon.
So you literally choose your hill to die on, or not.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So just let's hypothesize here: some aggressors and some terminators. Let's go.
What? Why would you take aggressors? It's not like they can take some flamers, for example, that salamanders might like.
And they're like 3 moves apiece, and I think they're tough as 5 even aggressors.
Yeah, tough 5, 3 up armor, I believe.
And if you're salamanders and taking lots of 1 damage shots, hey, you now have all this dust.
Yep.
Because of the stratagem. And it's just hilarious. The Iron Hands one is also hilarious. It is again no mercy, no respite, and it's called Cold Fury. At the end of your turn, score 1 victory point for each of the following conditions you satisfy. You may notice a theme here. 1 or more Iron Hand vehicles units are wholly within your opponent's deployment zone. Speeders. 1 or more Iron Hand units is wholly within 6 inches of the center of the battlefield. Dreadnoughts. 1 or more Iron Hand enemy units were destroyed by range attacks made by Iron Hand vehicle units. Any vehicle.
Yep. Speeders or dreadnoughts with multi-melters and all of the guns, right? Yep.
1 or more enemy units were destroyed by melee attacks made by Iron Hand vehicles. So you can score 4 points per turn for that. And I may have written a list, which is Libby, Tech, and a Tech Marine.
Was I here for the writing of this list? I feel like I remember this.
Yeah, so it's a meme list. I will admit that, but you get like 6 speeders with Melta, 3 Redemptors kitted out, and 3 of the Contemptor, not relic, regular Contemptor dreadnoughts, because you don't want to spend your CP. You run it as a vanguard, and you just fill it, and you just fill points with random speeders. And
oh man,
it's just hilarious because you're just going to start up. It is terrible. It is built around maxing out 1 secondary, whilst I think you even give up. No, you do give up. Well, better bring it down, Phil.
Well, you have the Contemptors will be 3 total. The Redemptors will be another 6. So that's up to 9. You've got 6 speeders. That's 15 on the nose.
Yep. So yes, you're trading secondaries.
hey, that's assuming they kill your dreadnoughts. Your dreadnoughts are killing them. It's a cunning ploy, a bait, right?
Yeah. I don't think any other of the main chapters have stood out to me that much. I know Dark Angels kind of had a rough time of it with Stubborn Defiance not being in your deployment zone anymore.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, Blood Angel, the White Scar secondary is what's making me look at them so much as like a Codex compliant chapter.
Do you want to run us through that one?
Sure. So it's a purge the enemy. So same as like Assassinate, I think.
Yep, that's that category.
Strike. At the end of your turn, score 3 victory points for each enemy character or monster unit that was destroyed with a melee attack by a White Scars unit that made a charge move that turn, aka assassinate White Scars.
Yep.
And also you get just score 1 points for each other enemy unit that was destroyed by a melee attack by a White Scars unit and that made a charge, or score 1 victory point for each enemy unit that was destroyed with a ranged attack by a unit that advanced, aka play White Scars.
Fair enough.
That
does
does,
it also
that does max out at 5 per battle round.
does that give you what is it? There's the charging one. Does that also apply killing vehicles, or is it only monster character?
So you get points for killing anything, but you only get the 3 points for killing a character or monster.
Okay, so I guess they're taking heads for trophy racks, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Alright.
Yeah. The Space Wolves also got a nice one. I quite like their warrior pride, which is their battlefield supremacy, which we haven't seen on stream yet. I don't think we've seen Space Wolves. At the end of your turn, score 3 victory points if 2 or more Space Wolves units from your army are within engagement range of any enemy units or completed a charge move this turn, and neither of those are within your deployment zone, aka charge one thing and have a cyber wolf nearby to charge again.
Yeah.
And you just get 3 points. It's ridiculously easy.
Fair enough. And I got to correct you there. We've got Space Wolves on every stream. We've got Jaime Paris hiding behind the shelf on the objective markers.
That we do.
Yeah,
Yes.
but real shame
you
that.
Tell the stream about the shelf and the hot sauce flamer.
Oh, the shelf story. Okay, so the hot sauce flamer for those here listening to us. First of all, thank you. Second of all, there's nothing to watch. So why don't you, while you're listening to us, fill time basically, because we have just under an hour until the next stream starts, or the next stream game, I should say, starts. Why don't you go on over to charityhammer.com and donate? Maybe in increments of $30 to tactically increase your chance at the Raffle ticket. But yeah, so the hot sauce challenge and the shelf. So to explain the lore behind these Charity Hammer objective markers, which I believe you'll be able to buy from 3D6 Wargaming.
Yep.
Yeah, so we have John Lennon, the Boy King of Art of War, formerly Florida Man 40K. I really enjoyed that podcast. But they're on a hiatus. So he is dressed as a Sister of Battle, equipped with Munitorum Flamer. Yeah, Ministorum, something. A Sister of Battle Flamer. Because he was taking his Noah's Ark, I believe it was, Sisters list to last Charity Hammer with 2 Repentia, 2 Retributors, 2 the Elites equivalent with the Stormbolters.
Yep.
Yeah. And so he faced Jaime Paris' Space Wolves in the final of the hardest GT, hardest tournament ever. And so Jaime Paris sort of came out of nowhere almost with his Space Wolves and was just taking names and heads throughout the tournament. Eventually, I believe he lost to Lennon in the finals, but I can't remember actually. You might be able to fill me in there. But yeah, so the 2 of them were in the finals. And so that's why they are depicted on these objective markers, dressed as their factions of choice. And so then the flamer and the shield that Jaime have are a couple more references. So during last year's Charity Hammer, Colin, as you know, most houses might do at his house, he has cupboards, and in one of those cupboards there are some shelves. Only after Charity Hammer there was 1 less shelf. And so Colin asked around, but no one claimed they'd seen the shelf or taken it or anything. So a shelf has just gone missing. I think the current leading theory is someone maybe took it as an army display base. They didn't realize for a while, and then just the shame of stealing the shelf and it being noticed in a problem. Or maybe they're just chaotic. But for whatever reason, the shelf went missing and never to be heard from again.
Yeah, it's quite a story, and
Yeah.
I mean, I reckon someone like it'll be the ultimate flex move and pro gamer move, in my opinion, just to rock up with your army on the shelf.
Dude,
Guys,
what I was hoping for.
Hunted down Tyler Bortel.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, that amazing game we just got to watch.
We have a Tyler. Hell yeah. I love Tyler.
Awesome.
Howdy, howdy.
Do we?
Hey,
It's Tyler. How you doing, my guy?
Doing-
How's that sleep going?
Oh, it's great. I'm 2 nights in a row on 4 hours of sleep, and I am feeling fantastic.
Let's go. Look, I'm here. I've signed up to commentate until 4 a.m. here, so I'm joining you on the questionable sleep hours decision.
Very nice. Glad
I
to
am
hear
not.
Yeah, no, Chris is taking the weak option. He's just like at normal ass times in Scotland. He's like bowing out to go play an RTT. Just we'll ignore the fact that I played some board games with friends this afternoon. But yeah, you played some board games too, right? Tyler, that was me teeing you up there, my guy.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Warhammer. I guess that's a board game. Sure. Yeah. You know,
Yeah, I'm considering it in the broad category, right?
You
Yeah,
play in a board of wood, I guess.
Yeah.
it's a board, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
For sure.
yeah, unless it's a bowling ball. But we don't have that at Charity Hammer, fortunately.
Nope, not allowed. Yeah, I've played a good number of games this weekend. I've played a couple different games actually. I've played a bunch of 40K and a bunch of Outward Realms. Oh man, that was fantastic. If you haven't checked out Outward Realms yet, that's the game produced by Michael Timpey, and you're not a big fan of 40K when it comes down to the new pack, go play Outward Realms. That game is so much freaking fun. Holy smokes. Absolutely love that. Someone in chat here, I can see chat too. You can talk to me directly. Kelstrategio asks, what's with the change to forces, and do I think that that's the way going forward? That's a great question. The idea of the forces is that with the changes in just to NIDS, I don't like the Reaper Flyrant anymore. Like, obviously, he still absolutely ruins people in melee, but he's a huge CP investment, and you're only taking one Tyrant at this point, probably. And if you're only taking one Tyrant and it's that one, and he goes in on a one-way trip, you're going to lose all your Imperatives. That feels bad. So why not get rid of him and get rid of Imperatives so that I can spend CP doing actual things? But when it comes to forces in particular, the other big thing is that Tyranids have probably the worst secondary play of almost any army in the game right now. We were basically a book second, like the faction specific bug ones are absolutely god awful.
Is the Oh, just to jump in, is the one of them is at least situationally all right. The squad sergeant one, is it not?
Well, so the squad sergeant one is really good the first time. Like if you're playing into someone who's never played into it before, but the moment they know what's happening, they're like, "Oh man, you shot at my unit because you don't ace it in melee. Cool, my sergeant dies to shooting." And then it doesn't do anything.
It's hilarious, and it's ran into me twice. He got points off me once.
Yeah, exactly.
And also as a Butters player, I love it because guess what? Has no sergeants. Sanguinary Guard and Death Company.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's a lot of armies it doesn't work into. It doesn't work if you're going to do damage in multiple phases. And like maybe you get a CP out of it, which is cute. But even if it works all the way, it's like a 9. If like all the stars align and your opponent plays like a fool. I don't rate that one. The kill with Synapse, it's like vaguely palatable if you're going Oops All Warriors into like exactly the correct matchup, which is, I don't know, Custodes, or maybe if you're playing the Nidsmere, I'd rather take no prisoners. But anyway, so moral of the story is they're really bad. So the GSC gives you access to no new secondaries, obviously, because Soup gets no faction secondaries, but it gives you really good access to behind enemy lines and R&D.
Yeah, of course. Those are just like GSC staples, right?
Exactly. And in the current meta, behind enemy lines is as good as it's ever been because without Stranglehold, people have to actually take board space. There's no more sitting back in the game. I took behind enemy lines all 3 games, and all 3 games I got even though I got smoked in 2 of them, I was still scoring a minimum 10 on behind enemy lines.
Yeah. So this is this what you're running in the hardest GT? Sorry.
Yeah. It was in the hardest GT. So the list for those of y'all, I know lists are not super easy to find right now. But the list was Swarmy, double Neurothrope, 2x5 warriors, a squad of gargoyles, 3 squads of 5 raveners, and a pair of biovores, and then Death Leaper with alien cunning. And then for the GS,
was this was this running as Kraken?
Yeah,
for the
Kraken,
the
baby.
speed? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Do you keep the D3+3 advance? Because you don't get to swap that out on command now, right?
Absolutely. I am sticking with the D3+3 advance. I think it's one of the best parts of the faction. I was only ever swapping it out into Tau and Chaos Knights anyway, and I guess I'd take Ignore Overwatch into no one actually. Yeah, I would.
So So Tanner, we have a question for you.
Yeah.
From the YouTube chat.
Hmm?
From Cribbins, I hear Chris, I hear Taos. Who has the sultry third voice talking about devouring people? So why do you introduce yourself?
Yeah, for sure. My name is Tyler Bortel. I am one of the hosts of Best in Faction: The Next Generation. We record theoretically weeklies on Saturdays, unless we're at GTs. So definitely check that out if you enjoy the sound of my voice. I'm not always the sleep deprived though, so no promises. But to get back to that list, the GSC half of it that makes it forces. Four-Armed Emperor, oh man, saucy right now. Because Vect in the current CP economy, very nice thing to have. There's a couple armies out there that are just relying on 1 to 2 relatively quick stratagems just over and over and over again, and it's real great for that. And then,
just quickly, so did that get updated with the new book as well? I don't remember what Vect does.
Yeah,
at the moment.
it's new school Vect, like the Dark Eldar one. It's 0 CP, and then every time you use the stratagem I use it on in the future, it costs an extra 1.
It's great for things like, hey, Space Marines, you don't get free models anymore.
Exactly. It's real good in the Space Marine matchup. And it's honestly pretty solid in the Tyranid matchup as well. Doing that to overrun just really messes with a NIDS player's head. But the units for the GSC, I did a Magus. I did 2x5 Acolytes, one of whom I gave the 3-inch Deep Strike. The 3-inch Deep Strike is so good, not because you need it that badly, but because once you tell them about the 3-inch Deep Strike, they just stop screening entirely, which is a very stupid idea, but it's what happens, because they figure if they can't prevent one, why try to prevent the other? And suddenly your 6-inch Deep Strike is great. Also, the 3-inch steals primary really well. But then after that, I took 2 squads of 5 Jackals, which is too many Jackals, but I wanted some Jackals because you need forward deployers or pregame movers to be able to compete on, Recover the Relics now?
Yeah.
Because I'm not.
That's what we've got showing on screen.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not dropping 2 CP, so that's necessary. If you're playing mono nids, you basically have to take Gene Stealers, which is awful. So I like the bikes. They're okay. Demo charges are fun. And then I took a Sanctus as well, and he was surprisingly effective. The theory was that with the new secondary changes, everyone's going to be taking Inquisitors and stuff to just jam in that Psyker for some Psychic secondaries. I'm taking Psychic secondaries, so I have 2 Neurothropes and a Magus. So I haven't played into a Wizard yet. I've played into like 3 different armies without a Psyker, but in theory he's good for that, and in practice he's great for behind enemy lines because he's a dude on a 32, and then he can't be targeted outside of 12. So someone has to actually turn around and go deal with him, which is just something that not a lot of people have the resources to do in
Can you just
this edition.
Yeah, can you just swim in there? What was the relevance of having an opponent Psyker? Is that necessary for...
The Sanctus is really good at killing Psykers.
Yep, I'm with you.
Yeah, because
I was confused.
Yeah. The other thing that he's really great for is that he can turn off auras, which combos really nicely with the Horror, which is a spell that the secondary Neurothrope takes. So like the secondary Neurothrope is often just there for psychic actions, but then he's also got Psychic Scream, so he can just run out and do a whole bunch of mortal wounds between a Smite and a Scream, both on 3d6, pick the 2 highest at +1. And then he's got that sneaky little Horror snuck in there, which combos with the Sanctus because he's going to beat your leadership on 3 dice. So if you're neg 2 leadership and I'm rolling 3 dice to beat you, I'm pretty consistently turning off your auras. So that's just a nice little thing to have.
Yeah, for sure. I was thinking the Sanctus was a Psyker, but is he the dude on the bike with the sniper rifle, or the other one?
Yeah, the other one, the auto hitter with the cloak.
Yeah,
he's not the Athlan Jack or whatever it's called.
Yeah, not the Jackal Alphas. But is the list good? No, the list is terrible. I got absolutely smoked twice. Once, but the annoying thing is I played an amazing game into Noah Badome's Imperial Knights, just like ganking all over the table, crazy stuff. And I ended up pulling that out 84 to like 77, I think, like a 7-point win. Super cool tight game. And then I played into Naiden's Orks on stream, and like most of my lists as a general rule don't like being rushed. Wow, does this list not like being rushed? There is no damage to speak of, and certainly no way to demech an Ork army. So it's all about move blocking, and I almost got enough move blocking done, but I failed to get a kill because he rolled a couple too many 5s, which prevented an overrun, which would have kept me very much in the game, but didn't happen. So I just got ran over, And then I played into Custodes and again got ran over because they run at me and I don't have a great solution for that. So it's not a great list. It's going to need a couple of big tweaks in the damage department. Maybe that's a Harpy. Maybe that's a mixed Fex or two. Maybe it's old One Eye. I'm not entirely sure yet. But forces...
Keep on...
Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say, Tyler, keep on fighting the good fight of not fighting.
Yeah.
Instead scoring.
Exactly. That's the plan.
Hey, look, I saw it work really well and commentated you do that against, was it Steve Trimble?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that
Man, was that a cool game to watch and see happen? It was so back and forth, not sure who's going to win.
Yeah, the Trimble's always a fun game to play because we really are diametrically opposed in terms of play style. It's great to watch. Yeah, my turn 1, I move nobody anywhere, and his turn 1, he moves everybody maximum distance forward. So that was.
And then your turn 2, you move backwards.
Yes. My turn 2, I move backwards.
That is not very unga bunga of you. I just find.
No, it is not. But we still made it happen.
The biomass is over that way. Come on.
Don't worry. I tabled him eventually. I guess he had 3 zones and a neuro at the end of the day. But that
so
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So talking about the game that we just watched.
Oh sure.
Mesh Demon.
So
speaking of tablings,
that result there.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to one brilliant play, which without Mike's, I don't know if you were able to pick up what happened there because it was super clever.
Can I guess?
Yeah, sure.
Because I think I saw what happened. So you got Death Leaper out of. I love the fact that you had the 9 warriors and Death Leaper inside of. Yeah. Oh, Chris was wondering what's your biotype and what's her name?
Oh, my Hierophant. Oh, her name is Martha.
Martha.
Okay, Martha.
Wonderful.
Right. Yeah. So Martha.
I am satisfied.
Martha went down to significant demon melee.
Indeed.
And then the Death Leaper hops out. Did Death Leaper decide he didn't need to move because he's got 2 charges easily to take his pick off? Is that right?
No, Death Leaper was not allowed to move.
Was he forbidden gem?
Death Leaper was forbidden gemmed.
Does that last long enough to prevent him charging as well?
It does not, but I did not understand that. That was my mistake.
Yeah.
But this is so there was a way around this situation, but I ended up not really understanding that and making the mistake of not charging him because of it. But with that situation, yeah, you totally called it. The gargoyles ran over and charged charged Be'lakor so as to move block all of the keepers from getting into the warriors. And then hopefully the warriors would take down Be'lakor, and if they didn't, not the end of the world. But yeah, Death Leaper got stuck in place, got heroicked into, and in that heroicing, the gargoyles got heroicked into. The keeper cut down all the gargoyles, and then the other keeper didn't quite kill Death Leaper. I think she killed him with the whip and shooting on the next turn. But the keepers were then both able to charge into the warriors and obliterate them. Hilarious, though, I messed that up as well. Zarachniel does a bunch of mortal wounds, and that was fine. And then and then she has some other regular attacks, and I figured, let me pop my -1 damage now so that I get some, because her attacks are 3 damage, get some durability here. And then with the fighting, she only ended up doing 1 wound, which brought the last guy down to 1, but if that 1 guy dies, the other keeper doesn't get to fight, and there's still 4 warriors left. So if I don't pop -1 damage, they're fine. But yeah, so they got in and they punched real hard.
And so did Be'lakor also get to do? Did he have the fight in the psychic phase thing? Did Be'lakor get to fight 3 times after the war? Hang on, was it?
Yeah.
So did we get this right? So the warriors, did they put 7? There were 7 failed saves on Be'lakor's 16 wounds. Is that right?
Be'lakor had 2 wounds at the end of that fight phase.
Yeah, and did he CP reroll? Was it the second to last one, and then pass the last save?
Yeah, he had to pass
double 6.
Exactly, he had to pass both of those saves at the end there with the CP, and he made it happen.
Yeah, I sorry, not sorry. I was so excited when Be'lakor did that. I was just all about the shenanigans in that game.
It was great, absolutely.
But he didn't get to fight 3 times because it would be fight first because Slanesh, fight in the psychic phase, fight again.
He does not fight first for being Slanesh. He doesn't have the gifts of chaos. He just has the keywords.
Okay,
but he did not fight in the psychic phase. I denied that spell. Unfortunately.
And
Tyler, why you got to do that? I was excited.
And
Sorry,
question
Chris.
for you, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
So then after the warriors sadly got cleaned up, the parasite came out.
Yes.
And I understand that you love your Parasite.
I don't love her as much as I used to, but she's still pretty fun. Definitely.
And Bellicor is still on 2 wounds here.
Yep, that's correct.
Because we were kind of only half seeing what was happening because of no player mic.
Sure.
So
yeah, it looked like the Parasite had done a wound.
She put a damage onto him. Yeah.
Yep, 1 damage got through.
Which then causes a mortal wound because of the parasitic infection.
That only works if you do it with the ovipositor attack. So she did 1 wound with the regulars, and then Paul rerolled the save and still failed it. So it basically came down to, okay, she just has to hit on a 3 and wound on a 5, and Bellicor would immediately die, and she rolled a 1 to hit, so it didn't matter. I actually bodged that turn pretty bad. What I should have done, because I spent my 1 CP trying to get the gargoyles back to try to primary shenanigan. I needed a 5 up there. That was kind of silly. Because I didn't think about what I should have done. Oh, I don't actually know if this is legal. What I was thinking.
Were you going to fly the Parasite over and
is that
Bellicor?
infantry locked or is that just not vehicle?
No, it's you could do it on vehicles even.
It's what encircling
it's a weird thing. No, because I've had a chat with my friendly bugs player. You can use it. It feels like it shouldn't work on vehicles, but it rules as written does hit vehicles.
Dang. Okay. Well, yeah, that absolutely would have killed Bellicor because he automatically so as long as I roll a 2 up, he'll take his D3 and become infected, and even if he doesn't die from that, he'll die on the next command phase from the infestation. So yeah, should have spent that CP there. 2 up, Bellicor definitely dies at some point. Doesn't really keep me in the game, but it does prevent Bellicor from running over and hitting a boxcar's charge into
we saw that as well. For sure. The black dice with white pips showed the boxcars up wonderfully. I was excited.
I will say the zones definitely got their pound of flesh beforehand, though. When 3 zones and a Neurothrope just do it, I think he did a total of 13 wounds to Zarachnio. Yeah, and 8.
So was that the Forge World? It was Forge World's.
Yeah, the Forge World named Keeper of Secrets, the only thing in Demons that got points drops.
Do you know how much it got dropped by? Because it was something like
50 points.
It was like mid-20s in power level. How many points does it cost? Do you know?
That's a great question. Is Paul over here? There's Paul. How many points is the Rachnio? She dropped from 450 down to 400.
Oh, that hurts for something with 18 wounds.
Yep. Yeah, she is awful, I believe is the technical term.
Well, that sounds great and right up Paul's alley.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Man, I've got the rules in front of me.
I'm personally just really glad that I got to pull off my overrun play one time. The entire point of this list is one stupid gimmick, and it happened.
Oh yeah, no, I was when I saw that happen, I was very excited. I knew exactly what was up, and then Deathly for getting out as well. Tyler, that list makes me happy. And because I hadn't worked out the points, can Trigons bring things with them? Is that still a thing, or is it not a thing?
They totally can.
I was so hoping you had a Trigon with another brick of warriors inside.
Oh man, that's an idea. I might
your list made me so happy.
Thank you. I'm glad. I was.
I was very happy to see Martha the Badhead, and they are so sad that she went down so fast.
Yeah, it's kind of an inevitability when you run into Bellator. I popped the 4-up invuln and was like, "Well, we're gonna try, and it's not gonna work." But it was worth a go. Yeah, but she's got a 5-up base, so I think I probably drop the zones as much as I like their mortal output and just get another squad of warriors in there.
Yeah, those warriors still do so much work, even after going up in points. So what are your opinions on the turn of changes?
Yeah,
in terms of points and stuff. Like, do you reckon we're going to see a shift towards a more warrior-based meta, or do you reckon we're going to so see the Innis Wilson style of here's big bugs and a few warriors?
I have no idea what Innis is playing right now. What is Innis playing?
So Innis was previously playing Leviathan, and I think it was like
he was doing
Tyrant, double Harpy, Pyropod.
Yeah, for sure.
And a few warriors.
Yeah, so I think
and Halfguard.
I have never rated Harpies. I continue to not rate Harpies because Tower are going to be shifting to lots of Hammerheads if they want to stay relevant, and Imperial Knights exist.
Harpies don't like Hammerheads, right?
As it turns out. And I know that Innis has his like clever trick where he puts the Harpy in the pod, which I cannot believe that is still legal. And then he strat reserves another one. Strat reserving a Harpy feels real bad when you start with 1 CP, but I guess it's a thing he could do. I generally, it's antithetical to the way that I play the game to have aircraft. I want to hide everything, and you can't. I mean, if you play on WTC terrain, I guess you can hide your plane, but that's not real. If you can hide a plane, your board there's a problem with your terrain setup. But I think that Nids lost a lot. The points changes are all totally reasonable. Maliceptor going up 50 was entirely unnecessary, but understandable, right? You know, that
get out of here. That made me so happy.
That model is going to be paying for its sins for a long time. That thing got the aberrant treatment for sure. I've been playing. I was playing the Maliceptor since like before Crusher. It was always just a fun thing. I was running at Hammer Out Cancer like in January, like 2021. So I absolutely love the Maliceptor. So it's a bummer that she's going to go live on the shelf for a while, but I'm glad she got her time in the sun for all of 10 minutes. But otherwise, I think the changes are totally reasonable. The Tyrant changes, the Warrior changes, the Ravener changes, the Pyro changes, totally good. I'm a little annoyed that they were very thorough and were like, all right, so if we change all these things, what do they switch to? Probably Exocrines and Tyrannifexes. Let's bump those as well. That was a little bit rude, but I understand the intent behind it. So
how dare they predict the other broken things in this book and bump them up as well?
How dare they balance this game to make it fun for everyone who's not playing Tyranids?
Exactly.
Oh,
we were the only ones who should be allowed to have fun. So points-wise, that's fine. The CP changes, not a huge deal for Tyranids. Like, they're as big a deal for us as for most other people. With Psychic Interrogation being a good option, we can like still be competitive CP-wise. We're not, Tau or Knights or any of those other armies that just automatically have infinite CP, but we can hang with that. The thing that is going to kill Tyranids is the mission changes. Like I said, I'm switching to forces because I need to find some secondaries, and it doesn't feel great. If you don't do that, I don't know what secondaries you're taking. Which means that you're
it's going to be such a huge balancing factor.
You know what might score behind? Oh, sorry, Chris. You finish.
No, that was it. It was just that was it.
You know what might score behind enemy lines real good?
What's that?
Maybe like Harpies in a Pyropod.
Aircraft cannot score behind lines, I think.
Chris, why you gotta like ruin my fun with rules
because
and
you're spreading
facts?
false information.
Alrighty.
And I
Look, that's
and I
pretty
make a
reasonable.
PhD literally against disinformation.
Fantastic.
So no.
Yeah.
Like, don't you come over there with a water bottle and a spray cap. So
so,
no, I'm gonna make you do that. Come over to New Zealand with a squirt bottle. Bring Nara. Bring Nara.
I'll bring Puppy.
So
I would steal Puppy, yes.
With the points changes, it basically, Tyranids are going to turn into either you're going to give up a ton of damage to try and go play secondaries, or you're going to do what I think that most Tyranid, especially bandwagon Tyranid players, are going to do, which is they're going to play all damage and just try to table people and say you can't win the game, you can't score points if you don't have models left. And
raise banners on their corpses, am I right, Chris?
Yeah.
I mean, as Tyranids, more out of corpses.
True.
So I think that's going to look like Oops All Warriors.
Yeah,
I
probably.
think that especially with the CP changes, the like alpha beta strike of I park my entire army of like 30 warriors midfield with -1 to hit. Honestly, maybe my transhuman warriors with -1 to hit, 5 up invuln, and my 9 brick has 5 up feel no pain, and it'll pop -1 damage. Better be able to deal with this turn is going to be a problem for a lot of people. But it's not going to be a problem for everyone. Knights are not going to care about that at all. Chaos Knights are not going to care about that at all. Tau are going to be, if people are playing the right Tau lists, with the Sun Sharks and the Hammerheads, they'll do just fine.
Just coin flip the hell out of them with them Hammerheads.
Exactly.
So one of these will hit, one of them will wound, and it will evaporate 2 warriors.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I mean, if you have 4 Hammerheads, 2 of them are going to do something.
Indeed.
Like if you have 4 Hammerhead, that's like 8 warriors dead. They're just all going to hit and win. They'll play them as Farsight. They will advance them up, get them within. No, hang on, you can't take 4 if you're Farsight. Anyway, I'm done.
So,
moving on.
So
Tyler, we have a question for you in chat.
Yeah, for sure. Who is my pick to take the Elite 8? I don't even know who made it to the Elite 8.
Chris, do you know who's in the Elite Eight? Tim, do you know? Can you bail us out?
John Quinnell told me, I think a little bit about the Elite Eight. So we know Sean Aiden and John Lennon is there.
Okay.
I think you're there, though, John, aren't you?
I am not there. No, my forces list did not do very well.
Vanilla, is the Violence there?
I believe Violence is there.
We need a tech priest.
I think Kyla is standing in for the tech priest. So I think we're stuck here.
Yeah.
When we find out who's the top 8, we will answer your question with a bit more vigor.
So I think of the people mentioned, I think that Naden has had a very nice run, but he is not playing a particularly good Orks list, and he is very new to it. So I don't think that that's going to go too well for him once he faces some of these top-tier talent running still very good lists.
We have the list.
We have the list? All right.
Yeah, so you can go to Challenge, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually post a link to this in the YouTube chat. And
I'm just also going to quickly jump in here because Tim or Crivens or Tim the Sorcerer in the Best in Tabletop Discord also asked the question about D6 odds, and so I said I'd answer it here. And so you were saying what's the difference between hitting on 2s or hitting on 3s with a double hits on 6s, which mathematically it's the same expected amount of output, but the hitting on 3s obviously will benefit more from full rerolls that you'll get to a bit above 100% hit rolls. No, a good chunk above. Rerolling 1s will be the same on both theoretically, but the hitting on 2s will be more consistent because the 6s can obviously get more than 100% hits, and yeah.
All right, so we've got
our top 8 is going to be John Lennon on Sisters and Mitchell Hunter on Custodes. Violence Vanilla on Harlequins, so disappointed. That's not Blood Angels. Michael Tempe on Chaos Knights. Sean Naden on Orks. Matt Evan on Forces. Alex McDougall on Forces. And Jesse Sell on Sisters.
Yeah, okay.
I believe in Michael.
John beats...
So, Michael?
John beats Mitch. Michael beats Violence. Sean versus Matt is going to be... I have no idea what Matt's list is. But
I think Matt has... I believe Matt has a Behemoth Bugs list. He's got like a Tyrannifex, a Tergon, Gene Stealers.
I saw he was messing around with that, but I thought that was just an exhibition game. Is he playing that in the GT?
I don't know. I've commentated that a couple of games back to back, but he was just going until this sort of time in the morning like a mad lad.
Seems like it then. And then McDougall versus Jesse. I think that Alex is going to beat Jesse. Sean versus Matt is a toss-up. I'm going to assume that that's how the bracket works. So then it'll be John versus Timpy, and John will win that. And then either Sean or Matt versus Alex. And I think Alex beats either of them. So I think the finals are going to be Lennon versus McDougall. And I think Lennon's going to comfortably win that. So I think we're going to have back-to-back wins for John Lennon at Charity Hammer with his Sisters of Battle. I think I'm not sure who could stop him, honestly, of this list. Sisters.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, Sisters are top 3 armies in the game right now for sure. Chaos Knights are very nice, but like, Harlequins, I don't think that Harlequins can beat Chaos Knights, and I don't think that Chaos Knights can beat Sisters. So I think that's pretty rock, paper, scissorsy, and I don't think that Custodes can beat Sisters either.
My one divergence from that is I reckon that Sean is going to beat
Evans. Oh, you think Sean? You think that Naden will beat McDougall? Okay.
I think I believe in the good old Crumpin.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in the slap chop where the Gazgo's going to slap and the boys are going to chop.
Yeah. The only thing that's going to kill Sean is that Alex has the Harpy, and Sean has no way of dealing with the Harpy. So he basically gets to kill a battle wagon a turn. So if Alex goes first, one battle wagon gets to move once. And I think that is going to be insufficient to get the Orks where they need to go. And Naden is all about transport shenanigans.
Do you think that Sean has got enough tricks up the sleeve where he can kind of deal with that? Or do you think that's just pure data sheets outweighing him there?
The problem is he doesn't have anyone that he has 6 Storm Boys, which are insufficient to kill a Harpy. It takes like a full 10 will definitely do it, but 6, I don't think so. And he also has been using them for R&D more often than he's been using them for fighting, and he has no shooting to speak of. So I think the Harpy gets to live all 5 turns and shoot all 5 turns, and bomb. That's the other problem, is that like Alex, the Harpy's gonna bomb Gaz and do like 3 mortal wounds in the movement phase per turn. because it's what 6 dice on 4s, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because he's a monster. Yeah, so he'll do like 3 mortal wounds a turn out of that, and then he can get him with a little bit of plink shooting. And Gaz is going to go down pretty quickly.
Do bugs have any form of targeted psychics, or is it all closest?
If Alex took if in his forces he has a Magus with Psionic Blast, that's a targeted smite. But that is the only one that forces have access to.
Right. So you don't think there's a chance that Alex just because if he's playing a forces list, right? You were saying just forces don't like when people just run at them. What happens if Sean just goes first? Hits some solid advances and gets way up in Alex's growth space.
It's entirely possible that Sean can put on sufficient pressure to deal with Alex. And Alex, but my evidence that I think that Alex will be okay is that Alex beat down Trimble doing that with Tyranid warriors, and I think that Tyranid warriors are a lot harder to deal with than the Orks are. So I think that he's got the know-how to deflect that blow. But yeah, I would agree that of the calls that I've made, that is the one that is most easily upsettable. So I'd be very impressed if Sean can make it after winning the bad RTT with bad Orks. If Sean can make it to the finals of the good RT of the GT with slightly better Orks, that would be quite a feat. I don't think he has a chance in hell against John, but he would certainly be a very impressive. That would be a fun finals.
I just mostly want to force Innis to talk about Orks on Fight Club. That's my dream. To force Innis to talk about Orks and Eldar as much as humanly possible.
Brilliant. I think Orks are in a really good spot right now. That balance update gave them a whole lot. Their secondary game is fairly good. Stomp 'em Good is a fantastic secondary. They're very good at engage or behind enemy lines. Their third is not always super easy, but bigger deal is that new Wah. Oh man, what a glow up for the faction.
Yeah, so do they just strat +1
guys living?
Sorry, Chris. We started.
Sorry, I think
the new Warg
just went.
Yeah, does the Warg just strap on a +1 strength for the 2 turns it's active? Is that right, Tyler?
It does just that, and then it also gives them a 5-up invuln on the first turn and a 6-up.
Yeah,
on
and
the
a
second.
6-up for the next. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. The question in my mind is going to be whether we stick with if we keep taking the Kef mech and can just comfortably pop him turn 1 now. So he pops turn 1 for a 5-up invuln. They Wah turn 2 for a 5-up invuln, and then turn 3 they still have a 6-up invuln. Like that's spicy. Or you just sort of accept that you don't really need him for the 1 turn, and then you don't have to take him at all, and now you're just up an extra 80 points on top of the like 120 or whatever your list may have gone down, depending on what you were taking. They probably didn't.
Yeah,
otherwise.
My brain was just connecting those dots. I feel like you take the mech, right? And just because Orks have got t-shirt saves, it just makes them like. Could you even just go a full tide or something? Just all of the dudes 5-up saves and be like, yeah, right. Not many people are worrying about hordes. Like here are a whole bunch of T5 5-up invuln idiots, and they're gonna have that invuln for
for 2 full turns.
That could be cool.
It's.
I would love to see that.
I'll tell you what, Lucas is going to be trying it. I will get you some data.
Yes.
On that.
Yes.
Did Lucas manage to make it a charity hammer? I've not been.
He unfortunately did
weird
not.
Times.
Him and my other co-host Nichols and Johnson got COVID at the Best in Tabletop Open last week, and we're unfortunately isolating and recovering from that right now.
Soldier on, lads.
Yeah. I would love to see the bit rep of an Ork horde.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We'll
man. Yeah, I'm sure Lucas will be all over that, won't he? Oh, and the knobs. He's going to have some big chopper knobs in there, isn't he?
Yeah. The knobs going up to strength. What are they up to? Strength 9 now in Goffs? They're what? Strength 5 base, strength 7 with the choppas, strength 8 with Goff, strength 9 on the Wah. Yep. Strength 9 big chopper knobs.
I'm just imagining a bunch of knobs climbing up a knight and tearing it down for scrap.
Oh yeah, I imagine that's what happened in the Naden versus Noah game. Would not want to be the Knights in that matchup.
Yeah.
Man, I've heard Noah's been having fun with the Knights though. I was chatting to him earlier.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he apparently spiked 31 mortals from an errant.
Yep. That's what the errant does.
Yeah, because I think he had 4 hits with his thermal cannon.
Yeah.
And rolled 2 of the 4 as 6s, and then made the other 2 6s with the mortal stratagem on. I think he only needed to do 10 mortal wounds in some unit, but he was
only
like,
10
all right.
Squad, but yeah, 16 mortal wounds plus 4d6 mortal wounds. You know, casual stuff.
Just get out of here, Bugs.
I would love it if Orcs had a stratagem for like 1 or 2 CP after they kill a vehicle or Titanic vehicle, just to get like a 3 of armor save on some idiots who they just found some armor.
Yeah, bring back loot it. That was a great stratagem back in the day.
Yeah, just like
is that gone now?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
yeah, Orcs are. That's the other thing why Orcs are in a fantastic place right now is that Orcs have no good stratagems. Like, they have
Kareen.
They have Kareen, they have Fight on Death, they have Exploding Fives in melee, and like nothing else.
That's a bit. It hurts them a bit though because they can't make as. They used to already start at like 1 or 2 CP by taking extra detachments and upgrading their knobs, and like with Smasher Squig knobs. No, not them. Beast Boss and Squigzor, them going down. That hurts a little bit because you want to kit those lads out.
I don't think the Squigosaur went down enough to be relevant personally. I think he was barely really relevant at his old points cost, and with the damage scaling that's gone on since then, there's just too many things that can take him out for me to want to invest those extra points. I'd rather stick with Gaz, Bike Boss, and someone on foot and ride.
Zagstruck maybe.
Well, Zagstruck's great because you can take both.
Yeah, and he's just good. Well, named character stonks, right? Yeah, so you can take
absolutely.
What 2 CP, and so you could even start with 4. So you've got all the Fight on Death or whatever, and your Orcs could. You could have like a whole bunch of characters. You get a bike thing, Foot Dude, Zagstruck, Gaz. That's like 4 choppy characters.
Yeah,
You've
absolutely.
Got a whole no CP to start.
Mm-hmm. Well, but no, that only caught but they don't need CP to start because they'll
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. They don't.
Yeah, I'm going 2 for a patrol, 2 for each relic and waller trait on the bike boss and foot boss.
Yeah, I think you can probably get away with not even having all of those, but probably yeah. So let's say you do that. Yeah. So say you spend your 6 CP like that. Yeah, because you don't need to fight on death turn 1, even if you go second, and you don't need to interrupt because no one's doing that.
Actually, you might take the KFF mech instead, and maybe you want some CP for that. I don't know if it's 1 or 2 CP.
Yeah,
so
that's the question.
Yeah. So you probably just go 1 detachment, 1 mech, right? And you start with like 3 CP if you buy another relic or waller trait.
Sounds about right to me. Yeah.
I am looking up the KFF guy now.
Appreciate it. So yeah, that's a fun place to be in for Orcs. I can see it. But yeah, I mean, because that was the old thing with Orcs was that like turn 5. I'd be playing into Orcs and they'd like turn 5, whether they're winning or losing, it doesn't matter. Turn 5, they've got like 11 CP and they're desperately trying to find things to reroll and spend it on. Okay, guys.
Oh man.
So the Force Field Booster strat is a 2 CP stratagem, which gives you an aura of whilst for any Orc unit within 9 inches of the bearer, they have a 5+ invulnerable save.
Gotcha. So you try to start with 1. I think you just probably remove a relic or warlord trait, and you can still take the.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So yeah. So wait, if you're, so are you think you're still going to stick with forces though, Tyler? With that with the change? Did we go over this before?
I don't think I got to what I was planning to do. So I think a lot of people are going to go all warriors. I think that's a very valid build. I think that so the problem is you gotta honestly. I think Nids are in not a good spot because there are a couple of we literally didn't finish talking about the balance patch. Okay. Here's the big feels bad for bugs. The loss of the hypermorphologies, infinite hypermorphologies, whatever that rule is called, to swap my chapter tactic at the start of the game. That is the biggest hit that Nids are taking because it means that we auto lose the Chaos Knights matchup now.
Because you've got a bunch of things like Raven is at leadership 4?
5, but yeah.
5, yeah. So down to 4, and so whoops, you rolled a 5 on your dread test. Good luck charging.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that feels real bad. Tau also get a lot harder because we can't ignore their -2s either. Not impossible. The town matchup is still fine, but it's not great.
Or you can't ignore their Overwatch if they're kitted out to like do that for free effectively or something, right?
Yeah, but like we got Paroxysm.
I mean, there's ways around that.
So,
Yeah,
I'm not crazy concerned, but yeah. So that gets a little bit harder. So with that in mind, like you're no longer at I'm excited to see some new tier lists because bugs are definitely not S tier. They're like low A tier. I feel like at this point because we have such a bad secondary game and some very bad matchups. I don't think we're gonna see. I think we might see bugs win a couple. They'll win tournaments on occasion, but I don't think that we're gonna see anything like the dominance that we've had in the past. Not when Necrons and Death Guard exist.
So Tyler, I have a question for you,
mm-hmm.
and this is something I like to ask most people who are like further up in the competitive echelons.
Sure.
If you were to bring a team to WTC, what armies would you bring? What would be your top 8 picks?
Oh yes.
Okay. Easy stuff first. At WTC is I get Craft World or Harlequins, right? Or some
it's basically
an army
one
with
codex.
Okay, cool.
Within the army.
So I'm definitely taking.
If you take GSC, you can't bring a GSC army as well as that.
Yeah, for sure. So I obviously you're bringing an Eldar list. I don't think you're bringing Harlequins. I think you're bringing Craft World Eldar. It's probably still Hail of Doom because they haven't changed that yet. So you're obviously bringing that. And then you're obviously bringing Necrons because they're one of the best armies in the game at this point, which is weird to say, but it's true. You're obviously bringing Sisters because they're the other. I think those three are the big 3 armies that like no one's gonna leave home without. Is CSM legal for WTC?
There's a captain's vote happening right now. Last I saw, it was kind of not looking great for the CSM.
Okay, I'll assume no CSM then. We definitely want Knights. The question is, do we take both Knights or do we take just one? Imperial
just to weigh in here.
Yep.
Because also 1,000 Suns plus Chaos Knights, that's a pretty solid contender as well, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And I assume allying in those Chaos Knights will use that up, so yeah.
Yeah. Yes. That's an interesting idea. I don't super rate the T-Suns and Chaos Knights at the moment. It does, I guess it's for teams, it does a thing well, and if you can get at the right matchups, that's nice. But I feel like the Chaos Knights are shoring up like at that point, if you're already trying to dodge matchups, I'd rather lean further into what the T-Suns do well, whereas the Knights just kind of shore up their long-range firepower weaknesses. So maybe
True.
I'm not a Chaos expert though, so I wouldn't go too crazy into that. So I would definitely take Imperial Knight, so that's 4. And then I think I would take Mono Chaos Knights. I think I would take both flavors of Knights. And now I have 3 slots left, and I think I take Death Guard, which is crazy. But
wow,
the new Death Guard secondaries are insane. And there's no Stranglehold anymore, and there's no to the last.
So you can't just stead away from them and hide and have your stuff.
The old fashioned, beat a Death Guard player with a 17-inch long stick just does not work anymore. They will score too many points, and you will not score any. So I think they definitely make the list, especially for a WTC situation. And I've got 2 slots left. So the armies that come...
I was going to say, do you double down? Do you go and put in a Paladin Bomb, Grey Knights list, and Terminator spam 1,000 Suns, just like you've got Death Guard?
That's interesting. Yeah, so the armies in contention for these last 2 spots are... Sure, they're 1,000 Suns, they're Grey Knights, Tyranids are in contention. I don't want Dark Eldar. I don't want
Marines. You probably
Blood
want
Angels. Blood Angels are in contention. What the heck? I think I want Blood Angels. I really like Blood Angels right now, which I mean, slight personal bias because they keep shellacking me, but I think that something that can apply that kind of pressure is really great. And then in the 8 slots. I mean, I'm building a team. I'm playing bugs, but if I'm not playing bugs, I think that's a toss up. I haven't looked at the. I know the new T-Sun secondaries are great. I don't know. How did the Grey Knight secondaries change? Do either of you all know?
Worse.
They got worse.
So Purifying Ritual, it now caps off at 5 per turn, and you have to hold the objective.
Okay, that's a lot more reasonable.
Yeah, it's no longer auto 15.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I think with that in mind, then I'll take. It's Nids or Thousand Suns. Thousand Suns or Nids. Honestly, I think I'd take Thousand Suns because their new secondaries are fantastic, and I need those points. I don't think that because their secondaries are so bad, even when they're running people over, I don't think that Nids are going to score enough that they're going to see a lot of play in teams. And I don't think that there's a Nids build that at the end of the day can withstand a lot of the kind of teams nonsense that goes around. A pile of warriors is probably the best thing that you can do, and at the end of the day, that's still a bunch of dudes with 4-up armor saves.
So to recap, your team is Craftworld Eldar, Necron Sisters, Imperial Knights, Chaos Knights, Death Guard, Bloody Angels, and T-Suns.
Yes, I think that's a
a lot of chaos,
team.
which given if you think 3 months ago would have been like next to no chaos.
Yeah, it really is the year of chaos, guys. They were just hiding it in the mission pack, apparently.
They were hiding in the warp.
Yeah.
Man, that's such a big shakeup. Because how many of these are just so Sisters before this were not setting anything on fire unless Nathan said they were bad on Fight Club the week before.
I think
Crons and Death Guard, man, they were just like
I am going to have to run away because my dog was giving me the eyes again of your carpet is going to be forfeit in 5 minutes. So
all right.
I'm going to be right back.
No
Tyler, if I don't catch you before you have to head off, lovely chatting to you.
Absolutely.
But I hope to also chat to you when I come back. So stick around.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, for sure. The Necrons with the absolute glow up of a lifetime. I'm right there. The Silent King is core. Everything is a disaster. Their secondaries are automatic.
The Silent King, the Technomancer took the Menhir repair course.
Yeah, he did.
Like the I wonder when that's going to get patched out. Like the chief apothecary with the he lost his quad bite repair certification. That when someone pointed that out, that's just the sort of thing where I'm in a lovely spot. I'm currently invested in like making things to run an event rather than actually worry about playing it. So I love hearing all these things that are funny and new and just nonsense. But yeah, no. So were you getting ordered by?
Mitch? Speaking of nonsense, we're getting ready to start up some 6 a.m. games.
Has anyone stayed up for these 6 a.m. games, Tyler, or is this with people that have slept?
I assume these are mostly people who have slept.
I also appreciate you staying up for this this chat. It's been great.
No problem. I thought I was playing a 6 a.m. game. They ended up rescheduling it, so I got 4 hours of sleep, get up at 3, and now I'm gonna go take a small power nap before breakfast.
Soldier on, my guy.
For those of y'all who are watching right now, we've got a fresh games coming up. But before then, I just want to make sure that y'all know what we're here for and why and what this is all about. You're watching Charity Hammer right now. This is an annual event put on by Colin Sherman and the Best in Tabletop Network, which includes myself and my lovely co-host Taus right now.
Yep.
Check out our shows Best in Tabletop, Best in Faction, The Next Generation, and 40K Frontiers, respectively. But we are not here to show off our personal brand of 40K content. We are here to raise money for a wonderful charity called Child's Play. Child's Play got their start in the U.S. Bringing in toys, video games, and other forms of entertainment to children in hospitals. One of the absolute biggest tragedies of being a child who is hospitalized long-term or potentially full-term is that it is an absolutely dreadful place to be. It's incredibly boring. There's very little to do. And you simply get to sit and wallow in the fact that you are a 9-year-old with illness. So we're hoping to ease that pain in for children across the U.S., and they've spread internationally as well. Into Canada and parts of Europe, as I understand it. So absolutely wonderful.
I believe they're also down in Australia as well.
Wonderful. Then additionally, Child's Play has also branched out recently into supporting survivors of domestic abuse, which is a really wonderful thing for them to be doing. So if you've got a bit of money to spare, there's certainly there should be donation buttons around nearby that you can get to, or head over to charityhammer.com. Everything should be front and center there. And if that's not enough motivation for you, we've got some absolutely insane prizes. Every $30 you donate gets you a raffle ticket. And those raffles involve all sorts of random 40K AOS and other hobby-related goodness getting dropped constantly. And then the grand and prizes available as well. And again, every ticket is worth equal value, but every $30 is another ticket. So the more you donate, the better your chances. Our grand prize is a $1,200 gift card to Hammerhead Games, who are happy to direct order any GW product they don't have at the moment. They also have lots of game aids and trays and stuff. So it's $1,200. That's an army right there. It's 3 armies if you're playing knights. So great stuff there. And then somehow we're calling this second place, but like if I were in the running, this is what I'd be going for. The quote unquote second place option is a fully commission painted into 40K army commissioned by our boy Sean Naden, who I think Sean Naden is like back-to-back Renaissance man in the ITC. The dude is an absolute legend of a painter and player. You can correct me if I've misquoted his particular accolades, but
no, I thought you were going to say LVO because I think Stephen Box won it this year. But yeah, no, ITC
okay.
it probably is Sean.
For
he
sure.
is.
Yeah, he's an absolute genius with a brush. He's basically taken this year off of playing just to focus on his paints, and they're absolutely incredible. And a full commission painted army of him, it's much more than a $1,200 value. I'll tell you that much. And I am bummed that I am not allowed to compete for that because, man, there's some incredible stuff here. So phenomenal causes, phenomenal prizes. Is $30. There's a ticket. Get as many tickets as you possibly can. Those big drawings are going to happen on Sunday, but the smaller drawings are happening constantly. So the sooner you donate, the greater the odds that you're pulled for some of these prizes. So definitely get those donations in as soon as you possibly can.
For sure.
Awesome.
Yeah. No, well said, Tyler. Do you have someone there in your ear telling us we're going to switch over to someone to give away prizes? Speaking of?
I don't believe so at the particular moment. Paul, are you about to
But I
what's
believe
happening here?
I believe that's coming up next, though.
We're gonna take a
So, yeah,
awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna hand things off over here to my boy Paul Winters, and he's gonna take it over. But thank you so much for talking. Was a very lovely
thanks,
time.
Tyler. I've enjoyed the chat, and I love the game too, and the list.
Oh.
Good luck in future events.
Thanks. I'll catch you later.
Right. So yeah, I assume things will be swapping over soon, and I'll be cut off. But yeah, so now will be a great time to try get something in. Because people have chosen the most recent donator for the raffle prize. Yeah, in the meantime, I guess I'm talking to a blank screen. Tyler's headed off. Hope everyone's doing. I am going to go check the YouTube and Twitch chats and see if anyone's saying hi. Rellos6, I maybe have got that wrong, is back for the morning. How are you going? Silent King giving himself rerolls is cool. You're right. And where's Twitch chat? I know how to alt tab. And we have Noogle Matthew carrying Twitch chat. I don't understand how you're everywhere, Noogle Matthew, and doing all the things and giving all the money in every chat, but I appreciate it. Soon we might have someone back from the stream to take over and give things away. Yes.
I'm going to be hopping out in front. We've got players just arriving, so I'll be doing. Really, I just want to make sure our hosts were back for when we get back to stream.
I am here. Chris will be back shortly. He's just taking his dog outside briefly. Mitch, are you going to be able to, or get someone to send through some lists or information about the game we're going to have up next?
I will work on that part. I believe that these are like actual GT lists, so you should be able to pull them up.
Okay, in the super link, I will try be good at things and find that. So yeah, in the meantime, while I try and find out what we're doing, I'll keep talking and have some chats open. to see who we've got. And also go and try and find these lists. Let's see if I can multitask and do two things badly at the same time until we're giving things away.
Hello, hello.
And we have Chris back. Hi, Chris. Chris, do you
Hey,
know where a
Alex.
super chat, a super link is to find?
Good morning, everyone. We are now done with Charity Hammer at night, and we are now to Charity Hammer in the morning, which is going to be great. We are getting set up right now. People are still arriving. It is very early. People have a lot of people have only just had a chance to grab maybe 6 hours of sleep, or a few hours in a shower. So we're going to give them a chance to get situated for the GT games, and then we will hand it over to them. Everyone is just waking up right now, and yeah, so that's pretty much where it's at. I can't give you updated donation numbers because I don't have those yet. Once Colin wakes up, I'll have that link, or Paul might have it. Yeah, Paul's gonna check for me, so we'll have that shortly, and then we can go from there. More giveaways will be happening as soon as the spreadsheet allows me to. Okay, we are at $11,400 right now. Perfect, thank you so much. Yeah. So $30 increments get you entries into the raffle for all kinds of prizes. I know that Tyler just went on a very detailed kind of run through of all the different things. We're going to be doing that again at the end of this round coming up. So you've got another 3 hours. We want to give the morning crowd a chance to get in. Everyone who's joining us for, to maybe get their Saturday morning hobby day going, we want to give them a chance to get dialed in and maybe give some money so they have a chance to win some stuff too. How are we looking on the tables? Just for setups on 1 or 2. Okay. What table are you playing on?
I'm someone. So I have no.
Okay. Okay.
Judging from the state of con, the other person.
It's possible. Ork, have you played Zach already?
I just went.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's not Zach.
Yeah.
Or I hope it's not Zach. So
it is not that.
Yeah, we're going to hand things over to our commentators for the moment to talk to you guys while I try to get a few technical. Yeah, he's around. Yeah, so it sounds like we've got that one resolved. But I'm gonna go make sure we have players for all of our tables, and we will get going shortly.
And Alex has stepped away to have a little break for a second to deal with some stuff. So you are stuck with me and the pup, who is currently happily not numbing on a bone on top of my foot and digging the bone into my pinky toe. Looks like we're going to have some knights action going on this table. Should be table 2. Maybe this is Steve Trimble versus Josh Suits, but we shall have that confirmed in a second. As I do not recognize hands very well. So they're still going through the setup. I see a bunch of night guns there, probably magnetized to make easier transportation. I hope you're all having a lovely Saturday morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on which part of the world you are in. For me, it is currently 2 o'clock in the afternoon here in Scotland. We are raising money for Child's Play, which is an international charity. I know at the very least they're in Canada, the US, UK, and Australia. And what they do is they go around and put toys and entertainment systems, video games, board games into hospitals for children to use, and also for domestic abuse centers as well, just to give the kids a little break from some of the toughest times of their lives. which is such a great cause, and every kid deserves to be as happy as they can be, and this is definitely helping with that. And as you heard, every $30 you donate does enter you into a raffle featuring lots of boxes of Warhammer, including some very rare figures. I think we gave out a red gobble, and maybe there's the Catachan, Sergeant, and Lieutenant up for grabs still. I'm not sure. But the big prizes that I am sure of is a $1,200 voucher to Hammerhead Games. It looks like we have an Alex back.
We do have a me back. Hello.
But we also have a Sean Naden army to give away. And our top donor prize is a signed set of these objective markers made by 36 Wargaming, and will be the most unique set of 40k markers in existence. No one will have such a unique set of markers, will they, Alex?
No, they will have. These will be the charitiest of Warhammer markers. Yeah.
Yes, and you get that for being the top donor.
Yeah.
So gotta bring out the big bucks if you want that. Last I heard, someone named Dave was winning. So if you go, hey, I can beat some guy named Dave, then go do it. Prove us. Prove it.
Maybe someone whose name rhymes with Murgle Matthew might be a good contender. But
yes.
Man, I see Oops or War Dogs on the table. I am excited.
I too am very excited. And the great thing is you can still support us if you cannot donate, or if you already have donated, you can share, like the streams, you can comment, subscribe, anything to signal boost us here on YouTube and Twitch, and any other platform we're broadcasting to. But yeah, you need to just do your part, help us out as much as you can, because if you're enjoying this content, you should do it.
Yeah.
And we're going to have, whilst we're setting up, should we just introduce ourselves for anyone who's new and waking up and going, who are these lovely, beautiful voices talking to us?
Yeah, so do you want to lead us off, or shall I?
I can go for it. Yeah. So, hello, my name is Christopher Irvin. I am a proud member of Team Scotland. I have a small YouTube channel as well called Overcharged Plasma Gaming, and I have about 3 years experience into getting into competitive 40k, and I apparently know a thing or two because I'm on a national team. I don't know how that happened. Still, I'm kind of waking up from that. How about yourself, Alex?
Yeah. So yeah. Hi. I am Alex Taus. I am from Christchurch, New Zealand. So I am up doing the night shift commentary over here because it is just past 1 a.m. on Sunday morning for me because of time zones, and I'm here till 4 a.m. Let's go, embracing the no sleep attitude of Charity Hammer. But yeah, so I am part of the Best in Tabletop Frontiers podcast. I would like to think I'm a prominent player in the New Zealand 40k scene, and hoping to get to play internationally, but we've had COVID locking our country down, so travel's not really been a thing. So I'm yet to prove myself that way. But yeah, and I'm in here trying to use the fact I'm in a useful time zone that makes night shifts for Charity Hammer less unreasonable for me.
Heck yeah. And Team New Zealand, you'll get their captain first year. Let's go.
Yeah. I am getting harassed by so many people. But no, should hopefully be going to the Australia New Zealand team champs next year. That's how things work. Yeah, the next one, which I think is next year, because there was one just recently.
Year after that, WTC. I get to meet you.
Baby. Sure. No, we're gonna meet at Charity Hammer next year, right? Something like that, maybe.
Absolutely.
I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, we're just seeing things get set up. This, Chris, does this look like the scouring to you? This looks like the scouring to me.
I hope it is, because I do love me some scouring.
Yeah, I am also very excited for Chaos Knights on the scouring.
Well, it depends what they're running into. If it's something like Blood Angels or Orks or something that's also aggressive, it can backfire real fast.
No, those knights, that's even better. I am excited for some violence. I might regret it later.
Melee input.
No, they do have access to -1 damage though, and they can hit you back hard.
They sure can.
But no, I don't know. I'm about it. I'm excited for it. I want to see the Knights. It'll be fun to see them hit another aggressive combat army on this really closed-in mission. I think it'd just be a good laugh, and it could be quick and violent. But if that happens, maybe we'll get one of the players to come step in and chat, like we had Tyler cover.
Yeah. Wait,
after
Alex.
his game was quick. Chris,
I've just spotted something. Is that Abaddon?
wait, is it? I'm excited. Where?
Up at the top. It's got all blurry, unfortunately. So the camera's kind of thing. Don't take Abaddon away, but it's like there's a slightly smaller size thing.
That looks like it might be an Abaddon. That is cool. That is
gaming. Can the tech priest please confirm if that is maybe you at leaked Abaddon that we're just playtesting here a little bit?
I wonder who is playing this. Do we?
Yeah.
Have we got that confirmed on this table? Because do we have 2 tables to stream, Chris? Do we know?
We should have 2 tables. According to the schedule, we have Hank Adams versus Matt Evans and Steve Trimble versus Josh Schutz. I think that's how you pronounce that surname. I apologize if it is not, but it is SHUTZ. So, Schutz.
Oh, I assumed it would be Schultz, but yeah, Josh Schutz. Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Is it? Blame the schedule.
I'll join you in probably saying it wrong, okay? And I'm allowed to because I've had my last name pronounced wrong all the time. So that seems fair, right? That's how that works.
That seems fair. Harlequins versus Chaos Knights. Do we know what type of Chaos of Harlequins this is? Is this light or dark? Or it could be Twilight. No, they both been nerfed.
It might be. I don't know if light got nerfed because like they still advance and shoot normally.
Light did get nerfed a little bit because what's happened is now the whole transshipment if you're far away thing.
Yeah, for sure. That's only 18 inches away, right?
Yeah, that was 12 inches. So you had to be a lot closer to stop that from happening. Now you can be a bit further away.
That's true, but they can still get their advance encounters remain stationary thing, which is really powerful with them. I mean, the mobility and aggression, the angles they can get. Has that also changed? No, that's always been a
I'm going to be getting you guys the list here shortly. These are just exhibition games. The actual GT games start in next round.
Yes.
So starting from 9 a.m. and Pacific Northwest time.
Yes, in Charity Hammer time.
Yeah, not in our time zones because that would just confuse all of the things.
Yeah, we have 3 different time zones going together, and like drastically different time zones going together. Things get complicated.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I had to I had to message Colin last night. Yo, is it like this time over there? I think it was like, is it 2 o'clock over there? Just so I know when to get up.
Chris, I'll have you know, my podcast has given me a lot of experience in this. Just Googling time in location. Google's really good for that. That you can even it'll correct for days because until our most recent recording, the Frontiers podcast has always had. We've been on 3 different continents and in 3 different time zones. Usually also 2 different days. So you get real good at saying, this day, this person's time, and accounting for that.
Yeah, and so my issue is that I am in programming partially, and I do not trust anything that is tech wise, even Google. So I would rather have it confirmed by a person if I can.
Like that makes some level of sense, but also, Chris, do you not is Stack Overflow not like the basis? The everyone borrows code or uses a toolbox?
I think so. We have a Harlequins list being distributed into the Discord here. So this is Josh Schutz's Harlequin list. Do you want to run through this, Alex?
Oh man, you're asking me to read clowns? Sure. I will put on my I got this. I will put on my clown makeup and my clown nose and make a fool of myself reading this list. They are light Harlequins, so they don't care about the transhipment being further away. They're probably just gonna advance and get close to you and hit you with fusion pistols. So they have paid for 1 Treasures of the Eldari, so 1 bonus relic, I believe. I don't know where the requisition stratagem comes in, but they have 1 at least relic. They've got a Shadow Seer with Mirror of Mind, so a smite type power, Webo Dance, which is that the Feel No Pain? I'm not quite sure. Shuriken Pistol, Laughing God's Eye. So that is a Feel No Pain against mortal wounds. There's a Troop Master, Foot in the Future, Fusion Pistol, Player of Light, Queen of Shards, Cigarettes Rose. Okay, so that is the the advanced D3+3, charge 2d6+6 with a reasonably nicely combat weapon that I believe rerolls a wound, and a few other words that I don't know what they do, but make this guy really nasty in combat. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 troop. They all look like.
Oh no!
So
no,
most
only
of them look
5
like
of
they have
them.
some stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm counting actual troop units.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So you've got
So I
5
failed
of them
counting.
who have the special stuff in there, and one of them is the spirit bonus.
Yeah. Yeah. So we have a completely veterans unit. Are the other ones the same? Can we tell? They look
They are
pretty
5
similar.
times the same. So you got 5 with 2 fusion, 1 kiss, and 2 neuro and 1 embrace. So you got that
Cool.
times 5.
So I would assume the kiss and the embrace are the ones that do mortal wounds on the charge and mortal wounds to hit. If I had to guess, I don't know if you're able to confirm that, Chris.
I can confirm that. I can also confirm that Webway Dance is an aura of 6 up, Feel No Pain. If you give me 2 seconds, I will go to the stratagems by phase and
Cool.
figure this out on my definite book.
And so we've got Solitaire in there as well. He doesn't have any upgrades listed. He is just riding solo.
Yeah, so the Harlequin's Kiss is a one gives you 1 CP stratagem, 6s to wound, to a mortal wound in addition to any regular damage, to a maximum of 6.
Yeah, so
And
they're
then
just
the
going for
embrace-
efficiency there.
Embrace is in the charge phase or heroic intervention, and roll a dice for every enemy model, and 4 up to mortal wound. Again, maximum of 6.
Yeah, so just some mortal wound output. So only 2 weapons makes all of them effective with those stratagems. And yeah, so then there's a couple of Skyweaver units. So they have the Star Bolus and the Shuriken Cannon. So they're just Shuriken Cannon's got a lovely glow up. I'm not sure what the Star Bolus is. Maybe you can check that with your
So
with
Star
your
Bolus,
access
I
there.
actually know because they're very good at killing Sanguinary Guard.
Oh no.
But I'm just going to double confirm this before I give out wrong information. So Star Bowlers, they are Assault D3 Blast, so they're very good at killing Sanguinary Guard because they just get 3 shots each. Only 12-inch range, but they are Strength 7 minus 3 2 damage. They hit on 3s. That's tasty. We to finish off that Horrors, I don't know where Alex has gone. We have also got a unit of 3 prismatic cannon void weavers and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 star weavers. Playing into the Harlequins, we have got Chaos Knights of House Unknown is not in the list that was given to us. We have got a War Dog. Oh, they're Frenzied Invader Iconoclast Household.
So I know this one. So sorry,
yeah.
I was just failing to swallow a drink badly there, so I muted myself.
No worries.
Yeah, so Frenzied Invaders. Yeah, Frenzied Invaders. These are exploding 6s to hit in melee. Iconoclast House is the faction that's all about melee. So on the charge, your basic knight with a melee weapon and a gun will have 5 attacks hitting on 3s, potentially 2s with a stratagem, and exploding 6s. So all about it. They'll have a bonus AP 4 or 5, depending on which claw, and doing a whole bunch of damage.
Yep. And so in this list, we have got a War Dog Brigand Squadron. Alex,
you good there,
you know
Chris?
KS Knights
You want me to help?
better. Yeah. Just rather than me looking up through the books, I definitely have it in front of me. All these Chaos Knight War Dogs.
Yeah, so War Dog Brigands, these are the new Terror Shades fancy dudes. So they have a melter gun. Oh, sorry, an upgraded melter gun. It's like a souped up multi-melter. So that and the chain cannon. So 12 shots at 6 minus 2, 1 damage. So 2 of them, they're sort of looking to hold the backfield. We have a War Dog Executioner. So that is the autocannon knight. And that guy is holding the Mirror of Fates. So the Mirror of Fates being a Zinch paid points upgrade, which steals CP on a 5-up, really good with less CP, and a consistent burn throughout the game. And if they're offering Pleases the Chaos Gods, it will get a pseudo Miracle Dice effect. Next, we have a War Dog Carnivore Squadron. It has the Blood Shield, the Corn. You don't get invols, I don't get invols, but I didn't have them anyway, so I don't care. Once per game points upgrade. But if they honor the Chaos Gods with by basically killing 5 wounds worth of models, they get to do that again. Which, if you're ignoring someone's invols, you'll probably kill 5 wounds of models and have another go.
Such as Harlequins.
Yeah. So that'll be especially effective, and that's on a carnivore. So that will have a sweep attack on its melee. So that if that goes to touch anything, they will die. It could even pick up because of the 6 attacks on 2s that'll have, and with sweeps they can potentially go up to 18 attacks potentially. There, I wouldn't be surprised if that called out 2 troop open out of boats. It could pick up both of them. And then there's 2 more carnivores in that squadron. So the fast moving full melee knights, a War Dog Stalker Squadron. So they have these have Slaughter Claws. I believe all of them. No, one of them has the Reaper Chain Tail on, with Mark of the Dread Knight, which I'm not actually familiar with. The other 2 have Slaughter Claws, the big D3 plus 3 damage claws that could be good into transports, and all of them have the Avenger Chain Cannon. So 12 shots. It's 6 minus 2 2. 6 minus 2 1. Sorry. And finally, one more Stalker Squadron, and these ones have Melter Guns. And Slaughter Claws, so big damage, lads.
Yes. So Mark
one
of
of
the
them
is a 6-up Funo Pain, and if you get favored, you get 5-up Funo Pain. And you were saying what, the Beguiling Majesty, right?
Yeah, so Beguiling Majesty. That I believe, if I'm not, actually, I could be wrong on this front. No, I believe this guy is. Let's see if I'm right then. It's -1 to be hit and to be wounded in melee, and if you proc your favored tally, it's also a 6-inch aura of -1 attack. Am I right there, Chris?
That is exactly correct.
Hell yes.
Can we get a clap in the chat for Alex's Chaos Knight?
So yeah, this is a nice, interesting Chaos Knights list. I assume that is the correct household. I might have expected, to be honest, with this. I forget the name for this one, but there's a counters double wounds bracket. So you are full bracket gaming with Chaos Knights until you drop to 3 wounds. That could be quite good with this mix of ranged and melee.
Yes,
but
I just want to point out that this list has, I think, 300 points of summoning, unless the 700 points given to us as part of this list was because of point changes, but I don't think Chaos Knights changed.
No, they did not get any point changes, or at least definitely not to
300 points worth. No.
Yeah, definitely not to carnivores or stalkers, nor the blood shield or mirror.
Oh, that 300 point could be Abaddon, actually.
It could. Yeah. Do we have a Supreme Command?
I don't see it listed in the list that was given to us. Can we just get a
I see Abaddon in the middle. There's an Abaddon in the middle.
Yeah,
that
can we
is
get
for
a
Abaddon.
tech piece to confirm that this is the leaked Abaddon that we have been seeing going around?
I'm pretty confident it is. I'm about that. That is cool.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much we can reveal of his rules.
I thought that got previewed or leaked, but maybe not. I don't
know. Can we just get a confirmation from tech priests before I start? I know the data sheet.
Okay, well I don't. So I was going to say I can't leak this. I'm safe. Chris, you're the one with the ethical dilemma. Good luck, my guy.
Yeah. So I'm not. My lips are sealed before until we get a core member, shall we say? Someone with the core keyword to come and tell me. That is okay.
So we've got deployment going on. The Harlequins are saying, please don't shoot us, Chaos Knights, and they're hiding all tucked up together behind the 2 ruins in the deployment zone. The Chaos Knights are like, we don't care, and are lined up. I do slightly question the Mirror of Fate's autocannon knight sitting out in the open. I might have had that guy just tucked away safely to protect your CP, but I suppose...
Oh, that is new bad, and he left 300 points in his list. Make room.
Awesome. Lovely. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see that autocannon guy hiding out, sort of not tucked behind a ruin, but I guess Maybe Steve is saying, Josh, if you want to shoot this guy, you're going to be close to me, or burn your once per game fire and fade, and he might just be okay with that. So yeah.
Yeah, I am just searching for the data sheet that I saw for Abaddon.
I am going to see if there's any tech priest there. Are you able to confirm? Do we have another stream going on? And I had another question I've forgotten. So hopefully that happens. But if there's another stream table for us to comment on. Oh, we do. Oh, we've got Imperial Knights and we've got some bugs. I don't know if we have lists for these. If we can somehow get access to that, that'd be awesome. But yeah, so we have Hank Adams, I believe it is, prominent Deathwatch player, if I'm not confusing myself. And so he's got 3 Imperial Knights that are just chilling in the middle of the table. This looks like it is mission 1-1, which I should know the name of at this point, but don't. So this,
Abandoned Sanctuaries.
That is not Abandoned Sanctuaries. It is Recover the Relics. Ha! Yeah, okay, so we've got 3 big Imperial Knights just chilling in the middle saying, yo, what's up? We're here to party against some Tyranids. Matt Evans. Matt is just being a monster with his bugs, playing at all hours, all the time, always. So, yeah, alright, we've got a Helverin in the back for Hank. I cannot make out what arms those knights have. I see one of them's got a hat.
We have these lists in chat, so I'm just going to quickly blast through them. I have now found Abaddon's data sheets. When we go back to the Chaos Knights game, I will tell you exactly what Abaddon is going to be doing.
Do you want to take the bugs list, and I'll go check the knights?
Yeah, sure. So Alex casually giving me the longer list there.
Oh, will you take the other one?
That's fine. It's fine. So we're playing. Tech Priest has put us over to the other screen. So we'll just. I'll tell you. I'll tell you about Abaddon then. So Abaddon the Despoiler is 300 points. He is 9 wounds, and he can go into basically any Chaos army because he has keywords that let him do that. So he has got all 4 Chaos marks. He's got a rule called Mark of the Chaos Ascendant. So he has each time his model makes a melee attack. If it charged or was charged or performed a heroic intervention stratagem, add 1 to the strength characteristic of that attack. Once per turn, it can ignore the damage from a failed saving throw. Each time attack is made against his model. This is a kind of a weird transhuman thing. So each time an attack is made against his model, if the strength characteristic of that attack either equals or is at least double the toughness characteristic of this model, subtract 1 from the wound roll, so it's kind of a weird defensive thing. So, and if this model starts the fight phase within engagement range, it fights first. So lovely.
So Abaddon cannot be wounded on 2s and 4s, but can be on 3s.
I think so. Not question mark. JPEG.
Because if it's specifically saying equal strength or more than or double or more, so you can't wound them on 2s, you can't wound them on... No, actually, you would be able to wound them on 2s if you've got +1 to wound. Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe. I could be wrong. Oh well.
Yeah. He also has Dark Destiny. He has a 4+ infant save, and on top of his 2-up armor, and cannot lose more than 3 wounds a turn. I have my face.
Yeah. And as a character blockable model, that can be a lot to deal with. So, man, Steve is just getting in there, moving up, being aggressive.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he has a 6-inch aura of +1 charge and reroll 1s to hit for all Chaos Core, which is why he's in this list.
I have no idea if there's a core keyword in the Knight's book. I haven't even looked. I'm going to go see.
Probably. And in your command phase, he can set heritage as his core or character and gives full rerolls. If his battle legion, also gives full wound rerolls. And if this model is in your list, it must be the warlord, I believe.
Yeah, and so that's actually a nice thing to include with a full war dog list, because war dogs, if you have 6 or more of them and not a big knight in the detachment, you don't get your CPU refund. But yeah, so if you want to include an Abaddon, he needs to be the Warlord. You don't really care.
Yeah, and Abaddon will still slap in melee and still do a little bit of shooting.
Yeah. And so, yeah, War Dogs do have the core and the Chaos keywords. That's cool.
That's why he's in this list.
Yeah, man, that is gaming.
I will point out that his sword no longer hurts him, which is sad. He has learned how to use the sword. He is no longer holding it from the sharp end of the stick.
Drachnia has been tamed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It now just does D3 mortal wounds on his extra roll of a wound.
Yeah. Do you think we've
It
seen... No,
does make him strength 9 minus 4 damage 3.
Yeah. Do we think there's going to be much in the way of shooting? I don't think so, right? I think just Steve is sending all of the Chaos Knights all of the way up. Abaddon is left behind in the backfield to hold an objective. I wouldn't be surprised to see him abandon that entirely and run forward.
It depends if they feel that they need the rerolls, but just remember, you're into light, you can't reroll.
True. I mean, where the Abaddon like runs forward and just tries to get, maybe he just plants himself on the middle objective with some War Dogs nearby. Interestingly, though, the Harlequins might be able to like one turn him because the Warlord on charge and combat, well, and on the charge phase with the troop.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
should we go back to the other game and run through the lists real quick?
Yeah, that could be cool.
It doesn't look like there's much shooting happening here.
Yeah, I wasn't able to find the lists. Which chat did that get put in?
It's in the backstage thing. So if Tech Priest can put us over to the Imperial Knights game, I will run through the list real fast. So Imperial Knights, we have got a Crusader with a missile hat, 2 Warlord traits, Relic, Master Strategy. I have a Crusader Warlord with Princeps. We have a Gallant with Sanctuary and 3 Armiger. It doesn't say which type. I'm going to assume the melee Armiger and a Helvrin. That's all the data we were given. And then the Nids, we have a full list. We have your Manger Nids with a squad of Zoes, a squad of a Neurothrope, Old One Eye, 2 squads of 10 Gargoyles, a big old Deathspitter Dual Bone Sword of Geno Grand's Tyranid block, Warrior block. That's 9 of them. 2 units of Gene Sealers. Wow. 2 units of Pyrovores and that's 3 of them, and a single Pyrovore. 3 Venom Thropes. 2 Tyrannofexes, with Rupture Cannon and Acid Spray by the looks of it on the second one, and then a Tyrannid Sight, which is the Tyranid Drop Pod.
Yeah,
and there's upgrades in there, but I'm not going to bore you with upgrades.
Those will definitely be 3 Armored Warglaives based on the points. So they'll have Stubber, Chain Cleaver, and their slightly better multi-melter gun.
Yep.
Yeah, Gallant on Sanctuary makes sense. Perma 4-up invol on the melee knight. The Crusader. So the Crusader with Princeps. So he's going to be giving +1 to hit out to the other Crusader, who. I think there's an error in that list actually. Table Boss or someone. I don't think that list is actually quite right. I don't know if you can give 2 Warlord traits to not the Warlord, and the Princeps Knight is accurately marked as the Warlord. I'm going to go read that stratagem and check, which is probably important, because I assume the Crusader wants to be having the House Tyrannus Warlord trait of you can turn something into a 6, and 6 is the wound, do an initial mortal wound, which coupled with the stratagem, which he'll be able to make free, can just poop out a ridiculous number of mortal wounds at range. I'm going to go read some things.
Whilst Alex goes read some things and the Power Pod comes down to do some damage onto the Knights, I'm going to tell you about the 3 Knight secondaries that we're taking, because we have Action Knight, Knight Strangle, and Third Knight as secondaries. So we've got Yield No Ground, sums up as hold half or more of the objectives, don't move backwards, and keep things out of your deployment zone, and you get 3 victory points per turn. We have got Honor the House, which is keeping up your honor points. So if you have 6, or more honor points, you
I've got these in front of me, Chris, if you want.
I also had them in front of me.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, so at the end of the battle round, if you have 6 honor points, or if you have more honor points than you had at the start of the battle round, score 2 victory points. In addition, at the end of the battle, score 3 additional victory points if your army is virtuous, or 2 additional if it's honored, and if you are dishonored, you go down by 3. And then renew the oaths, be in the middle, do an action, 3 victory points if it's a non-Titanic, 4 victory points if it is Titanic, additional victory point if it's a character, and on a d6, on a roll of a 4+, you get an honor point on top of all those lovely victory points. So basically, what happens is a knight gallant with the invuln runs forward, who has no guns anyway, and just goes action, 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 action.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I don't know if there's a take priest there, but I'm pretty confident that you can't actually put the second Waller trait on the non-Princeps Knight. So it's one of the things that's annoying that you can't quite get that combo with. But yeah, so an amusing thing about this Pyropod going behind Hank there is some of your conditions for the Knight Stranglehold equivalent is you're not meant to run backwards, and you want to clear your deployment zone. Fortunately for him, you can't score that in your first turn, so he can run something backwards to start dealing with that Pyropod, clear it, and then it's going to want to be continuing on forwards on its way. So could work out okay for him there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really going to mess up with the Knight's game plan, but of course, Knights with guns are typically long range, so they should be able to just walk ever so slightly forward, send the idiot with the invuln up, and tell him to go and press a button.
Yeah. Also, I don't know what guns those Crusaders have. If they have the thermal cannon, they'll be able to mosey on over, get within half range of those pyrovores, and 2d3 shots that'll be hitting on. I could check the strength of them. They'll be hitting on good, wounding on 2s or 3s, ignoring saves, and automatically doing d6 plus 4 damage to pop those 5 wound pyrovores. So yep. That the thermal cannon is strength 9, so it'll only be winning on 3s, but still pretty good odds to clear some pyrovores quite efficiently.
And this hive fleet is one of our lesser seen hive fleets. This is a Jormungandr. So basically, if you're 8 inches away, you get dense cover when being shot at by a this is for your monster units. And if you are 12 inches away, targeted by a ranged attack, and you're not a monster, you get dense cover. So it's all about B-1 to hit, which will help against the Knights.
Yeah. So is it Jormungandr, sponsored by Iron Brew? It's made of girders. Is that right? Have I got that right, Chris?
I cannot believe you just said all those things.
How was my accent? How was my accuracy?
It's about as accurate as an orc.
Well, that hurts. I thought that was something with Iron Brew. Am I just way off? Please enlighten me.
No. Iron Brew's the thing. It's just that terrible accent.
Oh, look, that's fair. Look, it's late for me. I'm going to blame that. Definitely not my inability to do a Scottish accent.
And Jormungandr can also do the whole virgin weight deep striking things, so maybe they can do something with that.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Shall we have it? So it looks like the power pod's going to come down, just do some damage, maybe kill a baby knight or wound the gallant if it decides to shoot that. Shall we have a check on the other game though?
Yeah. So what do we got? Okay, so the Harlequins are moving up. Oh, so we've got the Voidweaver squads. The Voidweavers, the bikes. They are move blocking the Chaos Knights around the edge.
Skyweavers.
Yeah, bikes. Voidweavers are the gun things that are sitting at the back. Yeah. Yeah. So it makes sense. The Harlequin player has walled off all 3 of the sort of choke points that the Knights need to move through. So be one of the reasons where House Korvax would have been lovely if they had access to it, but yeah. So the bikes really clogging up where things are going to be able to move.
Yeah, those warlocks are going to struggle to get through. But there are some character warlocks in there? No, they don't get character for taking the. No, there is a character.
Yeah, so if you hand out a Waller trait, if you hand out a Waller trait to a Chaos Knight, they will gain the character keyword. It doesn't work handing out relics anymore. But yeah, So I'll go double check which one that is and see if we can work out.
It's the one with the blood shield.
Okay. Yep.
So blood shield has got his character Traitoris Lance, and so the Queens need to be careful not to walk into that accidentally and give them a free intervention.
Yeah, but I think I see all three of the carnivores have just aggressively run up. So I imagine Josh will be prioritizing that Warglaive not Warglaive, War Dog, and taking it down.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Curie in the chat in YouTube says Chris is just jealous that Alex sounds more Scottish than him. It is true.
Thanks, Curie,
very
for
Scottish
having my
in the
back.
accent.
Yeah, that would be a good test, wouldn't it? Curie, is my Scottish accent good to your very well-trained Canadian ear? Yeah. And I maybe made Nurgle Matthew smile. I hope that's what made him smile. That would make me smile
I
as
think
well.
it was. I think it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the Harlequins definitely have a lot of melta, definitely have a lot of good quality shooting, but the majority of it will be winning on 5s. But the good thing is they do have the mortal wounds in there as well from the Neuro Disruptors. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Certainly, those Star Bowlers winning on 4s will help out as well.
Yeah, for sure. I am definitely not missing that sentence because I'm Googling something to send to you to prove a point.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So yeah, have we seen any models disappear, Chris, while I've been distracted with Google?
I think we've maybe seen one Wargrave go down. To be honest, my pen is broken that I've been writing down notes about these games, and I was trying to fix it.
Alrighty, I'm going to go make sure I've got lists open so we can count how many are on the list and how many should be missing. But I don't think any have gone down yet by the looks of things.
No, I see 2 Hellburners hanging back.
You do not, sir. You see 1 Wardog Executioner and 1 Wardog Brigand. There was only 1 Executioner.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just an edgelord with different names.
Yeah, I'll get you.
Just because you stick a singular spike doesn't mean you get to rename everything.
It does if your name is James Workshop. Yeah, alright. So there is some Harlequin shooting going on. We will see what goes away. Yeah, so where are we seeing? It looks like all the transports have aggressively moved up as well. They're probably banking on the fact that with where the knights are positioned and so where the guns are, where the bikes are move blocking, that the Chaos Knights won't be able to get that many guns into position to open the transports. And definitely not to open the transports then hit the contents. So what they can do is they can probably shoot bikes out of the way, charge transports, but not be able to get to the juicy troop inside, which is probably just the breathing room Josh is giving himself.
Yeah, it's the one thing about those carnivores is that when they do, like, they have no guns, they have some supports. That's not going to be enough to help you pop transports. And if you can't see them with your actual big guns, it's going to be difficult to get in there and destroy transports and the contents in one turn, which is the trick to any combat army. Sorry, to any transport-based army, is do that. Should we have a brief discussion about the secondaries? Because we haven't done that for this game yet.
Yeah, for sure. So the Steve's, it's not that surprising. Steve's secondary choice. So he's gone for Ruthless Tyranny, which is Chaos Knight Stranglehold. It is just literally better than Stranglehold. He may have even got 4 points for that turn 1. Yeah, no, in fact, he definitely will have done because every objective is within dread range, so that gets him a point. At least half of the objectives are controlled by Chaos Knights. Oh, yep. Yeah, one of those carnivores did touch the top right objective, so at least half of the objectives are controlled by Chaos Knight models. Despite because Abaddon doesn't count, and it's actually irrelevant now.
Yep.
And then at least the same half of those objective markers are within dread range because all of them are. So does Abaddon have the Agent of Chaos keyword then? I suppose to
yes, it does.
Right, so that allows them to continue to take the the Chaos Knight secondaries. That's quite
Yeah,
cool.
he has. It's the same keyword as that you can recruit one of these things without messing everything up.
Yeah, and so Storm of Darkness is the Chaos Knight's action secondary. Can be done in the Chaos Knights to player's morale phase. You basically sit on an objective and curse it or desecrate. Yeah, that would be the opposite of consecrate. And it completes at sometime in your psychic phase. I haven't run an abominant, so I'm not sure whether it's the start or the end. Sorry. So then you're free to shoot and charge if you've got something relevant nearby.
Yeah.
And so you get 3 points for each of that each time you do that. It's capped at 12 functionally because you only have 4 command phases where you can have it complete. But it's quite nice because you get most of a knight's activation for it, and so you can also go in, clear an objective off, then start to basically, curse that objective.
And those objectives also provide a -1 leadership aura helping your Chaos Knight shenanigans.
For sure, helping that. Yeah, and so actually on that note, I wonder if when we come to what I would actually love to see Josh do is, because I believe those are they 2 bike strong, or at least in the middle there might be a 2 bike strong unit of Harlequin bikes, or maybe they're all 3s. But I would love to see him try and double tap Ravenous Terror Shades. No, sorry, single tap Ravenous Terror Shades, because in the Harlequin player morale phase, where basically you pointed a unit within 12, I believe, of a Terror Shades model, which is Carnivores or Stalkers.
It looks like we just had a knight blow up in the middle of the Harlequin army, by the way.
Yep, that makes sense. You can auto-explode a Chaos Knight. Spiteful Demise, I believe it is. So that's picked up one of the bikes, so that's actually massive. That'll open up the and cause trouble with the move block that Josh had set up. I would love now for him to double down and go to try and Terror Shades, maybe the middle, to hope to go big and open that move block up, or just focus on the same bike squad up there, because I don't know a Harlequin bike's leadership, but it'll be 1 less right now, and then they'll roll 2d6 for every point above the leadership they roll. They take a mortal wound. So it's within the realms of possibility to spike high and maybe pick up the last couple of bikes.
Harlequin's leadership 8.
Okay, so they'll be down to 7. That might get a bike if you're lucky, but yeah, that auto explode was a really, really good play by.
It may have also just been a natural blow up.
It may have been, but given that the proximity of that knight, I expect he would have spent a CP on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's
quickly touch on the Harlequins though, and their secondaries.
For sure.
Yeah,
Harlequins
right. But the last one, Chaos Knight, is Assassinate, so that's going to max out at 11. Sorry, at 10.
Hang on. Yeah.
At 10.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, so kill the 3 characters.
It's a decent choice, I would say. So the only one to really note is Deadly Performance hasn't changed that much from previous, which is surprising. I think if anything, it's been buffed, but I don't know it too well, so I can't identify it from looking at the book only. So it's basically at the end of your turn, if you do 2 of the following things, you get 3 points. So one of them is control an objective that you didn't control at the start of your turn with a Harlequins unit, aka play Harlequins and play the game.
Which they've achieved, because that Chaos Knight was obsec touching the top left objective, and now it's dead, and there's a transport on it.
A Harlequins unit is wholly within your opponent's deployment zone, not this turn, but next turn probably. Some random Star Weaver.
Yep, especially with behind enemy lines. That seems like maybe the single unit of troop could be. Can you deep strike with Eldar? I'm not sure, but yeah, they could be planning to pop back there.
The Railway ambush or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
2 or more enemy units were destroyed by an attack with a ranged weapon this turn. We've already seen 1 go down to shooting.
Yep. Play Bon Jovi because we're halfway there.
Yep. And I think we may have a second one going down because the other knight who is kind of hugging that top left objective is looking pretty low. And lastly, it's the same again but with melee, which would be a bit harder this game. Into the knights.
Yeah, for sure. Is that 2 or is it 3 in melee? Nope. Because I'm pretty sure it used to be 3.
2.
Okay, so yeah, I think that is a buff to the secondary because, which that's an interesting.
So I'm just going to double check. 2 or more, yeah.
Okay, I could also just be wrong and have misremembered that.
Yeah. Did they buff behind enemy lines, or did it just that everyone's taking it because the Stranglehold's gone?
I don't know. Well, I could imagine Harlequin's taking it because it pairs well with Deadly Performance, right? If you've got two secondaries, both benefiting from being in your opponent's DZ, then that's really pretty good. Like Stranglehold was so good because it just you got points for playing the game because you wanted to do the primary trading, take people off sort of game, right? If you weren't scoring Stranglehold, your opponent is likely getting it was a 15 in the old missions or 12 in the less old Nuckman missions.
So
yeah.
it hasn't changed, but they've kept the whole thing where when it was originally released at the start of the edition, it was 2 units you had to have there to get the 4 points. Now it's score 2 if you have 1 unit, and if you have 2 or more units, you score 4.
Yeah, for sure. That's been a thing for a while, but just very rarely is that going to be better than the alternative Stranglehold.
Which is now RIP.
Yep. Unless you're Chaos Knights, then you have better Stranglehold. Woo!
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess it looks like we had one of the transports because I'm not going to choose the right combination of Star, Void, Weaver, and some other combinations. Yeah, look, I said I'm not going to get it right, okay?
I
did. Okay, good job. Pat yourself on the back for me. And then pat Nara on the back because she is a great dog.
Nara, come here.
So while we're getting off topic, should we get back on topic and talk about why we're here, Chris?
Yes, we are here for to raise money for Child's Play, which is an amazing charity. It's an international charity. At the very least, I know of US, Canada, UK, and Australia. And what they do is they go and provide entertainment systems, video games, board games, toys to children's hospitals and domestic abuse shelters to make the kids feel better whilst they're going through some pretty tough times. And mostly because a happy kid recovers faster and is one happier. You know, who doesn't love that? So you can donate by going to the links down in the doobly-doo down below and over to charityhammer.com and donate what you can. If you cannot donate, please share what we're doing. Please tell your friends to come watch this amazing 40k content, all using the new rules. And you may be able to win surprises, which Alex is going to tell you about.
I sure am. So yeah, I'm not sure if Chris got this. I have been autopilot listening to this spiel a lot. But yeah, you should tactically donate in increments of $30 because every $30 gets you a raffle ticket. And you should also tactically donate as soon as possible because each donation is not equally valuable. The earlier ones will get you in more draws and give you a better chance to win some amazing prizes. So throughout the event, you'll be winning amazing prizes to contribute to your pile of potential, or potentially start a new army in the form of many various different Games Workshop and possibly other products. And so these have often been lovingly donated by people wanting to support the event beforehand. And yeah, so then that is some of the stuff just given away throughout the event. And the main event caps off with 2 amazing prizes, each of which really could be considered the main prize. One of them is a $1,200 voucher to Hammerhead Games. So Hammerhead Games stocks everything Games Workshop or will order in from their website anything that they don't have. So that could be a whole new army. It could be multiple new armies depending on which you choose. And yeah, or if you want, you could go for a new system. They stock Marvel Crisis Protocol, Star Wars Legion, Outward Realms from our very own Michael Timpey at Charity Hammer, and probably some other stuff, trading card games and such. If that's not up your alley, you could instead hope to win. Maybe you've got a bunch of models, but they're not painted. You could hope to win the other prize, which the other sort of grand prize. Sean Naden, Captain of Team America, Mr. Gets all the 20-0s at WTC. Captain of Team America, perpetual Renaissance man, it seems. He will paint you your army. Will commission paint an army of your choosing. Yeah. And so it's almost rude how good Sean is at both playing the game and painting. So it's a really amazing prize. There's a lot of people that think this should be the main prize over the Hammerhead Games one, because man, is it some value.
Yeah.
How am I doing, Chris? Am I forgetting something?
You are definitely doing an amazing job. And there's one other prize to mention, which is the top donor prize, which you get a signed set of the Charity Hammer 4 objective markers, making it incredibly unique. And as we go into the Chaos Knight movement phase, we're going to actually quickly pivot away from this game to go check on the Imperial Knights Nids matchup. So if the Tech Priest, hey, there we go. Oh boy, Knights have moved up. But
Be
notably,
aggressive. Be aggressive.
One knight has moved towards the back end of the table, which means that's going to cost them some points. But if it means dealing with those pesky little pyrovores down there, then I think it's worth it.
Well, I think actually, so that knight will be getting I assume it'll be bondsman, so it'll be -1 damage to limit the higher damage pyrovore flame. Also, if this is turn 1, they don't actually suffer from man, I'm forgetting words. They don't lose any points because you cannot score that secondary in turn 1.
It was
so.
Changed.
Sorry.
I think it was changed, wasn't it?
I don't know. You have the most up-to-date book. Do you want to check? But yeah, I believe they can't score at turn 1, and therefore should be safe. But regardless, they need to clear the deployment zone. Sorry?
You can score turn 1.
Okay. That's
fine.
interesting.
This is the one trick that this is going to do into you of this kind of caliber. So if you clear it out now, you don't have to deal with it later. So it's better to just sacrifice that 1 point of that secondary to get rid of those pyrovores. Because otherwise they're just going to eat away at your armorers all game.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, not really eat away, more spit acid away at pyrovores. Yes. But yeah, the 3 knights in the middle of the table are definitely very menacing. Probably you got to have the melee knight doing the action in there, and the 2 shooting knights firing their lasers in all directions.
Yeah, or I do actually wonder, since the big knights don't benefit from the obscuring keyword, I actually think that the front knight is probably the gallant, and so that probably use full tilt to just auto advance 6, be all the way up there. That would make sense why it moved a bit further. One of the then shooting knights might have just moved up and is doing the action itself, since it might not have that many valid targets.
Yes, and each time those big knights do the action is 5 points, because it'd be
Yeah, and I believe that's also the warlord doing it, if it was the princeps one, and then the one with the missile hat is doing it otherwise, which, if all he can see is a few gene stealers, it's not really that great of a target with their invul for a knight to shoot. You don't always enjoy that.
Yeah.
Then yeah.
But yeah, it was definitely the right choice for Matt piloting the Tyranids to use the Parapod to Alpha Strike, do as much damage as possible with the damage to Flamers, before those bondsmen start getting chucked out.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Because also with the move and the range, of some of those knights, you can get zoned out pretty quickly from a large area of the backfield. So yeah, it'll be early on.
Yeah. For any of you who do not know, the buffs that the big knights give out to the little knights also gives them -1 damage taken.
Yeah. So in the command phase, each sort of Titanic big knight can hand out 1 or 2, depending on if they have been upgraded with pace and points upgrade. And so the 2 big knights will be able to hand out, the 2 crusaders can hand out +1 to hit at range to 2 knights each. One of them can hand out to the other crusader, has been upgraded. And the gallant gives that +1 to hit in melee. But yeah, when under the effects of that, an armiger, a baby knight, will get -1 damage.
Yeah. Or as someone said to me, is basically you're having 2 Talos stapled together, and having the Imperial Quilla stamped on the chest in terms of wounds, which is disgusting.
Yeah, there's a slight difference in they don't have, a melee invul or feel no pain, but there are potential builds to sort of hand out in an AoE a 5-up feel no pain and a -1 damage advance and charge aura, which can be pretty fun.
House Tyrannus, which is I think the preferred house, the household for knights, which gives you the 6-up feel no pain.
Yeah, which
And also actually,
which I would expect Hank to be playing with this.
yeah. Well, we'll know when we see a knight stand back up.
For sure, that's another big part of House Tyrannus is on a 4-up. You can bring a knight back on 3 wounds.
Yes, or you could be House Raven, which lets him advance and charge on shoot and charge and stuff like
that. It's advance and shoot. If you want to advance and charge the knights, yeah. If you want to, and I believe they also ignore modifiers to that now, to the advance to some extent. If you want to advance a charge with Imperial Knights, you need an errant, which can hand it out in the command phase. To an armiger.
We have no errant.
Yeah. We do have some pyropods going down. One of them explodes, and so we'll be able to see if that's in Mechanicus house. I don't know if that was a Feel No Pain roll or not. We'll see wound counters coming along.
Is that 5 remaining on that armiger there now?
It might be. Maybe there was some Overwatch.
It also
if he's
looks
charging Pyrovores, because
it also looks like there's one Gene Stealer alive on the bottom right objective, which is a huge swing.
Is that a Gene Stealer or is it a Hormagaunt, I wonder?
It's some little annoying bug.
Yeah, because I think the Gene Stealers are on the top left. So, but yeah, I had not noticed that.
There were 2 units. There's 2 units of 5 Gene Stealers.
Yeah. That looks like more than 5 on the top left, but maybe I'm probably just wrong there. Yeah, man, that'll be a really big swing if that little Gribbly stays alive, because I believe that'll have Matt scoring a 12 if it passes morale.
I think so, yes.
And it'll also cost Hank a point on the primary for not getting that kill point, because at the moment he'll just be sitting on the 1 for the pod. Hopefully, he'll be hoping that Warglaive can kill one of the Pyrovore units, but it might be a slightly tough ask. You need a hit and wound with all his attacks, hitting on probably on 2s. The Gallant probably handed that out unless it's bracketed. Wounding on 2s. It might happen. We'll see.
Nemazor's Zandrek over on Twitch is saying Raven is advancing shoot, ignoring modifiers and counts as stationary, and the 2 armigers are painted as House Raven. Don't rely on the paint schemes too much, because a lot of the models are borrowed and smashed together to make lists, because these players arrived with no idea of what the data set at the points are going to bring. And then they've mashed together lists in neck-breaking speed to try and bring you the most accurate and relevant content that we can.
Yep,
so also forgive us if we make rose mistakes and things like that as well, because we are still adjusting. And it would be perfect if Charity Hammer happened a week from now, as Colin was saying at the start. But that's not the world that we live in. We're doing it this week, and we're doing it live.
So yeah, it means you get to see, the bleeding edge of competitive content, possibly bleeding as people, cut themselves on the rough edges of their lists. But yeah, it is as new as possible. It's some great players trying to build and test the hard way some lists with the new pack.
It looks like Hank was able to take out a couple more Pyrovores. The knight is now standing in the open. I don't think that knight has done his consolidation move yet, so that knight definitely should be tagging that Pyrovore to control where its damage can go. But as he added the scores, shall we head back to the other game?
Yeah, sure. Assuming we have a Tech Priest, a Machine Spirit of the stream to help us out. All right.
Oh boy.
So the Chaos Knights have been aggressive. They are, so they're charging the transports on the bottom left objective because they couldn't get them out of the way. I assume something is. Is he all the way on the? Wow. Yep. Abaddon got right in there.
Yeah.
So I assume Abaddon's moved through the wall because I think he's still an infantry model. Made his charge. I now assume activated, piled, and consolidated around to just be as far forward as possible, saying, "Go on, try get through my wound gate."
Abaddon is still infantry. I can confirm.
Alrighty.
And it's kind of just as you were saying, Alex. They're able to shoot at the bikes and not so much the transports, and Now the transports are being popped, and the infantry are just kind of going to be standing there, maybe a little bit shell shocked as they're staring, as Abaddon and two war dogs are staring them right in the face and going, "Hello, my praise."
Yeah. And on that note, we have a transport getting opened up. So I expect that at the back, those three will be the Void Weavers, the heavy support Harlequins unit. So they probably burnt the now once per game Fire and Fade, I would assume, to pop out, shoot, and duck back.
I think they had an angle on the Slaughter Claw or whatever it was up at the top right, sorry, the top left objective.
Oh, okay. That could also do it. Although that would be risky because then they would have been fired upon in return with after that explosion. Although maybe those knights would have tried to pop open the transports that were right in front of them.
I think you'd be willing to take, because the once per game, you can work the angles where only a couple of knights would be able to shoot. And certainly with things like that Star Weaver now in front of that objective, that line of sight might become a bit more challenging to actually obtain.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nemes or Zandric over on Twitch. Abaddon is not a monster, poor G-Man. Yeah, G-Man has gone down in points, which is nice, but he's still a monster, which makes him a lot more awkward to use.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and so Curie and YouTube at some point did clarify our question about what is it called, deadly performance. It got buffed. Interesting decision to buff this the secondary that Harlequins were always taking and scoring well on. But hey.
That's GW.
Yeah.
Well, I think the issue was that they still have Harlequin stock, so that can't happen.
Yeah, I still don't buy that. Look, I can understand, to be honest. They probably expected Harlequins to be a bit more of a melee faction performance than actually were, but it turns out they usually shoot a bit better.
Looks like we have another tin can of Harlequins being opened up, and they actually need to be really careful before they start getting tagged and stuff. Because mind you, they can fall back and shoot. They're Harlequins. They ignore rules.
Yeah, usually that was the Knight's job, where the big Knights just do what they want. They fall back, move over stuff, shoot and charge. Uno reverse card this time. These guys can get move blocked, but the Harlequins do what they want.
Yes. And but you still don't want to go into engagement and take a bunch of damage for free.
Yeah, for sure.
It's only going to be strength 5 with the special weapons, so it's not horrible. But
yeah, well, I think they've only got the 2 special weapons. The other ones will be... Are they strength 3 or strength 4 with the regular Harlequin blade? Do you know? Does it give a +1?
I will check. But the point is why risk it when it gives you no benefit?
Yeah.
Because there is always that one chance. Harlequin blades are chain swords, so they just give an extra attack nowadays, and AP1.
Right, and so there'll be strength 3, wounding on 6s, unless Harlequins have got a base strength 4.
The Harlequin special weapons are all +1, -2 damage to, so they're all strength 4. For the
okay. So they've only got a couple of guys hitting that aren't wounding on 6s, so that's a bit rough.
But it's damage too, so you know.
Yeah. Although Chaos Knights do have a -1 damage stratagem, so yeah.
It's still a case of why risk it for low chocolate biscuit.
Yeah.
The Chaos Knights are really turning the screws into these Harlequins. They're kind of penned in, but they have also left the middle of the board completely undefended. And if the Harlequins can maybe just jump over and play switcheroo a little bit and just start to take over the Chaos Knights half of the board, they might start to really feel it in return.
Yeah, the thing is, if they want to be on any of the objectives, they're almost just going to be in striking distance because, like, the scouring is so closed in. They've picked up 4 of 11 Chaos Knights in their first turn, so there's still 7 left. Yeah. And there's an Abaddon, like, up in the Chaos Knights deployment zone. This feels not good if you're the Harlequins player, I think. Right, because with the damage done by the Chaos Knights this turn, maybe the Harlequin characters go in big and can do some damage here, but I don't know. I think the Harlequin clack back here is really going to define how the game goes.
Yes. It's the one thing for sure is that the Harlequins just can't stand around and get hit. I think they do need to make that fighting retreat, take the chances on some charges failing, things like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, if they get far enough away, then suddenly the shooting into the Harlequins will be as effective.
That is true.
Yeah. Shall we pan over to the other game?
I think so. I think it'll be more interesting in this game. We'll just see how many things disappear because it's a quite granular number of chaos knights left.
Yeah.
So what are we seeing here? We're seeing bugs. Are they retreating? They're definitely moving. That is down the bottom there. That Tyrannifex has moved quite quickly forwards. I thought that was behind the rock on the
It could
left.
also just been coming from Deep Strike.
True.
Because your Manger does that. They're all about burrowing and tunnels and sticky bugs. But yes, the big guns quite literally have come out to play now.
Yeah. And so I wonder if this is another bait to sort of go behind and slow the Imperial Knights down, or
I think
force them to deal with stuff behind them.
Have
their deployment zone.
the Brick of Tyranid Warriors coming in from reserve as well now. I think the Knights could probably play it where if they get a long enough charge, they could maybe get round the base of that big monster and end up further ahead than they were. But I think most likely they'll just touch onto that obscuring lava rock and shoot through into the big monster and then charge the warriors.
Yeah, well, do we know, are there some Zoanthropes? I didn't thoroughly read the Tyranids
There are
list.
some Zoes. I think they're in the bottom left and they have the yellow brains.
Actually, no, I think those are those not Venomthropes, and maybe the very bottom left is a Zoanthrope? Or is that a Neuro?
That's a Neurothrope. We have Neurothropes, Zoanthropes, and Venomthropes. We have all the Thropes.
Yeah. My thought was those yellow bits were Venomthropes, but I could, of course, be wrong.
Doanator 9001 said Abaddon's new rules makes you hopeful that Gilman will get a massive globe. Well, the guy just went down like 50, 80 points. So
it was 80 points, 380 down to 300 on the nose.
Yeah, which is a pretty big buff. The issue is you're going to be losing Super Doctrines when you take him because he hasn't got the right keywords yet. So if G-Man could get that kind of like Agent of Chaos thing where you don't like once he's like within Marines, you don't mess with his Super Doctrines. That would be a big increase for him because it's just he gets that bigger reroll aura range. But
that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we get Space Marine 2.0 kind of like early next year.
Yeah. I have seen people floating ideas of stuff like G-Man with Custodes Dreads, because, oh no, I've lost my Qatar stances that the Dreads don't get anyway. But yeah.
Yeah. I actually said to our Knights player for Team 42 Scotland, hey, you should take G-Man now, he's cheap. And I went, wait a minute, I play bandages, don't take G-Man. I almost paid myself.
Yeah. Congratulations, Chris.
Yeah, so big Brick of Warriors coming in. They're going to pose a pretty big problem if they hit this charge for the Knights, because that's a lot of strength, like 5 or 6. So wounding on 5s, damage to AP 2 saves, which is kind of like Knights don't like to see that kind of profile.
Yeah, I mean, so the AP2 is at least the Knights get a little bit of a reprieve there, but yeah, I think it's pretty reasonable odds they make that charge as well, because if they can shoot the Knights with a Synapse creature, by the way, Warriors are Synapse, then I believe you can get +2 to charge, maybe also a 3d6 drop the lowest, which starts getting pretty reliable.
I think we've just seen that card go down. I'm not sure if that stops Overwatch, because if he charges the wrong Knight, and it's the one with the Warlord trait to do 6s to do mortal wound, and it's got a lot of shots, suddenly you're in you could be in a world of pain very quickly.
Yeah, that's true, but it's like there's not auto hitting. It is not my beloved Megara Overwatch. that will really put the fear into a Tyranid Warrior brick with auto hitting 3 damage, wounding on 2's flamers, and Tesla 3 damage AP2 lightning cannons. Yep. I need to have another go with it. You know what? I am excited to try a free bleed list that I had with the Megara to auto advance and advance and charge. I think I need to give that a go.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's something to note here that the bugs are still pretty conservative. Like, they're not leading up with everything. They haven't sent the squad of Gene Seers or whatever it is up in the top left to go over to the top right and start harassing that wargrave there. So they're still biding their time, seeing what the knights do, trying to come in behind the knights as much as possible, which is the direction the knights do not want to be heading into.
Yeah, for sure. I would need to check. I wonder if the head backwards and the don't fall back are the same category for that Knight Stranglehold. I'm just having a look now. But if that's the case, maybe just tagging the knights and hiding behind them doesn't. That's probably okay. You probably just go, yeah, I'm going to try score 4 points a turn for this and max that out anyway.
I've got it here for you, mate.
I am also reading it myself. Yeah, so they need to, if they fall back or move further backwards, then that loses one of the potentially 5 points per turn available, I believe. So then, how many points a turn? Sorry,
3 max per turn.
Okay,
because you can
right. Okay,
they've made it 3.
Right, that makes sense. So yeah, okay. So you need to do that every battle round, but yeah. So they'll probably just accept. Look, we're going to go for the 2-point categories, and we'll just accept the fact that we can fall back and do things, and try and clear your own deployment zone. But actually, I believe Hank, he didn't clear out all the pyrovores and did move backwards, so he won't be able to get that max.
And also, if you look at the very, very top right of your screen, you will see a bunch of gargoyles or something there.
For sure. And the bottom left. So actually, yeah, Matt might do a pretty good job. He might hold Hank at this rate to a 10 on that secondary, which for something that you consider to be usually pretty good for a 15. That's a nice effort.
Yeah. It's so important, and this is what a lot of, I think, newer players do, is they don't deny their opponent's points. They only worry about scoring themselves, and that is fine. That will get you certainly a distance into tournament play, but when you get to the top levels, you need to start thinking about how can I actively stop my opponent scoring points.
For sure, and I mean that'll be your experience with the 20-0 differential for WTC showing, right, Chris?
Oh yeah, like hugely. Like there's in WTC, we have a thing called the race to 50. If you score 50 points, which is really only 40 points because of painted score, you will always bring at least 1 point home to your team, no matter what happens in that game. So you'll see a lot of players start to deny opponent points. It's like, rather than using this character, I'm going to run him away so you don't get 3 points on assassinate, for example, and that means you may cap out at 48 points, depending on your
conversely,
other secondaries.
Or conversely, maybe you'll run your characters to some really killy melee unit because your opponent's taken psychic interrogation. You can't interrogate characters if they're dead.
Or put them into reserve, or do just anything. Like as soon as I see psychic interrogation, I think, how can I mess with this game? Like, do I need my characters? And the answer is often no, I don't.
Yeah. So what are we? Yeah, after getting sidetracked, what have we got going on here? We have Tyranids shooting phase still, do we think?
Yes, I think there's loads of shooting, but I think, is that a multi-charge being declared there? Using the hordes of the beast, and there's an Overwatch coming in. So let's see if I'm right, and Overwatch can maybe devastate those Terran warriors. They do have cover for what it's worth. They do. They're all in cover.
Yeah, although there is also at least one flamer attached to each of these Crusaders, because they are both Crusaders, both have Avenger Gatling cannons with a built-in heavy flamer. So, 2D, if it's a multi-char, no, it'll only be D6. But yeah, D6 hits, or winning on 4s, 4-up saves.
Yeah,
might, Yeah, no, it'll be the bid guns hitting that we're looking for.
It depends if he has the ability now to do the free make the 3 CP stratagem cost nothing. I'm not sure if you can do that. We'll have to see the damage that comes out.
From memory, it's once per game you can make that free, and I would assume it's only shooting phase, so I don't think it's coming in Overwatch. Plus, that'll be spiking 6s into 6s. You're spending 4 CP at that point, 1 for Overwatch, 3 for the strat.
Or potentially 3 or 1 if it is free. I'm just going to check that whilst this Overwatch is being rolled out.
Okay, sure. So yeah, just waiting to see if any models get pulled or wound counters get put down. We've got 1 warrior dead. And 1 has taken a wound. So there was maybe a 6 to wound in there and a mortal wound taken. Yeah, just waiting to see what comes next. And yeah, so soon this looks like it might have been a charge roll or maybe a number of shots from a battle cannon. So yeah, sorry guys, we'll soon see either some models removed or making a charge, and then I guess await impatiently to see how much damage the knights take.
So the Master Tactician upgrade, which I think we have on one of the knights here.
Yep, we do.
It's for battle when using Imperial Knight's battle tactic stratagem. If the model you selected has that battle tactic stratagem and is under the effect of the bondsman ability, it costs 0. So it's not linked to any phase. It can just happen as long as you have the bondsman on that knight.
For sure, but I don't think the stratagem will work in the Overwatch.
I will check that now.
Yeah. I'm also flipping through to see. So it is in your shooting phase, so you cannot use that stratagem.
Oh well.
Yep.
Still, I mean, 1 CP to fire all those guns before maybe it's taken down, kills off a few, probably you survive then.
Yep. So the warriors have made the charge. It looks like it is a multi-charge. He's hitting both.
Yep.
And so I wonder here if, to avoid the heroic intervention, I wonder if Matt here is going to try charge both and then pile himself out of combat with one of the 2 knights. It's a pretty neat, fun combat trick you can do. If you charge a knight, you can stop it heroically intervening. Or if charge near any character.
Charging the gallant up front.
Oh yeah. So the Tyranids have a fight on.
Going.
We've got the lava theme going. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you?
We don't have a paladin. We can't say you are my brother, paladin.
Do you think the thunderstorm stratagem for knights is going to come in handy when dealing with these warriors?
Maybe it'll be hitting on 4s, 5s if they're bracketed on the interrupt. Doing a handful of mortal wounds. It could be useful, but I'll be honest, I can't see it being the be all and end all.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, you can basically make your number of attacks with your feet instead, and you can subtract 1 from the hit roll, and for every hit you get, just does 2 more wounds to the target.
Yeah. It could be worthwhile, but I think actually the -1 to hit compared to just wounding and having them take 6 up saves on the warriors, I don't know if it's actually going to be a whole bunch more effective. I suppose the mortal wounds do carry over and don't splash. But yeah, so I guess I want to wait and see. I almost don't want to see how much damage the warriors can do to a knight. As someone who has knights and a friend with Tyranid warriors, I kind of hope this knight lives.
More than 1 damage, but less than 28, I think.
Yeah, 26 will be the number of wounds these knights have stock if they are a Mechanicus knight. And I'm assuming the House Tyrannus, so we'll have a 6 up Fear No Pain just to help keep them alive. So yeah,
I'm not sure what's
we
being
have.
rolled into here, but a CP is being spent for the Tyranids.
Do you happen to know Tyranid stratagems? Any idea what these might be? Oh, that looks like a pretty solid wound roll. Do they have access to a +1 to wound, maybe?
Potentially.
Good chat.
I'm looking it up, man. I need time to.
I believe you. No, it's
to search through my definite book. I have it in front of me.
For sure. All right. Maybe we'll see some dice put down as wound counters. That looks like a feel no pain roll. Maybe. Oh, okay. So this looks like it's old one eye going into the gallant off the bat, which that makes sense because the interrupt from the Crusaders, you're probably not expecting to do much more than maybe lose a warrior, maybe two. I wonder, is there a Death Leaper in this list that could maybe be in there tying up the preventing an interrupt?
The Knights only have one command point. That's why there's no interrupt. They had two before Overwatch.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
And I think they were considering that maybe Overwatch is more valuable than interrupting.
Yeah, or in the case of the old one eye charge, maybe a CP was saved for re-rolling a 4-up invul against some of his big attacks. I don't know. I know it is. Yeah, I know. Often popular opinion is that the command point reroll generally isn't worth using much as a stratagem, other than maybe for a charge or key psychic test. But when you've got such a big model, and if you're able to spare things for big damage, re-rolling a 4-up invul save can sometimes make a difference over the game.
Yeah. So a couple of things from chat. How fast? On Twitch say, is this high feet? Behemoth have +1 to wound psychic power. This is high feet your Manger, so no, unfortunately not. Bless him for playing your Mangager. They say, and John Fick on YouTube has suggested maybe it's a reroll to wound stratagem.
I'm pretty sure there's one of them for monsters. I don't know if it works for infantry.
If it's old one eye running in, then maybe.
That is true. Yeah. So that was probably paying for old one eye to reroll his wounds.
So we're going to stay with this game and see what the Warriors can do, and then I think we should pivot over to the other game.
Yeah, I definitely think we should because there might be a whole lot of things disappearing.
Yes, but I want to see what these Warriors do, if anything.
Night down. I suppose if there's a Tyrannifex with the big gun, then that could lead to that. So that was the hand out +1 to hit effectively Knight. That will be helping the other Crusader. But that means it might prevent the stratagem being free. Maybe if there's one CP left for Hank, he'll be able to still use the stratagem. The 3 CP do mortal wounds.
In a CP, they get an extra CP, right?
Yeah, I assume he's taken the code chivalric, where if he is honored, he will gain a bonus command point. And yeah, so I assume that's been taken, but he might want to be able to act that night at full bracket. I don't know how damaged they are. We'll see. So yeah, I'm not sure how we think this game looks like. I suppose we need to see the Knights hit back because their turn one really didn't have a whole lot in the way of targets. I suppose there was the Pyropod, but a lot of what's valuable will have been hidden.
There's like a few warriors being cut down here or stomped on. And Old One Eye, maybe he's okay into the Knight with the melee weapons, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I don't think the Gallant has got to swing back yet because that could potentially just end Old One Eye right then and there.
Which then nets that one Knight just ping pong around the entire board half, really.
Yeah, I would. If Old One Eye went down, I would expect to see him go and try and have words, should we say, with the Tyrannifex. Then, yeah.
So here we go.
That was a single, looks like important roll. It was a 6. I wonder if that was a standard knight up again.
We shall see.
Although I'm not sure. I think Hank might actually be the player sitting. No, I'm not sure who's where.
This looks like the number of attacks from the big gauntlet that knights have.
That doesn't make a number of attacks though. That's just equal to attacks characteristic.
Yeah, but it looks like the right number of dice is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wonder maybe if there was. No, it wouldn't be. I don't think it would be Death Grip, or at least it shouldn't be, because that into a 5-up invul is really not that great, which they might have for the Zone 3-up imperative.
Has failed 2 saves there. Looking like a CP reroll for one of them, maybe. Oh,
Yep.
that is override squished.
Alrighty.
So that was a fight on death thing. So cool. What?
I don't think it was a fight on death. That I believe was probably the Gallant hitting back after Old One Eye has failed to kill it. We'll see if it piles in based off of this. I don't think it'll be able to move where it wants because of the Warrior's positioning.
Yeah. Are we going to see a knight stand back up? Is 1 CP enough to do that?
It is not. That requires 2 CP for a big knight.
Oh, they really should not Overwatch then.
Yeah, I guess you're right there. It is on a 4-up, so yeah.
Shall we pivot to the other game, see what's left of both forces really?
I think we should, yeah. Because this one there'll be a bit of discussion, and then we'll see after the knight's movement and what disappears in their shooting phase. So yeah, hopefully the table boss can swap us over.
Okay.
So I think there was 1 knight has gone from the top and 2 knights have gone from the bottom of the
Yep.
No, hang on. No, only 2 Chaos Knights have gone. 1 from the bottom, 1 from the top, because there were 7 left prior to this.
And now there's 4.
Yes.
So
wait,
we've lost 3 knights.
We've lost 4 knights now. Okay, yeah. So we've learned that some things are dying, and I am struggling to count at almost 3 a.m.
Yeah. Abaddon, who is not OPSEC, and the only consequence model is being contested with the single Star Weaver, and it looks like we've had a charge move made into the Helverin style War Dog, with some Harlequins, and is that a character out in the open? With it, I think that character needs to be very careful.
Whereabouts are you looking?
In the bottom of the
bottom center. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So
yes, they'll be tagging
in. They're trying to put more OPSEC models because these War Dogs count as OPSEC 5.
Yeah. So that is currently contesting the objective of all those troops there. But honestly, that one, the being Iconoclast, that Executioner, it'll have an extra attack because it got charged. 5 attacks, hitting on probably 4s, wounding on 2s.
Yep.
That honestly could threaten. That could threaten to pick up a clown, and then. Oh, I think that was an explosion roll. I think that might be dead.
So I think we're down to a couple wounds remaining. Oh no, we've taken.
I see 2 dice. So no, I think if it hits back, that could have been charge phase mortal wounds. We'll wait and see.
I don't know what that 3 on the card is.
3 on the I'm not sure. I expect that'll be its wound tally for its for its mirror honored thing.
I see.
Yeah. That would make sense. If it kills a bike, it would have a 3.
Yep.
That would be my best guess. It's probably shot 1 bike down and add 3 wounds to its tally.
Yeah, because they get it
it's
with the entire
offering
model that
to the
killed.
Dark Gods. Yeah, for sure. So if a bike got dropped to 1 and it gets finished off, then the 3 wounds of that bike would be added on there. Or regardless, the 3 wound autocannon is quite efficient into 3 wound Harlequin bikes. Cool. Okay, so that's a fight. It looks like that knight is going to be alive, so I really want to see if it can punch a clown down and reclaim its objective.
Yep, coming in with the shin kicks.
Yep. Go get him. Oh, and I think that was a dread test. I wonder if that was Terror Shades. Yeah, Table Boss, maybe you could just check if that was trying to use the Terror Shades stratagem. I don't think the Executioner has the right keyword for that, but it could be somewhere else. Or it could just have been some saves rolled at the end. I don't know.
I think it's some saves because I think we're still in the fight phases and Terror Shades in the morale phase.
It is. I don't know.
Also, just to note, Abaddon is down to 6 wounds.
Yep, so he took some damage from something, probably Void Weaver shooting if I had to guess, right?
Yeah.
Or just some form of shooting. Yeah, okay, so I think maybe he just kicked down one clown, I think. So it probably put 2 wounds, and those were, I think, were saving throws. Because I think there was a high number and a low number.
But that does mean that
and the tally is up to 4.
Harlequins.
It does.
Which means the Chaos Knights have that objective again.
Yeah, the shin kick has done its job, which I'm not that surprised, and I am proud of that little wee Executioner. I wonder if the Chaos Knights player will have a couple of CP to maybe have that guy fall back, shoot and charge, or actually that might be better off used up the top there. If this knight, maybe it's a brigand. But yeah. So we'll see. This is a pretty effective turn by the Harlequins. I think the move lock and this turn, I assume where characters have been committed, might have been enough to break the Chaos Knights.
This has always been the issue with Knights, is that you are low model count. Even when you're spamming out armigers, you're down to, 4 models now, and there's 5 objectives. Therein lies the problem.
Yeah, for sure. And also, I do wonder here if Abaddon, while cute, might be... He's 300 points that moves 6 inches. And just, that can be rough. Like, that could be... he could be swapped out for 2... any 2 Chaos Knights almost.
Yeah.
Definitely 2 Stalkers or 2 Carnivores, which moving 12 or 14 respectively. Maybe you'd prefer that.
It's definitely not the best showcase for the new Abaddon fitting into Chaos Knights War-Dog spam because of the light rules, which stops you from rerolling to hit. Because that's
for sure.
That's the big draw. Is it gives an efficient army efficiency.
And also, now to come to think of it, the light stratagem that'll just be a horrible time for Abaddon, where you charge and they go, cool, we're going to use the CP that we gained this turn to run away. And yeah. Oh, Abaddon, Talon Horus at that character.
I think that's the shadows here.
Oh, yeah.
Looking at the silhouette of the model.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I think the Troop Master or the Solitaire, it was up plunging knights up at the top.
Sorry, just grabbing a drink there.
No worries, mate.
Yeah. For sure. Do we maybe want to, because this will be the Chaos turn, we'll be able to see what comes back. There's 4 boats up the top. 1 against Abaddon. Oh, okay. So shooting back, it looks like the Executioner has picked up 4 of the clowns it was in combat with, and then this is probably the Stubber, hoping to finish off the last one. But I think that was the pass save. We'll have... Yeah, do we want to keep watching this or switch over? I will leave the decision up to you.
I think we should switch over. Once you do so, a donator on Twitch, so that's donator 9001. Can Abaddon go on a Land Raider? You can buy the 300 point model to 5 point ride. Sure, I think so. Why not?
Oh man, that's pretty good.
Can we have a switcheroo, please?
That is almost as good as buying a 270 point unit in Tyranids Warriors, an 850 point ride in the form of Martha the Biotitan. Shout out to Tyler.
So it looks like we've got the Knight Errant running up to have words, as you put it, with that big gun.
Knight Gallant, but yep.
Knight Gallant, Knight with punchy thing.
For sure.
And we have Knight with shooty thing over in the back. who has moved, I think, slightly further forward, but has also fallen out of combat, so it doesn't really matter, and is ready to get rid of those pesky turn warriors.
And also importantly, tow onto that objective to just start holding it.
And then we've got a Warglaive who's run down from that objective to clear out just something on that.
I think you thought it was a gene stealer, a single gene stealer.
Yeah, there's a gene stealer, and I think the rest of the thing I'm seeing is High Main the Space Wolf holding a shelf.
Yeah, there's also one Warglaive on the bottom right who's probably going to finish off a Pyrovore. I honestly would have expected maybe that's a dead pile. Otherwise, I would have thought that might move up and left and try shoot the Pyrovore down. But maybe they
I think
are
it's just
locked
staying
in.
there in case it has to charge. And I think the Helverin will be shooting away those gargoyles from the deployment zone.
Yep, at the top right of the table for sure.
But definitely,
And it looks like I imagine the stubber from the Warglaive in the sort of bottom middle of the table. I imagine that will be aimed at those gargoyles too.
Yes. I think it's a bit of a rough game for the Knights. They're kind of spread all over the place. They're not really able to stack together and operate in a bit of a death ball. Because of how Matt has, I think, played this matchup quite well.
I don't know if the Knights. I don't know if the Knights necessarily need to death ball. I wonder. Do you know, Chris? Have you kept track? Are there any Tyranids things still in reserve? Oh, we have a charge. So the gargoyles haven't died in the corner. So that'll be just racking up engage for Matt. And the Knight needs to charge the Tyranid warriors. Is he going to charge the warriors?
Mind you, so if the Armiger can kill off the Gene Stealer, I think if it's still there, I can't honestly tell because of the video capture feed and the objective marker if it's still there. If the closest enemy unit is the stuff on the top left objective, that Knight should be able to just pile on up and get back onto the objective.
Yeah, well, I imagine what he's trying to do here is make sure. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so what he's going to try and do is, I think he's going to try and finish off the warriors, maybe with the Warglaive first. Because it's pretty efficient. Or you hate to see it. I think this is command point reroll on the hit roll, and then if all three of these are, if none of them are ones, warriors are gone. I think. What? Yeah, So I think there was some Phenopanes being rolled there, but I am surprised they were getting saving throws. The chain cleave is AP4. Anyway. Yeah, I'm not
That's
sure there.
For the players to sort out. They know
For sure. I could be wrong here, and I am quite tired right now.
Oh, I am also feeling it, buddy. This is my 8th hour of. I'm almost done 8 hours of commentary back to back.
That is fair, but it's also in the middle of the day for you, is it not?
It's about 4 o'clock, but it's been a long shift. I'm not going to lie.
That's pretty fair.
But yes, hopefully that Knight Crusader with the top hat can stompy those bugs away. But maybe not, because I see one more dead, and I think the other one is still alive. Maybe.
Yeah, no, I don't think enough has been done by the Knights this turn. I think they would have needed.
That's very big.
Yeah, I think they needed more shooting damage done. Honestly, I thought the shooting phase would have still yet to have happened.
I think the
Gallon
shooting phase was spent on killing the big bug that was on the bottom right objective.
That would make sense. So this is a Gallant just trying to roll this Tyrannifex. I think he's going for some 6-up saves against the
Paragon Gauntlet?
Yeah, it's not a Paragon Gauntlet. That's a relic one. It is just a Thunderstrike Gauntlet. So I think that'll be a dead Tyrannifex here. It does explode! Explode! Yeah! For 1 mortal wound.
2. It's wishy funeral paints.
2?
Yeah. It's D6, isn't it? It's a big bug.
I thought I just saw a 1 there anyway.
Right, that is now 10 models on that objective for the Knights, which they sorely needed.
Yeah. And if he gets virtuous, I believe that knight also is obsec. I don't know how honored Hank and his knights are. I will go look at the conditions required for that.
Well, they have to pick it on the lists, but I think that's the end of the knight's turn there. Should we have a quick tab back to the Chaos Knights game?
Yeah, let's do that. I'm still going to look
Mr.
for these
Tech
oaths
Beast.
and double check some things.
Oh, we're back into our Harlequin's turn. So Chaos Knights, what do? They did a wee bit of shooting, they did a wee bit of fighting. I see significantly less Harlequin infantry on the board, but we still got the one biker in the middle. We still have the 3 Void Weavers. Abaddon has run away a little bit.
I think he's hiding because if he were exposing himself, he might be likely to die, I guess, to shooting. Whereas this way he can hide and then go kill
He
the
won't die to
thing
shooting,
later.
because remember, new Abaddon is 3
wound gated for sure. Yeah, but maybe there's some troops still inside that boat. If there were troops still inside that boat, Abaddon would be, if he pokes his head out, he could very easily be killed by Void Weavers plus troop shooting in combat with some mortal wounds, and still wouldn't hold the objective. Whereas this way, maybe he can live and do something about it later. Yeah, because I imagine that Mirror of Fate's knight is probably able to go, depending on how the rulings are done, walk up, touch that building, shoot through, try pop the transport, Abaddon charges the contents.
In WTC, that would be illegal because there's no actual base to go and touch.
I
The tabs
understand.
are purely structural. I'm not sure about how they're doing it here.
I don't know. I know I don't like that, and so I've made WTC-esque ruins that do not have that feature because I don't like it.
You don't like people seeing through buildings?
No, I don't like the fact that you can only see through one side from the building. But
I think this is the best thing about it, to be honest, because I find it really annoying that you can just touch a wall with your hand, and then suddenly you're getting cover and everything.
Yeah, part of the condition is you touch it, but then you're going to be charged from the other side of the wall. Is how I've got it set up. But anyway, that is not this game that we have in front of us. We have a single bike and a single transport going to score some behind enemy lines. And at least a point for deadly performance.
Whilst we're doing the movement phase, Ajax has reminded me that we're raising money for charity or something, or some madness like that.
Charity.
Woo, let's go! So we're raising money for Child's Play. We'll get a donation total for you in a second. If our tech priest can go and grab that information, that'll be wonderful. So we are raising money for Child's Play. They're an international charity who I know are in, at the very least, Australia, US, UK, and Canada, and they put money. They spend money to put toys and video games and consoles and board games into children's hospitals and domestic abuse shelters all over the world, and just to make kids happier, going through some pretty tough times. Take their mind off things, let them relax, let them recover better, as well, which is kind of a proven thing at this point. Happy kids recover better. We have a total for you. We are up to $11,450, which is amazing. But keep that money coming in. Please donate as much as you can. Please share the stream. Please like it, subscribe, all the things to boost the signal. It all helps. And as a thank you for donating, if in hopefully $30 increments, because you get raffle tickets for that, we're going to be giving away prizes. And you want to donate as early as you can. Alex, what prizes do we have up on offer?
Oh, what prizes? Okay, so in the continuous raffles, you will be able to win boxes of swag, of product. I believe at least mostly or potentially all Games Workshop product of a whole manner of different varieties. It could be the start of a new army. It could be some basic material. It could be whatever you want. You could regift it to next year's Charity Hammer if you want. And then there are some main prizes. So if you manage to be the most charitable, the best of the Charity Hammer donees, or something, you will win some custom objective markers. These lovely objective markers you see on the screen, themed after events of last year's Charity Hammer. and they'll be signed by everyone in attendance this year at Charity Hammer. In addition to that, there are 2 main sort of prizes. One of which is a $1,200, yep, that's the number, gift voucher to Hammerhead Games from Sacramento, California. They have G-Dub product and can get anything ordered in that you might want. They have, I believe, Magic the Gathering. They have other games, Star Wars Legion, Marvel Crisis Protocol, Outward Realms, probably a bunch of other things I am forgetting. Yeah, you can buy yourself a new army. You could buy a new army for your new game system. You could probably buy, if you tried, maybe all of a different game system in Marvel Crisis Protocol. Or if you're less interested in getting new models, and maybe you have some models you want painted, you could tactically instead win your army to be commission painted by the one, the only, the Sean Naden. Yeah, he is a fantastic painter, a fantastic player. It's what helps him win Renaissance Man and all of the things. I'm running out of stuff to think about and say, Chris, have I missed anything?
I think you've got everything, buddy. Yeah, so donate, share, all the nice stuff. It looks like the Knights are down to 2 models, which is a problem for the Knights.
Yeah, big time problem. So yeah, it looks like that turn 2 for the Harlequins, they really hit pretty hard. Oh man, I'm blanking here. Yeah, so they managed to really hit hard enough and still just keep the, they could put out some sacrificial units. They've kept their 3 Void Weavers alive, so that'll just run rampant now. They will sit back, they'll find angles to shoot Abaddon, they'll pick him off in 2 turns. They don't care if he's wound gainted, they'll shoot him 2 more times. So I don't think Abaddon's going to be really having an impact anymore.
No. Sadly not for the channel debut of Abaddon. He's kind of just been running around out of breath behind Harlequins as they run away from him, and is a little bit unfortunate.
Play keep away with the chosen of the Pantheon. It is a bit of a sad state of affairs for Abaddon.
Going into round 4, we have a direct tie of the scores, but I don't think that will last very long.
No, I don't, but it is cool. I like it.
Yes.
There's 4 4s on the screen, on the scoreboard. 4 4s.
It's like that scene from 21 Jump Street with the whiteboard.
Yeah, all the 4s. I get the reference. I got there. I was thinking of the Liar's Dice from Pirates of the Caribbean with was it Bill Nighy going 4 4s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shall we jump over?
I want to watch Jump Street again. Shall we jump on over to the other stream? Hey, there we go.
Looks like one Terran warrior has escaped the wrath of the Imperial Knights for now and is scuttled over to be annoying and move block potentially.
Yeah. Matt, could you have been 7 less points, or Hank 3 more? Then we could have jumped over to 21 on the scoreboard. Anyway.
Yeah. So
I'm not mad. Look, at least Matt's got 14-14, equal primary and secondary. That looks nice.
Yeah.
All